Chapter 1. The Soul's Transcendence. On April 4th, 2010, within the confines of a clandestine base, a handful of personnel were diligently attending to their tasks. Ring, ring. Hello. It's me. Understood. I will organize the operation. Immediately. Goodbye. The one on the line was a robust, middle-aged man. Ling Tao, the vice captain of the Sea Nation Special Abilities Team, having led the squad through numerous arduous missions, he was undeniably a formidable figure. Upon hanging up, his expression turned grave as he issued a command for all personnel to assemble, indicating that the upcoming task would be far from easy. A minute later, all members of the Special Abilities Team were gathered, awaiting directives from their vice captain, among them Li Feng. I must deliver some unfortunate news. Countries A, J, and E have developed a significant sense of crisis regarding our nation's rapid ascent. We have confirmed that over 60 special ability users from these nations are en route to our naval research base, including more than 5 rank and a dozen rank abilities. That base contains a wealth of invaluable information and numerous seasoned experts. The mere 20 or so abilities left behind are utterly insufficient to handle this threat. Hence, we have received a distress signal requesting our assistance. Now, all combat-oriented special ability users, follow me. Li Feng. Present, Li Feng replied, his blood surging with excitement at the prospect of joining the fray. Given that this is a direct confrontation, you shall remain behind to defend the base. Your abilities would be far more beneficial here. But Captain Ling. Li Feng's disappointment was palpable as he yearned to persuade his captain. Obey the orders. Yes. As he watched his comrades depart the base towards the battlefield, Li Feng could only let out a resigned sigh. Staying behind. Speaking of Li Feng, he was an rank special ability user, endowed with the powers of detection and concealment. From the tender age of 7 or 8, he could sense movements and stillness within a 20-meter radius, not merely through sight, as he could even faintly perceive the respiration of plants within that distance. After rigorous training with the National Special Abilities Unit, his skills have been remarkably enhanced, allowing him to detect changes within a 300-meter range. Nothing could hide from him, not even disguises or transformations. He could even identify someone buried 200 meters underground, and spatial fluctuations were evident to him as well. Perhaps as a byproduct of his abilities, Li Feng could seamlessly conceal himself, remaining undetected except by Shrank users. Even during the one instance he was discovered by Shrank, it was due to the other's search-related powers. Thus, Li Feng was frequently assigned to tasks involving intelligence gathering, base defense, and enemy reconnaissance, leading him to feel both reluctant and powerless. Bored and confined within the base, Li Feng resorted to his daily ritual of watching television. One might question why a member of the National Special Abilities Team would need to watch TV daily. To the untrained eye, the fantastical feats depicted on screen were mere fabrications. However, many sought to stretch their imaginations, for while an individual's intellect may be limited, the collective wisdom of the masses is boundless. Members of the Special Abilities Team gleaned inspiration from television and film, especially from mythical and science fiction genres, incorporating these imaginative ideas into their own abilities and continuously developing new techniques. Hence, this became a mandatory aspect of training for every member of the Sea Nation Special Abilities Team. At that moment, Li Feng was engrossed in the still popular anime Naruto. Although he appreciated the series, he found himself unimpressed by the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Despite being the lead character, Naruto's tendency to evade challenges, avoid confronting reality, and rely on grandiose techniques hindered his growth, often necessitating assistance from the Nine Tails. This disheartened Li Feng, who wished for Naruto to evolve into a true hero. Yet, the narrative of AB was beyond his control, leaving him to witness the unfolding tragedies with a heavy heart. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness surged through Li Feng. He sensed a slight spatial fluctuation 10 meters from the base's entrance. Though minuscule, it unmistakably indicated the presence of a Shrank's special ability user, and an unsettling feeling began to envelop him. Abruptly, another wave of spatial distortion rippled near the entrance. Li Feng could now distinctly perceive an enemy attack, he thought. Yet no other anomalies were apparent. Without hesitation, Li Feng concealed himself and stealthily approached the now still adversary. Observing the sign on the door to the data room, realization struck him. A classic diversion. But what could a gathering of special ability users possess that was worth stealing? The training insights. While our special abilities team may not be the best in the world, we rank among the top 3, and our documented training methods and resolutions to various doubts are invaluable. Li Feng's understanding deepened. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly noticed the surrounding space beginning to crumple alarmed. He recognized that his mental disturbance had drawn the attention of the intruder, exposing his position as the assailant launched an attack. The thief was now retreating toward the outside of the base. Should he abscond with that information, it would inevitably lead to the training of numerous special ability users. Placing the nation in peril, he could not allow that to happen. At this juncture, Li Feng's abilities came into play as he swiftly identified a flaw in the spatial distortion, propelling himself forward just as the intruder was on the verge of slipping into another realm. Seizing him, however, the assailant had already activated his powers, and the two of them were inexorably drawn into an alternate space. A spatial ability user possesses the power to manipulate space, enabling them to leap between dimensions and traverse from one location in a realm to another. However, spatial jumps are perilous. Even strength users typically dare not leap more than a few meters at a time, as entering an alternate realm generates immense gravitational forces that attract surrounding meteoroids and radiation, akin to a comet colliding with humanity. Moreover, the tearing forces of the alternate space are formidable. Yet, as Li Feng and the intruder entered the alternate realm, the gravitational pull immediately drew meteoroids and rays toward them, and with a resounding boom, they were reduced to cosmic dust. Strangely, within the epicenter of the explosion, 2 indistinct figures emerged, signifying that they had not completely vanished. Yet, a relentless barrage of meteoroids continued to surge past them. How to describe it? Perhaps as souls? Their souls began to dissipate, becoming increasingly tenuous. Li Feng observed the vacant expression of the spatial ability user beside him, realizing he had lost consciousness, though he could not comprehend why he retained his own thoughts at this moment. Possessing awareness and sensation felt like the most agonizing predicament. Meteoroids and rays incessantly pierced his being, each instance stripping away fragments of his soul. The pain was akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. However, while one could eventually faint from such torment, Li Feng found that even the desire to succumb to unconsciousness eluded him. He vividly experienced each wave of agony, which drove him into a frenzy. Though the surroundings appeared to be a hazy blur, the twisted visages remained haunting, captivating in his frenzied state. Li Feng knew only destruction, and the motionless soul beside him became the perfect target in his madness. Li Feng seized the soul, not tearing it apart, but rather devouring it piece by piece, swallowing it whole. A peculiar phenomenon occurred as Li Feng consumed the soul. His own spirit began to mend, gradually becoming robust. Although the torment persisted, his essence solidified, and the anguish waned. Consequently, Li Feng's rate of consumption quickened until no more souls remained to devour, at which point the agony began to resurface, and he braced himself to endure inhuman suffering once more. Driven by the instinct for survival, Li Feng sought a path to escape this wretched place. With the remnants of his recovered awareness, he finally spotted a small black hole to his left rear, yet lacking a point of leverage. Reaching it seemed impossible. Just when hope appeared dim, a cloud of grayish material collided with his soul, failing to pass through. Instead, it drew Li Feng's essence into the black hole. Following this, Li Feng endured a further ordeal of spatial distortion before consciousness faded elegantly into oblivion. What awaited him next? Chapter 2. The World of Naruto. Upon losing consciousness, Li Feng found himself enveloped by a torrent within his mind. Relentlessly infiltrating his awareness, images began to play out within his memories, free from the excruciating physical pain, replaced instead by the weight of sorrowful recollections. Among these memories was the past of small boy, oscillating between a third-person perspective and an intimate fusion with the child. The cold, disdainful gazes and venomous words from others, coupled with stones hurled his way, expired food, and half-cooked rice, all underscored the suffering endured by this young boy. This boy was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Though previously aware of Naruto's difficult childhood through television, Nothing could compare to the visceral reality of experiencing it firsthand, deepening his resentment due to Li Feng's profound emotional strength far surpassing that of Naruto. He seized absolute control of this body, merging with Naruto's memories. Li Feng clenched his fists tightly and silently vowed, "Rest assured, Naruto, I shall live for you, compensating for your regrets and aiding you in accomplishing what you should have achieved but did not." According to the memories, Naruto is currently 5 years old from the anime. It is known that the duration of attendance at the Ninja Academy is from 6 to 12 years old. Although I am uncertain about this and have not verified it, this implies that there is still a year until the academy opens. Thus, the pressing concern for Naruto, henceforth referred to as Naruto, is how to enhance his strength. Especially considering the formidable enemies that lie ahead, it is imperative to expedite the augmentation of his abilities. So whom should he seek? After much contemplation, only the third Hokage comes to mind. The anime reveals that, although the third is somewhat apprehensive about Naruto, he strives to meet Naruto's reasonable requests. While it may be unreasonable to ask the third to teach him jutsu, acquiring some fundamental training methods should be possible after all. Naruto is currently oblivious to the basic techniques of chakra refinement. Should he manage to learn the shadow clone technique, it would be an unparalleled advantage. A super cheat unique to Naruto as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Before proceeding, it would be prudent to ascertain whether his abilities from his past life still linger. Although not offensive in nature, they could prove crucial in a moment of desperation. Naruto mused. He concentrated on sensing his surroundings. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters beyond that, he felt nothing. Accompanied by a sharp pain in his mind, it seems that 30 meters is his current limit despite the reduced range of perception. Naruto felt elated after all. At the age of 7 or 8, he could only sense within a 20-meter radius. If this rate of progress continues, coupled with his past lives training experience, he could fully restore his former capabilities, potentially even surpassing to strength, thus playing a more significant role in this world dominated by ninjas. Ha ha! With this thought, Naruto couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What brings you such joy, Naruto?" A gentle, aged voice inquired, smiling. "Ah, it's you, Grandpa Hokage. You came to see me. I'm all better now. Look," Naruto exclaimed, while waving his frail arms and displaying a radiant smile. "What delicious treats did you bring me this time, Grandpa Hokage?" Ha ha ha. Naturally, he spoke in Japanese, as being an ability user often required him to work in foreign lands, making foreign languages a compulsory subject. In fact, he had already detected the presence of the third Hokage during his earlier exploration. Moreover, 3 individuals were discreetly accompanying him, presumably members of the Hokage's direct Umbu squad, even surrounding his house. 2 Umbu operatives were monitoring him. It appears he must exercise extra caution in his future endeavors. His identity remains too sensitive. Naruto wore a silly grin while pondering. "Oh, is that so? You're already better?" The recovery abilities of the Nine Tails truly should not be underestimated. "Well then, come over and taste. I brought you plenty of delicious food, including Ichiraku ramen." "Really? That's fantastic. You're the best, Grandpa Hokage." Without hesitation, Naruto opened the bag on the table, pulled out the food, and exclaimed, digging in. He began to devour it ravenously. Adhering to local customs, otherwise, he might raise suspicions. Furthermore, Naruto had fainted earlier due to consuming expired food, necessitating his current voracious appetite. Observing Naruto's delight in his meal, the third Hokage smiled and said, "Well then, Naruto, enjoy your food. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. "Wait, Grandpa Hokage. This was an exceptional opportunity. Once this chance passes, it may never come again. The Hokage building is not accessible to everyone, especially not to someone like me." Naruto thought in this crucial moment. He swallowed the food and called out to the third Hokage, "Grandpa Hokage, could you guide me in training and teach me powerful ninjutsu?" "Oh, what prompted Naruto to consider training?" the third Hokage asked, still smiling, though Naruto perceptibly sensed the third's gradually tensing posture, as if ready to strike. "Because I want to become Hokage," Naruto confidently replied. "Oh, why is that? Why does Naruto wish to become Hokage?" The third Hokage continued to smile as he inquired. "That way, I can protect those I wish to safeguard and earn everyone's recognition. Does Naruto already have people he wishes to protect? Might you share with Grandpa who they are? It's you, Grandpa Hokage. I want to inherit your will and become Hokage, so everyone will acknowledge me. You truly have a grand aspiration. Naruto here. Take this as a method for chakra refinement. Start by refining your chakra to lay a solid foundation for your future training. After a year, I will send you to the Ninja Academy. So Naruto must work hard. As he spoke, the third Hokage handed a scroll to Naruto. This identity is even more illustrious and formidable than that of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. In a moment of daze, a colossal cluster of castles suddenly appeared before my eyes, against the backdrop of a pitch-black night sky. As I gazed around, I was struck by the sight of these grand castles floating amidst the stars, with twinkling lights sprinkled across the dark expanse, creating an air of profound mystery. Looking up, I beheld a vast, elliptical shield resembling a celestial canopy, enveloping the entire Ōtsutsuki clan's stronghold. Is this truly the stronghold of the Ōtsutsuki clan? With my eyes wide open and my feet firmly planted on the solid ground, I murmured to myself, never mind that for now. Let's first examine my attributes. With that, I opened my personal attribute panel and scrutinized it carefully. Name: Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing faction. Neutral level. LV1 age. 15 strength. Apprentice ninja physique. 100 spirit. 100 chakra. 100 chakra attributes. Wind, fire, water, lightning, earthine, young bloodline limit. Byakugan, Rinnegan skill 1. Space-time travel, LV1. Consumes a large amount of chakra to open a rift in the air. This technique can be used to shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu attacks to disrupt and ambush opponents, or to evade danger in times of crisis without the need for hand seals. Insufficient chakra. Unable to perform. Skill 2. Time freeze, LV1. Consumes a large amount of chakra to freeze time within a certain range, causing all matter in life to come to a standstill. Insufficient chakra. Unable to perform. Skill 3. Immobilization technique, LV1. Consumes a large amount of chakra to render the target completely motionless. Insufficient chakra. Unable to perform. Skill 4. Levitation technique, LV1. Continuously consumes chakra to allow the user to float in the air. Skill 5. Flame bird, LV1. A colossal bird created using fire attribute chakra, capable of attacking at the user's command. Skill 6. Lava giant, LV1. A magma giant formed using fire and earth attribute chakra, capable of attacking at the user's command. Skill 7. Canine serpent command, LV1. A creature resembling a dog combined with a snake created using earth attribute chakra, capable of attacking at the user's command. Special ability 1. Byakugan, a 360-degree field of vision, able to observe chakra flow from over a kilometer away. Perceive and see through objects, as well as the neural pathways and chakra flow within living beings. Special ability 2. Ninjutsu absorption, LV1. The right hand's Rinnegan ability, capable of absorbing all ninjutsu and chakra, storing them within the body. Special ability 3. Ninjutsu amplification, LV1. The left hand's Rinnegan ability can amplify the power of absorbed ninjutsu and reflect it back, with power exceeding that of the original ninjutsu. Special ability 4. Chakra fruit creation, capable of transforming absorbed chakra into fruits and elixirs, which upon consumption can restore and enhance personal strength, as well as prolong lifespan. Special ability 5. Yin-yang release, capable of creating weapons of any shape to seal chakra points and neutralize chakra. A total of 12 skills, including 7 ordinary skills and 5 ocular techniques related to Byakugan and Rinnegan. Gazing at my personal attribute panel, I was instantly engulfed in euphoria. It is truly befitting of the Ōtsutsuki clan to possess such an innate array of abilities, although some abilities and skills are currently unusable. I am confident that as my strength increases, I will be able to unleash these skills. All ordinary players logging in possess similar foundational attributes, generally ranging between 1 to 10 points for physique and spirit, mirroring real-world capabilities. However, the Ōtsutsuki clan I have chosen boasts a staggering innate foundation of 100 points. Players from the Senju clan may have a physique ranging from 20 to 50 points, with spirit around 10 points. Those from the Uchiha clan may possess a spirit of 20 to 50 points, with a physique only around 10 points. Each level gained grants a corresponding increase in attribute points. Yet for me, every level up translates into an increase of 100 points in both physique and spirit. What a remarkable advantage! In the world of Naruto, chakra is a fusion of spirit and physical strength, as physique inherently encompasses power and speed, thus lacking specific numerical values. Nevertheless, in this celestial game world, the names players choose carry a certain probability of being linked to special ninja clans, granting initial advantages. For instance, choosing the Senju clan may not awaken with release, but would still provide basic skills related to medical ninjutsu and earth techniques. Selecting the Uchiha clan grants foundational skills in fire release or lightning release, with a chance to awaken the Sharingan. Similarly, choosing clans like the Yamanaka, Nara, or Akimichi may yield initial skills such as mind control techniques or shadow imitation techniques. And now, only I, Ye Qing, am aware that the Ōtsutsuki clan is inherently superior to all others by countless magnitudes. Yet, how on earth do I level up? I was utterly bewildered. This place appeared devoid of any other souls, leaving me without any monsters to slay. Without leveling up, this formidable physique of mine is rendered meaningless. It is imperative to know that several of my skills require an immense amount of chakra to execute. I hastily opened the world channel, only to see an eruption of enthusiasm. Messages flashed across the screen, scarcely lingering for a second before being replaced by subsequent ones. Wow, this Naruto world is truly vast. Oh my, the ninja ladies are stunning, and their ninjutsu is incredible. I chose the Kirigakure clan, and my initial skill is water bullet technique, capable of shattering a small tree. Wushuang City is recruiting high-level players, with monthly salaries starting at 10,000. Dragon City seeks elite players. Anyone willing to join our Dragon City will be treated as brothers, and we shall protect you. Mingsound Group is hiring. Elite players are guaranteed ninjutsu and equipment packages. Looking for a loving partner to share this Naruto world with, to endure both hardships and joys together. Interested parties, please add IDXXXXX, no lowly players. Observing the lively world channel, tears streamed down my face. I had just utilized my Byakugan to survey the entire castle cluster, and there wasn't a single living soul in sight. However, I did discover something peculiar. Chapter 4. Secrets and a unique special main quest. Before long, I found myself at the very heart of the castle cluster, entering the largest castle at the center. Inside, towering crystal coffins, each over a person's height, stood solemnly, crafted from a unique blood-red crystal. A rough count revealed more than 30 of them. Within these transparent, blood-red coffins lay individuals with pallid skin and 2 horns, ensnared in a deep slumber. Are these individuals from the Ōtsutsuki clan? My eyes gleamed with excitement as I hurried closer. Peering through the transparent crystal, I noticed that my current form resembled a miniature version of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. However, my complexion was not ashen, but rather a lustrous jade hue, warm and inviting. The figures before me bore striking resemblances to Ōtsutsuki Kagaya and Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. Some appeared even taller, but were inexplicably trapped in slumber. In a corner, I also spotted the coffin of Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. Alongside one that was already empty, it seemed that the statuses of Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki and Ōtsutsuki Kagaya were not particularly elevated. It appears that members of the Ōtsutsuki clan may have fallen into slumber for some reason, necessitating the dispatch of the weakest among them, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, to the Naruto continent to plant the divine tree, intending to use its fruits to awaken them. Based on the unfolding narrative, I could only deduce so much. Ding dong, special hidden location detected. Ōtsutsuki clan tomb, activating the unique special main quest. As I surveyed my surroundings, a melodious system prompt suddenly resonated in my ears, prompting me to open my quest panel for further inquiry. Unique special main quest. Divine tree fruit. Description: retrieve the divine tree fruit lost on the Naruto continent. Success will yield a unique special reward. Unique special reward. Ownership of this world. Gasp. The unique special main quest offers the reward of ownership of this world. Does this mean that upon completion of this task, the Naruto world of this celestial game will belong to me? Thud, thud, thud. Just as I was examining the specifics of the quest, a series of tremors reverberated from outside the castle. Who goes there? Ye Qing hastily exclaimed, having just used his Byakugan to survey the entire castle cluster of the Ōtsutsuki clan, confirming the absence of any living souls. Who, then, could be the source of such a commotion? Soon, from the dark corridor, a towering shadow approached, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Ye Qing. The imposing figure appeared to stand at least 3 meters tall, its bulk accentuated by the dim lighting, allowing Ye Qing to finally discern its identity. Ōtsutsuki Kinshur, Ye Qing blurted out, recognizing the gigantic silhouette before him as the artificial being from the Ōtsutsuki clan, who had previously accompanied Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki to the Naruto continent to retrieve chakra fruits in the original storyline. Moreover, Kinshur possessed formidable close combat prowess, able to match the peak strength of the second Hokage, simply utilizing the various weapons conjured from the crimson, circular ring on its back. Its power level was undoubtedly at least that of a Kage. Greetings, young clan leader Ye Qing. Kinshi's blood-red eyes seemed to scan Ye Qing momentarily before it knelt on one knee. Speaking respectfully, as an artificial being, Kinshur was akin to a puppet, and when faced with true members of the Ōtsutsuki clan, it transformed into a loyal servant that in the original narrative, Kinshur had broken free from the restraints of the 7th Mizukage CHJR and the 5th Suchikage Kuratsuchi to protect Momoshiki when it sensed danger. Furthermore, when Momoshiki absorbed it, transforming it into a chakra fruit, it bore no grievances whatsoever. Kinshur, rise. What brings you here? Ye Qing gestured for Kinshur to stand. This Kinshur was indeed a formidable weapon, if he could bring it to the Naruto world. It would be akin to slaying gods and Buddhas alike. In response to your inquiry, Lord Ye Qing, I was commanded by the clan leader to await the awakening of the Ōtsutsuki clan members here. Upon their awakening, I am to accompany them to the lower realm to retrieve chakra fruits. As Kinshur elucidated, Ye Qing grasped the situation's intricacies. It turned out that while the true members of the Ōtsutsuki clan possessed immense strength and near-immortal lifespans, they relied on chakra fruits to sustain these abilities. Periodically, the clan members would enter a deep slumber, with those of lesser strength awakening sooner. Kinshur, being an artificial construct, did not fall in a slumber, thus becoming the guardian of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The first to awaken would seek out a planet teeming with life to plant the divine tree, nurturing it with the planet's vitality to yield chakra fruits. Subsequently, the next awakened member would reclaim the chakra fruits to awaken the others. However, a complication had arisen concerning the growth of the chakra fruits. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, the weakest servant of the Ōtsutsuki clan, had dared to consume a chakra fruit for herself, inadvertently unleashing unwanted powers in that world. Thus, Kinshi's directive became to follow the next awakened clan member to Earth to retrieve the chakra fruits. Originally, according to the plot, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki would awaken decades later, bringing Kinshur with him to the Naruto world to reclaim the chakra fruits, ultimately engaging in a fierce battle with the then 7th Hokage, the eldest son of the 2nd Hokage. However, with the arrival of the Heavenly Tao online game, Ye Qing had chosen the Ōtsutsuki clan. This monumental task, capable of overturning the entire world, had fallen into Ye Qing's hands. Retrieve the chakra fruits? Ye Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he inquired, "Do you mean to say you possess a method to access the Naruto continent?" Indeed, Lord Ye Qing. The clan leader had constructed a passage to the Naruto continent before entering slumber. However, what is it? Your strength is currently too feeble. You must attain at least the level of a genin, or else you will be unable to withstand the pressures of spatial transfer. Strength levels? In an instant, Ye Qing comprehended Kinshi's meaning. He was only at level 1, with a mere 100 chakra points. Far below the minimum requirement for the task. There are no monsters here for me to slay. Without defeating monsters, how can I level up? Ye Qing muttered, his gaze suddenly fixating on Kinshi's towering figure. Subconsciously asking, "Kinshur, are there other artificial beings here?" "Yes," Kinshur mechanically replied. "Aside from myself, there are 300 advanced support-type artificial beings and 3 million servant-type artificial beings. However, the servant-type artificial beings have long since had their chakra reclaimed by the clan leader and are unable to move. 90% of the support-type artificial beings have also had their chakra reclaimed, leaving only 10 support-type beings to maintain the operation of the entire Ōtsutsuki Castle. 3 million servants, such a large number, and only 10 advanced artificial beings remain. What will happen if they cannot function? Ye Qing inquired that if the support-type artificial beings lose their chakra support, the entire Ōtsutsuki Castle will fall into a state of stagnation, rendering it inoperative, and the awakening of many clan members will be indefinitely postponed. Kinshur explained in response to Ye Qing's question. Understood. Bring them forth. I have matters to discuss. Ye Qing commanded, waving his hand. Yes, Lord Ye Qing. Kinshur promptly responded, turning to leave, and shortly thereafter, 10 human-sized puppets followed behind him into the chamber. Isn't this just white Zetsu? Ye Qing exclaimed in astonishment. The 10 artificial beings trailing Kinshur bore an uncanny resemblance to white Zetsu from Ye Qing's memories, albeit significantly larger in stature. In response to your query, Lord Ye Qing, these artificial beings are puppets produced by the Ōtsutsuki clan through the cultivation of the divine tree across various worlds. However, over countless ages, many of these advanced artificial beings have been lost, and only 10 remain with any mobility. As Kinshur elaborated, the 10 enlarged versions of White Zetsu slowly approached Ye Qing. White Zetsu no. 1. Level 300 Golden Boss, a special puppet created by the Ōtsutsuki clan using the divine tree, possessing certain combat capabilities. White Zetsu number 2. Level 300 Golden Boss, a special puppet created by the Ōtsutsuki clan using the divine tree, possessing certain combat capabilities. White Zetsu number 3. Level 300 Golden Boss, a special puppet created by the Ōtsutsuki clan using the divine tree, possessing certain combat capabilities. In Ye Qing's eyes, the levels and origins of these 10 puppets were laid bare before him. A level 300 Golden Boss was equivalent to a Jonin. What extravagance to have over 300 Jonin-level entities at his disposal. According to the game settings, levels 1 to 100 represented unremarkable ninjas, essentially academy students. Levels 101 to 200 indicated Genin, 201 to 300 denoted Shunin, and 301 to 400 signified Jonin. As for levels beyond 400, they represented Kaga-level figures. Kinshur, how do I destroy them? Ye Qing promptly inquired. Lord Ye Qing, do you wish to reclaim their chakra? Kinshur asked, puzzled that no. I mean, how do I violently destroy them? Ye Qing replied with a faint smile. Although Kinshur did not comprehend Ye Qing's reasoning for wanting to destroy these white Zetsu, as an artificial being, it would never defy Ye Qing's command, and promptly stated, Lord Ye Qing, if you destroy the chakra crystal located in their chests, it will violently dismantle these white Zetsu. Understood. Ye Qing's eyes brightened as he noticed a red crystal, roughly the size of a thumb, emitting a faint glow embedded in the chest of the foremost white Zetsu. With his right hand suddenly outstretched toward the crystal, Ye Qing shouted, Ōtsutsuki Kiba. A low, guttural roar erupted as Ye Qing's right hand transformed into the head of a monstrous serpent, resembling a fearsome dog, and it lunged ferociously at the crystal. Despite the paltry 100 chakra points on his attribute panel being reduced to 0, he could only summon a creature slightly over a meter long. A hybrid of dog and snake, which paled in comparison to the colossal serpent summoned effortlessly by Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki in the original story. Nevertheless, that fragile chakra crystal was firmly clamped in the jaws of this diminutive serpent. With a crisp explosion, the crystal at the forefront white Zetsu's chest shattered under the assault of Ōtsutsuki Kiba. The white Zetsu quivered violently, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud and transforming into a pile of coins and materials. Unfortunately, since these white Zetsu were mere puppet life forms, their loot consisted solely of currency and materials, devoid of any equipment or skill books. Ding! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating a level 300 Golden Boss, earning 100,000 experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 300-level Golden Boss, earning 10,000 merit points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 300-level Golden Boss, receiving a permanent reward, a 10 increase in ninjutsu power. Congratulations to Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 11. Congratulations to Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 31. Congratulations to Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 61. At level 61, he merely destroyed a chakra crystal, and his level surged directly to 61. It is noteworthy that the game has only been live for less than an hour, and the players who normally log into the Naruto world have yet to reach level 5. A swift step leads to rapid advancement. This is the tremendous advantage of a prophet. Once more, Ye Qing's eyes sparkled, and with a mere thought, the monstrous python coiled around him surged forward, sinking its fangs into the chakra crystal on the chest of the second white Zetsu. Boom! Another explosive sound reverberated, and once again, a melodious system notification echoed in Ye Qing's ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 300-level golden boss, earning 100,000 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 300-level golden boss, acquiring 5,000 merit points. Congratulations to Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 71. Congratulations to Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 81. Congratulations to Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 86. At level 86, just one more, Ye Qing exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand once more as the monstrous python lunged at the third white Zetsu's chest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 300-level golden boss, earning 100,000 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 300-level golden boss, acquiring 5,000 merit points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 300-level golden boss, earning 100,000 currency. Total merit points, 20,000. Congratulations to Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 91. Congratulations to Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 100. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for reaching level 100, activating the Genin Breakthrough Quest. Genin Breakthrough Quest. This quest can be activated once the apprentice ninja reaches level 100. Players must travel to various ninja villages to undertake the quest, and upon completion, they can advance to level 101, unlocking a new path of progression. Friendly reminder 1. The breakthrough quests are categorized into 4 difficulties: normal, elite, nightmare, and hell. Completing quests of varying difficulties will yield different levels of rewards and prestige. Friendly reminder 2. Until the breakthrough quest is completed, players will not gain any experience from defeating monsters or completing other tasks. Is there such a setting? Ye Qing was taken aback. After all, there were 10 Jonin-level puppets here, and defeating them would surely elevate his level to over 200. Unfortunately, the breakthrough quest stood in his way. Thankfully, this location is accessible only to me. I shall leave these 7 white Zetsu here. They will eventually be mine. With no other choice, Ye Qing consoled himself in this manner and then addressed Ōtsutsuki Kinshur, saying, "Kinshur, let us proceed to the Naruto continent." Yes, Lord Ye Qing. Just as Ye Qing lamented his inability to gain experience from the remaining 7 Jonin-level white Zetsu, the entire Naruto world erupted due to his actions. Chapter 6. Journey to the Naruto world and the shocked players. In the main Naruto world, due to the influx of billions of players, the online game Tiandao has expanded the Naruto world nearly 100-fold, almost equivalent to several Earths in size. Though the shapes of the nations remain unchanged, the geographical locations and territories have expanded countless times. Correspondingly, to manage the influx of billions of players, the scale of each ninja village has also increased exponentially. Even local ninja NPCs have multiplied into the hundreds of thousands. Newbie villages are densely scattered throughout the nation, with at least several thousand to accommodate these players for activities and leveling up. Holy moly, why are there so many people? That chicken just spawned and was immediately surrounded and killed by dozens of players. What is this? I've been squeezing in for ages and haven't even seen a monster. Look, the players from Dragon City have taken over the area. The highest level among them is already level 4. So enviable. The players from Wushuang City have also claimed a spot. I heard someone even dropped a green piece of equipment. Damn, that's amazing. I'm still using a newbie, can I? Sigh at this rate. How many years will it take us to reach Genin? Those large factions have recruited a batch of players who participated in the beta test, along with some Tiandao gaming experts, to outpace us. And the people from Mingxin Group, I heard their young lady, Lilu, led a large group to eradicate a bandit hideout, and their levels have already reached level 5. Sigh, it seems this Tiandao gaming world is once again dominated by these major factions. There's nothing we can do. Even the nation tacitly approves of the development of these major factions. Quick, quick, quick! Another chicken has spawned. Let us kill it. Get lost. This chicken is ours. The Gallon Temple has claimed it. Damn, what's Gallon Temple to us? Brothers of Huashi Weiing, kill the chicken, regardless of the nation or the ninja village. All around the newbie villages, players were packed tightly, slaughtering chickens, dogs, and ducks, creating a scene of utter chaos. Just then, a series of system notifications suddenly resonated in the ears of the billions of players in the Naruto continent. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has achieved the first kill of the 300-level golden boss, earning 100,000 experience points and a permanent reward. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has achieved the first kill of the 300-level golden boss, earning 100,000 experience points and a permanent reward. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has achieved the first kill of the 300-level golden boss, earning 100,000 experience points and a permanent reward. The consecutive world announcements sent the entire player base into a frenzy. Holy moly! The first kill of the 300-level golden boss? I'm not even level 3 yet. 100,000 experience points. How many levels can that possibly raise me? At least over level 50. 50 levels, my goodness! Damn! The Tiandao game has only been live for an hour, and someone has already killed a 300-level boss. This must be a joke. This is a system announcement. It's more genuine than pearls. God! God! Ye Qing, great God, please accept my kneeling. Great God, Ye Qing. I want to have your children. Countless exclamations flooded the world channel. Regrettably, the level leaderboard had yet to be activated. If these players were to discover that Ye Qing's level had skyrocketed to level 100 in mere minutes, would they be utterly shocked? Somewhere in the land of fire, Lilu, leading a faction of Mingxin Group players, was at a bandit hideout that had been eradicated. The world announcement left Lilu and other high-ranking members of the Mingxin Group aghast. The first kill of the 300-level golden boss. This must be false. Impossible. We gathered over 300 people just to defeat a level 10 bandit leader. How could Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing possibly kill a 300-level golden boss in 1 hour? Could it be a bug? Unthinkable. The Tiandao game is overseen by Tiandao. How could there be bugs? Is it possible that this person has a card for the boss? Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Investigate him. Yes, young lady, Lilu decisively issued orders. Yet her expression was tinged with confusion as she murmured, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Could it be that useless fellow? No, it's impossible. That guy only knows how to chase after women. How could he possibly enter the Tiandao game? In a certain location in the Land of Lightning, the players of Wushuang City gathered over 500 individuals, encircling a large monster spawn point, prohibiting other players from entering. The members of Wushuang City could freely farm experience at this location. The leading figures appeared nonchalant, already equipped with a full set of beginner ninja gear, ruthlessly slaughtering the wild monsters. This Tiandao game is our opportunity for rise. We must seize the moment. This time, the Wushuang City shall devote all its might to the Yunin village, and we shall undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable force. The Mingxin Group has indeed chosen Konoha as their primary target. Although Konoha possesses potential, it is undeniably the weakest at this stage. If we can seize control of Yunin village and annihilate Konoha, then all treasures that rightfully belong to Konoha shall be ours. Ha ha! World announcement. World announcement. Just as the laughter of several core members of Wushuang City faded, an enchanting system notification rang in their ears, leaving them momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Curse it! Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Who is this character that has suddenly appeared? A first kill of a level 300 golden boss? Impossible! Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. According to our intelligence, there is no such surname as Ōtsutsuki. Could it be a name arbitrarily chosen by a player? Regardless, investigate. I want to know everything about Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing in the shortest time possible. Yes, Lord City Master. In a certain small ninja village, players with resolute expressions moved in unison, resembling soldiers. These warriors dragged some near-death wild monsters over, allowing a few elder leaders to deliver the final blows, thus gaining substantial experience to level up in this world. We must reign as rulers. Indeed, according to our projections, once this world descends, it shall undergo significant transformation. Excellent. We shall gather all military factions to first occupy the small ninja village, employing a strategy of surrounding cities with rural areas. World announcement. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Investigate. We must uncover him at all costs and bring him into our ranks. If he belongs to another nation, eliminate him. With the issuance of the world announcement, countless hidden forces and nations turned their attention to Otsutsuki Ye Qing. This moment, Ye Qing arrived at Chapter 7, upgrading A-rank ninjutsu, the terrifying power of Flamebird. Name: Otsutsuki Ye Qing Faction. Neutral level, 100 age, 15 strength, apprentice ninja physique, 10,000 spirit, 10,000 chakra, 10,000 chakra attributes. Wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, yin, yang bloodline limit. Byakugan, Rinnegan skills. Space-time traversal, LV1. Time freeze, LV1. Binding technique, LV1. Levitation technique, LV1. Flamebird, LV1. Monkey rock, LV1. Ōtsutsuki life, LV1. Byakugan, ninjutsu absorption, LV1. Ninjutsu rebound, LV1. Chakra fruit creation, yin-yang release. Equipment: beginner kunai, apprentice ninja headband, apprentice ninja top, apprentice ninja bottom, apprentice ninja boots. Merit points: 20,000 points to in the Naruto continent. At the border of the land of fire, newbie village number 8858, Ye Qing emerged from a blinding white light. Surveying his personal attribute panel, his expression darkened slightly. The reason was simple. The Ōtsutsuki clan was unable to pass through the teleportation array. According to his explanation, he is merely an artificial being, and the teleportation array can only transport living entities. If he were to forcefully teleport, it would shatter the chakra crystal, resulting in destruction. With no other option, Ye Qing had to step onto the teleportation array alone and arrive at the Naruto continent. Based on Ye Qing's speculation, several decades from now, Otsutsuki Momoshiki would likely utilize a high-level space-time traversal skill to bring the Ōtsutsuki clan to the Naruto continent. System: what is the purpose of merit points? Ye Qing focused his gaze on the merit points section, and if he guessed correctly, these 20,000 merit points were obtained from slaying 3 Ōtsutsuki clan puppets. The first puppet alone granted him a staggering 10,000 merit points. Ding dong. Merit points. Players earn these precious points upon achieving significant contributions, such as first kills of world bosses or completing mainline quests that alter the course of a narrative. Purpose: players can consume merit points to enhance skill proficiency, increase the success rate of crafting equipment, and inherit bloodline limits. Note: the importance of merit points cannot be overstated. Players should consume them judiciously. Can proficiency in skills be enhanced? Ye Qing's eyes brightened suddenly, and he hurriedly opened his skill panel to examine it. Space-time traversal. S-rank skill. Level: LV1 proficiency. 1,100,000 note. At LV1, 1 merit point can enhance 1 point of proficiency. 10 merit points are required to increase proficiency by 1 point. I currently possess 20,000 merit points, yet I cannot even elevate level 1. At LV1, the consumption is so minimal. This implies that the higher the level, the greater the merit points required for consumption. Gazing at the space-time traversal S-rank skill, Ye Qing fell into deep contemplation. Space-time traversal allows one to traverse other dimensions. In the original narrative, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki employed this skill to enter Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's icy realm and engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 pillars. However, this skill is currently of little use to me. My primary focus must be on enhancing my main combat skills and progressing through the Chunin exams. With this in mind, Ye Qing's gaze shifted to the 3 subsequent skills. Ōtsutsuki life, A-rank skill, LV1. Flamebird, A-rank skill, LV1. Monkey rock, A-rank skill, LV1. I shall choose Flamebird and Monkey rock. The firebirds created by Flamebird possess the widest attack range and can fly, making them ideal for large-scale monster farming. Monkey rock can summon a lava giant, proving useful in specific locations. Flamebird, A-rank skill, level: LV1 proficiency, 110,000 monkey rock, a rank skill, level, LV1 proficiency, 110. 000 under Ye Qing's guidance. The level of Flame Bird rapidly ascended to LV2, and the proficiency cap instantly soared to 20,000 points. Merit points are insufficient. Ye Qing shook his head. Having merely elevated 2 A-rank skills consumed all his merit points. Now that both A-rank skills are only at level 2, he wondered how they would compare to the Flame Bird and Monkey Rock that Momoshiki unleashed in the original narrative. It was time to venture into the wild and test it out. With this thought in mind, Ye Qing promptly exited newbie village number 8858 and headed toward the wilderness. Oh my! Why does this fellow look so strange? He has 2 horns protruding from his head. This person must be a player. Having emerged from the newbie village, if he were a monster, the guardian ninjas of the newbie village would have eliminated him upon approach. Wow, his skin is so fair and handsome. Hey, handsome, what skincare products do you use? Wow, he truly is handsome. Look at his eyes, they're like jade. Oh my, how can he fly? Is that a unique ninjutsu? Whoa, look at his name, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. He's the one who just achieved the first kill of the level 300 golden boss. Indeed, it is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Is this levitation technique his reward for the first kill? Ye Qing, the Great One, don't run away. I want to bear your children. As soon as Ye Qing emerged from the newbie village, he was besieged by countless players who shrieked and rushed toward him. Simultaneously, the World Channel was flooded with news of his appearance at the border of the Land of Fire, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Unfazed by the commotion surrounding him, Ye Qing continued to float into the distance. With his levitation technique, even the most treacherous mountain paths posed no challenge for him, though it proved arduous for the players trailing behind him. Why is Ye Qing moving so swiftly? Where is he going? Damn! Ahead lies an area populated by humanoid monsters, with levels at least 20 and above. Look, numerous mountain bandits are charging toward us. We can't fight them off. I'm only level 4. Damn, a level 50 wandering ninja. Where on earth is Ye Qing headed? As Ye Qing ventured deeper, the players behind him were engulfed in a sea of monsters, unable to keep up. Meanwhile, Leiluo's figure appeared in a rather dilapidated village. Wandering ninja. Level 99 Silver Mini-Boss, Apprentice Ninja. Wandering Ninja. Level 99 Silver Mini-Boss, Apprentice Ninja. Wandering Ninja. Level 100 Silver Boss, Apprentice Ninja. Over 100 wandering ninjas, ranging from level 90 to 100, roamed this village. These wandering ninjas represented the final batch of humanoid monsters encountered by players when they ascended to the rank of Genin, in other words. These wandering ninjas were the most formidable bosses in the newbie zone. Upon spotting Ye Qing, the wandering ninjas swiftly drew their kunai and charged at him. Faced with these wandering ninjas, Ye Qing merely shook his head in disdain and suddenly stretched out his hand. Commanding, Flame Bird. Chapter 8. Is wealth equivalent to power? The encirclement of Longchen. Not long after Ye Qing departed from the novice village, an array of dazzling teleportation lights suddenly erupted beside the teleportation portal of Novice Village No. 8858. As the brilliance dissipated, numerous players, clad in full sets of armor adorned with dragon-shaped insignias upon their chests, surged forth in the direction of the village's exit, and to the forefront were 3 seemingly affluent youths, each outfitted in the finest equipment available at this stage. Particularly noteworthy were the kunai and katana they wielded, shimmering with a faint blue glow in the realm of the Naruto-themed online game. All equipment is classified by the intensity of its color. The most inferior is the whiteboard gear, devoid of any additional attributes. Next is the green equipment, which possesses a single extra attribute, followed by blue gear, which offers 2, golden equipment with 3, and dark golden gear, boasting 5 additional attributes. These 5 tiers represent the pinnacle of what ordinary players can attain. Equipment of higher calibers is reserved for elite ninjas, high-ranking jonin, and even shadow-level figures, making it immensely powerful. These 3 youths are the most influential figures within Longchen, possessing considerable clout over a portion of the Fire Nation's Longchen. The leader, known in the game as Yinglong, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the chaotic crowd around him and inquired, "Have all the players surrounding Longchen been summoned?" "Rest assured, the moment I received news of that brat Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, I gathered all our minions above level 5, replied the youth to his left, known as Zhulong. His face alight with excitement, he relished the thrill of PK, player killing. Should we report this to our superiors? Recklessly eliminating someone of unknown origin might not bode well for Longqing's development in this online world, cautioned the youth on the right, known as Qiulong, who was considered the most discerning of the trio. What is there to fear? He merely stumbled upon luck by finding a boss card. I've inquired with several major factions, and none have heard of anyone named Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. We must eliminate him. By vanquishing him and claiming the rewards for defeating the 300-level golden boss, Longqing will rise to prominence in this online realm. Zhulong scoffed, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Zhulong is right. Yinglong nodded in agreement, stating, the forces of Wushuang City, the Mingsan Group, the Jialan Temple, and several other major factions have concentrated their efforts in this online world. Our strength in Longqing is still somewhat lacking compared to these large forces. We must adopt unconventional tactics to seize the initiative. This Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is our opportunity. Hearing his companion's fervent declarations, Qiulong could only sigh inwardly and remark, I hope this Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is merely a lucky fool. Otherwise, what is there to fear? Relay the orders. On sighting Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, kill him on the spot. Zhulong bellowed with a hearty laugh, issuing commands that a reward of 1 million Huaxia coins for anyone who slays Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Furthermore, I will arrange 3 lovely models for you to enjoy for 3 days and nights. Kill, kill, kill. Long live Zhulong. Hooray! Slay Ye Qing, bed the models. Slay Ye Qing, bed the models. Boss, we see that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has entered the area of humanoid monsters, where the creatures are at least level 50. Does he think he can escape? Kill him. Do not engage the monsters. Retreat at the fastest speed and trap Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, understood? Yes, boss, with a force of over 3,000 elite players from surrounding novice villages. All above level 5, Longqing was determined to seize all of Ye Qing's equipment. Yinglong, Zhulong, and Qiulong led the charge, followed by their 3,000 comrades, hastening in pursuit of Ye Qing's departing figure. The forceful advance of over 3,000 players captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Whoa, that dragon insignia? They seem to be from Longqing. Someone immediately exclaimed upon noticing the emblem on their chest, T least level 5. The foremost among them is already at level 9. Wow, I had applied to join Longqing earlier, but they completely ignored me. To join Longqing, you must possess at least 1 billion in real-world wealth. In the game, you should be at least level 5 and have at least 1 piece of green equipment to qualify as a reserve member. So many of them. Where are they headed? It looks like they're going to the humanoid monster area. Are they planning to monopolize the humanoid monsters? Are they out of their minds? Those humanoid monsters are not only high level. They can also summon allies. We're no match for them right now. Then where are they going? With that murderous aura. Surely they're off to hunt Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. He just vanished in this direction. Quick, let's follow them. With Longqing clearing the path, we might reap some benefits too. That Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is the one who achieved the first kill on the 300-level boss. He is bound to have powerful equipment. Perhaps even artifacts. Artifact. Let's go. Let us go. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing belongs to our novice village. If anyone is to kill him, it should be us. The spoils will be shared among us. A cacophony of discussions erupted, filled with confusion and astonishment. Yet even more voices brimmed with greed and excitement, unhesitatingly tailing the Longqing players into the forest. So many humanoid monsters. We can't possibly kill them. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Watch me. Water release. Water arrow jutsu. Wind release. Wind blade jutsu. Ugh, they barely take any damage. They're coming for us. These humanoid monsters are so powerful. Damn it, we're only level 56. Those humanoid monsters are at least level 50. One of them could wipe out hundreds of us. You idiots. Who told you to fight the monsters? Quickly draw their attention away. Split up a few to lure the monsters. Damn, that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Where are you hiding? I will tear you to shreds. In the depths of the forest, thousands of players fled in panic, utterly unable to organize an effective offensive, which incited a barrage of curses from the 3 leaders of Longqing. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from not far away in the dense woods. followed by a violent eruption of flames shooting skyward. Chapter 9. The Fire Phoenix, who is the true boss. Flames soared, and waves of heat rolled. To the astonishment of the thousands of players, a gigantic firebird, at least 10 meters in length, suddenly took flight from the nearby woods, soaring freely through the air. This magnificent creature radiated intense flames, transforming into fiery orbs that rained down, igniting the surrounding foliage in a thick plume of smoke. With the gusts of wind fanning the flames, the inferno swiftly spread through the nearby woodlands. To the players, this direction had transformed into a veritable sea of fire, with the towering flames obscuring all visibility. The firebird resembled a phoenix reborn from the flames, exuding a truly imposing presence. Whoa, a fire phoenix? Is there really a fire phoenix in this world? Could it be a divine beast? Are you foolish? Divine beasts can't be this small. The divine beasts I've seen in videos of other big shots are all several hundred meters tall. Reborn from the flames. It must be a fire phoenix. Wait, it's a newborn fire phoenix, which is why it's so small. It could also be a phoenix that has just undergone its rebirth, making it weaker at this stage. That makes sense. No wonder Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing came here. His target is this fire phoenix. Let us go. This fire phoenix is our treasure. We cannot allow Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing to claim it alone. Exactly. The phoenix belongs to all of us. Bring down the fire phoenix. Damn. Someone uploaded a video of the fire phoenix to the forum. Many are commenting that they're on their way. Mingsan group is already en route. We need to hurry. Wushuang City has sent people too. In addition, there exists the Temple of Jialan, which lies over 100 kilometers from here. Remarkably, they have expended 1,000,000 taels of gold to teleport 1,000 high-level players, charging forth to this vicinity. Furthermore, the people from Wadi Indu have also arrived. Goodness, I see the third elder. He has brought along a group of followers as well. So many people. Look, the forums are about to explode. Thousands of players are congregating, chattering excitedly among themselves. Not only these ordinary players, but even the 3 influential figures from Longqing present here are also exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with fervor. It is well understood that the most thrilling aspect of gaming is not leveling up or flirting with others, but the competition for bosses. Goodness, it is the Fire Phoenix. Our luck is exceptional. Zhu Long gazes intently at the massive flaming bird soaring in the sky, speaking with palpable excitement. Ying Long, equally thrilled, manages to suppress his enthusiasm, stating, I have already relayed the news. They will dispatch more elites to the 8,858 novice village. With so many players having witnessed the emergence of the Fire Phoenix, this news cannot be suppressed. Qiu Long looks around at the players with a worried expression. What is there to fear? We shall simply slay it. Zhu Long retorts fiercely, eyeing the enthusiastic players around him. No, the news has already spread. What we must do now is swiftly approach the Fire Phoenix's active area and seize all advantageous terrain. We must not be scattered by other players and factions. Ying Long promptly rejects Zhu Long's suggestion. Indeed, our current objective is not to impede other players and factions from arriving, but to preemptively eliminate this Fire Phoenix. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Zhu Long shouts, leading the charge directly towards the direction of the Fire Phoenix's appearance. The other members of Longqing, along with players from the 8858 novice village, follow suit, rushing towards the Fire Phoenix. At that moment, as the players from Longqing head towards the Fire Phoenix, players from all around, within a radius of over 100 kilometers centered on the 8858 novice village, are hastily converging towards this location. This marks the first world boss discovered since the launch of the Naruto Tendo online game. Slaying the Fire Phoenix not only promises a bounty of experience, but may also yield divine artifacts for the various factions. The one that secures the first kill of the world boss is almost assuredly destined to establish itself as the foremost power in the Naruto realm. Thus, this Fire Phoenix is coveted by all major factions. In Wushuang City, hurry! All elite members, expedite your pace. Do not concern yourselves with teleportation costs. Merely reach the 8858 novice village, and you shall receive a reward of 10,000 Huaxia coins. Gather all elite members. Regardless of what you are currently doing, make haste to the 8,858 novice village. Damn it! Our main forces are in the land of lightning, and with the Ninja World War yet to commence. We cannot teleport there. We must rely on ourselves, find allies. The Ming Sun group has mutual interests with us, and we can form an alliance with them that it appears we have no other choice at the Jiaolan Temple. The members of the Fire God Temple and Thunder God Temple are already assembled, anticipated to teleport en masse to the 8858 Novice Village in 3 minutes. Having watched the video on the forum, it is highly likely that the newly emerged Fire Phoenix can be defeated through sheer numbers. It is said that the Fire Phoenix was discovered while players from Longsheng were pursuing another player. Longsheng, those nouveau riches dare to obstruct the Jiaolan Temple. We shall slay them all. Yes, boss. At the Mingsun group, Miss Leilu, young master Yu has arrived at the 8858 Novice Village and is heading towards the boss spawn point. At a certain outpost, Leilu gazes at the densely packed players before her, coldly declaring, "Everyone, with the emergence of this world boss, we must strike first. I, Leilu, vow that any member who participates in the hunt for the Fire Phoenix will receive a reward of 100,000 Huaxia coins. Furthermore, the Mingxin group is willing to offer 1% of our original shares for those who assist in slaying the Fire Phoenix." What? 100,000 Huaxia coins each, and 1% of the original shares. Such extravagance, truly, the heiress of the Mingsun group. Countless exclamations of astonishment arise, with fervent and admiring gazes directed at the enchanting woman on the platform, clad in form-fitting attire. Leilu, the heiress of the Mingsun group, is regarded as the dream girl of countless individuals in Huaxia. At this moment, as she surveys the sea of eager eyes below, a subtle smile graces her features. Killing a world boss is no simple task. Yet with just a few words, she has garnered such support. What a stroke of fortune. While the world buzzes with excitement over the Fire Phoenix, the members of Longsheng and other players at the outskirts of the 8858 Novice Village are left bewildered. Where is the Fire Phoenix? Where has it gone? Chapter 10. The Great Chaos of the World. One strike to annihilate 10,000. Outside the 8858 Novice Village, Ye Qing stands at a humanoid monster spawn point in the wilderness. Keenly observing the surroundings, the previously bustling humanoid monster spawn point has transformed into a wasteland of charred remains. As he looks around, the once dilapidated and scattered ruins have vanished, replaced by several piles of ash and a few half-burned trees emitting embers. The ash, scorched by flames, extends for several hundred meters, nearly incinerating half the forest. Amidst this heap of ash, dozens of gleaming green and blue items lie scattered, their brilliance stark against the sea of white ash. Standing at the edge of the ashes, the searing heat presses in, engulfing him in warmth that a gust of mountain wind sweeps through, stirring up a flurry of sparks and ash. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the level 99 Silver Miner boss, earning 10,000 experience points. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the level 99 Silver Miner boss. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the level 99 Silver Miner boss. The system prompts echo continuously, yet they hold no allure for Ye Qing. Having reached level 100, without completing the class advancement task, slaying more monsters is futile. Even a mere level 2 Firebird can inflict such extensive damage. With its power akin to the devastation wrought by 3 great fire dragon techniques, truly befitting of the Ōtsutsuki clan, gazing at the several hundred meters of scorched earth, a hint of excitement flickers in Ye Qing's eyes. It is well known that ordinary players can only learn E and D rank ninjutsu, with C rank skills being entirely out of reach. Yet he has mastered several A rank skills, and even possesses S rank techniques. 1. A rank skill alone equates to the damage of thousands of E rank skills that a swift step leads to swifter steps. The Firebird's abilities are impressive. I can only assume that the prowess of the Monkey Rock will be equally formidable. It's time to head to Konoha for the Junior Ninja advancement task. Ye Qing muses, preparing to depart for Konoha. However, before he can turn, his expression suddenly shifts. Possessing the Byakugan, he can detect anyone from several miles away, and at this moment he perceives thousands of players recklessly charging toward him, undeterred by the surrounding humanoid monsters. Even further back, an even greater number of players are excitedly rushing forth, at least tens of thousands. Upon opening the World Channel, he discovers that it is now dominated by discussion surrounding the Fire Phoenix and his own name. After observing for a moment, he realizes that the players from Longcheng, in their eagerness to encircle him, mistook his summoned Firebird for the world boss, the Fire Phoenix, thus inciting a nationwide hunt from various factions. The 8858 novice village has become the epicenter of the world. Ye Qing lowers his head. Due to his affiliation with the Ōtsutsuki clan, his originally short hair has transformed into flowing silver locks, shimmering with a faint luster. Quite striking. Hidden beneath his long hair, his Byakugan suddenly reveals a glimmer of murderous intent. You worthless ants dare to hunt me? Since you seek the Fire Phoenix, I shall oblige. Ye Qing's voice betrays no emotion as he nonchalantly waves his hand, retrieving the dazzling green and blue items into his inventory before swiftly vanishing from the scene. Moments later, Ye Qing materializes before the leading players of Longcheng. Standing proudly aloft in the air, who is that? The leading Zhu Long jumped back in surprise, but as he lifted his gaze and beheld the figure floating before him, his eyes instantly ignited with excitement. The Dongmu Ye Qing, it truly is you. You are indeed the Dongmu Ye Qing. But what of the Fire Phoenix? Damn it! I thought that Dongmu Ye Qing had perished at the hands of the Fire Phoenix. Yet here you are alive. If the Dongmu Ye Qing is alive, then what of the Fire Phoenix? Humph. This Dongmu Ye Qing must have escaped. The Fire Phoenix is surely still in its lair. A cacophony of chattering voices erupted. Due to the blockade of numerous humanoid monsters, players from several major factions had gathered en masse, with at least hundreds of thousands in sight. Kill, slay the Dongmu Ye Qing, and earn a reward of 1 million Huaxia coins. With a furious roar, Zhu Long charged towards Ye Qing at the forefront of the group. Kill him, eliminate the Dongmu Ye Qing, loot the equipment, faced with the relentless tide of players surrounding him from all directions. A trace of disdain flickered across Ye Qing's eyes that he casually waved his right hand forward, and an inferno of blazing flames suddenly materialized before him. Yanqin, boom, 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 in the eyes of thousands of incredulous players. The Fire Phoenix they had longed for appeared right there before them. With a cry, the majestic creature merely flapped its wings, and several fireballs, each the size of a human head, spontaneously emerged, hurtling directly towards them. Boom! Impossible! This is the Fire Phoenix. Zhu Long's face blanched as he gazed at the enormous fireball hurtling toward him, paralyzed with fear. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions shattered the ranks of the Dragon City players, particularly devastating those caught in the heart of the fireballs, who were obliterated into mere fragments of white light, dead beyond recovery. Ah, run! Is this a ninjutsu? Is this truly ninjutsu? Can ninjutsu be this powerful? The Dongmu Ye Qing is cheating. Impossible. The Naruto-themed game just launched today. How could the Dongmu Lei Luo be this strong? The Fire Phoenix. Damn it. The Fire Phoenix is actually the Dongmu Ye Qing's pet. Run. Dragon City is doomed. A chorus of cries for help and exclamations rang out as, under Ye Qing's command, the colossal Firebird flapped its enormous flaming wings, summoning a multitude of fireballs that rained down upon the players. At this moment, ordinary players lacked the courage to contend with Ye Qing. Even if all players banded together, it would be futile. Ding! Congratulations to player to Dongmu Ye Qing for completing the Slaughter Task 1000 Slays for the first time. Earning 100 merit points? Ding! Congratulations to player to Dongmu Ye Qing for completing the Slaughter Task 10,000 Slays for the first time, earning 1,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to player to Dongmu Ye Qing for completing the Slaughter Task 100,000 Slays for the first time. Earning 10,000 merit points, with a single move, he annihilated 100,000. Chapter 11. The Tragic Fate of Dragon City and the Elder's Actions. As waves of pale white resurrection light appeared, angered curses and fearful discussions erupted from the hundreds of novice resurrection points scattered throughout the land of fire. The Dongmu Ye Qing, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Damn it, I finally reached level 6, and losing half my experience from one death means hours of grinding again. This time, nearly all elite players from Dragon City have lost half their experience. Our levels have fallen far behind other factions that in a certain novice village. Zhu Long emerged from the resurrection point, nearly jumping in rage as he cursed, his companions Ying Long and Xiao Long wearing equally grim expressions. This that Tongmu Lei Luo should not belong to any major faction. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized forces to hunt him down. A lone wolf, he must have fortuitously stumbled upon a bug and slain a level 300 boss. That skill resembling the Fire Phoenix must be a reward he received for defeating the level 300 boss. If he doesn't belong to any major faction, then he must be a commoner? Zhu Long's eyes nearly bled with fury as he cursed. A mere commoner dares to kill me. Once I discover who you are, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Investigate. Find out who he is. The Tongmu Ye Qing. The surname Tongmu originates from the Naruto world, yet we have yet to ascertain its source. However, Xiao Long's eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly stated, "However, what do you mean?" Zhu Long immediately inquired, "Why Ye Qing? Look into anyone named Ye Qing in the real world. If they bear this name, there's an 80 chance it is this the Tongmu Ye Qing. We will undoubtedly uncover this brat's true identity in no time." Xiao Long spoke with confidence. "Why Ye Qing? I recall that Lei Lu the Ming Sun Group has a brother named Ye Qing. Doesn't he?" Ying Long's eyes brightened as he spoke. "Don't mention that waste. All he does is chase after women. He could never be him." Xiao Long interrupted Ying Long's speculation, asserting, if it were really the Ye Qing from Ming Sun Group, they wouldn't have allied with Wushuang City to hunt down Ye Qing, would they? Given that brat's disposition, he is probably busy sleeping with some girl right now. So it cannot possibly be him. Xiao Long asserted firmly, prompting the other two to nod in agreement. In that case, find out for me. Every person named Ye Qing in the real world, uncover their identities for me." Yes. Almost simultaneously, the trio from Dragon City set their real-world resources in motion to investigate the Tongmu Ye Qing's true identity. While other major factions began their own efforts to uncover the secrets of the Tongmu Ye Qing, in a small ninja village, several elders convened, with the third elder detailing the day's events surrounding the attempted slaying of the Fire Phoenix. Once the third elder finished recounting the specifics, the other elders fell into an unusual silence, ultimately broken by the Grand Elder's inquiry. According to the third elder, that Fire Phoenix is not a world boss, but rather a skill belonging to the player named the Tongmu Ye Qing. Correct? Indeed, Grand Elder. The third elder respectfully nodded, stating, "Over 10,000 of our nation's highest-level players witnessed that the Tongmu Lei Luo merely waved his hand, and the Fire Phoenix materialized from thin air. In just a matter of minutes, he annihilated all those players." Hiss! As the third elder's words hung in the air, the expressions of the other elders wielding the highest authority in the nation shifted. Their gazes filled with astonishment and caution. This Tian Dao gaming world is unlike any other. Instruct the National Security Bureau to log off and utilize the name Ye Qing as a breakthrough point for investigation. Understood. Yes, Grand Elder. With a series of commands issued, thousands of elite members from the National Security Bureau went offline, combing through the information on anyone named Ye Qing among the billions of people nationwide. Seeking verification, simultaneously, major factions like Ming Sun Group and Wushuang City began to leverage their real-world influence to covertly investigate Ye Qing's information and identity, causing a massive uproar. This is bad. Everyone, look at the World Forum. Someone has uploaded a video of the Tongmu Ye Qing effortlessly dispatching players. At that moment, several elders' notification functions began blinking incessantly, prompting an urgent call to attention. The other elders eagerly opened the forum, only to find a glaringly bold and red title at the top, prominently displayed among hundreds of thousands, even millions of posts. It is essential to note that the forum in the Tian Dao gaming world is not an ordinary forum. To post, one must possess significant strength within the game and pay a fee for each post. Thus, frivolous posts are rare, and only serious matters pass the forum's scrutiny. 18 major factions attempted to slay the Tongmu Ye Qing. Yet the formidable Tongmu Ye Qing annihilated them with a single strike. Upon clicking the video, it showcased the scene where the Tongmu Ye Qing floated effortlessly above the heads of over 100,000 players. Simply waving his hand to conjure a colossal fire phoenix towering over them, its wings flapped. Countless fireballs rained down like hail, and amidst the cacophony of explosions, the players scattered in a frenzy. Engulfed in waves of white light, their deaths unending. The video alone was enough to pale the faces of the players, not to mention the comments below, which rendered the elders' expressions even more grim. What the hell? A multitude of players, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, converged to hunt down a single individual, only to be vanquished by one. Such colossal factions appear utterly inept, yet they boast of being the largest gathering in the real world. A mere collection of detritus. How I long to witness the illustrious San Chong Lao Run, who too met his demise. Not to mention the three titans of Longcheng, the first to be eliminated in an instant. Truly, the great Daitamyu Ye Qing is formidable, single-handedly pursuing and annihilating over 100,000 foes. This is merely the inaugural day of the server, and if Daitamyu Ye Qing can achieve this, just wait until we players have ascended to greater levels. Daitamyu Lei Luo shall surely fall. Oh, great deity, I beseech you to add me as a friend. I wish to bear your progeny. From this moment forth, you shall be my idol. Idol. Chapter 12. The Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire. A hellish difficulty promotion quest. The murmurs from the global forum failed to disturb Ye Qing, who had already returned from the battlefield to the novice village 8858, making his way toward the teleportation array. His paramount objective was to complete the Genin promotion task with utmost swiftness. Only by fulfilling this task could he continue to level up and maintain his lead. To his astonishment, completing a killing task also granted merit points. However, it seemed that only the first kill would yield such points. Slaying over 100,000 players bestowed upon him an impressive total of over 10,000 merit points. Gazing at his personal attribute panel, Ye Qing mused, with 11,100 merit points, I can elevate another A-level skill to level 2. Thus, he upgraded the level of his Ōtsutsuki canine technique in the skill section of his personal attributes to level 2. Meanwhile, players resurrecting from Novice Village 8858 surrounded Ye Qing, whispering amongst themselves, yet none dared to approach. He is Daitamyu Lei Luo. How incredible. He eliminated over 100,000 of us with a single strike. What level could he possibly be? 70. 80. Who knows? Killing the first 300-level boss must have granted him enough experience to reach at least level 50. Damn it, 50? I'm merely at level 4 and have lost half my experience. This game is so difficult. Look, the deity has arrived at the teleportation array. Where is he headed? Holy cow. Using the teleportation array costs 1,000 taels of gold, regardless of the destination. Fool. The deity must have accrued far more than 1,000 taels from slaying over 100,000 players. Listening to the discourse of the surrounding players, Ye Qing remained unfazed and promptly activated the teleportation array. Selecting his destination, he returned from Daitamyu Castle to the land of Hokage, landing within the borders of the Land of Fire. At present, the Ninja World War had yet to commence, and players could not utilize the teleportation array to traverse to other nations. They were obliged to walk. However, on foot, they would encounter countless monsters, and given the current levels of players, they could scarcely leave the novice village, let alone venture to other nations. As a member of a neutral faction, he should be able to undertake the Genin promotion task in any ninja village. Naturally, his best option was Konoha. In this era, it was the 45th year of Konoha, on the eve of the Third Ninja World War. The 12 Konoha young were yet to be born, and the nine-tailed Jinchuriki was still Kushina Uzumaki. Contemplating the historical context of this celestial online game, plans began to crystallize in Ye Qing's mind. Soon, he opted for the teleportation array leading to the Hidden Leaf Village, initiating the transfer. Ding! Player Daitamyu Lei Luo has chosen the Hidden Leaf Village as the teleportation destination. Do you wish to proceed? Note, all players, please be advised that the 5 great ninja villages only accept players of level 100 and above. Players below level 100 cannot enter the 5 great ninja villages. Affirmative. Buzz! Following a resounding boom, a variety of structures came into view before Ye Qing, alongside towering walls constructed from wooden stakes. Gazing into the distance, he beheld stone walls adorned with the lifelike carvings of 3 heads, all gazing intently upon the entire ninja village. Here lies the Hidden Leaf Village. In comparison to the original storyline, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Celestial game is at least 10 times larger. Ye Qing marveled at the vast expanse before him, But he found himself not within the village itself, but rather outside its confines to accommodate the influx of billions of players entering the celestial online game. Each ninja village constructed satellite towns outside their walls, serving as commonplace locales for players. Yet now, within this player city, Ye Qing stood alone. Following the system's guidance, he swiftly arrived at a grand structure, where he found the NPC responsible for the genin promotion examination. According to the system's explanation, Ye Qing quickly comprehended the specifics of the genin promotion task. Upon reaching level 100, every player would automatically receive the genin promotion task, proceeding to designated NPCs within their respective factions. Upon completion, they would ascend to genin status within their faction. For those of a neutral faction, they could undertake the promotion task in any faction. When undertaking the promotion task in a particular faction, an option to join that faction would appear. Choosing to join would result in becoming a member of the selected faction, while opting not to join would retain one's neutral status. Furthermore, the difficulty of these promotion tasks varied. The greater the challenge, the richer the rewards upon completion. Each faction's genin promotion tasks were categorized into 4 difficulty levels: normal, elite, nightmare, and the most arduous, hellish difficulty. The ninjas overseeing the genin promotion tasks in the Hidden Leaf Village were 3 middle-ranking ninjas clad in grass-green vests, each bearing the Leaf Village forehead protector. They gazed curiously at the rabbit-like horns protruding from the back of Ye Qing's head, as well as his strikingly pale eyes. However, the trio refrained from speaking, and the foremost middle ninja directly inquired, "Wandering ninja, Daitongmu Ye Qing, you wish to undertake the genin promotion task in our Hidden Leaf Village, correct?" "Indeed." "Excellent. Please remit a fee of 10,000 taels." The 3 middle-ranking ninjas, adhering to protocol, collected the requisite fee from Ye Qing and promptly produced 4 identical wooden tokens. Each token bore different inscriptions: normal, elite, nightmare, hell. These 4 tokens represented the varying difficulties of the genin promotion tasks. "Wandering ninja, Daitongmu Ye Qing, please select the difficulty level for your genin promotion task." "Hell difficulty." Faced with the 4 levels of difficulty, Ye Qing exhibited no hesitation, choosing the most challenging option without a second thought. Upon making a selection, the expressions of the 3 middle-ranking ninjas shifted dramatically, with the leading ninja exclaiming, "Daitongmu Ye Qing, are you certain? This level of task is one I cannot complete myself." Ye Qing, undeterred by their tone, affirmed, "No problem. I choose hell difficulty. Very well." Acknowledging Ye Qing's insistence, the 3 ninjas ceased their objections and swiftly escorted him to an open area, where they stood upon a prearranged formation. With a flash of white light, Ye Qing's figure vanished from that spot, commencing the evaluation for the genin promotion task. Chapter 13. The Hell Difficulty Genin Promotion Task. As the blinding light gradually dissipated, Ye Qing's vision was restored. Am I in a desert? Ye Qing's eyes sparkled with realization as he found himself surrounded by a scorching desert, where boundless yellow sands and raging winds enveloped him, leaving him feeling utterly isolated. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding! Player Daitongmu Ye Qing has selected the Hell Difficulty Genin Promotion Task. Task generation in progress." "Ding! Task generated successfully. Eliminate Sand Ninjas." Task description: Player Daitongmu Ye Qing is surrounded by the ninjas of Sunagakure and must swiftly break through the encirclement of 1,000 Sand Village genin to return to the borders of the Land of Fire. Task hint: to successfully complete this promotion task, you must personally eliminate at least 10 Sand Village genin while breaking through the encirclement of 1,000. The more you slay, the more abundant the subsequent rewards. Task hint: this task is time limited to 180 minutes. Failure to complete the task within the time frame will result in task failure without any death penalty. After listening to this terrifying task of breaking through the ranks, Ye Qing's eyes lit up as a thought crossed his mind, but he realized that the hellish difficulty level of this task was utterly unattainable for a typical player. The Hell difficulty task required one to break free from the encirclement of 1,000 enemy lower ninjas, while the nightmare scenario involved 100 elite ninjas in contrast, the normal difficulty merely demanded a one-on-one confrontation. However, for players, even a one-on-one battle was exceedingly challenging, and they would at most only manage to complete elite-level tasks. The reason lies in the fact that, after reaching level 100, a player's basic attributes still lag far behind those of a normal lower ninja NPC. Additionally, due to the influence of combat experience, players often faced instant defeats against NPC ninjas, relying solely on sheer numbers to overwhelm them, that a player of equivalent level would need at least 10 others to stand a chance against a single NPC ninja. Now, facing the hell difficulty task, Ye Qing was expected to break free from the assault of 1,000 Sand Village lower ninjas, a challenge of unimaginable proportions. Upon carefully surveying his surroundings, he noticed numerous bloodied shurikens scattered across the sandy ground. While not far away lay dozens of ninja corpses in grotesque positions, their deaths horrific. The blood, under the scorching sun, had already congealed into a dark mass, and a pungent metallic scent permeated the air. Truly, this was the world of Tian Dao online gaming, where even the senses of smell and sight were rendered so vividly realistic. Just as this thought crossed Ye Qing's mind, he saw the ground nearby suddenly bulge and rush towards him. Had the task begun? With a swift thought, Ye Qing waved his hand gently, sending dozens of sharp shurikens flying at the rapidly advancing mound of earth. Boom! Deafening explosion erupted as the mound burst apart. And over 10 Sand Village lower ninjas leaped from the ground, unleashing hundreds of shurikens that rained down upon Ye Qing like a torrential storm. His eyes flickered as he quickly assessed the information of these Sand Village ninjas. Sand Village Apprentice Ninja, LV-100 Hostile Faction Ninja, possesses a keen sense of attack and basic ninja skills. Sand Village Apprentice Puppet Master, LV-100 Hostile Faction Ninja, possesses a keen sense of attack and basic ninja skills. Sand Village Apprentice Ninja, LV-198 Hostile Faction Ninja, possesses a keen sense of attack and basic ninja skills. These ninjas hidden beneath the sands were all lower ninjas from the Sand Village, adept in rudimentary puppet techniques and poisons, along with some low-level wind-release jutsu, all charging towards Ye Qing. If an ordinary player were to confront this group of lower ninjas, they would be unable to react in time, let alone escape, and would be eliminated in an instant. Yet, what they faced now was none other than the young leader of the strongest clan in the Naruto world. With a soft sound, Ye Qing merely waved his hand, and a whooshing sound echoed through the air. Concurrently, the yellow sand beneath him began to swirl violently toward the center, accompanied by the emergence of a great deal of magma within mere seconds. A colossal magma giant, nearly 10 meters tall, materialized before Ye Qing, letting out a thunderous roar directed at the group of Sand Village lower ninjas. Roar! Accompanying this roar, the shurikens that had been fired like a rainstorm were suddenly swept back by a violent gust, shattering their formation. Yuan Yin. This jutsu was the lowest-ranked technique Ye Qing currently possessed, merely at LV2, formed through the transformation of earth and fire chakra. This technique was akin to a unique bloodline limit. Lava release. However, the magma giant summoned by this technique was more than capable of crushing elite ninjas and wreaking havoc. In the original storyline, the third Ōtsutsuki, Inoki, summoned a rock giant using the earth release technique during the Fourth Great Ninja War, which paled in comparison to the Yuan Yin Ye Qing was currently executing. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Yuan Yin swung its fist, unleashing a torrent of magma that obliterated the airborne Sand Village ninjas into mere particles of white light. Wind release. Wind blade technique. Wind release. Great wind blade technique. Earth release. Bite technique. Suddenly, dozens of cold shouts echoed from behind Ye Qing as several more teams of Sand Village ninjas appeared, launching a multitude of jutsu toward him. Unfortunately, these techniques were of the lowest D rank, inflicting no harm whatsoever upon Ye Qing. Ninjutsu absorption. With a swift motion of his right hand, the red rinnegan in the center of his palm shone brightly, absorbing the numerous wind blades and earthen walls into pure chakra energy. As these jutsu were absorbed, torrents of violent energy surged from his right hand throughout his body, providing a refreshingly invigorating sensation. With a fierce shout, Ye Qing's left hand formed a claw, striking back at the Sand Village ninjas behind him. Ninjutsu reversal. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as a whirlwind erupted from his left hand, transforming into countless sharp wind blades that tore through the group of Sand Village ninjas. Within mere seconds, Over 100 of the 1,000 lower ninjas from Sand Village had already fallen to Ye Qing's might. Chapter 14. The Hidden Killers of Sand Village. Crushing elite bosses. Kill. Before the echoes of the explosions had subsided, a chilling, intense surge from the desert not far away. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by terrifying roars, a sandbank in the desert suddenly collapsed, revealing 500 Sand Village ninjas who began to wield their hands in unison. Summoning technique. Crow. Summoning technique. Pufferfish. Summoning technique. Puppet. Boom, boom. As clouds of white smoke billowed upward, these ninjas summoned rudimentary puppets that charged towards Ye Qing. Crack, crack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cacophony of screeching sounds erupted as the puppets, before even ascending into the air, opened their mouths, launching a barrage of blue glowing poison needles like a torrential downpour toward Ye Qing. In an instant, a rainstorm of poison needles descended. Puppet technique? A hidden trump card from Sand Village. A smirk of disdain crept across Ye Qing's lips. Although Sand Village's puppet technique was renowned as the best among the 5 great ninja villages, even possessing human puppets made from fallen ninjas that could wield their former strength, it paled in comparison to the Ōtsutsuki clan. The puppets created by the Ōtsutsuki clan exhibited emotions and formidable strength, showing unwavering loyalty to their masters, nearly indistinguishable from living beings. The Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki, a product of this clan's ingenuity, boasted power rivaling that of the strongest shinobi in their prime. In fact, in the original storyline, when Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki faced danger, he willingly offered himself as chakra fruit for Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki to absorb. As the storm of poison needles bore down upon him, Ye Qing's Byakugan heightened his perception to its peak, and the Yuan Yin swiftly positioned itself in front of him, confronting the onslaught of poison needles head-on. For the Ōtsutsuki clan, there were virtually no weaknesses, the only minor one being taijutsu. However, this weakness only became apparent because ninjutsu had no effect on them, thus revealing their relative frailty in physical combat. Yet aside from the eldest and second sons, the Ōtsutsuki clan was nearly unmatched. Clang, 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 clang. A series of collisions resounded as the barrage of poison needles struck the Yuan Yin, causing its magma to burst like bubbles, splattering across the ground and turning the sandy terrain into pools of molten iron, a truly tragic sight. From a distance, the Sand Village commander watched as the colossal magma giant was momentarily restrained, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes. However, before he could act, he felt the ground tremble violently beneath his feet. Boom! In the incredulous gazes of hundreds of Sand Village ninjas, the ground beneath them erupted, and 2 enormous serpents with canine heads surged forth, devouring a dozen Sand Village ninjas in one swift motion. Inu Sai Kenmei. At that moment, Ye Qing's voice drifted from behind the ape rock. The commander of Sunagakure's forces paled, his figure flickering as he appeared beside the monstrous python. With a deft flick of his shuriken, it transformed into a streak of lightning, piercing one of the beast's scales. Unfortunately, despite the shuriken being a finely crafted weapon specially ordered from a land of iron, it was powerless against the python's armored hide, failing to even leave a mark before it fell uselessly to the ground. Disaster! The commander instinctively uttered these words, only to see the python whip around with ferocity, charging at him and swallowing him whole, transforming him into a meal for the beast. Is this truly the hellish difficulty of a genin advancement task? How utterly disappointing. With a soft sigh, Ye Qing's figure rose languidly from behind a rock, his pale eyes scanning the battlefield devoid of emotion. If other players were to overhear such words from Ye Qing, they might very well faint from indignation. For ordinary players, upon reaching level 100, their personal attributes would barely peak at around 200 points, which translated to merely 100 to 200 chakra, sufficient to execute 3D rank ninjutsu, or a single C-rank technique. Players endowed with special bloodline limits and robust physiques might attain base attributes of 300 to 500 points, but seldom more did I. In contrast, the base attributes of common NPC ninjas would roughly hover around 1,000 points. Now, at level 100, Ye Qing's base attributes had soared to an astonishing 10,000 points. Coupled with his lineage from the Ōtsutsuki clan, he was more than capable of overpowering these NPC ninjas. Against these mere Sunagakure Genin, Ye Qing's ninjutsu was utterly devastating. Ants, where could they possibly flee? Suddenly, Ye Qing's eyes sparkled, his alabaster pupils narrowing as he spotted a group of Sunagakure ninjas fleeing into the distance. Several miles away in the desert, boom! A resounding crash echoed from the sky as Ye Qing surged forward at incredible speed toward their direction, generating a series of sonic booms in his wake. Retreat! Quickly retreat. The target possesses at least Jonin-level strength. We are no match. How could our reconnaissance ninjas fail to gauge the enemy's power? Genin. Which ninja village's Genin could be so formidable? Hurry, Captain Yamaki has fallen. We must relay this information back to the village. A cacophony of voices erupted as the remaining 300 ninjas from Sunagakure scattered in various directions, completely disregarding their fallen comrades behind. In this task world, these NPC ninjas have been granted life by the game's divine will, possessing their own understanding of the battlefield's dynamics. Whether to attack or retreat was a choice made within their minds. Akin to a real battlefield. Damn it, the target is closing in. Let us engage him. Captain Tezuka, we must ensure the information reaches the village. I will join too. I will help entangle the target, with a chorus of furious shouts. A significant portion of the over 300 ninjas turned back, charging toward Ye Qing. At that moment, they had resolved to face death, their hands gripping shuriken tightly, veins bulging, eyes filled with determination, their minds set on sacrificing their lives to halt Ye Qing's relentless pursuit. Yet before they could reach Ye Qing, a colossal phoenix composed entirely of raging flames descended upon them. Chapter 15. S-Rank Rewards, The World Announcement. Ding Dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for completing the hellish difficulty Genin advancement task. Earning 100,000 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up to LV101. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up to LV102. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up to LV110. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for completing the hellish difficulty Genin advancement task for the first time, earning 10,000 merit points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for completing the hellish difficulty Genin advancement task for the first time, receiving 1 million Ryo. Ding dong. Detected that player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing completed the hellish difficulty Genin advancement task in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Task difficulty rated as S-Rank, receiving S-Rank rewards. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for acquiring the S-Rank ninjutsu. Shinra Tensei, LV1, a unique ability of the Rinnegan. Players must possess the Rinnegan to learn it. Upon activation, it repels objects within a certain range using chakra to determine the force of repulsion, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Ding dong. Detected that player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing completed the hellish difficulty Genin advancement task. Receiving a generic ninja headband, Spirit 100, a generic ninja vest, Stamina 100, and generic ninja boots, Stamina 50. Ding dong. Detected that player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing completed the hellish difficulty Genin advancement task for the first time. Receiving 1 million Ryo. Ding dong. Detected that player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing completed the hellish difficulty Genin advancement task for the first time, becoming the first Genin, earning the special title, Novice Ninja. Novice Ninja. Special title grants 100 to all attributes when equipped, and provides a 100 speed bonus when learning, casting, or practicing ninjutsu. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for advancing to Genin for the first time, unlocking the world-level leaderboard, and gaining 10,000 merit points. A flurry of crisp system notifications rang in Ye Qing's ears, causing his gaze to flicker, but he understood that being the first to become a Genin and successfully passing the hellish difficulty task would undoubtedly yield a plethora of rewards. Yet, he had not anticipated such an abundance of accolades. Experience and merit points aside, the most significant reward was the acquisition of another Rinnegan ability, Shinra Tensei. Until now, the abilities and skills he had obtained from choosing the Ōtsutsuki clan were largely akin to those of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, with a status merely surpassing hers, inherently imposing a bloodline pressure over her. in the original plot. Each character's Rinnegan abilities varied widely. For instance, Nagato wielded Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei. Itachi had Susanoo, and Uchiha Madara possessed the Rinnegan techniques like Limbo, Hengoku, and others. Each character's Rinnegan abilities were influenced by their proficiency with ninjutsu and bloodline limits, granting them unique Rinnegan powers. However, Ye Qing was different. As a player, he could learn all Rinnegan skills through his palms and even create his own techniques. With this thought, Ye Qing's eyes brightened further as he promptly took out the newly acquired S-rank skill, Shinra Tensei Scroll. Ding dong. Detected S-rank ninjutsu scroll, Shinra Tensei. Detected that player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing possesses the Rinnegan and meets the learning criteria. Would you like to learn? As expected, learn. With a command, the scroll in Ye Qing's hand transformed into a beam of light, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, a phantom imprint resembling the Rinnegan appeared in Ye Qing's mind, radiating a soft glow. Learning successful. A flash of white light enveloped Ye Qing, and his figure materialized back at the site of his Genin Advancement Task Assessment. You actually succeeded, as soon as he reappeared. A chorus of astonished voices filled his ears. Turning to look, he saw several figures surrounding a robust man striding toward him, aside from the four-leaf village genin who had been overseeing the area. Indeed, it is the Byakugan. Young man, where did you acquire this Byakugan? Just as Ye Qing completed the hellish difficulty Genin Advancement task, a series of crisp world announcements echoed in the ears of billions of players worldwide. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for successfully advancing to Genin for the first time through the hellish difficulty task. Reward: 1 million Ryo. Acquired S-rank reward. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for successfully advancing to Genin for the first time through the hellish difficulty task. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for successfully advancing to Genin for the first time through the hellish difficulty task. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for successfully advancing to Genin for the first time through the hellish difficulty task. The world level leaderboard is now unlocked, allowing all players to check their levels. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player Ye Qing for being the first to successfully complete the Hell difficulty level Ch promotion task. Ch, on the very first day of the Tian Dao online game Naruto, while nearly all players were still struggling below level 10, Ye Qing had already reached level 100 and even completed the Ch promotion task. Becoming a Ch, such an astonishingly rapid rate of advancement left the genius players and seasoned veterans of the large global factions utterly speechless. They possessed exclusive intelligence and had poured all their family and organizational resources into this game to strategize for domination. Yet they could scarcely fathom that a mere commoner in their eyes had trampled them underfoot. A series of bright red world announcements flooded the global channel, dominating the screen for over 3 minutes, all pertaining to Ye Qing. This time, not only the players from Huagua, but even the hundreds of millions of players worldwide, along with countless elite players from major factions, were all murmuring the same name in their hearts, Ye Qing. Chapter 16. The world erupts a different path. What is happening? I'm only level 6, and Ye Qing has already become a Ch. This can't be true. The highest levels right now are those from the major factions, and they might only reach around level 10, Ye Qing. Isn't that the person who reportedly killed over 100,000 players? And a system announcement of the first kill of a 300-level golden boss. What on earth is Ye Qing's background? Why are 8 out of 10 world announcements about him? One must reach level 100 to undertake the Ch promotion assessment, and for us, hitting level 100 would take at least half a month. Damn it, those who participated in the beta testing of Naruto haven't even reached level 100. What right does he have? This guy must be cheating. The game has only been live for a few hours. Complaints. Complaints! You foolish upstairs. This Naruto is a Tian Dao online game. Where'd the bugs come from? Ye Qing must have discovered some method for rapid leveling up. Look, check the level leaderboard. Ye Qing has already reached level 110. What? 110? Is that real? The second place, Senju Luotian. He seems to be a player from the Senju clan of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Luotian? Could he possibly be affiliated with the largest international assassin organization, Tianhua Wang? The second place, Senju Luotian, is only at level 10, Ye Qing is a whole 100 levels above him. People from Wang, they've just been slapped in the face this time. Third place, Uchiha Long from Longsheng, also level 9. Fourth place, Ghost Lantern Edo from the Wano Black Dragon Society. Level 9. Fourth place, Sinja Hua from the Huagua government. Level 8. Fifth place, Hinata Leilu from the Mingsun group. Level 8. Sixth place, Surutobi Wushuang from the Wushuang Society. Level 8. Seventh place, Hinata Chuyang from the Galan Temple. Level 7. 8th, Ghost Lantern Blood Moon from a major faction in Wano. Level 7. What? Have you noticed that these major faction players all seem to have surnames associated with the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire? And the Ghost Lantern Clan and Kagaya Clan from the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, the Sandfalls Clan from the Sand Village, the Earth Clan from the Rock Village in the Land of Earth. I heard from my boss that these special surnames have a chance to grant a unique ability known as Kekiai Jinkai. You guys are out of touch. Those want to take on these special family surnames must pass a series of assessments before entering the game. Exactly. Furthermore, the number of players selecting these special families is fixed, and if they fail the assessment, they cannot choose another special family. Damn it. Why was this information not shared before the game launched? I just randomly picked a name. The 5 Great Ninja Villages. Does anyone know what family Ye Qing belongs to? No idea. The Daitami clan? Damn. These major factions are truly cunning, monopolizing all the special family slots. A flurry of messages filled with anger, envy, and excitement surged through the world channel, with hundreds, even thousands of messages flooding in every second. Countless players were left questioning and astonished. They could not comprehend how, despite being human, the disparity could be so vast. In stark contrast to these ordinary players, the favored elites, who possessed abundant information and resources, were even more flustered. Some even speculated that Ye Qing was perhaps the favored child of Tian Dao Online, making the game unplayable. In a certain country, in a novice village, a group of players clad in identical black attire surrounded a band of mountain bandits, skillfully wielding their basic whiteboard shurikens. They swiftly incapacitated the bandits with precise strikes to their vital points, allowing blood to flow freely. These players, despite the bandits' attacks, maneuvered effortlessly, hardly touched by a single blow. Should any other players be present, they would surely be terrified beyond belief. For while these players were mostly between levels 7 and 8, the bandit monsters were all at least level 30. Ordinary players would require a team of at least a dozen to take down a level 30 bandit. Yet here, these black-clad players were each single-handedly battling a bandit, ruthlessly overpowering them. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ye Qing for being the first to successfully complete the held difficulty level CH Nin promotion task, advancing to CH Nin. However, the crisp sound of the world announcement echoed in the ears of these black-clad players, causing them to pause momentarily. After swiftly dispatching their opponents, they all gathered together. Ye Qing, how is it him again? Have we uncovered any information about him? No, as of now, we can only confirm that this individual is from Huagua. Huagua, you say? It's actually Huagua. Continue investigating. I want to know the reason for his rapid leveling up at the earliest opportunity. Yes, Your Highness Luo Tian, in the Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village in a novice village. Thousands of players gathered at the seaside, drawing numerous ocean monsters to the shore, where others would slay them. These players were disciplined, their actions swift and efficient, with clear divisions of labor, resulting in remarkably stable level progression. However, when the world announcement arrived, their monster-slaying actions became even more rapid after a brief period of chaos. Damn it, how could someone surpass my great Yamato nation? The Black Dragon Society will never concede defeat. Ye Qing has appeared at the border of the Land of Fire. With his success in breaking through to CH Nin, he will undoubtedly join the Hidden Leaf Village. Our people have already begun infiltrating the higher echelons of the Hidden Mist Village. Once the national war task begins, we will surely destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, in a small ninja village of a certain country, a group of middle-aged men gathered, anxiously listening to the reports from their subordinates. Elders, our soldiers have failed again, routed by this ninja village. As the subordinate relayed the report, a multitude of players surged forth from the mountains, followed closely by dozens of NPC ninjas, mercilessly slaughtering these players. Upon witnessing this, the leading middle-aged man sighed in resignation and stated, "Withdraw. It seems that the path to conquering the ninja village is not achievable by players at this stage." Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ye Qing for being the first to successfully complete the held difficulty level CH9 promotion task. Advancing to CH9. Before the elder could finish his statement, he was interrupted by a barrage of world announcements. Listening to the incessant world announcements, the elders wore expressions of bitter resignation, murmuring, "In less than a day's time, someone has already become a CH9. If only we had the assistance of this player." Chapter 17. The Hinata's Overtures. What right do you have? Oh, you are Hinata Nichich. Ye Qing's eyes flickered, and in an instant, he discerned the identity of the middle-aged man before him. Clad in a pristine white training outfit, with pale white eyes and a cloth wrapped around his forehead, his identity was soon revealed. In the entire Konoha, only the Hyuga clan possessed the unique ocular bloodline limit known as the Byakugan. Furthermore, the act of covering the cursed seal of the cage bird on the forehead was a practice exclusive to the branch family of the Hyuga clan. "Young man, do you recognize me?" Hyuga Hizashi's gaze narrowed as he inquired. "Huh. The illustrious Hyuga clan, who in the entire ninja world hasn't heard of them?" Ye Qing paid no heed to the cautious glances of the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Responding nonchalantly, "Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing." Hyuga Hizashi picked up the document on the table, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes as he spoke. "Ye Qing, are either of your parents members of the Hyuga clan?" The reason for Hizashi's question stemmed from the numerous wars that had ravaged the world of Naruto, which had only begun to subside after the founding of Konoha by the first Hokage. Even so, in the ensuing decades, two global conflicts had erupted, resulting in countless ninja fatalities and many more left displaced and unaccounted for. In such tumultuous times, it was not uncommon for bloodline limit wielders from prominent clans to end up in different territories, being captured by other villages or clans, leading to the leakage of their bloodline. Additionally, some bloodline limit ninjas chose to live in seclusion or flee the ninja world, and their offspring might awaken their ancestral powers, becoming prodigies. Thus, when Ye Qing appeared at the lower ninja advancement examination, the Konoha ninjas guarding the area immediately recognized his Byakugan and informed the Hyuga clan, for every clan possessing a bloodline limit. Reclaiming its wandering members was one of their most critical missions. Haha. Upon hearing Hizashi's question, Ye Qing let out a low, disdainful chuckle, retorting, "The Byakugan. Since when has it become the exclusive emblem of your Hyuga clan?" "What do you mean?" Hizashi's expression shifted dramatically as he clearly detected the condescension in Ye Qing's tone. "Allow me to enlighten you." Ye Qing extended his hands, and his form began to levitate slowly. Gazing down upon Hizashi and the others with an air of indifference, "I am Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, the master of the creator of the ninja world, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. This world shall inevitably belong to my Ōtsutsuki clan." Hizashi and his companions stared wide-eyed, astonished that Ye Qing floated without any visible hand seals, resembling a deity. "Stop this!" Finally, one Konoha ninja, unable to endure the pressure radiating from Ye Qing, drew a kunai from his waist and hurled it directly at him. Swish! The piercing sound of the kunai, slicing through the air, echoed as it closed the distance of mere 10 meters in the blink of an eye, appearing before Ye Qing almost instantaneously. Looking at the incoming kunai, Ye Qing's expression remained unchanged. He merely flicked his right index finger. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A strange wave of force erupted from Ye Qing's front, transforming into an immensely powerful repulsive force that sent the kunai hurtling back out. Faster than it had come. "Stop!" Simultaneously, Hizashi's alarmed voice rang out as he positioned himself in front of his comrade at the last possible moment, attempting to shield him from the kunai. Thud! Thud! The sound of two sharp objects piercing flesh resonated as the kunai, moving with a speed rivaling lightning, penetrated Hizashi's left shoulder and then his companion's left abdomen behind him, embedding itself firmly into a wooden stake not far behind them. Thud! Thud! The sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed, revealing Hizashi half kneeling on the ground. His gaze filled with shock as he stared at Ye Qing floating above. His companion had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Enemy attack. The surrounding Konoha ninjas finally reacted. shouting as they rushed to protect Hisashi, cautiously observing Ye Qing. That it must be noted that Hisashi was the younger brother of the head of the prominent Hyuga clan in Konoha, and with his elite J-nin status, he held considerable influence among the upper echelons of Konoha. Moreover, the Konoha ninjas guarding the area were either members of the Hyuga clan or allies inclined towards them. Otherwise, they would not have notified the clan the moment Ye Qing appeared. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, what is your purpose in Konoha? Hisashi pressed, clutching his injured shoulder, his eyes locked onto Ye Qing with intensity. He was confident that Ye Qing harbored no murderous intent. Otherwise, the kunai that had been reflected back would have aimed for his head rather than his shoulder. Ye Qing continued to ascend higher, and from a distance, dozens of dark figures emerged from within Konoha, racing toward the scene. These individuals belonged to the direct enforcement agency of the Hokage, the Konoha Umbu. They represented the strongest force in Konoha after the Hokage and the three prominent clans. Given Ye Qing's current strength, entanglement with these Umbu would likely result in mutual destruction. At this moment, he lacked the power to confront Konoha directly, and his plans had only just begun. Provoking Konoha would be the least prudent choice. Hisashi, do you wish to eliminate the cage bird curse mark afflicting your branch family? Ye Qing inquired, his voice calm as he regarded Hisashi on the ground. What? How do you know about the cage bird curse mark of our branch family? Hisashi's expression shifted dramatically. This secret was of paramount importance to the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. And how could this enigmatic boy with a Byakugan possibly know of it? Ha ha ha. Ye Qing smiled lightly, stating, according to the records of your Hyuga clan, the Byakugan originates from the sage of the six paths, Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki. But, do you know, the true name of the sage of the six paths is Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. What? Ōtsutsuki, Chapter 18. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing versus Namikaze Minato. Hisashi's expression changed dramatically. According to Ye Qing's assertion, their Byakugan descended from the sage of the six paths, whose name was Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Yet, the individual before him, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, shared the same surname as Kagaya. What could their relationship possibly be? Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, what exactly is your identity? Whoosh! Before Hisashi could finish his question, Ye Qing, suspended in mid-air, suddenly vanished and reappeared elsewhere. Where he had been standing moments ago, several unusually shaped and razor-sharp kunai now hovered ominously. These kunai belonged to Namikaze Minato. Ye Qing's heart raced, and his body instinctively dodged to the side. Just then, a yellow figure flashed past him, a kunai nearly grazing his nose as it zipped by. Truly deserving of the title Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato's speed was remarkable. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Ye Qing's Shinra Tensei was only at LV2, with repulsive force affecting a maximum range of around 20 meters. However, Minato had nearly brushed against him when the impact of Shinra Tensei sent him flying. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Minato's figure flickered, the yellow light flashing once more as he appeared in front of Hisashi, cautiously asking, Hisashi-sama, are you all right? I'm fine, Minato. Hisashi, still in shock, had veins bulging at his temples as he fixed his gaze on Ye Qing hovering in the air. At this moment, Minato was just beginning to gain renown. Throughout the years of war, he had solidified his reputation on the battlefield with his unparalleled flying thunder god technique, having claimed the lives of countless ninja. Additionally, as a commoner and the disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, he had caught the attention of the third Hokage and was a leading candidate for the next Hokage. Who are you to injure, Hisashi-sama? Come with me to the Umbu. As soon as the words of bluffing Shuemin fell, numerous figures adorned with animal masks and shrouded in dark robes emerged around him, creating a tense standoff. Ye Qing, however, was scrutinizing bluffing Shuemin with keen interest. Truly, he was the future fourth Hokage, boasting countless admirers and standing alongside Itachi as one of the most illustrious figures in Hokage history. Not only was he exceptionally handsome, but he also possessed formidable strength, coupled with a gentle temperament and a protective nature towards his family, making him the epitome of an ideal husband and companion. Regrettably, in the impending narrative of the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha, he would sacrifice himself to seal the beast, and, in doing so, have his soul devoured by the Shinigami. It would not be until over a decade later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War. that he would be resurrected through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, allowing him a fleeting reunion with his long-yearned son. Yet, the bluffing Shueimon before him was not yet the celebrated fourth Hokage of years to come. While his prowess was undeniable, he was merely an elite genin at this moment. Relying solely on the Flying Thunder God technique to navigate the battlefield, he lacked effective offensive capabilities, rendering him a limited threat to those of higher ranks. Bluffing Shueimon, I have no intention of causing trouble, Ye Qing remarked nonchalantly, his sole objective today being to complete the lower ninja promotion task. Little did he expect to be impeded by members of the Hyuga clan. As for Hinata Hayashi's injuries, he merely intended to impose a light punishment to go. Yet, it was evident that bluffing Shueimon was unwilling to heed Ye Qing's explanation. With a commanding shout, the surrounding Umbu swiftly charged towards him. Lightning release, 4 pillars binding technique. Earth release, falling earth cover. Wind release, great breakthrough. A thunderous roar erupted as 4 violet-black pillars crackling with immense lightning surged from the ground towards him. Above his head, an oval fissure appeared, and a massive earthen cover materialized, crashing down upon him. Simultaneously, a howling wind swept through, enveloping him in a torrent of wind blades that surged toward him in an instant. 3 Nin. A cold glimmer flashed in Ye Qing's eyes. The 3 Umbu were evidently of Nin caliber, launching a trio of control techniques aimed at subduing him in the briefest span of time. Unfortunately for them, they were facing someone with 2 Rinnegan. In response to the trio of control techniques, Ye Qing merely extended his arms and forcefully grasped the air around him. Shinra Tensei, a bizarre and intense wave of energy, surged forth, manifesting as an oval-shaped shockwave that radiated in all directions, causing even the air to ripple with its force. Crack! Boom! The first to succumb to the shockwave was the descending earth release, falling earth cover, which disintegrated into a cloud of dust. The lightning pillars formed by lightning release, for pillars binding technique were severed at their bases, failing to connect with Ye Qing's form. The wind attack from wind release, great breakthrough, disintegrated into mere currents before even grazing the hem of Ye Qing's attire. Is a unique ability to repel ninjutsu. However, it seems to have a cooldown of a few seconds before each activation. Bluffing Shueimon, observing Ye Qing's actions, noticed the peculiar nature of Shinra Tensei. In an instant, he flickered and appeared beside Ye Qing, launching several sharp kunai directly at him. Flying Thunder God technique. Is it? Ye Qing recognized Bluffing Shueimon's signature ninjutsu. He was aware that these kunai were specially designed by him. Yet, due to the cooldown period of Shinra Tensei, he could only watch helplessly as the kunai flew past him. Sure enough, as he dodged the kunai, Bluffing Shueimon's figure appeared beside him at the last moment. Raising Gan, with a soft exclamation, a pale blue sphere of concentrated chakra materialized in Bluffing Shueimon's right hand, hurtling towards Ye Qing's abdomen with tremendous force. At this juncture, Bluffing Shueimon had only recently developed the Raising Gan, lacking the addition of wind chakra's nature transformation, thus limiting its effective range. He could only rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly close the distance to his opponent before attempting to deliver a lethal blow with the Raising Gan. At Raising Gan, faced with the spiraling sphere, Ye Qing had already deduced his opponent's intentions and made no effort to evade. Instead, he extended his right hand, claw-like, directly reaching for the Raising Gan in Bluffing Shueimon's grasp. To onlookers, it seemed as though Ye Qing intended to confront Bluffing Shueimon's highly concentrated chakra sphere with his bare flesh. Are you mad? Chapter 19. In this vast world, where can I not go? Buzz! Another strange wave of sound erupted as the Raising Gan, held in Bluffing Shueimon's hand, was struck by Ye Qing's right hand. At that moment, a blood-red luminescence emanated from his palm, revealing an eerie red eye that fixated on the Raising Gan. Rinnegan, what is this? Bluffing Shueimon's expression shifted dramatically. Yet before he could voice his shock, he felt an overwhelming gravitational pull emanating from Ye Qing's blood-red eye. The Raising Gan, originally his, began to dissipate at a visibly rapid rate under this immense force. Bluffing Shueimon's astonishment turned to sheer terror as he realized the Raising Gan was being absorbed. Before he could react, he noticed Ye Qing's left hand moving simultaneously, pressing firmly against his chest. Ninjutsu replication. A deafening roar followed as Bluffing Shuimin, having swiftly approached Ye Qing using the Flying Thunder God technique and attempted a surprise attack with the incomplete Rasengan, found himself on the receiving end of Ye Qing's counter. At that moment, hovering in midair, Bluffing Shuimin sensed the imminent danger radiating from Ye Qing's left hand, yet he was utterly unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. His entire body was struck directly by Ye Qing's left hand. As a Rasengan, several times larger than the one he had previously unleashed, relentlessly battered against his abdomen. Puffed. A mouthful of hot blood erupted from him, and his body plummeted from the sky like a ragged sack. Blood spraying through the air. Shuimin, with a cry, Hinata Hayashi, disregarding his own injuries, leaped to catch Bluffing Shuimin, and the two fell from the sky in a most disheveled and tragic manner, as they landed. Surrounding ninjas and swiftly encircled them. Gazing at Ye Qing in astonishment, it was known that Bluffing Shuimin was the most recognized figure beneath the Hokage level within the Hidden Leaf Village. No one had anticipated that he would be so effortlessly defeated by this enigmatic individual with white eyes. Bluffing Shuimin, your space ninjutsu is rather underwhelming. Ye Qing remarked coolly, observing the bloodied and pale-faced Bluffing Shuimin. This statement only served to deepen the pallor of Bluffing Shuimin's face that he had learned from the surrounding ninjas that this white-eyed enigma was merely a wandering ninja who had just passed the lower ninja promotion task examination. He could hardly believe that he had fallen to someone of such stature. Swish, swish, swish. Yet another series of whooshing sounds echoed as over 30 figures clad in black robes and animal masks from the Konoha materialized, encircling Ye Qing tightly. These were directly subordinate to the Hokage, and even the weakest among them could be classified as elite nin, equivalent to a level 300 boss. The sudden emergence of more than 30 of them was astounding. Go! Capture him! Be careful! This boy's ninjutsu is quite peculiar. He can repel all ninjutsu. He can absorb ninjutsu, and even amplify and retaliate with it. Various exclamations rang out as the who had previously engaged with Ye Qing warned their comrades. In just a few seconds, these seasoned ninjas discerned the characteristics of Ye Qing's ninjutsu and formulated a strategy to counter him. The subsequent wave of swiftly drew forth kunai, shuriken, and swords, charging towards Ye Qing with incredible speed. Confronted by this oncoming throng of over 30 Ye Qing regarded them with disdain, calmly stating, "What does it matter if you know my weaknesses? What does it matter if you are from the Hidden Leaf Village? The strength I possess emanates from the very depths of my bloodline." As Ye Qing spoke, he clasped his hands, and an ominous black sphere materialized between them, rapidly dispersing into countless fine threads, resembling fine needles. This is a weapon of the 6 paths, forged by the amalgamation of the 5 elemental chakra attributes and the yin-yang release, known as the Questing Jade. With a thunderous roar, Ye Qing suddenly pulled his hands apart, transforming them into hundreds of slender, needle-like questing jades, which shot forth like a torrential downpour in all directions, swift as lightning. Almost simultaneously, the 30-odd Konoha ninja surrounding him were violently thrown back, blood gushing from their bodies. Some even found themselves pierced through by several questing jades, plummeting from the air. Bang, 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 bang. A cacophony of heavy objects hitting the ground resonated as the group of who had just leaped to attack Ye Qing, fell to the ground like dumplings, kicking up clouds of dust. In an instant, groans of pain and cries of anguish filled the air. Ta-da! My arm. My eye. Damn it, why can't I move? My chakra seems completely sealed. Damn it, I can't perform ninjutsu. As he gazed at the disheveled Konoha ninjas, Ye Qing remained unmoved, instead directing his attention deeper into the Hidden Leaf Village. In that direction, a figure appeared, gazing intently at him from afar. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed sharply, for he knew all too well that the figure locking onto him with an unwavering gaze was none other than the strongest of Konoha at that moment. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the prime of his life, possessing unparalleled strength, and as a key figure leading Konoha toward peace and stability, his reputation in the village was immensely formidable. Ye Qing understood that he had been completely locked onto by Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura. Having dispatched 2 waves of reinforcements, they had all been defeated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly prepared to take action. At that moment, he was no match for the prime Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even with the bloodline of the Ōtsutsuki clan, defeating Hiruzen in his prime was merely a matter of time. Konoha, I shall return one day. Glancing at the dozens of Konoha Umbu ninjas sprawled on the ground, along with Namikaze Minato and Hinata Hisashi in the distance, Ye Qing spoke with a calm demeanor. Then, with a slight movement of his right hand, an incredibly dark fissure appeared before him, emanating an eerie glow. Supported by the levitation technique, his body began to float into it. Chapter 20. The plans of Konoha's higher UPS. In Konoha, within the medical unit, Namikaze Minato lay half-reclined on a hospital bed, surrounded by several medical ninjas who anxiously examined his injuries. Not only him. Beside him, Hinata Hisashi was also encircled by several medical ninjas, who were diligently tending to his wounds. Aside from them, there were several other figures in the ward. The 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the Umbu Root, Shimura Danzo, the elder of Konoha, Nara Shikaku, and the head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi, leaning lazily against the doorway, was another figure, pale-faced, observing the people within with a nonchalant gaze. His bronze-colored pupils showed little concern. This individual was none other than Orochimaru. Hisashi, please recount the events concerning that mysterious young man today. The boy is named Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, a wandering ninja who came to Konoha to participate in the Chunin advancement exam. Leaning against the hospital bed, Hisashi spoke with a wry smile to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He possesses the Byakugan, and I initially intended to ascertain his identity and have him join the Hyuga clan, becoming part of Konoha. However, it turned out that the boy had no intention of joining Konoha at all. It was Hyuga Shiro who acted first, provoking the boy named Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, prompting his retaliation. As Hisashi recounted the events, the expressions of those present turned grave, their eyes exchanging glances. The boy exhibited peculiar ninjutsu, capable of absorbing techniques and then releasing them after amplification. There was also a technique that could repel any ninjutsu and object, although its range was limited. Moreover, he possessed the purest Byakugan, allowing him to see several kilometers away, making it quite difficult to track him. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Namikaze Minato finally struggled to sit up, surveying the room filled with people and speaking. Hokage-sama, esteemed elders, that boy named Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing possesses spatial ninjutsu capabilities. The technique he employed upon leaving was undoubtedly spatial ninjutsu. Hearing Minato's words, the expressions of the others grew even darker. Among all types of ninjas, those skilled in jinjutsu and spatial ninjutsu are the most troublesome. Jinjutsu users never engage in direct combat. Instead, they utilize the power of illusions to ensnare their opponents, effortlessly achieving their objectives. Spatial ninjutsu users are difficult because if they can't be defeated, they simply evade using their spatial techniques, leaving one at a loss. This boy likely harbors no malice toward Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have merely injured the Umbu upon his initial attack, but rather killed them. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke up. The ninja who had governed the Hidden Leaf Village for over a decade had visible wrinkles on his face, indicating his aging, though his voice was hoarse. It was remarkably steady. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing dispatched reconnaissance ninjas to ascertain his whereabouts and thoroughly understand his true capabilities. I oppose this. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish, Shimura Danzo coldly interrupted him, his expression grim. This boy is exceedingly dangerous. We must capture him in the shortest time possible. Hisashi has stated that he came to participate in the Chunin advancement exam. At present, he is merely a genin, yet he can face over 30 jonin without faltering, even injuring Hisashi and Minato. If we wait for him to grow stronger, who in Konoha will stand against him? Hichem? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze hardened as he replied. That boy bears no ill will toward Konoha. Otherwise, threats must be extinguished in their infancy. With Minato severely injured and over a dozen Umbu also wounded, this serves as the greatest evidence of the boy's attack on Konoha as Hokage to protect the village. You still wish to spare the enemy. With Danzo's words, the expressions of Nara Shikaku and the elder Kotetsu Tenzin, also shifted. Even Namikaze Minato showed a hint of shame in his eyes, defeated by a technique of his own invention. He was the first in the entire ninja world. Report, at that moment, a medical ninja rushed in, urgently addressing the people in the ward. Hokage-sama, esteemed elders, the Umbu ninjas injured by that boy. What happened to the Umbu? Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure flickered, appearing beside the medical ninja, asking anxiously, "It is crucial to note that the primary duty of Umbu ninjas is to protect the Hokage, and those who can surround the Hokage are the most trusted individuals. These ninjas are not only friends and disciples, but also kin." Reporting, the injured Umbu members are not in life-threatening condition. But what? Their wounds are enveloped in a strange chakra aura, which has completely sealed their chakra, rendering them unable to mobilize it. What does this mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and inquired. These Umbu members are unable to mobilize their chakra, and thus will be unable to accept missions or continue as ninjas. As the medical ninja elaborated, the expressions of everyone in the room drastically changed. They were the most elite ninjas, relying on chakra for their powers, but now, a special chakra capable of suppressing chakra had emerged, striking terror into the hearts of those present. Humph! With a cold snort, Shimura Danzo stepped forward, stating coldly, "Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? That boy may not have killed, but his methods are indistinguishable from murder. My suggestion is to issue a Hokage order to eliminate this Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing at all costs. At the very least, we must compel this boy to lift the special chakra from the Umbu." As he spoke, Danzo's eyes glimmered with a spark. "I agree. I too concur." Duanshin Xiaochun and Midomen Yin pondered for a moment before sequentially speaking that Hokage-sama, that youth possesses the Byakugan. Our Hyuga clan cannot allow any pair of Byakugan to wander aimlessly in the ninja world. Hinata Nichizu spoke with unwavering resolve, yet his words undeniably conveyed his stance. Sighing at the steadfast gazes of the individuals before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only exhale softly and shake his head slowly. Meanwhile, reclining on the sickbed, Hinata Nichi, with closed eyes, found himself haunted by Ye Qing's final words, the title of the Sage of Six Paths, as well as the method to break the caged bird curse. Aside from him, there was another figure who remained silent throughout, the most cherished disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and one of the legendary three, Orochimaru. Is the surname Ōtsutsuki? How intriguing. Chapter 21. Innate Dominance World Announcement. World Announcement. The operational time of this game has exceeded 24 hours, and the first system adjustment will be initiated, requiring all players to be forcibly logged off that a veil of darkness enveloped him. In the opulent villa, Ye Qing rose from a bed spacious enough to accommodate a dozen people, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Under the influence of the online game Heaven's Path, the power of the Ōtsutsuki clan from the world of Naruto gradually infused into him. Byakugan, with a hushed exclamation, his previously pitch-black eyes suddenly transformed into a pale azure hue, swiftly darting towards the window. Empowered by the Byakugan, he effortlessly glimpsed several kilometers away, eye in the night. Every pedestrian moved hurriedly, many animatedly discussing something, while nefarious deeds transpired in the shadows. However, all of this felt utterly foreign to Ye Qing. The power of the Byakugan is truly formidable. Extending his hands, he felt two blood-red Rinnegan slowly opening in the center of his palms, exuding an aura of utter malevolence. The force of the Rinnegan had also arrived in the real world. Ye Qing spoke lightly, having completed a terrifyingly challenging task at hell-level difficulty within the game. His level had not only surged to 110, but he had also unlocked his first sealed skill, spatial traversal. Initially, this skill remained sealed until he became a genin, due to insufficient chakra for its execution. Yet, the moment he attained genin status, the skill was automatically unsealed. Now at spatial traversal LV1, that this was the primary reason he could escape from dozens of Konoha's Umbu ninjas and Sarutobi Hiruzen subordinates in the distance. However, despite the unsealing of spatial traversal, his current level meant that once he exhausted all his chakra, he could only perform the skill once, and it would incur a cooldown of 24 hours. In addition to the unsealed spatial traversal, two other skills remained sealed. time freeze, and body binding technique, that Ye Qing speculated that these skills would likely unseal automatically when he reached Chunin or Jonin status. What is this? Ye Qing's eyes suddenly brightened. The chakra within him coursed along its designated pathways. It was briefly obstructed near his heart for less than a second, before swiftly breaking through. Though the interruption was fleeting, Ye Qing sensed it instantly. What's the matter? Is there an issue with this body's heart? As he moved, his chakra rapidly flowed towards his heart, quickly enveloping the peculiar energy and gradually forcing it out. Is this poison? Ye Qing's gaze sharpened as he beheld a pool of black blood, shrouded in numerous pale blue chakra, emanating a foul stench. No wonder. The previous owner of this body was the young master of one of the largest gathering places in Huagua. How could he possibly die in his villa without cause? Someone has poisoned him. With a swift motion, he crushed the toxic blood, dissolving it into the air. Poisoner, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without you, I could not have been reborn in this body. As Ye Qing murmured to himself, his entire aura transformed dramatically. The previous languor dissipated, replaced by an innate dominance, as the most powerful clan in the Naruto world. The Ōtsutsuki clan could be described as a divine race, inherently exuding an air of superiority and possessing the power to annihilate the entire world. Now, under the influence of the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, Ye Qing's character gradually shifted in that direction. Given time, he would undoubtedly become the true patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Mei Ling, be careful. I'm sorry, sister. I just thought this cup was beautiful. Suddenly, two girls' voices intentionally hushed, drifted in from outside the door. Though faint, Ye Qing, now imbued with the Ōtsutsuki lineage, was instantly captivated. Focusing intently, he perceived through the exquisite mahogany door, unable to obstruct his Byakugan's vision, directly witnessing the scene in the hall. In the expansive hall, Yang Meichi and Yang Meiling, two charming young ladies, were half reclined on the sofa, cautiously retrieving a crystal cup that had fallen on the table and gently placing it back. Their backs were turned towards Ye Qing, their figures almost entirely exposed to his gaze. It must be noted that those beneath him had specially arranged for the MS-18 girl group, each a goddess-level beauty, to curry favor with young Master Ye Qing, including numerous stunning maidens. Although Yang Meichi and Yang Meiling were not the most outstanding, their identical pure appearances as twins, coupled with a legendary telepathy, undeniably added to their allure in Ye Qing's eyes. Moreover, at that moment, both girls were clad in sailor-style uniforms reminiscent of Japanese school attire, their tender, fair arms and rosy legs exposed before Ye Qing. Beauties? Power? A joke. The entire world will soon belong to me. Why would I fear two young ladies? Gazing at the splendid scene before him, a surge of audacity ignited within Ye Qing. With a sweeping gesture, a force erupted from him, rushing straight towards the door. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the wooden door between the bedroom and hall was violently flung open, as Ye Qing strode forth, unfastening his garments, towards the two lovely ladies. Yang Meichi and Yang Meiling. Young Master Ye Qing. Sister, I'm scared. Upon seeing Ye Qing's imposing figure, the two young beauties felt a twinge of fear, scrambling to the corner of the sofa, gazing at Ye Qing in terror. Meichi, Meiling, your parents have already entrusted you to me. As long as you obediently follow me, I shall ensure that you become the envy of all women in this world. Chapter 22. The Exquisite Beauty. Lei Lu, in Ye Qing's gaze, Mingsan City, a gathering place located by the EC, was established over 30 years ago through the collective efforts of Lei Yuansen and several formidable individuals, safeguarding the survival of countless ordinary humans in the vicinity. Beyond the outskirts of major gathering places roamed monstrous beings, which only those who had acquired extraordinary abilities from the Heaven's Path online game could contend against. Ordinary people could only serve as their prey. As the sun rose, a striking crimson Lamborghini MLP 640 roared down the street at breakneck speed, resembling a flash of red lightning, vanishing in an instant at the road's end. Following closely behind were four massive Hummers, racing at full speed to keep up with the dazzling red sports car. Wow, what an extravagant car. It must cost millions of Huaxiao coins. Are you blind? That vehicle belongs to the young lady Lei Lu of Mingsan City. Custom designed by Lamborghini headquarters specifically for her. There isn't a second one in the world. Where's Miss Lei Lu headed? Who knows? Miss Lei Lu is our Mingsan City's top expert. Something significant must be underway. Damn, if I could marry Miss Lei Lu, I'd never have to worry for 10 lifetimes. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd failed to excite the occupants of the luxury vehicles, which continued to speed through the bustling city. Inside the crimson sports car sat a stunningly beautiful girl, her figure alluring, clad in a fiery red short-sleeved dress. Her gaze was fixed intently ahead, the accelerator pressed to the floor, as if this was the only way to release her pent-up emotions. "Lulu, where are you? The family meeting is about to commence." Suddenly, a calm voice resonated within the sports car, and an imposing middle-aged man's visage appeared on the vehicle's dashboard. Behind him, numerous individuals bustled about, seemingly preparing for something significant. This middle-aged man was none other than Lei Yuan's son, the lord of Mingsan City. "Dad, I'm going to find that brat Ye Qing," Lei Lu stated nonchalantly, showing no signs of urgency. "Ye Qing, what do you want with that insufferable lad? This upcoming Heavenly Path online game is unlike any before. All previous iterations have been shut down, and the powers of former strong players have significantly waned. A new round of upheaval may be imminent." Lei Yuan's gaze flickered, laced with a hint of anxiety. The emergence of new forces would inevitably herald the demise of old ones. This was precisely why. At present, major factions across the globe were fervently recruiting within the world of Naruto, striving to gain an advantage in the impending reorganization of power. "But I understand, Dad. Precisely for that reason, I must seek out Ye Qing." "Why?" Lei Luo abruptly swerved the steering wheel, the sports car elegantly arcing into another road as he spoke. "I suspect that yesterday in the game, the first to become a genin, Daitami Ye Qing, might very well be my brother." "Your son? Impossible. That lad has refused to enter the Heavenly Path online game for over a decade, preferring to revel among women. Just days ago, he even formed some MS-18 girl group, which infuriated me." As Lei Yuansen voiced this, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. "Dad, whether or not it's true, I must investigate. After all, this situation is exceedingly peculiar. Daitami Ye Qing has never been mentioned in any previous Heavenly Path online games." With a roar of the engine, Lei Lu finally arrived at a luxurious villa complex in the northern part of Mingsan City, swiftly making her way toward the grandest villa at the center. However, in her haste, anxious Lei Lu failed to notice that upon her entrance, several suspicious figures had emerged from nearby villas, stealthily converging toward her location. "Miss Lei Lu, what brings you here?" As soon as Lei Lu appeared, a burly man, drenched in sweat, rushed over. It was Along, who had previously delivered twin beauties to Ye Qing. While running, Along discreetly gestured to those around him, urging them to awaken Ye Qing within the villa. "Everyone halt!" Lei Lu bellowed, startling Ye Qing's bodyguards and driver into immediate stillness, afraid to move. "Humph!" Lei Lu snorted coldly, casting a fierce glare at them, causing their necks to retract instinctively. Throughout Mingsan City, her reputation was second only to Lei Yuan's, and none dared defy her commands. Before long, Lei Lu's figure made its way into the villa, heading toward Ye Qing's room. "Daitami Ye Qing, I truly hope you are my brother, Dwight Ye Qing, you scoundrel." A full half-hour later, Ye Qing finally emerged, freshly groomed and swaying slightly as he approached Lei Lu. Upon seeing him, Lei Lu's brows furrowed, her piercing gaze fixed upon him, expressing her frustration at that moment. However, Ye Qing seemed oblivious to her words, his attention drawn instead to Lei Lu's form. Around 20 years of age, Lei Lu donned a short-sleeved top and hot pants, her face a perfect oval with cherry lips and elegant eyebrows. Her beauty striking. Most captivating were her long, lustrous legs, exuding vitality and allure. Ye Qing, what are you staring at? I am your sister." Feeling Ye Qing's unabashed gaze, Lei Lu could no longer withstand his scrutiny. Springing up to chastise him. Boom! Just then a violent explosion erupted outside. Following were the sounds of frantic footsteps and cries of battle. "Kill them!" Boom! Ha! The people of Mingxin Group are utterly useless. Charge! Capture Ye Qing. And a bounty of 1 million awaits. Capture Lei Lu, and a bounty of 10 million. Kill! Boom! The cries of battle swiftly approached, and those inside the villa could see the blood splattering outside. What is happening? Lei Lu's complexion paled, and she momentarily set aside her reprimand for Ye Qing, urgently calling out, "Master! Miss, it's bad." A horde of assassins has suddenly stormed in from outside, and the guards are overwhelmed. Along stumbled into the room, breathless, his voice raised in alarm. "Damn, I was careless. I didn't expect these ruffians to strike at this moment." A flicker of anger ignited in Lei Lu's eyes as she pulled Ye Qing up from the sofa, declaring, "Stay close to me. I'll lead you out to safety." Without waiting for Ye Qing's bewildered response, she tugged him toward the exit. Hearing her words, Ye Qing wore a puzzled expression, yet feeling the softness of her delicate hand. He followed her outside. As soon as they stepped through the door, they were met with dozens of figures clad in black, armed with various weapons, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward the villa. The bodyguards surrounding the villa, along with those Lei Lu had brought, were vastly outnumbered and had already suffered significant casualties from the ambush, now forced to hold their ground in a desperate defense. However, being overwhelmed was merely a matter of time. Lei Lu's eyes narrowed sharply, her once dark pupils transforming into a ghastly white, veins bulging on her cheeks as she faced the adversaries. Byakugan. Ye Qing instantly noticed Lei Lu's transformation. His heart stirring, he hadn't anticipated that his younger sister had chosen to align with Kanahigakure of the Fire Country, becoming a member of the Hyuga clan. "Follow me. There are fewer of them in this direction." Lei Lu yanked Ye Qing forward, and several of her close bodyguards swiftly followed, dashing toward the area where the enemy's defenses were weakest. Yet before they could break through, several shadowy figures surged from the opposing crowd, moving with incredible speed, slipping into the villa in an instant. The bodyguard stationed to protect the villa stood no chance against these black-clad assailants, being slaughtered in mere moments. Damn it, these are ninjas who logged out from the Heavenly Path online game. Lei Lu's expression shifted. Although the Heavenly Path online game had only been live for a day, nearly everyone worldwide had already entered. However, despite this, the average player's level hovered around 10, and the ninjutsu they had learned was primarily of E and D rank. Even when exiting the game, the extraordinary powers they had manifested in the virtual world didn't translate significantly into real-world strength. Yet, these black-clad individuals were evidently elite players, boasting levels exceeding 15, with their ninjutsu skills at LV3 or higher. Only with such prowess could they possess substantial strength upon manifesting in the real world. Bagua palm. 4 palms. With a fierce cry, Lei Lu's figure suddenly blurred, unleashing 4 powerful strikes that sent 2 black-clad figures flying. Blood gushing forth. With a twist of her waist, her long, beautiful legs, filled with ferocious power, sent another black-clad assailant crashing away, displaying her formidable prowess as the young lady of the Mingsun group. Lei Lu had not only reached level 20 in the Heavenly Path online game, but had also elevated the foundational skill, Bagua Palm, to LV4, granting her considerable might. Yet no matter how formidable Lei Lu was, their small numbers soon left them heavily encircled. Ah! Suddenly, a boisterous laughter rang out as 2 figures, flanked by numerous assassins, slowly approached. Who would have thought that the young lady of the Mingsun group possessed such strength? Alas, from this day forth, your Mingsun group shall cease to exist. As the arrogant voices echoed, Lei Lu's expression shifted dramatically, and she roared, "Long Xingtian, Tangfeng, you two from Longsheng and Wu Shuangqing have actually joined forces." The 2 individuals surrounded by the crowd were indeed high-ranking members of Longsheng and Wu Shuangqing. The 3 factions had always been in competition. It was unexpected that they had secretly allied, preparing to take advantage of the upheaval and Lei Yuansun's weakened power to obliterate Mingsun's city. "Ye Qing, I thought you were dead," Long Xingtian exclaimed in astonishment. He had bribed the chef of the Mingsun group and personally witnessed Ye Qing consume a meal laced with poison. Yet here Ye Qing stood, very much alive, that, "Oh, so it was you who poisoned me." Ye Qing's eyes brightened, realizing why the previous owner of this body had met an untimely demise. It was indeed due to foul play. Humph. Rather than offering an explanation, Long Xingtian burst into laughter. proclaiming, "Today Longqing and Wu Shuangqing have united to uproot your Mingsan group entirely. Moreover, are you aware that today, apart from Longqing and Wushuang City, there are other factions confronting that old fellow, Lei Yuanxin?" Rumble, as if to underscore Long Xingtian's words. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the headquarters of the Mingsan group in the heart of Mingsan City. A torrent of flames and smoke soared into the sky, and even from dozens of kilometers away, one could clearly witness the chaos unfolding within the city. "Ha ha ha, Lei Lu. As long as you are willing to be my slave, I shall spare your life. And you, Ye Qing, you useless wretch," with Long Xingtian's arrogant bellow. His subordinates surged forward, their cruel gazes fixated upon the brother and sister duo. "Ye Qing, sister, we must break through." Realizing this was their last chance, Lei Lu whispered urgently to Ye Qing. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Ye Qing coldly retorted, "Fool." With a graceful motion, Ye Qing lifted her right hand and grasped at the void before her. "Shinto, heaven's judgment." Boom! A tempestuous force erupted from Ye Qing's center, surging violently in all directions. The frenzied power obliterated the bodies of the assassins surrounding them, sending a deluge of blood and flesh spraying into the air. Even beneath their feet, an elliptical crater formed, protected by Ye Qing. Lei Lu remained unharmed, yet the sight of Ye Qing's display nearly rendered her speechless. "What is this?" Chapter 24. The Black Dragon Society in the Shadows. 1. Palm Suppression. Lei Ye Qing, what have you done? Standing beside Ye Qing, Lei Lu was wide-eyed with shock as she beheld the carnage strewn about. "Hey, it's just a few dead bodies. What are you afraid of?" Ye Qing dismissed her concerns nonchalantly, instead returning to the villa, for those two little girls were still hiding in bed, and she couldn't abandon them. Lei Ye Qing, having witnessed grand spectacles before, Lei Lu quickly regained her composure, her eyes glinting with realization as she rushed to Ye Qing's side. Grasping his hand and asking, "Ye Qing, tell me, are you the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing from the Naruto world of the Tian Dao online game?" "Indeed, what of it?" Ye Qing replied, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over the stunning young woman before him, igniting a tremor of excitement within Lei Lu. "You insufferable brat, I am your sister. Do not project your filthy thoughts onto me," Lei Lu retorted, twisting Ye Qing's arm in frustration, in response to her playful yet somewhat threatening tone. Ye Qing made no effort to evade her, pulling her into an embrace as he softly said, "Ye Qing, this is not the time for jesting. The two major factions, Longqing and Wushuang City, are besieging us, and our father is trapped. We must go to his aid. This body's father seeks to conquer the entire world. He certainly needs a capable workforce," Ye Qing murmured, then turned to the surrounding bodyguards, commanding along, "Protect those two little girls well. If anything happens to them, you will not be spared." "Yes, young master." After ensuring everything was in order at the villa, Lei Lu directly stated, "Ye Qing, take my car. We will reach there within half an hour." "Half an hour? Are you certain the headquarters can hold out that long?" "Regardless, we must move with utmost speed." Before Lei Lu could finish her sentence, a piercing scream rang out from the entrance. Ye Qing swiftly stepped beside her, wrapping his arms around her as they soared into the sky, heading towards the headquarters defenses. "Ye Qing, you can fly," Lei Lu exclaimed, her arms and legs clinging tightly to him in shock. "Foolish woman, what are you screaming for?" As they flew, they covered the distance to the Mingsan group's headquarters in under 3 minutes from afar. They could see hundreds of individuals clad in identical garb, forsaking firearms as they charged recklessly towards the company, engaging in fierce combat with those inside. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of the headquarters, the battle raged on with even greater intensity, nearly half a floor reduced to rubble. Lei Yuan-san, your precious daughter and son have been captured. I advise you to surrender while you still can." "Nonsense. Longqing, you collude with the Japanese Black Dragon Society, seeking to seize my Mingsan city. Do you not fear being branded a traitor to Huagua for eternity?" "Humph, stubborn fool. The great transformation of the Tian Dao online game has brought the Naruto world upon us. The Black Dragon Society possesses the greatest secrets of this realm and shall inevitably dominate the world. Damn it, I will never surrender. Perish." Boom! With each furious roar, the headquarters reverberated with a series of explosive sounds, shaking the very ground beneath them. Ye Qing, hurry! The headquarters has not yet fallen completely. Inu Shiki Kenmei. Before Lei Lu could finish her sentence, Ye Qing waved his hand, summoning two monstrous serpents with canine heads, each over 10 meters long, which plummeted from the sky and plunged into the throng of black-clad figures. These serpents moved with astonishing speed and bore deadly venom, their mere bites capable of devouring several black-clad individuals at once. Swiftly clearing the outer perimeter of the headquarters before breaking into the inner sanctum, Lei Lu, Ye Qing, how are you two unharmed? How incompetent is Long Xingtian? A voice thundered at a group of black-clad figures surrounded Lei Yuanxin and several other high-ranking members of the Mingxin group, all of whom were severely injured. Baka! Huawo people are worthless, unable to handle two mere children. A furious curse rang out as an elderly black-clad man wielding a katana glared at Ye Qing with a predatory intensity. Kill him! Hi! At the command, several Japanese warriors leaped forward, lunging at Ye Qing. Mid-flight, they swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a flurry of ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great wind technique. Water release. Water vortex blade. In an instant, flames, gales, and torrents of water engulfed the room, crashing towards Ye Qing and Lei Lu, causing a violent upheaval. This time, in their bid to seize Mingsan City, the Black Dragon Society had dispatched their most elite members, aiming to conquer the city in record time. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Ye Qing. Observing the incoming ninjutsu, Ye Qing wore a smirk of disdain, pointing at a fireball the size of a bowl, and mockingly declared, "Is this what you call ninjutsu?" No sooner had he spoken than he extended his right hand, effortlessly absorbing the rushing ninjutsu into himself. Ninjutsu absorption. With this motion, all the ninjutsu vanished into Ye Qing's right hand, leaving not a trace. Baka! What is happening? Where's my ninjutsu? What kind of ability is this? I've never seen anything like it. Baka! Die! Despite their astonishment, the Japanese ninjas charged heedlessly at Ye Qing to TO them. Ye Qing was merely a 16 or 17-year-old boy. How formidable could he possibly be? As he gazed upon the loathsome Japanese ninjas, Ye Qing's eyes sparkled with disdain, and he smiled lightly. You wish to reclaim your ninjutsu? Here, take it back. As his words fell, Ye Qing waved his left hand, unleashing a torrent of flames, winds, and waves that surged towards them, instantly engulfing the Japanese ninjas and those from Longsheng and Wushuang City, turning them into a mass of mangled flesh. Chapter 25. A new game, the issuance of a Naruto order. In less than a dozen seconds, the dozens of ninjas from the Japanese Black Dragon Society, as well as those colluding with them from Longsheng and Wushuang City, were all drowned in the onslaught of ferocious ninjutsu, reduced to a heap of mush at this moment. The players who had just logged out from the Tian Dao online game, set in the Naruto world, found their levels ranging from 110 to 20, barely qualifying as genin, wielding only E and D rank ninjutsu, which posed little threat. Against these individuals, who were hardly even ninjas, Ye Qing required minimal effort to dispatch. Ye Qing. Lei Yuanxin's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head as he stared at Ye Qing in sheer astonishment. Not only Lei Yuanxin, but also the bodyguards surrounding him wore expressions of bewilderment. This young master, whom they had always looked down upon, possessed such formidable strength. Dad, Ye Qing is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing from the Tian Dao online game, and he is currently the only genin in the game. Lei Yuanxin inhaled sharply, his eyes suddenly brightening with intent to speak, but he was promptly interrupted by Ye Qing. Old man, do not attempt to command me. I will ensure the safety of the Ming Sun group in the world of Naruto. So do not trouble me. With that, he disregarded Lei Yuanxin's stunned and unpleasant expression and once again soared towards the villa. Father, please do not be angry. Ye Qing can be somewhat headstrong, but at his core, he is still a good person. Otherwise, he would have come to our rescue. Lei Lu hastily interjected upon noticing Lei Yuanxin's grimace. Ts nothing. Lei Yuanxin waved his hand dismissively. I apologized to him for always treating him like a child. I entrusted all company matters to you and the boss, so it is only natural that he harbors some resentment. Lei Lu hesitated, recalling how Ye Qing had previously embraced her and the fervent gaze he had directed at her, causing her cheeks to heat with embarrassment. Lu, at this juncture, I must rely on you to handle matters concerning Ye Qing. After all, he still holds a degree of affection for you. You must invest some effort in return. Lei Yuanxin's hands suddenly clasped behind his back, his eyes glinting as he spoke softly. Father, I understand, Lei Lu replied, her expression shifting, yet her voice remained subdued. For reasons unknown, she felt a flicker of anticipation within her. She was acutely aware that her identity was not that of Lei Yuanxin's biological daughter, but rather the daughter of Lei Yuanxin's elder brother, who had perished in a monstrous tide over a decade ago, leaving only a posthumous daughter for Lei Yuanxin to raise. In essence, although Lei Lu and Ye Qing shared a bloodline, they were merely cousins. Ye Qing, what manner of person are you? Lei Lu's thoughts drifted back to the scene from early that morning when she had witnessed Ye Qing frolicking with two young girls, and the fervent gaze he had cast upon her, prompting a deep sigh from her heart. Lei Yuanxin and his daughter deliberated on how to win Ye Qing over. Ye Qing had already returned to the villa. The servants and bodyguards were tidying up the courtyard, and the two lovely maidens, Yang Meiqi and Yang Meiling, were unharmed. After indulging in a bit of intimacy, Ye Qing instructed his subordinates to escort them away. Today marked the first day following the adjustments to the Tian Dao online game Naruto system, and after sending everyone away, Ye Qing immediately chose to enter the game in a flash of white light. His figure vanished from the villa, as if he had never existed. Ding dong. System announcement. All players logging into the game, please be advised. Following the adjustments made by online users, all players will log into the game with their physical bodies to achieve a better gaming experience. Warning, due to the physical login, players will experience mental trauma upon death and will be unable to log into the Tian Dao online game Naruto for 3 days, just as a bright light appeared before Ye Qing. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Simultaneously, discussions began to erupt across the entire world channel. What the heck? Logging into the game with our physical bodies. This is the first time this has happened in a century since the arrival of Tian Dao online. Logging in with our physical bodies makes this world feel so much more real. Wow. If dying means 3 days without logging in, PK battles are bound to get more intense. I wonder if the experience of physical intimacy will surpass that of mental login. Wow. I need to find a girl to test this out. Ye Qing was equally startled. He raised his hand and indeed found his fingers to be remarkably clear. Even the fingerprints were discernible. Just as he prepared to leave, the ear-piercing sound of a system announcement pierced through the air, accompanied by lines of blood-red text appearing in the world channel. World announcement. World announcement. One of the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire, has issued a Naruto order, placing a bounty on player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Temporary rank. A-class bounty. All players can accept it as long as the precise coordinates of Otsutsuki Ye Qing are confirmed and verified by the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village. A C-class reward will be granted. The C-class rewards include C-class ninjutsu, C-class ninja tools, C-class ninja beasts, and C-class taijutsu, etc. Killing player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing and having it verified by the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village will yield an A-class reward. A-class rewards include A-class ninjutsu, A-class ninja tools, A-class ninja beasts, A-class taijutsu, etc. Warning. All rewards can only be obtained by players who first complete the Naruto order. Upon the release of this world announcement, fervent discussions erupted anew, surpassing the previous system announcement in intensity. Damn. The Naruto order, an A-class bounty, C-class rewards, and there are even A-class rewards. I've only ever seen D-class items until now. The lowest reward for this bounty is C-class. If I had C-class ninjutsu, I could definitely become a chunin. And there are A-class rewards. I wonder if A-class ninjutsu could bring down a mountain? Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Can someone tell me where Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is? Didn't he seem to be participating in a chunin advancement task at the Hidden Leaf Village? Doesn't anyone wonder why Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has been targeted by the Hidden Leaf Village? Damn, I heard he was spotted in Newbie Village 8858. Let us go. No matter what, we must kill Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing this time. At that moment, Ye Qing was astounded to discover that while being hunted by the Naruto order, He had activated a counter-bounty task with exceedingly generous rewards. Chapter 26. Kill. Kill until you dare not oppose me. Ah. The Naruto order? Ye Qing smiled faintly, an icy glimmer flashing in his eyes. Though the Hidden Leaf Village was the strongest ninja village in the entire ninja world, boasting numerous elite figures and a plethora of secretive clans, years later, the world's chosen prince and his comrades would indeed be born in their village. However, Ye Qing possessed the bloodline of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Given time to grow, even if the entire ninja world joined forces, they would not stand a chance against him. Unexpectedly, he had not provoked the Hidden Leaf. Instead, they had come knocking at his door. What was even more intriguing was that he had activated the Counter Naruto order task, with rewards that were exceedingly generous. S-Class rewards. S-Class reward. Chakra increased by 100. Recovery speed increased by 100. Did the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf truly believe that they were the overlords of this world? Look, that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. He has been spotted in Newbie Village 8858. Kill. Hurry and gather the guild members. Today, even if everyone's level resets to 0, we must slay Otsutsuki Ye Qing. Charge. As Ye Qing was lost in thought, the sounds of battle cries reached his ears. He looked up to see several players rushing towards him with excitement etched on their faces. In the distance, a throng of players surged towards him, even from other newbie villages, all eager to claim C-Class or even A-Class rewards. After injuring a group of Leaf Umbu in the Hidden Leaf Village, Ye Qing had utilized his spatial traversal ability to return to Newbie Village 8858 present. The Hidden Leaf was not his opponent. But this group of weaklings, no matter how many came, he would slay them all. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ye Qing's eyes as he rose slowly into the sky. Don't let him escape. Bring him down, quickly. Use ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great wind blade technique. With each furious command, dozens of fireballs the size of bowls hurtled towards Ye Qing, facing the barrage of flames. Ye Qing showed no concern. At his height, those flames could not reach him today. As he surveyed the increasing number of players surrounding Newbie Village 8858, he noted that some had inexplicably procured rudimentary bows and arrows. Aiming them at him. Gazing down at the throng of thousands of players below, Ye Qing's expression remained devoid of emotion as he declared, "From this day forth, I shall ensure that whenever my name, Ye Qing, is uttered, none shall entertain the thought of resistance." No sooner had his words left his lips than he pressed his hand down forcefully. Shinra Tensei. A deafening roar erupted, centered around Ye Qing's body, as an overwhelming shockwave surged downward, obliterating Newbie Village 8858 and transforming it into a massive pit over 100 meters in diameter. The players gathered around Newbie Village 8858 were utterly annihilated, their deaths marked by flickering white lights akin to fluorescent bulbs. Ye Qing had already elevated the merit points acquired from the advancement task of the lower ninja and the breakthrough of the hellish difficulty level lower ninja to the S-level ninjutsu. Shinra Tensei, thereby enhancing the skill to LV4, rendering it even more formidable. As a wave of Shinra Tensei was unleashed within a radius of 100 meters, no one and no ninjutsu dared to approach Ye Qing. Where has the village gone? It is the Team Muki Ye Qing. The Team Muki Ye Qing is responsible. With a single strike, he has slain tens of thousands. Look, the Team Muki Ye Qing is descending. His chakra is insufficient. We must kill him quickly. Charge. A chorus of roars erupted from the players surrounding the massive pit, spurred on by the issuance of the Hokage's decree and the allure of substantial rewards. The fact that Ye Qing had just annihilated tens of thousands did not intimidate these players in the slightest. An even greater number of players surged madly toward this location, Long City. We have received confidential reports that the Team Muki Ye Qing is none other than Ye Qing, the young master of the Ming Sun Group. The assassin squad we dispatched in the real world has been completely decimated. Damn it, this Hokage decree presents an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Indeed, the A-level reward is our only chance. Only by obtaining the A-level reward can we keep pace with the Team Muki Ye Qing. Assemble all members within the borders of the Land of Fire. Let us encircle and slay Ye Qing. Understood, Wushuang City. The real-world mission has failed. The Black Dragon Society is unlikely to act in the short term. But what about in the game? The online game Tian Dao has allowed physical login. Does this mean we must remain in the game as long as the Team Mookie Ye Qing does not log off? The Black Dragon Society in Long City have sent messages seeking an alliance with Wushuang City to jointly eliminate the Team Mookie Ye Qing. How will the rewards be distributed? The Black Dragon Society is willing to offer 300 billion resources, and Long City is prepared to cede the city of Jinzhong. Agreed. Gather all players from Wushuang City and its affiliated forces within the Land of Fire to encircle and slay the Team Mookie Ye Qing. Yes, boss. Ming's Sun City. Father, Ye Qing is being besieged. Should we intervene? Let us observe the situation. He has now become the target of all players in the game, and we in Ming's Sun City cannot afford to accompany him to destruction. Father, we must lend a hand. Ye Qing is all alone. No. Ming's Sun City has hundreds of thousands of members, and I must be responsible for them. However, Lulu, you may take a portion of the members to assist him discreetly. Understood? Got it. Outside a certain ninja village. Esteemed elders, what should we do about this Hokage decree? Give up. News from the real world has confirmed the Team Mookie Ye Qing's identity as someone we could possibly ally with. Let us observe the developments. Indeed, regardless of which side emerges victorious in this Hokage decree, is an opportunity for us. We can use this time to level up swiftly. Yes, elders, Black Dragon Society. Damn it. Gather everyone. We must eliminate the Team Mookie Ye Qing this time. Long City and Wushuang City are utterly useless. They let such a precious opportunity in the real world slip away without taking down the Team Mookie Ye Qing. Kill. Assemble all elite ninjas. Meanwhile, apart from the distant players from the four great nations and the Ming Sun Group's national forces, nearly all other factions have issued kill orders against Ye Qing. In an instant, an unprecedented encirclement operation in the history of the Tian Dao online game commenced. Newbie Village number 8858 has become the focal point of the entire world. Yet, these players remain unaware of the formidable existence they have provoked. Chapter 27. The Power of the Gods. As Ye Qing's form descended to a height of about 10 meters from the ground, countless players surged toward him, intending to employ a tactic of overwhelming him with sheer numbers. In the face of these players, Ye Qing harbored not a shred of compassion. He waved his hand, and a crimson light suddenly emerged, illuminating the surrounding area with scorching heat for dozens of meters. Flame bird Ka! With a sharp cry, as Ye Qing made his move, a colossal firebird, towering over 10 meters and composed entirely of flames, materialized out of thin air, flapping its massive fiery wings and charging furiously toward the swarm of players. Damn, Fire Phoenix, fool! What Fire Phoenix? This is the Team Mookie Ye Qing's ninjutsu. This is the technique that annihilated tens of thousands of players from Long City. What level of power is this? Quickly use water release ninjutsu to extinguish this firebird. Damn it, we're going all in. Charge. We are so many. Are we afraid of a single ninjutsu? Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted as the gigantic firebird plunged into the throng of players, sending flames splattering in all directions. Those players who came into contact with these flames had no time to react, being instantly obliterated, transforming into streaks of white light that dissipated. The deaths incurred would prevent them from logging into the game for a full 3 days, resulting in colossal losses. Amidst the incredulous gazes of countless onlookers, the firebird summoned by Ye Qing rampaged through the player crowd as effortlessly as swimming in a pool, free and unrestrained. With each location it passed, numerous white lights appeared, and no one could hinder the flight of this firebird. Ape Rock. At the center of the battlefield, Ye Qing issued a low growl. Suddenly, the ground before him began to convulse violently. Black-red magma surging as if some monstrous entity were about to break free from the earth. Roar, boom! With a roar and the subsequent explosion, a bizarre giant, over 20 meters tall and composed of magma and boulders, emerged before all present. What the hell is this? A magma giant. So massive. This resembles an A-level skill from the Earth Country's IWA Shinobi village. How could the Team Mookie Ye Qing wield it? Damn it, could the surname to Team Mookie be derived from IWA Shinobi village? Damn. It's magma. It's charging at us. Block it. Everyone hold the line. The main force from Long City has arrived. The people from Wushuang City are here too. Their levels are all above 25. Charge. The Black Dragon Society is en route. They say they found a secret weapon this time. Hurry. The magma giant is coming. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled violently as the enormous magma giant summoned by Ye Qing took massive strides toward the player crowd. With each step, it caused tremendous upheaval beneath its feet, magma splattering everywhere. Those footsteps weighed heavily on the hearts of all players, the taut strings of their nerves ready to snap at any moment. Boom! Finally, the magma giant summoned from Ape Rock stomped down upon the player crowd, instantly reducing countless players to a mushy paste, transforming into splatters of white light, dead beyond recovery. Hold on, we must endure. The Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has just employed 2A-level ninjutsu. He surely cannot unleash any more ninjutsu in the short term. At that moment, a loud roar erupted from within the player crowd, belonging to a prominent figure from Wushuang City, whose voice, aided by special ninja tools, echoed for nearly 100 meters. One team holds off the Firebird while another contains the magma giant. The rest of you charge. Charge, while the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is low on chakra. Let us kill him. Charge, fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Wind release. Great wind technique. Fire release. Fire arrow technique. Lightning release. Countless roars erupted almost simultaneously as thousands of players surrounding Ye Qing unleashed their most potent ninjutsu upon him. From a distance, one could see a multitude of flames, gales, and lightning engulfing the area within 100 meters around Ye Qing, leaving no gaps. Tens of thousands of players united in their assault. The spectacle was dazzling, reflecting the ugly yet exhilarated faces of the players surrounding them. The Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. You are doomed. With so many ninjutsu, even a CH Nin or 8J Nin NPC could potentially take him down. Right? We have won. We're going to win. Buzzing. Just as the multitude of excited shouts began to fade, a sudden and intense humming sound erupted from the area filled with countless ninjutsu. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the players, a pale white ripple suddenly enveloped that cluster of ninjutsu, violently drawing inward, forming a tornado within that space. And the eye of the tornado was precisely at the center where Ye Qing stood. What is happening? With so many ninjutsu, what is the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing planning to do? This is bad. He seems to be absorbing the ninjutsu. Absorbing ninjutsu. What extraordinary ability is this? In the midst of countless players' incredulous gazes, Ye Qing raised his right hand high, revealing a blood-red rinnegan that emerged subtly in the palm of his hand. As he moved, all the ninjutsu that had enveloped this area was absorbed completely by his hand, as if a colossal whale were siphoning water. The smile at the corner of Ye Qing's mouth remained composed, and as these myriad ninjutsu were absorbed, an overwhelming surge of power erupted within him, flowing towards his left hand. Ha 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 ha! Accompanied by a wild, boisterous laugh, Ye Qing suddenly lifted his left hand high, and a gigantic purple-black sphere of chakra manifested within it, nearly eclipsing the sunlight in this region. Surrounding this immense chakra sphere were manifestations of 5 chakra attributes: flames, water droplets, fierce winds, lightning, and rocks, spiraling around it slowly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Incredible! Such powerful fluctuations. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. This is the power of a god. Run! We can't even harm a single hair on Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Damn Konoha! Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is so strong. We are no match for him. It's falling, amidst the panic cries of countless players. Ye Qing merely waved his hand gently, and the colossal sphere, embodying the 5 elemental chakra transformations along with yin-yang chakra, began to descend slowly. Boom! Chapter 28, The Hidden Killing Task, the Mightiest of the Mighty. Boom, boom, boom! A blinding white light erupted from the sky, creating a black-red mushroom cloud that soared hundreds of meters into the air, almost obscuring the entire sky. Boom, 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 boom. The shock wave emanating from the point of impact surged wildly in all directions from the original novice village 8858, even toppling 30-meter-tall giant trees in its wake. The nearby forest was utterly flattened by this shockwave. The epicenter of the explosion was a tragic sight. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of players surrounding it, perished without a single survivor, obliterated into dust. At this moment, Ye Qing's figure floated slowly, gazing down at a gaping crater at least several hundred meters wide and nearly 50 meters deep, his expression devoid of any emotion. This move was none other than the superlative, truth-seeking ball crafted through the Rinnegan's power, as originally depicted in the storyline, effortlessly obliterating the combined defenses of the Great Prince and Ōtsutsuki. Now, in the game, what Ye Qing executed was merely a weakened version of the super truth-seeking ball, formed by amalgamating the E and D rank skills of those hundreds of thousands of players. Yet even so, the power unleashed by this move equated to that of a tailed beast bomb, rivaling some of the more formidable S-ranked ninjutsu. What the hell? How did I die? I died too, for crying out loud. I was several thousand meters away from Daitongyu Lei Luo. What is happening? Someone tell me what just transpired. Major intel. Daitongyu Ye Qing summoned a colossal sun, obliterating all the players preparing to ambush him. Damn, I was killed by a shockwave. A mushroom cloud. How can it be a mushroom cloud in the world of Tiandao Online? It can't be a nuclear bomb, right? Daitongyu Ye Qing must have mastered S-ranked ninjutsu. Otherwise, he couldn't be this powerful. Cheat. Daitongyu Ye Qing must be a cheat. I want to file a complaint. 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 In that instant, the number of players who perished exceeded several hundred thousand, causing a seismic uproar in the real world. Countless individuals exited the game and flocked to the forums, venting their frustrations. However, astute individuals had already uploaded videos detailing the epic battle to the forums, and within mere minutes, the views surpassed 1 billion. Igniting a frenzy. Wow, what a massive firebird. This ninjutsu must be at least A-ranked, and there's a magma giant. Damn, what was that final move? An S-rank skill, such a massive sphere. Wow. Daitongyu Ye Qing is so handsome. His skin is so alluring. His white eyes resemble the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. My husband, Daitongyu Ye Qing, is now my husband. I wonder how Daitongyu Ye Qing compares to shadow-level figures. The comments below the video post quickly filled the entire forum, growing at an exponential rate. Not only players from Huagua and the neighboring countries of Woku and Bangwa, but even those from distant countries like Megwa, Ingwa, and Xiongwa were caught up in fervent discussions. Countless individuals believed Ye Qing was cheating and demanded severe punishment from the Tiandao Online game. Yet another faction idolized Ye Qing, revering him as a deity, with a significant portion being charming young women. Nevertheless, the discussions in the real world and on the forums did not disturb Ye Qing in the game. At this moment, most of his focus was captivated by the system's notification sounds. Listening intently. You have killed player I am not a cabbage, gaining 1 point of kill value. You have killed player Dragon City White Ink, gaining 1 point of kill value. You have killed player Wushuang Night City, gaining 1 point of kill value. You have killed player Ding Dong. Congratulations player Daitongyu Ye Qing for accumulating a total of 1 million player kills, completing the hidden killing task 1 million slaughter, and earning the special title, the mightiest of the mighty. Ding Dong. Congratulations player Daitongyu Ye Qing for accumulating a total of 1 million player kills. Ding Dong. Congratulations player Daitongyu Ye Qing for accumulating a total of 1 million player kills. The mightiest of the mighty, LV1, a special title. Can be worn. Description 1. To kill one is a sin. To slaughter thousands is to be mighty. To slay 9 million. One becomes the mightiest of the mighty. Description 2. This title can be upgraded. The method of upgrading must be explored by the player themselves. Effect. When worn, all ninjutsu power against players increases by 10, and the drop rate of all equipped items and personal space items from slain players increases by 10. Ding Dong. Congratulations player Daitongyu Ye Qing for accumulating a total of 1 million player kills, completing the hidden killing task 1 million slaughter, and earning 1 million points of kill value. Kill value. Kill value can be exchanged for corresponding health recovery items. Chakra recovery items, battlefield equipment, etc. Other uses must be explored by the player in the game. Ding Dong. Congratulations player Daitongyu Ye Qing for accumulating a total of 1 million player kills, completing the hidden killing task 1 million slaughter, and earning 100,000 merit points. For several minutes, Ye Qing was engrossed in reviewing the system announcements, astonished by the sheer number of players he had eliminated, which not only granted him a special title, but also an impressive 100,000 merit points. At this moment, merit points were crucially needed for him, as for the method of upgrading the special title the mightiest of the mighty. Ye Qing grasped its meaning from the description and did not delve deeper. System, expend 100,000 merit points to enhance the space traversal skill level. Consuming merit points, S-rank skill space traversal level upgraded to LV2. Consuming merit points. S-rank skill space traversal level upgraded to LV3. Once the 100,000 merit points were fully consumed. Ye Qing waved his hand, causing a pitch-black rift to appear in the air before him, now half again as large and significantly more stable than before. Konoha, the grudge of today shall be repaid tenfold in due time. As the words left his lips, Ye Qing's figure, with his chakra and recovery speed skyrocketing by 100, entered the dark spatial rift, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, a piercing world announcement echoed in the ears of all surviving players. World announcement! World announcement! Player Tatami Ye Qing has successfully completed the hidden killing task 1 million slaughter for the first time, earning the special title, the mightiest of the mighty. This event will be recorded in the historical events of Tiandao Online. Naruto. To be remembered for generations, world announcement. World announcement. Listening to the relentless barrage of world announcements ringing in their ears, nearly every player was struck by a singular thought. What the hell? Chapter 29. The path chosen by Ye Qing. Astonishing the Council of Elders. Damn, the Tiandao Online game has only been live for a few days, and Tatami Ye Qing has already killed 1 million people. Calculate the previous situation where the players from Longcheng besieged Ye Qing, resulting in a massacre of nearly the entire novice village and its organization, amounting to approximately 100,000 casualties. This time, upon hearing the call of the Hokage, at least 7 or 8 large organizations have set out to hunt down the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Not to mention the other players from surrounding novice villages. With the prestigious title of Xiong Zhong Xiong and his fame recorded in the historical events of Naruto, the Otsutsuki Ye Qing is destined for greatness. Truly, the deity lives up to the title, effortlessly overshadowing all previous deities in the realm of Tiandao Online games. While several deities have emerged in this world, the one with the highest PK count is merely Tianluo from Tianluo Diwan, who has only managed to eliminate a little over 2,000 players. That 1 million. How many Tianluos could that possibly equate to? What should we do? Is the Hokage's order to be executed or not? Only a fool would proceed. I, Huashi Yuing, shall withdraw. Jialan Shendian also withdraws. Ming's Sun Group withdraws. The Qin withdraws. As discussions ensued, nearly 90% of players and factions extinguished their desire to confront Ye Qing. However, factions such as the Black Dragon Association, Wushuang City, and others within the territory of Wa Kingdom remained silent, still sending players who lingered in the game to continue their pursuit of Ye Qing's whereabouts. Baka! No matter how high the level of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, he cannot possibly contend with the native NPC ninjas. Once we seize control of several hidden villages, we will surely eliminate him, no matter how formidable he may be. He is but a solitary individual, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. This online game of Tiandao has only been live for 2 days, and we will inevitably catch up to you. Deploy all spies and informants. We must ascertain all of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's ninjutsu data and attributes in a short span of time, and we must not neglect matters in the real world, particularly those concerning Ming's Sun City. Just as other factions and players were deliberating over Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, his figure appeared amidst a mountain forest. Gazing into the distance, a ninja village situated halfway up the mountain came into Ye Qing's view. The village's architecture resembled massive boulders, harmonizing magnificently with the surrounding mountainous terrain. At first glance, it appeared to occupy nearly half of the hillside. Through his Byakugan, Ye Qing discerned that the village was bustling with activity, teeming with people, and concealed within were numerous ninjas, at least several hundred in number. Should this faction exist within the original storyline, it would be more than capable of overwhelming any ninja village. Unfortunately, this is a game world reformed by the online game Tiandao, where the map's area and the number of ninja have expanded nearly 100-fold compared to the original work. Even a small ninja village, which originally housed only a handful of ninjas, could now boast hundreds. As for the 5 great ninja villages from the original plot, they have been augmented to an extraordinary degree. Within these villages, the number of elite ninjas alone reaches thousands, with the number of middle ninjas in the tens of thousands, as for the lower ninjas. That figure is even more staggering. Moreover, the number of players aligned with each faction, especially those belonging to the 5 great ninja villages, is astronomical. Notably, the players choosing Konoha are the most numerous. Ye Qing. With a soft exclamation, a bright light flashed in Ye Qing's eyes, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the ninja village. And he calmly remarked, "Indeed, this is Shinobi village. Third Elder, we have located the whereabouts of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. In a certain base, a reconnaissance ninja reported to an elder." Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, did I not instruct you to avoid provoking this individual? Who allowed you to act recklessly? The third elder's expression shifted, fully aware that as one of the prominent elders of Hwagwa, they were entrenched in a world akin to the Warring States period, where numerous factions vied for dominance. What they held was merely a nominal justification that if they inadvertently offended the current top player, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, it could significantly hinder their upcoming plans. No, third elder, we merely spotted Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing at the village entrance. He seemed to have appeared there suddenly that a comrade discovered him and promptly reported. The reconnaissance ninja hastily explained. Suddenly appeared? The distance between the land of Fire's Konoha and the land of Bear Shingin village is several million kilometers. How could Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing possibly arrive in an instant? Upon hearing this, the third elder's countenance paled further as he muttered, "Currently, the national wars have not commenced, and all teleportation arrays can only transport to nearby ninja villages and novice villages. What means could Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing have employed to traverse millions of kilometers in mere seconds, moving from one hidden village to another? Unclear, third elder. He also appeared suddenly and seems to be heading toward Shingin village." The reconnaissance ninja replied. The third elder's eyes suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "Shingin village, could he possibly be aware of that secret? Impossible. He is but one person. How could he conquer a hidden village? No, this matter is of utmost importance. I must inform the Grand Elder and others." With that, disregarding the presence of others, the third elder swiftly accessed the friend system, hastening to communicate with the Grand Elder and others. Within just a few minutes, 2 elders hurriedly appeared, and before them, a holographic virtual screen materialized, revealing the images of 2 more elders. "Where is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing? Where is he?" One elder on the screen, appearing to be in his 50s, with a square face and an imposing presence, urgently inquired. "According to our subordinates, he remains outside Shingin village. Our people are secretly monitoring him," another elder responded. "Several small hidden villages have our personnel. I have some urgent matters." The dealings with Shingin village and Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing are fully entrusted to the third elder. You must ensure to stabilize him. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises to win him over, do not hesitate to do so at all costs. At the very least, we must establish an alliance. And what a plan to seize Shingin village. Shingin village is minor. If Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing insists, we can relinquish it to him. After all, in this world, there are numerous small hidden villages. Moreover, due to the Hokage's order summoning players to besiege Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, resulting in the deaths of 100,000 high-level players, they will be unable to log into the game for 3 days. These 3 days are precisely our opportunity to dispatch individuals to seize the resources of Konoha players. The matter of Shingin village is in your hands. Understood. It is a pity that this group remains entirely unaware that the resources of Konoha players have long been swept clean by Ye Qing, leaving them with nothing. Chapter 30. The Great Secret. Mass production of chakra fruits. Outside Shingin village, Ye Qing gazed at a blood-red pill in his hand, lost in contemplation. Chakra pill, a special substance of condensed chakra, manufactured by the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing through the unique abilities of his clan. Upon consumption, it instantly restores all chakra and has a certain probability of extending one's lifespan. This pill was created during his previous encounter with hundreds of thousands of players, absorbing countless E and D rank ninjutsu, utilizing the chakra fruit creation technique. According to the original storyline, members of the Ōtsutsuki clan can produce chakra fruits and a specific type of pill known for its renown by harnessing absorbed chakra. This special chakra fruit and pill not only restore and enhance one's chakra and strength, but also extend life. In the original plot, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki was nearly defeated by the first prince and the second pillar, only transforming into a monstrous entity resembling a demon after absorbing Kinshiki, significantly amplifying his power. Were it not for the protagonist's halo, Otsutsuki Momoshiki could have easily dispatched the first prince and others. Regrettably, this pill was created after absorbing the ninjutsu from numerous players, and aside from a significant portion that was reflected back using ninjutsu, only about 1/5 of the ninjutsu was utilized to produce this pill. It is worth noting that in the original plot, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, after absorbing Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki, directly created a chakra fruit. Although that fruit appeared vastly different from a true divine tree fruit, it was still a treasure capable of doubling a ninja's strength. If player chakra can indeed be used to manufacture chakra pills, does that imply that player chakra can also be utilized to create chakra fruits? If that is the case, it would mean that as players level up, they could obtain countless chakra fruits and pills. One need not mention an abundance of chakra fruits. Even a single chakra fruit could elevate him to divine status in this world. With this thought, Ye Qing's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance as he tightly grasped the chakra pill in his hand. Raising his head, his gaze shifted toward the distant Xingyin village perched upon the mountainside. Gradually drifting toward the village, as for those lurking in the shadows to track him, he had long since detected their presence. However, he paid them no mind. As his movements unfolded, the players wandering outside Xingyin village also noticed his trace, erupting into loud exclamations. Look, who is that individual, and how can they fly? Are they an NPC? No, that person is Ōtsutsuki Leaf Green. How is it possible that Ōtsutsuki Leaf Green, a novice in the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, has made his way to our bear country? What could he be intending, flying directly towards the village? Where are the ninjas of Star Hidden Village? Despite our relentless efforts, we have been unable to infiltrate Star Hidden Village. Could it be that Ōtsutsuki Leaf Green plans to enter? Look, ninjas from Star Hidden Village have appeared. Damn it, Ōtsutsuki Leaf Green is about to take action. His target is indeed Star Hidden Village. Hurry, report to the elders, quickly. As Leaf Green made his move, a flurry of discussions erupted in the World Channel. Although Star Hidden Village is merely a small hidden village within the Naruto universe, it holds a certain degree of influence and serves as a developmental base for numerous medium and small factions. Among them, the most formidable group comprises individuals affiliated with the official faction of the Hua Nation, led by the Third Elder, who have established a presence here with the intent to seize Star Hidden Village. However, Leaf Green remains blissfully unaware of these machinations. His objective for this journey is simply to capture the local ninjas to experiment with the chakra fruit manufacturing technique, as well as the meteorite from a moon that possesses the chakra of the 10 tails. According to the original storyline, a meteorite fell within the borders of Bear Country, containing an exceptionally unique chakra. The first Star Shadow discovered that ninjas could utilize this meteorite for training, gaining abilities akin to the tailed beast cloak, allowing them to transform into various animals for combat, and even enabling flight with chakra wings. Thus, Star Hidden Village was established and has continued to develop to this day. The meteorite is revered as a treasure by the ninjas of Star Hidden Village. However, Leaf Green, well versed in the original narrative, understands that this meteorite is not a treasure at all, but rather a special stone imbued with the chakra of the 10 tails. While ordinary ninjas can gain abilities reminiscent of the tailed beast cloak through training with the meteorite, the absence of a tailed beast within their bodies leads to the erosion of their physical form over time, ultimately resulting in premature death. This issue was only recognized after the Third Star Shadow took office, leading to a prohibition against training with the meteorite. Regrettably, we are currently in a state of war, and even though the dangers of the meteorite are well known, the ninjas persist in their training to protect the people of Bear Country and their loved ones. Who goes there? Halt! This is the territory of Star Hidden Village that, if you take another step forward, be wary of our wrath. As Leaf Green approached Star Hidden Village, several shadowy figures emerged, brandishing wings formed of pale, purple chakra. Blocking his path, Leaf Green scrutinized the 5 ninjas from Star Hidden Village, particularly the chakra cloak surrounding them. The cloaks, resembling tailed beast cloaks, radiated a pale, purple hue, exuding a chilling and frenzied aura, making these ninjas appear monstrous. I am Ōtsutsuki Leaf Green, and I have come to reclaim something that has been lost in your Star Hidden Village. Gazing at the tense ninjas, Leaf Green spoke in a calm tone. This meteorite is a fragment that seals the 10 tails, inherently infused with its chakra, thus considered a part of the 10 tails. The 10 tails itself is a manifestation of the God Tree, whose origins trace back to the seed planted by Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya merely serves the Ōtsutsuki clan to AS for Leaf Green. He is the young clan leader of the Ōtsutsuki lineage, in a certain sense. Not only does this meteorite and the 10 tails belong to him, but even the God Tree and Otsutsuki Kagaya are his possessions. Lost treasures of Star Hidden Village? What treasures? The leading ninja from Star Hidden Village inquired, his expression darkening, a cold tone in his voice. As he spoke, his hidden right hand had already issued a lethal command. My belongings? It seems to be a meteorite that fell here 200 years ago. Kill. Chapter 31. 10 Tails Chakra. First kill of a Jonin. Roaring with rage. Before Leaf Green could finish his sentence, the ninjas surrounding him unleashed a collective roar, their chakra cloaks swelling dramatically, manifesting 3 or 4 tails that surged towards Leaf Green. Peacock Mystical Art. Feather Transformation. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the 5 pale purple figures flapped their wings, enveloping the surrounding space, while their multiple tails viciously struck toward Leaf Green, creating a cacophony of air-splitting sounds. The ninjas of Star Hidden Village excelled in a technique known as Peacock Mystical Art, utilizing their chakra cloaks to transform into various fierce beast forms to launch powerful physical assaults against their foes. In the face of their relentless attacks, Leaf Green made no effort to resist, standing there calmly. Boom! Boom! As the colossal tails thundered toward Leaf Green, they appeared to encounter an invisible barrier upon nearing his body. Erupting in a burst of energy, Leaf Green, shielded by this barrier, remained entirely unharmed. Impossible! What is happening? My attacks are ineffective. Continue to strike. Cries of shock erupted from the remaining ninjas, fear etched on their faces. Yet they showed no intention of retreating, twisting their bodies to charge at Leaf Green once more. Ha! Merely grasping a fraction of the tailed beast cloak's essence, and you dare to arrogantly call yourselves Star Shadows. Leaf Green's gaze flickered coldly as he spoke. Among the myriad hidden villages, aside from the merchant ninjas and rogue ninjas who merely linger, Star Hidden Village is arguably the weakest. The entire village relies on a meteorite to cultivate their chakra, and nearly 100 ninjas possess only a single technique, Peacock Mystical Art. Although their leader is called the Star Shadow, their overall strength may not even match that of an elite Jonin. Since you all rely on the chakra of the 10 tails for training, what will you become without it? Leaf Green's voice remained devoid of emotion. Facing the horrified expressions of the ninjas, he abruptly reached out his right hand and grasped the chakra cloak of 1 Star Hidden Village ninja. Ninjutsu Absorption. Leaf Green's Rinnegan allows him to absorb any ninjutsu and chakra, and the chakra cloaks of these Star Hidden Village ninjas are indeed part of their chakra. Buzz! A peculiar wave resonated, and as Leaf Green seized the tailed beast cloak of his opponent, a white light emanated from his hand, causing the chakra cloak of the captured Star Hidden Village ninja to dissipate at a visible rate. Damn it, what have you done? Let go. Release Grasshopper Star. Cries of alarm erupted as the remaining ninjas shouted in anger, launching their attacks once more. Unfortunately, these strikes merely tickled Leaf Green, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Oh! With a final scream, the Star Hidden Village ninja captured by Leaf Green found his chakra cloak entirely absorbed in mere seconds. Without the support of the chakra cloak, the Star Hidden Village ninja was reduced to an ordinary person, screaming as he plummeted from the sky. Grasshopper Star? Damn it! I will kill you! Hurry and save him! Observing the panicked ninjas, Leaf Green's expression remained devoid of emotion as he stated flatly, Your chakra is insufficient. This chakra barely qualifies as that of a chunin. You should focus on your own survival. As soon as he finished speaking, Leaf Green vanished in a flash, reappearing beside another star-hidden village ninja. Seizing this ninja's chakra, cloak once more, ninjutsu absorption. Damn it. Release Spider Star. Prepare yourself. Angry shouts rang out again, but Leaf Green effortlessly neutralized their attacks. Within moments, the chakra of this star-hidden village ninja was completely absorbed, causing him to scream as he fell from the sky. Damn it. What should we do? This mysterious person is so powerful. Quickly notify Lord Star Shadow. At this point, the remaining 3 ninjas from Star Hidden Village realized they were no match for Leaf Green. Exchanging glances, they turned and fled towards the village's interior. Flee. Can you escape? Leaf Green sneered coldly, reaching out into the void and summoning 3 iron rods crafted from the truth-seeking balls into his palms. With a swish, they sliced through the air, impaling the 3 ninjas through their abdomens and chests. Ah, get away! Before the exclamations had faded, Ye Qing's figure flickered and he appeared directly beside the 3 individuals, effortlessly pulling their chakra cloaks together with a single hand. Ninja technique, absorption, buzz. Another resonant sound echoed, and before the incredulous gazes of the trio, the unique chakra that had manifested as a cloak was completely absorbed by Ye Qing. Ding dong, congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 280-level elite Nin of Xingyin Village, earning 80,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 320-level ordinary Nin of Xingyin Village, earning 120,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 310-level ordinary Nin of Xingyin Village, earning 110,000 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Level, LV111. Ding dong, congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Level, LV135. Ding dong, congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for his first kill of a Nin, earning a random B-class reward. Gain 10,000 merit points. Ding dong, congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for his first kill of a Nin, earning a random A-class reward. Gained 100,000 merit points. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has completed the special advancement task, first kill of a Nin, earning a B-class reward. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has completed the special advancement task, first kill of a Nin, earning an A-class reward. The previous wave of discussions across the world had not yet subsided when Ye Qing's consecutive first kills of Nin and a Nin dropped like a bomb into the water, causing the entire world to erupt once more. First kill of Nin and first kill of a Nin. Could it be that the ninja from the land of fire? Konoha. Unclear, as there hasn't been a soul for several dozen miles around that area. Damn. News just came in that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has ventured to the Bear Country's Xingyin Village. The Bear Country? That place is several hundred miles away from the land of fire. Breaking news. Breaking news. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing single-handedly challenged Xingyin Village. Chapter 32. The Ninjas of Xingyin Village. Instantaneous kill. Xingyin Village. Secret base. The third elder, surrounded by a dozen soldiers, hurried towards Xingyin Village. But upon reaching the midway point, he discovered that Ye Qing was already engaged in battle with 5 ninjas from Xingyin Village above. His expression shifted dramatically. What on earth is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's intention to dare challenge the entire Xingyin Village alone? Third Elder, what should we do? Those ninjas from Xingyin Village with flying capabilities are at least 300-level Nin. 5 Nin. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is certainly no match for them. He is courting death. Before the third elder's words could settle, the 6 figures battling in the sky suddenly dispersed. Among them, a man resembling a ninja from Xingyin Village, whose chakra cloak had enveloped him, suddenly vanished, screaming as he plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and transforming into a gruesome mess. Damn, he can even kill 8 Nin. Even the refined third elder, upon witnessing this, could not help but curse, staring foolishly at the few figures still locked in battle in the sky, his eyes flickering as he pondered. Third Elder, Shut up. Wait a moment. The third elder immediately silenced them. Sure enough, within minutes, the 5 ninjas from Xingyin village who had ascended to obstruct Ye Qing fell from the sky like dumplings, eliciting countless gasps from players in Xingyin village. Quickly, send the order for everyone within the Bear Country's vicinity to come to Xingyin village. Yes, third elder, the skies of the Bear Country are about to change. Help! Lord Xingyin, save me! Ah! Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce sound of air being torn apart erupted, and a massive figure shot out from the hillside of Xingyin village. Resembling a monstrous being with several wings, this creature, akin to a large peacock unfurling its tail, had its numerous tails billowing in the wind, catching the falling figures from the air and gently placing them on the ground. Unfortunately, the last 3 had already met their demise at the hands of the black rods formed from Ye Qing's Tao-seeking jade, reduced to mere ashes. Damn it! Who are you? With an enraged roar, the enormous creature lifted its head, glaring intently at Ye Qing. Accompanying its appearance, over 30 ninjas clad in chakra cloaks emerged from Xingyin village, surrounding Ye Qing completely. These ninjas, fully enveloped in chakra cloaks, represented all the Jainin from Xingyin village at that moment. Thanks to the enhancement from the online game, what was once a small gathering of ninjas in Xingyin village had swelled to nearly 50 Jainin and hundreds of Nin. The middle-aged man resembling a monster confronting Ye Qing was none other than the third Ōtsutsuki of Xingyin village. Third Ōtsutsuki, hand over that meteorite, and I will spare the lives of your Xingyin village ninjas. Ye Qing assessed the 2 faintly glowing chakra pills in his palm and spoke nonchalantly. These 2 chakra pills were crafted after he had absorbed the chakra of the previous 5 ninjas from Xingyin village using the absorption technique. Based on Ye Qing's conjecture, these chakra pills were merely of the lowest grade. Higher grade pills and chakra fruits would require the chakra of tailed beasts or even the entire world to produce. Meteorite. The third Ōtsutsuki's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Ye Qing with a wary gaze. That meteorite is their greatest asset in the ninja world. How could they possibly hand it over to anyone else? Boy, regardless of who you are, daring to slay my Xingyin village ninjas while coveting our treasure. Today, you shall leave your name. With the third Ōtsutsuki's furious shout, over 30 Jainin from Xingyin village unleashed a collective roar. Utilizing their chakra cloaks to charge directly at Ye Qing. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous sounds echoed as these ninjas employed the peacock technique, lacking any long-range attack jutsu and being forced into close combat. Amidst the frenzied assault, the air was filled with piercing sounds of rushing wind, creating a majestic spectacle. From a distance, it resembled dozens of ravenous wolves viciously hunting a lone hunter. Facing this horde of frenzied Xingyin village ninjas, Ye Qing exhibited no hint of fear. Rather, a smirk of disdain graced his lips. Were he to confront Jainin from another hidden village, Ye Qing might exercise caution and utilize his absorption and amplification abilities to engage in guerrilla tactics. However, against the ninjas of Xingyin village, Ye Qing felt no trepidation whatsoever. These ninjas lacked long-range attack techniques and specialized solely in close-quarters combat with the peacock technique, posing no threat to Ye Qing. As the group of Xingyin village ninjas charged at breakneck speed, Ye Qing suddenly extended his hands towards them. Buzz! A wave of energy surged forth, and the blood-red rinnegan in Ye Qing's right palm suddenly focused, causing dozens of black rods fashioned from the Tao-seeking jade to materialize densely in front of him, aimed at the charging ninjas. Kill! Peacock technique! Rumble! Accompanied by a chorus of roars, the 30-plus Jainin from Xingyin village flicked their tails behind them, sending dozens of chakra-formed tails crashing towards Ye Qing. From this day forth, I shall make Xingyin village a part of history in this world. Shinra Tensei. With a soft command, an incredibly powerful shockwave erupted, radiating from Ye Qing's body like a tempest in all directions. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all surrounding players and ninjas, it appeared as though a spherical shockwave had manifested around Ye Qing. Suging fought with Ovim Fossa. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted simultaneously as the Xingying village ninjas charging towards Ye Qing were obliterated by the shockwave, dissipating into crimson mist in the air. Moreover, the black rods intentionally created by Ye Qing's right rinnegan pierced through a few unfortunate souls, turning them into piles of ashes that scattered with the wind. The third Ōtsutsuki, who had been brimming with confidence just a moment ago, now gazed in horror at the swirling blood mist and ashes, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. What exactly are you? Chapter 33. The third Ōtsutsuki's fear, the soaring levels. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 320-level ordinary Jonin of Xingying Village, earning 120,000 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 310-level ordinary Jonin of Xingying Village, earning 110,000 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 380-level ordinary Jonin of Xingying Village, earning 180,000 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the 310-level ordinary Jonin of Xingying Village. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Level. LV136. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Level. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Level. LV155. For a considerable duration, the crisp and melodious system notification echoed in Ye Qing's ears. Yet his heart remained as tranquil as a still pond. Although these 30-odd ninjas from Xingying Village had attained the rank of Jonin, their strength paled in comparison to that of Jonin from other major hidden villages. They possessed only the peacock mystique technique, lacking any supplementary ninjutsu, relying solely on physical attacks with their chakra cloaks. Such a sluggish method of attack rendered them little more than targets, even the Xingying before him. When compared to the Jonin of other prominent hidden villages, such as Kakashi Hitaki or Asuma Suratobi, was significantly inferior. Not to mention the Kage of the 5 great hidden villages. Who on earth are you? Hearing the inquiry from Xingying, Ye Qing merely cast a fleeting glance his way and replied coolly, "My purpose here is simply to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Qing's form surged through the air like a soaring dragon, charging directly towards the third Xingying. "Damn, do not think for a moment that I fear you. Peacock mystique." The third Xingying bellowed in fury, his chakra surging violently, manifesting 7 broad tails of light purple chakra behind him, resembling a miniature Kai-Bai, as they charged towards Ye Qing. Die! Boom! 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 Accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, the 7 tails behind the third Xingying transformed into colossal waves of chakra, crashing down upon Ye Qing. This power was several times greater than that of the 30-odd ordinary Jonin from Xingying Village, causing the air to resonate with tearing sounds, as if it too were being shredded by the force of the 7 tails. Faced with such might, even Ye Qing could not afford to be careless. With a swift motion, he flicked his hand, sending a chakra pill arcing through the air, landing directly in his mouth. Having completed a bounty mission, he earned an S-rank reward, augmenting his chakra by 100 and his recovery speed by 100. Coupled with the chakra pill's replenishment, his chakra reserves were nearing that of a Jonin. At that moment, he resembled a perpetual motion machine, perpetually ready for attack. Shinra Tensei, with a thunderous roar, a visible ripple emanated from Ye Qing's body, surging outward with fervor. Boom! 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 Another series of violent explosions ensued as the 7 tails of the third Xingying collided with the force of Shinra Tensei, generating a tremendous shockwave in the air. From a distance, the massive form of the third Xingying appeared suspended in mid-air, as if something invisible were anchoring his body. Damn, what kind of power is this? The third Xingying's expression darkened considerably, his eyes bulging with bloodshot veins. Yet despite his desperate roars and struggles, he could not withstand the ever-increasing force of Shinra Tensei. "Get lost." "Not far away," Ye Qing muttered under his breath. Then with a powerful grasp of his hands, another wave of force erupted, striking directly at the third Xingying. Boom! Huffed! Boom! 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 The immense body of the third Xingying felt as if it were struck by an invisible hammer, plummeting from the sky and demolishing countless buildings. from afar, within the flourishing Xingyin village, a path extending over 100 meters appeared, engulfed in clouds of dust. At the top of this path lay the third Xingyin. Bloodied and struggling. Ah, it's Lord Third Xingyin. What has happened to Lord Xingyin? Is the enemy in the sky that formidable? Quickly, evacuate the ordinary citizens. Damn, the enemy arrived too swiftly. We scarcely have time to evacuate the civilians. Lord Xingyin, are you all right? Team 3, follow me to hold off the enemy. Quickly. Lord Xingyin! Lord Xingyin! Kill! Countless cries of alarm and shouts erupted from within Xingyin village, as ordinary citizens fled in all directions, as if the apocalypse had descended. Meanwhile, hundreds of ninjas from Xingyin village emerged, occupying the high ground within the village, launching assaults against the descending Ye Qing. With the demise of all the Jonin in Xingyin village, only the Nin remained. Those still possessing the qualifications and strength to confront Ye Qing. Damn it, retreat, you are no match for him. Hurry and seek aid from Konoha. The third Xingyin, gravely wounded by Ye Qing's strike, clawed his way out from the rubble, loudly urging the surrounding ninjas. Regrettably, these Nin had already resigned themselves to their fate, repeatedly launching suicidal attacks against Ye Qing. Alas, their methods of attack were too simplistic, relying solely on the peacock mystique to form various chakra cloaks resembling animals. Charging towards Ye Qing. Faced with these Nin from Xingyin village, Ye Qing had no desire to engage. He descended slowly, his right eye with the Rinnegan flickering as slender black rods began to levitate before him. Rapidly darting towards the surrounding Nin of Xingyin village. Puffed, puffed, puffed. One by one, the piercing sounds echoed as dozens of black rods weaved through the air, claiming the lives of Nin from Xingyin village. Their cries of agony ringing out incessantly. Within mere minutes, the Nin surrounding Ye Qing had all been mercilessly slaughtered, leaving behind a scene of sprawled corpses and crimson blood. Who on earth are you? As Ye Qing closed the distance, the third Xingyin's mental defenses finally crumbled. Almost all of the Nin and Jonin of Xingyin village had perished at the hands of this enigmatic youth. Me, I am Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, and Ye Qing smiled faintly, yet chose not to elaborate further, instead gently placing his right hand upon the third Xingyin's head. Buzz! Chapter 34. First kill of a Kaga level, chakra fruit. Ninjutsu absorption, chakra fruit creation. As Ye Qing executed his motion, his hands suddenly turned a vivid crimson, and two blood-red Rinnegan emanated an otherworldly glow. The figure of the third Xingyin became enveloped in a crimson light, rapidly converging towards Ye Qing's right hand. Ah! A cry of agony erupted from the third Xingyin, as he was visibly drawn into Ye Qing's right hand by the all-consuming crimson glow. As the third Xingyin was absorbed, Ye Qing experienced an overwhelming sensation of power surging within him, an indescribable bliss washing over his entire being. With this influx of energy, a blood-red spherical object began to take shape in the palm of his left hand. Chakra fruit. Moments later, a chakra fruit, roughly the size of a walnut, materialized in Ye Qing's left hand, shimmering with black and red hues, exuding an aura of mystery. Chakra fruit, a chakra fruit, produced from the third Xingyin's essence. Consuming it grants a permanent increase of 100 chakra, enhances all ninjutsu potency by 100, and extends lifespan by 50 years. Indeed, a mere Kagaya is insufficient to yield a true chakra fruit. Even the chakra fruit formed when Ōtsutsuki Kagaya absorbed Ōtsutsuki Kenshiki in the original storyline pales in comparison. Observing this situation, Ye Qing appeared quite prescient, showing no signs of surprise. A true chakra fruit is born from the god tree, taking root upon a planet, draining the entirety of the planet's vitality and nutrients, allowing a chakra fruit to grow. Such a chakra fruit embodies the life force of an entire planet, possessing immense power, capable of significantly extending life and strength that in fact, in the original narrative, when Uchimadara unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi and summoned the god tree. Absorbing nearly all the chakra from the ninjas of the ninja world, it was only then that a chakra fruit was produced. Now, the mere shadow of a Xingyin being able to manifest the semblance of a chakra fruit is already a stroke of luck. In a flash, Ye Qing swiftly appeared in a place resembling a shrine, Stepping inside, in the center of the shrine, lay a stone emanating a faint purple glow of chakra, a meteorite from outer space. Meanwhile, a cascade of notifications resonated in Ye Qing's ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for slaying the leader of the Bear Country's Star Hidden Village, the third-generation Star Shadow, level LV410. And earning experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up, now at LV185. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for vanquishing the leader of the Bear Country's Star Hidden Village, the third-generation Star Shadow, level LV410, and acquiring 1 million merit points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the leader of the Bear Country's Star Hidden Village, the third-generation Star Shadow, level LV410, and obtaining the A-grade secret technique, Peacock Mystique, a secret art unique to Star Hidden Village, requiring the aid of special meteorites for cultivation, capable of forming an exterior chakra cloak akin to a tailed beast garment. Possessing 3 distinct functions. 1. Transforming chakra into a ferocious beast for physical attacks. 2. Absorbing the opponent's chakra. 3. Manifesting wings from chakra for flight. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for slaying the leader of the Bear Country's Star Hidden Village, the third-generation Star Shadow, level LV410. This event will be announced system-wide. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has slain the leader of the Bear Country's Star Hidden Village, the third-generation Star Shadow, level LV410, achieving the first kill of a Shadow-level entity, causing a global sensation, marking him as the foremost individual of this era. This event will be recorded in the annals of the Naruto world as a significant occurrence. Immortalized for eternity. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has slain the leader of the Bear Country's Star Hidden Village, the third-generation Star Shadow, level LV410, achieving the first kill of a Shadow-level entity. World announcement. As the system notifications resounded once more, the entire world channel erupted with activity, with players from nearly all factions engaging in fervent discussions. What the heck? Surely the system can't be mistaken. This is the third-generation Star Shadow. Another triumph for Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. This game has only been live for a few days, and he's already taken down a Shadow-level figure. It must be a hoax. Quick, check the world level leaderboard. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is already at LV185. Holy smokes, is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing on a rocket? The second place, Tian Luo, is only at LV56, the third-generation Star Shadow, that seems to be from a small ninja village called Star Hidden Village in Bear Country. So what if it's a small ninja village? As long as it boasts a Shadow-level ninja, their level must be at least 400 or above. Damn, how is anyone supposed to compete in this game? I can't even defeat a wandering ninja, and there are people single-handedly taking down Shadow-level figures. This is a Shadow-level entity, right? It can't be real. Not only the ordinary players around the world, but also the high-ranking officials of major factions in various countries fell into a stunned silence upon receiving this news. Being privy to more information, they understood the terror of a Shadow-level figure. Even if it was from a small ninja village, they had always held themselves in high regard, disseminating a plethora of false information to entice the common folk to choose other nations and small hidden villages. While the most powerful and promising of the 5 great hidden villages, Konoha and Suna, along with other hidden villages possessing unique bloodline limits, had kept their intelligence to themselves, they believed that, given time, this distinctive world of the Tian Dao online game would become just like the previous ordinary Tian Dao online game world, becoming their domain. Unfortunately, the emergence of Ye Qing delivered a resounding slap to their faces. The name Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing would become their nightmare. Long City. Damn Ye Qing, how in the world did this kid manage to surpass our chosen Uchiha clan's bloodline limit? It's still unclear. Up to now, there has been no intel regarding the Ōtsutsuki surname. Damn it, our Uchiha clan is the strongest. We must uncover the secret to rapid leveling. Otherwise, we will forever be overshadowed by that kid Ye Qing. Boss, I had someone try to reselect the Ōtsutsuki clan's lineage. The system indicated it was impossible. Bastard. Useless trash. Contact Tian Luo D. Wong. This time, even if I have to stake the entire long city. I will eliminate Ye Qing. Chapter 35. The Destruction of Star Hidden Village, the spar for the Third Ninja World War. Wushuang Society, in the real world. Wushuang City is a vast gathering place formed by the union of two massive cities, surrounded by countless smaller towns. After Ye Qing annihilated Wushuang City in the game, several bigwigs from Wushuang City convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the unexpected emergence of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Just as they were heatedly debating, the door swung open abruptly and a figure rushed in. "City Lord, it's bad." "What happened?" Wushuang Qingcheng, also a prominent figure in Wushuang City, leaned back in his chair, frowning as he spoke. "I told you there's nothing significant happening in the game, so don't barge in. City Lord, you must see the game forum. Things have changed dramatically." "What?" Wushuang Qingcheng's heart raced. He hurriedly accessed the online game Tian Dao, entering the game forum. Upon entering, he was met with a blood-red page, with numerous hot threads flashing before his eyes. The focal point of these threads was undeniably the same individual, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Shock! The untold secret between Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing and the third-generation Star Shadow. Major event. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing slays the third-generation Star Shadow. The secret behind the fall of the third-generation Star Shadow. What is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's true identity? Exclusive report. The reason Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing was able to slay the third-generation Star Shadow was due to this act. Analyzing the world situation after the fall of the third-generation Star Shadow, a new round of conflict is inevitable. The geographical position of Bear Country. How will the three major nations respond to this matter? Each thread's title was more eye-catching than the last, yet the content was largely repetitive, provoking ire among the readers. However, the few rigorous posts that followed garnered widespread agreement among players, with hundreds and thousands of discussions erupting every second, causing Wushuang Qingcheng's expression to shift dramatically. The Star Hidden Village of Bear Country is located on the border between the Wind Country and the Earth Country. With the destruction of Star Hidden Village, a power vacuum has emerged in Bear Country, leading to an inevitable conflict between the Wind Country and the Earth Country. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing likely received aid from indigenous NPCs to slay the third-generation Star Shadow. Otherwise, with his level, he would not have been able to breach the third-generation Star Shadow's defenses. The geographical situation of the Fire Country is also quite delicate. Its northwest lies the Earth Country and Takigakure, along with various smaller nations. To the southwest, the Wind Country and several other minor nations. To the northeast, the Lightning Country and Iron Country, accompanied by numerous small nations. Most pitifully, to the southeast lies the Water Country and various small nations. This means that as one of the 5 great nations, the Fire Country is surrounded by dozens of countries, many of which harbor deep-seated enmities against it. This situation has led to Konoha frequently facing the dilemma of dual or even triple fronts during conflicts with neighboring countries. In other words, whenever any neighboring ninja village engages in warfare, it invariably impacts them. Should a conflict arise between the Wind and Earth countries due to the events in Bear Country, it will undoubtedly affect the Fire Country. At that point, the plot mission of the Third Ninja World War will certainly be triggered. Gazing at the multitude of posts nearly saturating the forum, Wushuang Qingcheng suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body, his gaze turning a deep crimson. If a ninja world war truly commences, it will present the perfect opportunity to eliminate Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Beneath these threads, the overwhelming sentiment among ordinary players was one of shock and skepticism towards Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. A ninja world war. What a joke. The game has only been live for a few days. How could such a grand conflict possibly occur? Indeed, for such a large-scale narrative shift to take place, the players' levels would certainly need to rise first before it could commence. At least we need to reach LV 100 to become Genin, right? Damn it. I heard from our boss that Genin are mere cannon fodder in the Ninja World War. Does that mean we wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder? And what about Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing? How on earth did he level up to LV 185 while I'm still at LV 45, the favorite child of the online game Tian Dao? Perhaps, who knows where Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has gone to stir up trouble now? Major news. Major news. The identity of the protagonist in the online game Naruto within the realm of Tian Dao has been confirmed. He is Ye Qing, the young master of the Ming Sun group, the young master of the Mingxin group? Goodness, what is going on with that playboy? It is said that he changes girlfriends more frequently than one drinks water. Numerous female stars in the entertainment industry have fallen victim to his charms. That I heard he recently formed an MS-18 girl group, and all 18 members are goddesses. How did that playboy not perish amid such beauty? Wow. So he is Ye Qing's husband. No wonder he is so formidable. Ye Qing's husband, sending kisses your way. I'm off to Mingxin City to find you. Once this news breaks, Mingxin City is bound to be in chaos. Countless replies flooded the thread, overwhelming the viewer's senses. However, the happenings on the forum did not impede the operations within the game. In the world of Naruto, in a certain part of the land of demons. Dozens of figures clad in black emerged from a dark cave, leaving behind a heap of monstrous corpses and scattered, worthless equipment. Should ordinary players stumble upon these items, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue over the spoils. Unfortunately, to these black-clad individuals, these items seemed no more valuable than refuse. They paid them no heed to that moment. One of the black-clad figures suddenly paused, then swiftly approached the leader, respectfully conveying, "Boss, we have received word from Longqing. They are willing to pay 1 billion Huaxia coins for the head of Ye Qing, the young master of the Mingxin group." As soon as the words left his mouth, the breaths of the surrounding black-clad figures noticeably quickened. 1 billion Huaxia coins. Yet the leader of the black-clad figures showed no sign of astonishment at such a substantial sum, calmly stating, "Refuse them. But boss, a group of fools in the future world of the Tian Dao online game. Physical bodies will enter. The currency of the real world has lost its significance. Relay the command. All members of the Tian Luo Di Wang must shift their focus entirely to the Naruto world of Tian Dao online." Understood. Chapter 36. The movement of the hidden village is a great battle about to begin. In a land of wind, Sonigakure, nestled within the desert, this hidden village is surrounded by a formidable stone wall, protecting it from the relentless winds and sands. The howling winds and blazing sun render the area perpetually hot, making green vegetation a rare sight. This unique geographical position has fostered a distinctive ninja system, with Sonigakure ninjas primarily skilled in wind and fire release techniques, as well as the desert's unique poison-making methods and the village's secret arts. Puppet techniques. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Wind boasts the largest territory. Although the number of ninjas in Sonigakure is limited, each one is an elite, possessing formidable strength. Furthermore, Sonigakure has a secret force comprised of ninjas skilled in puppet manipulation, led by the village's genius puppeteer. "Chio, report." A piercing voice suddenly echoed before the office of the Wind Shadow in Sonigakure, as the door swung open to reveal the interior. There stood the 4th Wind Shadow, Raza, alongside Elder Chio and others, engaged in a discussion regarding military affairs. The expansive sand table was densely marked with the military strength and territorial reach of various hidden villages, presenting a complex scenario. What has happened? At this moment, Raza was in his prime, robust and vigorous, mastering wind release techniques with extraordinary prowess. Coupled with his magnet release Kekiai Genkai and the secret art of gold sand, his strength was exceptionally formidable. If he were to battle in the desert or similar environments, his power would increase even more. "Report, Your Highness. Our spies from the Bear Country have relayed news that the 3rd Star Shadow of Hashigakure was assassinated by an unknown youth, and many ninjas from Hashigakure have also perished." "What? The 3rd Star Shadow was assassinated? Is this information reliable?" Raza's eyes lit up with interest as he quickly inquired. "Absolutely. Our reconnaissance ninjas have confirmed this sighting multiple times. At least thousands of witnesses can attest to it. There is no mistake," the ninja stated emphatically, without a hint of doubt. "Excellent." Raza leaped to his feet, exhilarated, exclaiming, "This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance." "Elder Chio, we were just deliberating on how to mobilize our forces. The death of the Star Shadow present a prime opportunity to strike. The Bear Country's Hashigakure, isn't it allied with Konoha? If so, it indeed presents a favorable time to act." Chio slowly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Elder Hai Laotsong, unlike Raza and Chio, appeared more apprehensive, expressing his concerns. "The Land of Earth, they have always maintained a closed-door policy, rarely engaging with the outside world. Raza gazed at the sand table, murmuring, "Regardless, this is a prime opportunity for us to mobilize. We cannot let it slip away." Summon the horse. Understood. Years prior, after Sunagakure's defeat in battle against Konoha, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind signed a peace treaty, leading to a significant reduction in resources and investments for Sunagakure. Consequently, the village's supply of materials dwindled year by year, with some commission tasks even handed over to Konoha, further exacerbating their plight. When the third wind shadow mysteriously vanished, Raza, upon becoming the fourth wind shadow, resorted to utilizing his secret art of gold sand to gather resources from the desert to sustain the village's expenses. It was indeed peculiar for a shadow to be troubled by finances that in their quest to escape this predicament. Raza and the village's leadership had long sought a breakthrough, aiming to incite war, to acquire resources, or eliminate the village's threats. They initially planned to use the third wind shadow's inexplicable disappearance as a pretext to wage war against other great nations. However, the disappearance of Hashigukure's third star shadow provided them with an even more advantageous option. In the land of fire, Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the pipe in his hand, his eyes drifting away from the scroll and fixed upon the kneeling members of Konoha Zambu, inquiring solemnly, "Is this intelligence accurate?" "Lord Hokage, it is absolutely true. After the Hokage's order was issued, we received reports of the appearance of Datacon Ye Qing. However, when we arrived, the entire vicinity, including that village, had been reduced to rubble, with not a single soul remaining." Upon hearing the Umbu ninja's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave, murmuring, "Datacon Ye Qing, Danzo, what sort of entity have you entangled us with in Konoha?" "Report, Lord Hokage, our infiltrated ninja has brought news from the Bear Country." At that moment, another Umbu ninja appeared, kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Bear Country, a hint of confusion crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he gestured for the two to rise, asking, "What has transpired in the Bear Country?" "Although they are our allies, several nations lie between us." Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by an urgent Umbu ninja. "Lord Hokage, the third star shadow of Hashigakure has been slain by Datacon Ye Qing." "What?" With a light thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood, an invisible aura emanating from him, stirring a tempest upon the ground. Datacon Ye Qing? Wasn't he still within the borders of the Land of Fire? How could he have reached the Bear Country so swiftly? Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched the first piece of intelligence, suppressing his fury as he inquired. "Report, Lord Hokage, it is indeed true. At least tens of thousands of civilians and ninjas from Hashigakure witnessed Ye Qing clashing with the third star shadow. Not just the star shadow, even the elite and middle-ranking ninjas from Hashigakure have perished without exception. Hashigakure has been annihilated. Damn it." Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed, a rare flicker of anger and concern evident in his eyes as he murmured, "The third star shadow has been killed. A tumultuous period is upon us, and the ninja world is bound to undergo significant upheaval." Turning away, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window at Konoha, the weight of his worries intensifying. The scars from the Second Great Ninja War had yet to heal. Were they on the brink of a new round of conflict? "Datacon Ye Qing, just who are you?" "Relay the order. Summon Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Orochimaru to the Hokage's office." "Understood, Lord Hokage." Chapter 37. S-Class Skill. Bizarre personal attributes. The aura of this chakra is unmistakably that of the Ten Tails. Within the ancestral hall of Shingin Village, Ye Qing scrutinized the deep purple meteorite in his grasp, carefully attuning himself to its essence. Murmuring softly, upon taking hold of the meteorite, he observed the chakra surrounding it morphing into wisps reminiscent of smoke, seamlessly infiltrating his body before vanishing without a trace. This chakra seems to be directly absorbable by me. As he sensed the energy emanating from the meteorite, Ye Qing's own chakra began to stir, merging with that of the meteorite, gradually amplifying in power. The chakra of the Ten Tails is a unique energy birth from the God Tree's absorption of a significant portion of the planet's life force thousands of years ago. Inherently possessing immense strength, as a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, I am ideally suited to absorb this energy. The God Tree, a bizarre entity planted by the Ōtsutsuki, draws in the planet's energy, and the fruits it bears are exceptionally nourishing for the Ōtsutsuki. However, such entities are tailored specifically for the constitution of the Ōtsutsuki. Ordinary humans, upon contact, would be assimilated by the god tree, becoming puppets under its control, or worse, reduced to mere husks. Not merely this meteorite. Even the true 10 tails standing before me would be nothing more than a pet. Ye Qing mused, his movements growing more fervent as an overwhelming suction suddenly surged from his hand towards the meteorite. Astonishingly, with each of Ye Qing's motions, the chakra on the meteorite began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace, being absorbed by him. Within mere seconds, the chakra had been completely consumed, leaving behind a pockmarked meteorite. As the last trace of chakra faded from his grasp, the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has absorbed special chakra, increasing his chakra reserves by 100. After defeating the third star shadow, he now possessed 1 million merit points. Gazing at the 1 million merit points displayed on his personal attributes panel, Ye Qing fell into deep contemplation. His spatial traversal ability had reached level 3, allowing him to utilize it 3 times within a 24-hour period, which was more than sufficient to end the original narrative. The third wind shadow had vanished years ago, triggering the onset of the Third Ninja World War. Now that I have slain the third star shadow, it is certain to draw the attention of the major hidden villages, and the Third Ninja World War looms ominously. The Third Ninja World War. During that time, Uchiha will lurk in the shadows, grooming Uchiha Obito to become his pawn. In the future, the Akatsuki organization will plunge into darkness alongside Obito, evolving into a tragic faction. However, this narrative is bound to undergo significant alterations due to the influx of billions of players. I have a foreboding sense that the Third Ninja World War is imminent. Given this, the 1 million merit points ought to be invested wisely. System, I wish to expend merit points to enhance my skills. Ding! Expenditure of merit points in progress. A-class, skill in Ōtsutsuki be upgraded. Ding! Expenditure of merit points in progress. A-class, skill flame, bird upgraded. Ding! Expenditure of merit points in progress. A-class, skill IW upgraded. Ding! Detected player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's A-class skills in Ōtsutsuki Kiba, Flamebird, Ensuru, IW have all been upgraded to level 5. Triggering special skill, 5 elements rotation. 5 elements rotation, LV5 and S-class skill unique to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, allowing for the manipulation of chakra properties across the 5 elements and yin-yang chakra, enabling the summoning of various fused elemental chakra beings. Ding! Expenditure of merit points in progress at S-class skill 5 elements rotation upgraded to level 6. As the 1 million merit points were depleted, Ye Qing found that his 3 A-class skills, in Ōtsutsuki Kiba, and Flamebird, had vanished. Replaced by an S-class skill, 5 elements rotation. Coupled with the S-class reward obtained during the bounty evasion mission and the enhancement in personal attributes from the chakra meteorite absorption, his power now stood unrivaled against any player. At this moment, his personal attributes panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name: Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing Faction. Neutral level. LV 185 age. 15 strength. Elite Genin physique. 125000 spirit. 100000 chakra. 150,000 chakra attributes. Wind. Fire, water, lightning, earth, yin, yang, bloodline limit. Byakugan, Rinnegan skill 1. Spatial traversal. LV 3. Consumes a significant amount of chakra to open a rift in the air. This technique can be employed for offensive maneuvers, shortening the distance of long-range ninjutsu to disrupt and ambush opponents, or for evasion during critical moments without the need for hand seals. Skill 2. Time freeze, LV 1. Consumes a large quantity of chakra to freeze time within a designated area, rendering all matter and life forms in a state of stasis. Insufficient chakra to execute. Skill 3. Immobilization technique, LV 1. Consumes a considerable amount of chakra to render the target completely motionless. Insufficient chakra to execute. Skill 4. Levitation technique, LV 1. Continuously consumes chakra to allow the user to float in mid-air. Skill 5. 5 elements rotation. LV 5 and S-class skill unique to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. enabling manipulation of chakra properties across the 5 elements, and yin-yang chakra to summon various fused elemental chakra beings. Special Ability 1. Byakugan, a 360-degree field of vision, allowing observation of chakra flow beyond 1 kilometer. Insight into objects and perception of the neural pathways and chakra flow within living beings. Special Ability 2. Ninjutsu Absorption. The Rinnegan capability in the right hand allows for the absorption of all ninjutsu and chakra, storing it within. Special Ability 3. Ninjutsu Amplification. The Rinnegan capability in the left hand can enhance the potency of absorbed ninjutsu and retaliate, exceeding the original technique's power. Special Ability 4. Chakra Fruit Creation. Can transform absorbed chakra into fruits and elixirs that, when consumed, restore and enhance personal strength and longevity. Special Ability 5. Yin-Yang Release. Capable of crafting weapons of any shape to seal chakra points and nullify chakra. Thus, the next destination was the Star Shadow Office of Xingyin Village. Chapter 38. Occupying Xingyin Village, or, with a flash, Ye Qing emerged from the ancestral hall of Xingyin Village, directing his course towards the tallest structure in the village. That direction led straight to the office of the Third Star Shadow, the supreme leader of Xingyin Village. Along the way, due to the demise of the Third Star Shadow and the death of a significant number of upper and middle ninjas, the entire Xingyin Village was left leaderless and in utter chaos. Players, NPCs with ulterior motives, opportunistic rogue ninjas, and spies from rival villages all roamed through the village, seeking to see substantial gains. Particularly, several player organizations rushed towards the village's major structures, intent on claiming them first. Ye Qing paid them no mind and strode directly into the Star Shadow office of Xingyin Village. Ding! Congratulations, player Ōtsutsuki. Ye Qing has slain the Third Star Shadow of the Bear Country's Xingyin Village, simultaneously eliminating over 50 ninjas from Xingyin Village, meeting the conditions for occupying the hidden village. Please select an occupation objective. Objective 1. Occupy. Upon occupying Xingyin Village, player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing will become the village's leader, capable of recruiting players to form a new hidden village and activating the Lord Mode. Lord Mode. Upon transitioning to Lord Mode, players can transform the former Xingyin Village into a new hidden village, construct special buildings, and recruit wandering ninjas to join the Ninja World War, engaging in territorial domination. Objective 2. Destroyed. If player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing destroys Xingyin Village, it will be reduced to an ordinary village, rendering special buildings unusable, but the player will receive substantial experience and item rewards. Objective 3. Abandon. Should player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing choose to abandon Xingyin Village, it will become a leaderless hidden village, open for competition among all hidden village factions. Successful contenders can claim the title of the new village leader. Upon reading through the system notifications, Ye Qing fell into brief contemplation. 3 options. Occupying Xingyin Village will activate Lord Mode, allowing for domination in the ninja world. This seems akin to previous simulation games focused on leader development. This mode could enable me to amass vast resources in a short time, even recruiting rogue ninjas from the original narrative, thereby fortifying my strength and expanding my influence to engulf the 5 major hidden villages. I believe that with my strength and foresight regarding the narrative, ruling over the ninja world should not pose a challenge. Alas, this is not my true desire. My singular primary quest is to obtain the divine fruit of the sacred tree. Once accomplished, the entirety of the celestial gaming world shall be mine. What use is it to dominate the ninja realm? Completing this sole main quest equates to becoming the game administrator at that moment, whether you are the god of the ninja world or the god of creation. I can obliterate you at will. Contemplating this, Ye Qing's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance as he directly selected the second option. System. I choose to destroy Xingyin Village. As soon as his words fell, a series of system notification sounds echoed in his ears. Ding dong. Player Datamu Ye Qing has chosen to destroy Xingyin Village. Command confirmed. Confirmed. Ding dong. All special buildings within Xingyin Village. Star Shadow Office. Umbu Base. Medical Facility. Surveillance Room. Ninja Beast Breeding Room are to execute destruction tasks. Beep 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 beep. Warning. Warning. All special buildings at Xingyin Village are about to be destroyed. Boom. 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 With each resounding system prompt, Ye Qing felt as though a deep rumble reverberated in his ears. The office he was standing in appeared to lose its luster, as a few cool breezes wafted in from outside, providing a refreshing chill that in that moment, Ye Qing realized that Xingyin Village had become a mere historical term. After a full 10 seconds, another wave of system notifications arrived. Ding dong. Xingyin Village in the Bear Country has been completely destroyed. You have gained 1 million experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Datom Ye Qing for leveling up. Level LV186. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Datom Ye Qing for leveling up. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Datom Ye Qing for leveling up. Level LV199. Ding dong. Xingyin Village in the Bear Country has been completely destroyed. You have gained 1,000,000 merit points. Ding dong. Detection indicates player Datom Ye Qing has completely destroyed Xingyin Village. You have received an S-grade random reward. Ding dong. Congratulations on acquiring S-grade ninjutsu. Universal attraction. Ding dong. Detection indicates that Xingyin Village has been completely destroyed. You have gained 1 million taels of currency. Universal attraction? Is it the corresponding ninjutsu to heavenly transfer? Listening to the system prompts, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Ye Qing's eyes. System. I wish to learn the S-grade skill. Universal attraction. Universal attraction. Special skill. The player must possess the unique bloodline limit, Rinnegan, to learn. Upon successful learning, it creates a powerful attractive force centered around the user, allowing the caster to freely determine the target of the attraction and the intensity of the gravitational force. Furthermore, this technique is not limited to pulling opponents towards oneself. If necessary, it can also maneuver designated objects to other locations according to the caster's will. Ding dong. Detection indicates player Datom Ye Qing possesses Rinnegan. Meeting the learning requirements for this skill. Learning successful. Universal attraction. With a soft exclamation, Ye Qing extended his right hand forward and grasped, as if an invisible giant hand had seized the nearly 100-pound star-shadowed desk, slowly moving it towards him. Behind the desk, Ye Qing's eyes gleamed with increasing arrogance. With Xingyin Village annihilated, what lay ahead was, just as Ye Qing was executing a series of actions in the Star Shadow office, a dozen individuals suddenly entered Xingyin Village, surrounded by hundreds of players. Third Elder, Datom Ye Qing, just went to the shrine. He should be in the Star Shadow office now. As the leading elder stepped inside, a player immediately approached him to report. The shrine? It seems that meteorite indeed fell into his hands. Let us head to the Star Shadow office. Hopefully, Datom Ye Qing is unaware of the Lord mode. Or perhaps we can purchase Xingyin Village from him at a high price. With Xingyin Village in our grasp, we would gain the upper hand in the upcoming Third Ninja World War. Just as the Third Elder and his companions prepared to head towards the Star Shadow office, a piercing world announcement echoed in their ears. World announcement. World announcement. Player Datom Ye Qing has destroyed Xingyin Village. Thus, Xingyin Village has vanished, and all players who chose the Xingyin Village faction will become wandering ninjas, free to join other factions. World announcement. World announcement. Damn it. Chapter 39. The first clash between players and ninjas. In the heart of Konoha, Minato Namikaze led a dozen ninjas, hastening towards the border. In addition to these individuals, Konoha had summoned hundreds of players, preparing to advance to the border. These ninjas were all elite ninjas from Konoha, with the weakest being elite Chunin, capable of slaughtering hundreds of players with ease. However, at this moment, the expressions of these ninjas were extremely grave as they traversed through the dense forest at alarming speed. Heading northwest towards Konoha, that area served as a buffer zone between their forces and those of the Wind Country. The borders of the Wind and Fire countries did not connect directly. Several smaller nations acted as buffer zones between the two great nations, such as the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. While rushing, Minato pressed his hand against his nearly healed abdominal wound, his thoughts drifting back to the conversation he had with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, just days prior. Minato, with Xingyin Village in the Bear Country destroyed, Sunagakure and Iwagakure will undoubtedly make significant moves. Your mission is to lead a group of ninjas to guard around Kaiki Mountain. Kaiki Mountain is the most crucial junction between my Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. It must not fall into the hands of Sunagakure. If Kaiki Mountain is breached, they could easily invade the heart of my land of fire. I could see that point. Konoha would be at a disadvantage. Yes, Lord Hokage. Furthermore, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fixated on the materials in his hand, remarked, Daitami Ye Qing is a very mysterious individual, and his strength is formidable. He is likely still lingering within the visual range of those small countries. If necessary, I hope you can follow him and gather intelligence. I will dispatch Hinata Hizashi, along with a portion of the Hyuga clan, to accompany you. I have a premonition that the Shingin village is merely his first target. Perhaps his ambition extends to all villages. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Minato was somewhat astonished. It was well known that the elder before him was the so-called doctor of the ninja world. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had governed Konoha for over 20 years, his strength was formidable, and nothing had ever caused him such anxiety. Yet now, a single name had drawn such attention from him. Whoosh, whoosh, in the dense forest. Hundreds of figures flashed past. The foremost, Minato, suddenly pressed his hand against his abdomen. As the image of that silver-haired, jade-eyed youth surfaced in his mind, the wound that had nearly healed began to ache faintly. Minato. At that moment, a figure suddenly shot out from behind, catching up to the leading Minato, causing the entire formation to halt rapidly and conceal themselves in the surrounding cover. The newcomer was none other than Hinata Hizashi, another commander of this operation. What's wrong, Hizashi? Minato inquired, standing atop a large tree. Perplexed, it seems someone is ahead. Hizashi replied, his eyes narrowing, the blood vessels around his pupils bulging as he focused on the 10 o'clock direction. An ambush. Minato's expression shifted as he asked, Who is it? Are they ninjas from Sunagakure? No, they're not wearing headbands, but their numbers are quite substantial. They appear to be wandering ninjas, as Minato and his companions halted. A multitude of players hidden several kilometers away in the dense forest suddenly erupted into a flurry of discussions, especially the leading figures, whose expressions shifted. Why have they stopped? Have they discovered us? The leading elder furrowed his brow and muttered. Unclear. The Hyuga clan possesses the special bloodline limit, Byakugan, allowing them to see several kilometers away, so I do not recommend targeting Konoha. Another elder remarked, his tone far from amiable. Forget it. We've come this far. We cannot easily give up. Indeed, we have received news that Daitami Ye Qing's prowess stems from having slain a native ninja and acquired his legacy. If we can eliminate these Konohan ninjas, we will obtain all their equipment, ninjutsu, and our levels will swiftly catch up to Daitami Ye Qing. Exactly. For this ambush, we have gathered nearly all our subordinates. Even if they all perish, it will be worth it if we can kill Daitami Ye Qing. They're coming. Kill. No matter who they are, with so many of us, we can certainly take them down. Charge. Kill. Loot their equipment and ninjutsu. Kill. With the furious roars of the leaders, nearly 50 to 60,000 players, who had been lying in wait, burst forth from the dense forest, charging towards Minato Namikaze and his companions. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. At this moment, not only did Hinata Hayashi and Minato Namikaze notice these individuals, but the expressions of other Leaf Village ninjas also shifted. Were these wandering ninjas, lacking even the rank of genin, truly seeking their own demise? So many of them. When did such a multitude appear at the borders of the Leaf Village? Eliminate them all. We have a mission. Do not waste time here. Minato Namikaze merely waved his hand lightly, and the dozen or so hidden Leaf Nin around him revealed themselves, transforming into shadows that surged directly towards the players. They are coming. Kill. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Wind style. Gale technique. Water style. Water wave technique. Lightning style. Tens of thousands of players simultaneously unleash their ninjutsu, and in an instant, countless fireballs, violent gusts of wind, and torrents of water surged forth, raining down upon the Leaf ninjas like a tempest. Facing this overwhelming onslaught of low-level ninjutsu, the expressions of several Leaf ninjas remained unchanged, though their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. One Nin from the Leaf Village, Shanjian, flickered into existence right in front of these players, his hands completing a ninjutsu sequence. Earth style, earth barrier. A thunderous roar echoed as, amidst the incredulous gazes of countless players, a colossal wall of earth, 3 meters thick and dozens of meters high, erupted from the ground, completely blocking the incoming ninjutsu. Boom! Splatter! The cacophony of sounds erupted as the myriad ninjutsu collided with the earth wall, merely splashing water droplets on the surface without even chipping away at its exterior. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Another sharp command rang out, and atop the towering earth wall, another Nin from the leaf appeared, unleashing a volley of basketball-sized fireballs that surged towards the players. Boom! Another series of violent detonations followed as the fireballs descended like high-explosive bombs, creating a maelstrom of flames that engulfed the players. Chapter 40. Overwhelming. The crumbling players. Minutes later, the battlefield fell silent, that a glance revealed that the vast expanse of the forest had transformed into a wasteland, pockmarked with craters, as billowing clouds of smoke ascended into the sky. The ground was littered with the corpses of players, dismembered limbs scattered about, and the earth itself soaked in blood. I end this scene reminiscent of a hellish battleground. A dozen leaf Nin stood proudly, breathing lightly, with some not even breaking a sweat, appearing remarkably composed. Let us proceed, a calm voice echoed, as Minato Namikaze and Hinata Hayashi did not even glance at the lifeless bodies, continuing on their path towards the border. The Nin from a leaf, who had just been through a one-sided massacre, moved as if nothing had transpired, swiftly following in the wake of the two. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of players who had been so easily slaughtered were on the verge of erupting with frustration. Damn it! Over 50,000 of us, utterly wiped out by just a handful of Nin from the leaf. Total domination. The strength of these Nin is astonishing. If these Nin can eliminate so many of us, how powerful must Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing be to have killed 1 million players? Could it be that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has reached the level of a Kage? Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is nearing level 200. How on earth are we supposed to compete in this game? Which fool leaked the information that defeating 8 Nin would grant us their full power? How are we supposed to navigate this game? The Hokage order is still valid, but where did Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing go? Who knows? Countless discussions erupted in the World Channel, with Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's name becoming the center of attention, inciting jealousy among many. In the real world, soldiers from military district materialized out of thin air, plummeting from the sky, some still shouting in terror as if they had just emerged from a nightmare. "Commander, are you all right?" In a certain military camp, several elderly figures appeared suddenly, and surrounding soldiers rushed to support them, asking cautiously. Although everyone's physical bodies entered the Heavenly Tao online game, allowing for a genuine gaming experience, the psychological trauma from player deaths was unavoidable. Thus, the fear faced in those final moments was a significant test for the players. "We are fine." The leading elder gasped for breath, pushing those around him away, and calmly stated, "Inform the Elder Council that we have failed." Yes, over 50,000 elite soldiers couldn't even take down a mere few Nin. It seems the rules of the Heavenly Tao online game have grown stronger. An elder beside him sighed, speaking with resignation. How could we, over 50,000 strong, fail to defeat just a handful of Nin? How did Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing manage to kill 1 million players and even take down the leader of Shingin village? A tall elder, his face flushed with anger, exclaimed, disregarding the disapproving glances of those around him. "We should leave these inquiries to the Elder Council. I've heard that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is the young master of Ming Sun City. Perhaps we can investigate from that angle." Ming Sun City? The leading elder furrowed his brow and replied, "Although these cities seem to heed the Elder Council's call, they have essentially become nations within a nation. It will not be easy to wrest control from them." Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, where art thou? Just as the entire world sought Ye Qing, his figure gradually emerged within a mist-laden forest. Upon landing, he was greeted by deafening roars, and in the distance, massive rivers cascaded from towering peaks, forming breathtaking waterfalls. From afar, these waterfalls resembled a celestial river hanging in the sky, utterly magnificent. The forest here was shrouded in mist, and even the ground beneath was damp, each step resulting in splashes of water. Under the distant sun's rays, the air shimmered with vibrant colors, creating a dazzling spectacle. Additionally, in the distance, the forest was alive with the bustling silhouettes of numerous players. This place is located at the junction of the land of fire and the land of earth. Known as the Land of Waterfalls, besides the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, it also borders the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron, nestled amid these four nations. However, the Land of Waterfalls is situated at a high altitude, with countless waterfalls dotting its terrain, effectively thwarting invasions from other nations, thereby minimizing external threats. Hidden within the largest waterfall of this nation lies its sole ninja village. Takigakure. In the original storyline, Takigakure is seldom mentioned, yet its strength is sufficient to rank just after the 5 great hidden villages and the Village of Rain. This is largely due to the fact that Takigakure not only produced the S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu, but also hosts the Seven Tails. Chomei. It is worth noting that in the original storyline, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, distributed the 9-tailed beasts among the great hidden villages to balance their powers, aside from Sunagakure, which possesses Shikaku, and the first Kazakage's arrogance in believing his village did not require a tailed beast. The remaining hidden villages accepted the first Hokage's generous offerings. The most powerful 9 tails was entrusted to Konoha itself, while the 2 tails, Nico, and the 8 tails, Gyuki, were given to Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning. The 3 tails, Isabu, was sent to Kirigakure of the Land of Water. The 4 tails, Son Goku, and the 5 tails, Kokuo, were allocated to a Wagakure of the Land of Earth. This distribution not only balanced the strength of these hidden villages, but also ensured that the ninjas within these villages possessed the power to suppress rampaging tailed beasts. Otherwise, without the capability to contain a rampaging tailed beast, the entire hidden village would be laid waste. Of the 9-tailed beasts, only the 7 tails was granted to a village outside the 5 great hidden villages, namely Takigakure. At that time, Takigakure possessed the strength to restrain the rampaging 7 tails, making it slightly weaker than the 5 great hidden villages. Unfortunately, due to one individual, the entire strength of Takigakure plummeted and has yet to recover over the decades. This individual is none other than Kakuzu. Chapter 41. The 7 Tails Conquest, capturing the tailed beast. Jiaodu, the first to join the Ōtsutsuki organization from the rogue ninja village of Takigakure, possesses formidable strength and is known as one half of the so-called immortal duo alongside the cultist Titan. Decades ago, Jiaodu, as an elite of Takigakure, received a mission from the higher-ups to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Unsurprisingly, Jiaodu was easily defeated by the first Hokage, yet managed to escape back to his village for reasons unknown. However, upon his return, instead of being welcomed, he faced severe punishment and blame for his failure. Consumed by intense hatred, Jiaodu successfully escaped from prison and stole a secret technique regarded as a treasure by the village, the Doton Kyukin. With this power, he slaughtered the upper echelons of Takigakure, taking their hearts and rendering the village incapable of competing with the 5 great nations. Konoha's acquisition of the mighty 9 tails was not solely a testament to its formidable power, but also because only Konoha could control the terrifying might of the beast. Thus, it could be inferred that to some extent, Takigakure had the capability or means to suppress the rampaging tailed beast. The 7 tails Chomei. This demonstrates that Jiaodu, who could annihilate the leadership of Takigakure, is indeed immensely powerful. At this time, the Third Shinobi World War had yet to occur, and while the Ōtsutsuki had already been established, it had not yet fallen under the influence of Uchiha Obito, and Nagato and Konin were still in a state of confusion. Since the Ōtsutsuki had not yet transformed into the malevolent organization it would later become, Jiaodu had not yet joined its ranks. He might be wandering elsewhere, more likely taking on missions from underground organizations to eliminate rogue ninjas from other factions or assassinate important figures from certain villages or nations for monetary gain. It is worth noting that Jiaodu is a person who prioritizes wealth above all else, to the point of later becoming the financial officer of the Ōtsutsuki, highlighting his obsession with money. However, this was of no concern to Ye Qing. His purpose on this journey was to capture one of the 9-tailed beasts. The 7 tails. In the original narrative, the host of the 7 tails, Chomei, was a charming girl named Fu, who was captured by the Ōtsutsuki early on and lost her life to AS for now. The girl named Fu may not yet have been born, or perhaps she has just come into the world. It remains unknown who the previous host of the 7 tails was. among the nine-tailed beasts, aside from the seven tails residing in the small village of Takigakure. The other 8 are safeguarded within the 5 great hidden villages by countless ninjas and their respective village leaders. Given Ye Qing's current strength, while he could contend with the leaders of the 5 great hidden villages, capturing a tailed beast amidst the protection of millions of ninjas would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, he could only begin his quest with the weakest hidden village, Takigakure, to capture the 7 tails, thereby augmenting his own power through the beast chakra, and subsequently seek to conquer the other 5 great hidden villages' tailed beasts. In the original storyline, the first tailed beast captured by the Ōtsutsuki was indeed the 7 tails, Chome. As Ye Qing felt the humidity enveloping the entire forest, his figure gradually ascended, soaring towards the direction of Takigakure. In midair, he extended his hand, and several chakra pills appeared in his palm, which he swallowed in one swift motion. Compared to the native ninja NPCs in the game world, players possess a significant advantage: sustainability. As long as they have ample supplies to replenish their health and chakra, players can engage in combat indefinitely, making them difficult to eliminate swiftly. For instance, as long as Ye Qing has enough chakra pills on hand, he could drag the leaders of the 5 great hidden villages to their demise in guerrilla warfare. With these chakra pills consumed, a warm current surged within Ye Qing, quickly spreading throughout his body, and his chakra levels returned to their peak state within mere seconds. Capturing the 7 tails is quite simple. All he needs to do is feign an intent to destroy Takigakure, prompting the village's ninjas to release the 7 tails host. That moment will present the best opportunity for him. At this point, due to Jiao Du's actions, Takigakure's strength had significantly waned, and aside from the 7 tails host, the strongest ninja in the village was merely an elite jonin. In terms of power, they were only slightly superior to the village of Hoshigakure. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Qing's momentum began to rise as he floated towards Takigakure, although he was unaware of Takigakure's exact location. It was evident that the area with the most players must be near the waterfall where the village is situated. Soon, with his movements, nearly all the players surrounding Takigakure noticed his presence. Look, that person in the sky is the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Damn, it really is him. White robes, fair skin, jade-colored eyes, and that overwhelming aura. It's truly the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. What brings the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing here? This is the land of water. What happened? Wasn't he in the land of bears at Hoshigakure? Ah, Ye Qing, my husband, so handsome. Countless exclamations and shouts erupted from the players around Takigakure. They abandoned their battles against monsters, all craning their necks to gaze at Ye Qing in the sky. Some even climbed trees, eagerly watching the great Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing and calling out loudly. Simultaneously, the news of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's appearance in Takigakure spread throughout the entire game world within seconds. Longsheng, what? Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has appeared in Takigakure. What level is he at now? Level 199. He must not be allowed to reach level 200. Gather all the players from Longsheng around Takigakure. This time, we must kill him. And the members of Tanalata Wang, they have already agreed to take action against the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. It seems they can no longer hold back. After all, they're an assassin organization. As long as the price is right, they can be hired to eliminate anyone. This time it is said that the world-ranked second, Senju Ratian, is preparing to deal with the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing to fulfill a family mission. Senju Ratian. I've heard he has inherited the pure bloodline of the Senju clan and is exceptionally powerful. Indeed, his level has also reached 100. It seems he aims to complete the genin promotion task. Regardless, this time, our Longsheng and Tanalata Wang will join forces to ensure that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's demise and the Black Dragon Society. Chapter 42. The Flooding of Takigakure. Ye Qing's figure swiftly approached the waterfall where the majority of players had gathered. The waterfall cascaded nearly 100 meters, flanked by steep cliffs on either side. As torrents of water plummeted down, crashing onto the massive rocks below and splashing countless droplets into the air. Boom! Boom! The violent roar of the waterfall reverberated incessantly, drowning out all other sounds. Gazing out, Ye Qing observed the mist rising from the colossal waterfall, creating an ethereal scene. This is Takigakure. A soft voice emerged as Ye Qing's eyes fell upon the players below, who could only look up in awe, their expressions brimming with excitement. They had already guessed Ye Qing's intentions. The recent world announcement regarding the destruction of Hashigakure had barely faded, and now that Samuki Ye Qing's figure appeared near Takigakure, making his purpose abundantly clear. The Seven Tails is the primary target. If I can obtain the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, then this world will belong to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Qing suddenly bent his arms and forcefully grasped towards the immense waterfall. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as a visible ripple surged from his body, transforming into a powerful shockwave that barreled towards the gigantic waterfall. Boom! In the incredulous gaze of countless players, Ye Qing merely spread his arms. And the waterfall, viewed by them as an insurmountable barrier, was effortlessly severed in half, exploding into a cloud of mist. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds continued as the shockwave not only shattered the waterfall, but also sent the supporting cliffs reeling back several dozen meters. The mist billowed as rocks crumbled, smoke and water vapor merging into a surreal spectacle. Boom! With the destruction of the rocks, the water source feeding the waterfall collapsed midway, sending torrents of water soaring high and transforming the former waterfall site into a raging river. The waters churned with ferocity as players surrounding the area were caught off guard, swept away by the sudden flood, roaring as they were carried away into the distance. Ah, such a massive flood! Run! Damn! When gods fight, mortals suffer. We just wanted to take a look. I just wanted to find a nice place to enjoy my retirement. And now I might be mistakenly killed by the Samuki Ye Qing. Where are the ninjas of Takigakure? Why haven't they shown up yet? Useless Takigakure. Hashigakure at least managed to stall for over 10 minutes. The deluge was overwhelming, with countless gasps of astonishment erupting from the ground below. Almost all players were swept away by the flood, and a glance revealed a chaotic sea of heads bobbing on the surface of the water. However, Ye Qing's thoughts were clearly not occupied with the plight of these players, as the waterfall was destroyed. A surge of chakra hidden within the mist erupted forth. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Water release. Water blade slash. Water release. Water chaos wave technique. Amidst a cacophony of furious roars, the once tumultuous waters surged forward with renewed ferocity. Dozens of water dragons, bullets, and blades erupted from the river, hurtling towards Ye Qing with reckless abandon. It was as if the massive river below had leapt from the earth, and the heavens were engulfed in a torrent of raging waters, intent on strangling Ye Qing with their formidable might. The ninjas of Takigakure village finally made their move, situated by the sea and frequently clashing with the ninjas of Iwagakure. Most of Takigakure's ninjas excelled in water and earth release techniques. Now, as they sought to attack the airborne Ye Qing, the water release ninjutsu was undoubtedly their best option. Alas, they had encountered Ye Qing. Using ninjutsu, Ye Qing's gaze sharpened as he calmly remarked, "Are you eager for a swift demise?" Before his words had fully resonated, he slowly extended his right hand, and the crimson eye in his palm suddenly radiated an eerie glow. Ninjutsu absorption. Buzz! An uncanny wave of energy reverberated, and the multitude of water release techniques that had almost shrouded the sky suddenly found an outlet, surging directly towards Ye Qing's right hand. Puff, 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 puff. Boom, 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 boom. A tumultuous clamor ensued, as these torrents of water collided and rolled in the air, splattering countless droplets. Yet their fate was the same. All were absorbed by the Rinnegan in Ye Qing's right hand. Who dares to assault Takigakure village? What has transpired? What kind of ninjutsu is this, capable of absorbing the techniques of others? All our ninjutsu has been rendered ineffective against him. Utilize taijutsu. Close the distance and launch an attack. Quickly send someone to report to Lord Rien. A chorus of exclamations erupted from below, where dozens of ninjas clad in identical attire suddenly appeared on the water surface, gazing up at Ye Qing with horror. Following the commands of their leaders, except for two who retreated to Takigakure, the remaining ninjas unleashed their movements, charging towards Ye Qing. Regrettably, Ye Qing hovered too high, beyond the attack range of their ninjutsu, leaving them to resort to shurikens and kunai in a futile attempt to harass him. Observing these Takigakure ninjas, no more than ants in his eyes, Ye Qing displayed not a flicker of emotion. Once all the ninjutsu had been thoroughly absorbed by the chakra in his right hand, he prepared his left hand, sweeping it downward. Let me return the water release ninjutsu to you. Ninjutsu reversal. Buzz. Once more, an eerie humming sound resonated, and the Rinnegan in his left hand emitted a vivid crimson glow. Countless torrents of water surged forth in tandem with his motion. What had initially been a mere 3-foot wide, 10-foot-long water dragon transformed into a monstrous python, 10 feet wide and 30 feet long, slithering and thrashing as it charged towards the ninjas of Takigakure below. Moreover, an even greater number of techniques were amplified by at least tenfold. Cascading down like a deluge, the heavens and earth were blanketed in a cloud of water, scarcely leaving a portion of the sky visible. Rumble, 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 rumble. At last, the torrents of water collided violently with the earth, producing an earth-shattering roar. "Damn it, retreat!" cried one jounin of Takigakure, his gaze horrified as he beheld the deluge crashing down from above. Boom! Boom! A series of peculiar sounds echoed as the ninjas of Takigakure, who had been attacking Ye Qing moments before, were struck with terror, turning to flee. Yet their speed could not possibly match that of the descending ninjutsu. The furious waters descended with inexorable force, mercilessly crushing all in their path. In mere seconds, the ninjas who had stood upon the water's surface were reduced to nothing more than a gruesome paste beneath the relentless torrent. The once pristine white waves of the earth now sporadically erupted with crimson splashes, blooming like plum blossoms, creating a strikingly sinister spectacle. Ding! Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has slain Takigakure Jounin, LV 400, gaining 100,000 experience points. Ding! Player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has slain Takigakure Jounin, LV 400, gaining 100,000 experience points. Ding! Player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has slain Takigakure Jounin, LV 400, gaining 100,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level 200. Ding! Congratulations, player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has reached level 20, activating the Chunin Advancement Quest. Chunin Advancement Quest. Players may activate this quest upon reaching level 200. Upon completion, players can advance to Chunin. Quest details. Players from all major hidden villages must travel to their respective villages to undertake the Chunin Advancement Assessment. Neutral players must independently defeat a local Chunin NPC to complete the quest. Ding! Detecting that player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has slain 362 Star Hidden Village Chunin, the Chunin Advancement Assessment Quest has been automatically completed. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Level 202. Ding! Congratulations, player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has successfully completed the Chunin Advancement Assessment Quest for the first time, earning 1 million monetary units. Ding! Detecting that player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has slain 362 Chunin during the completion of the Chunin Advancement Assessment Quest, the quest difficulty is rated as S-Class, granting an S-Class reward. Ding! Congratulations, player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has obtained S-Class Ninjutsu. Planetary Devastation. Planetary Devastation. LV1, a unique ability of the Rinnegan. Players must possess the Rinnegan to learn it. Upon casting, chakra is highly condensed into a black sphere that automatically floats into the air, subsequently drawing in all surrounding objects to create a massive sphere that seals the target within, rendering them immobile. Ding! Detecting that player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has completed the Chunin Advancement Assessment Quest for the first time, becoming the first Chunin, earning the special title, Penetrating the Path of Shinobi. Penetrating the Path of Shinobi. Special title grants 100 to all attributes when equipped, when learning or casting ninjutsu, and training ninjutsu proficiency. A speed bonus of 100 is granted. Ding! Congratulations, player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has successfully advanced to Chunin, earning 1 million merit points. Ding! Congratulations, player Otsutsuki Ye Qing has successfully advanced to Chunin, automatically unlocking the Bloodline skill. Time freeze. A series of system notifications resonated in his ears, yet they bore no influence on Ye Qing's thoughts as a player of the neutral faction, aside from needing to travel to other hidden villages for the Genin Advancement Assessment. It also provided a chance for players of the neutral faction to join major hidden villages. Over 90% of neutral faction players would join other hidden village factions during their Genin Advancement Assessment. And the reason was simple. Players from the neutral faction had limited means to enhance their strength. To learn ninjutsu, they needed to slay humanoid monsters that dropped ninjutsu scrolls. However, the humanoid monsters that dropped ninjutsu scrolls were at least genin in strength, far beyond what the current players could contend with. In contrast, players from other hidden villages, upon completing their respective genin advancement assessments, would gain access to universal skills from their villages. Additionally, they could purchase foundational ninjutsu with money and merit points, then seek ways to enhance their proficiency. Yet, these constraints posed no issue for Ye Qing. Choosing the Ōtsutsuki clan, he was endowed with formidable power, easily overpowering players of equal rank, and even native ninjas were no match for him. All first kills of monsters, bosses, and native ninjas would be his honor. All high-level ninjutsu, ninja beasts, and ninja tools would be his for the taking. Rumble, rumble. The thunderous roar echoed continuously as torrents of water cascaded from the heavens, stirring up wave after wave upon the ground, relentlessly crashing towards the shore. That moment, the entire terrain of Takigakure village appeared to be ravaged by a deluge. Not only the players, but even the ninjas who had come to offer rescue from Takigakure were swept away by the frenzied flood. Their fates unknown. Although the ninjas could utilize chakra to stand upon the water's surface, the immense weight of the descending torrents and the raging flood were forces far beyond their capability to withstand. Earth release. Earth barrier. Suddenly, a resounding voice resonated through the chaos as a towering wall, exceeding 30 meters in height, surged forth, connecting the cliffs on either side and halting the flood's advance. The roar of the turbulent waters continued to crash against the earthen wall and the cliffs, sending plumes of spray into the air as fissures began to appear in the wall, rendering it precariously fragile. The silhouette atop the wall, clearly anxious, cast another earth release. Earth barrier, summoning two massive earthen walls that finally held back the ferocious flood, keeping it at bay from Takigakure. Who are you? The figure atop the wall finally had the time to glare at Ye Qing, flanked by several other survivors who clustered around him. I believe Takigakure has never wronged you. Why then do you assault our village? And who are you? Ye Qing's gaze was filled with curiosity. These individuals possessed the strength to withstand the torrential waters. Could they be the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails? I am Mu, the third Hokage of Takigakure, the middle-aged man declared, his expression grim, yet suppressing his fury as he shouted at Ye Qing. The man clad in white with pale eyes exuded formidable strength. They, Takigakure, were simply no match for him. Unless, the third Hokage, Mu, I had not heard of you, Ye Qing replied nonchalantly. Throughout the original narrative, Takigakure's power had been significantly diminished. The village's most renowned figures were merely Kakazu and the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Yet in this world of the game, Takigakure had suddenly produced a third Hokage, albeit one who seemed to possess only the strength of a mid-level jonin. However, Ye Qing was not particularly concerned with this matter, and he spoke, surrender the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, and I may. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails? Not a chance. Before Ye Qing could finish, Mu vehemently rejected him. The Seven Tails was their village's ultimate weapon. It could not be so easily discarded. Then you shall face death. Chapter 44. The Strengthened Player and the Stubborn Hokage. World Announcement. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for successfully passing the Chunin Advancement Examination for the first time. Advancing to Chunin. Reward. 1 million Ryo. Received S-rank reward. World Announcement. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for successfully passing the Chunin Advancement Examination for the first time. World Announcement. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for successfully passing the Chunin Advancement Examination for the first time. Chunin, what's going on? Damn it, I still need 10 levels to reach level 100, and Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has already become a Chunin. That can't be right. Currently, besides Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, the highest level is Senju Luo Tian, and he is only level 100. He hasn't even passed the Genin Advancement Examination. Wow, what on earth is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's background? He seems to monopolize every world announcement. He completed the Chunin Advancement Examination so quickly, and his level is actually 202. This guy hasn't possibly wiped out another hidden village, has he? Big news! Big news! Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has appeared in Takigakure and has already slain several hundred jonin. Takigakure? No way. Just a few days ago, this guy annihilated Hoshigakure, and now it's Takigakure's turn. Is this news accurate? Absolutely. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing summoned countless floods, completely submerging Takigakure. This guy must be cheating, trying to wipe out 2 hidden villages in succession. I've heard Otsutsuki Ye Qing's goal is the tailed beast uppy. By the way, what are tailed beasts? Tailed beasts. Never heard of them. Such things have long been hidden by the major powers. Oh my, look at the level rankings. Otsutsuki Ye Qing is already at level 202. Wow. Level 202. This is unbelievable. As the world announcements resonated in the ears of all players, a clamor arose among those players hastening towards Takigakure. This was a gathering of forces from both Dragon City and Wuxuang City, once again forming a coalition to hunt down Otsutsuki Ye Qing. After days of diligent leveling, these players had reached a minimum level of 80. Moreover, their proficiency in initial ninjutsu had surpassed LV6, and they had upgraded their equipment. In terms of strength, they were significantly more formidable than on the first day. In addition to the players from Dragon City and Wuxuang City, there were also dozens of figures clad in black. These players generally boasted levels above 95, and the leader among them was a striking level 100. Once this leader completed the Genin Advancement Examination, he would officially become a true ninja. Damn it! Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has leveled up. He has passed the Chunin Advancement Examination and is now at level 202. The leading player from Dragon City abruptly halted, his voice laced with fury. Beside him, Wuxuang Qingsheng wore a similarly grim expression, gripping his katana tightly, and said, "What should we do?" We had planned to ambush Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing during the battle between him and the native NPCs of Takigakure. But now that he has advanced to Chunin, his strength must have significantly increased. Keep moving forward, a cold voice interjected as Senju Luotian stepped forward, gazing at the rising mist of water around Takigakure, calmly declaring, "No matter how strong Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing may be, we are assassins." Humph. Senju Luotian's subordinates echoed contemptuous laughter, eyeing the players from Dragon City and Wuxuang City, asserting he is merely a lucky brat who stumbled upon an opportunity. In terms of true strength, he is no match for us. Ha ha ha. You ordinary folks may not know, but if you give us a chance to strike, even the shadows of this world are not beyond our reach. A mere boy, no matter how strong, is still just a game. Just give our boss a chance. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is doomed. In another direction, the members of the Black Dragon Society were also hastily advancing towards Takigakure. As players leveled up, especially those from major factions who possessed abundant intelligence and resources, they quickly began to gather formidable forces in this world. Who would have thought that by completing a hidden mission, we could access the underground world of the Naruto universe? In the underground world, as long as you have money, you can hire rogue ninjas from various countries and hidden villages to eliminate any target. Unfortunately, we currently only hold B-class permissions. Even if we pay double the price, we can only hire Jonin-level rogue ninjas. Humph. Jonin level is already sufficient. That would be 100 million Ryo to hire 10 Jonin-level rogue ninjas. Enough to take down Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Regrettably, the ninjutsu items on the market are only up to D grade. If any B grade or A grade ninjutsu items appear, regardless of the cost, we must obtain them. The bounty on Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is still valid. If we can eliminate him, we will undoubtedly receive that S-rank reward. This time, we must kill Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Takigakure is not far from the land of Earth. There are ninjas stationed at the border from Iwagakure, and we have already dispatched people to attack Iwagakure, framing the incident on the ninjas of Takigakure. When the time comes, Iwagakure will undoubtedly retaliate. Once the ninjas of Iwagakure cross paths with Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, they will surely engage in battle. Ha 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 ha. In the event of a war between the two countries, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing will certainly not escape. As excited shouts filled the air, the leaders of the Black Dragon Society became even more exhilarated, and the entire group's pace quickened. Meanwhile, outside Takigakure, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's figure suddenly flashed, charging directly towards the grounded Hokage and others. Protect the Hokage! Protect Lord Hokage! Attack! The figures behind the Hokage shouted in unison, drawing weapons from their ninja tool bags and launching themselves at Ye Qing. Since ninjutsu attacks proved ineffective, they could only resort to taijutsu. Observing the approaching ninjas from Takigakure, Ye Qing slowly shook his head and calmly remarked, "It is futile. No matter how the ants struggle, they cannot escape the elephant's tread." As soon as the words fell, Ye Qing waved his hand, and several pitch-black iron rods suddenly appeared in midair, piercing through the bodies of the ninjas from the Takigakure village at lightning speed. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In midair, blood splattered in all directions. Chapter 45. Slaying the Takigakure. The Seven Tails emerges. The bodies of several ninjas from Takigakure were still suspended in the air when they were pierced by the dark rods summoned by Ye Qing, leaving them lifeless. However, two of them, surprisingly, stood on the corpses of their fallen comrades and continued to charge towards Ye Qing. Universal pull. Looking at the two ninjas who had already taken flight, Ye Qing merely spread his arms, and an intense gravitational force surged from his palms, drawing them closer. Ah! The two cries of alarm rang out as the ninjas quickly lost their balance and were pulled towards Ye Qing, who seized them by their necks mid-air. "Damn it! Let go of my comrades!" Below, the third Takigakure, Mu, felt a flicker of fear rise within him upon witnessing the effortless slaughter of his subordinates. Yet he still roared in anger and immediately unleashed a ninjutsu. During the first wave of attacks on Ye Qing, he had not intervened. Thus he was completely unaware of Ye Qing's peculiar ability to amplify and counter ninjutsu. Water style. Water whip, with a light shout. A whip composed entirely of flowing water appeared in Mu's right hand, aimed directly at Ye Qing's neck, intending to rescue his two comrades captured by Ye Qing. "Want them back?" "Very well." Crack, crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as Ye Qing merely squeezed lightly, and the two Takigakure ninjas he held by the neck slumped, lifeless. A surge of chakra flowed into his body through his hands, gradually forming two chakra pills that emitted a faint crimson glow. Before the system notification of gaining experience for slaying the Jainin had even finished, Ye Qing retreated slightly, evading the whip in Mu's hand. As the water whip swept past him, Ye Qing swiftly grasped it with his right hand. "What? He can actually catch ninjutsu!" Before Mu's exclamation could fade, he saw Ye Qing's right hand, which held the water whip, emanate a strange wave, causing the water whip that was supposed to remain in Mu's grasp to be drawn away by an inexplicable force. "Damn it! What is this ability? A special bloodline limit." Mu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately regretted not having summoned the Jinchuriki sooner, realizing how formidable his opponent was. However, before he could react, the water whip was completely absorbed into Ye Qing's right hand. Then, Ye Qing flicked his left hand lightly, and a water whip 10 times thicker than the previous one, surging like a mighty river, erupted from his palm, crashing towards Mu and ensnaring him entirely. With a slight movement of his left hand, Mu, the highest-ranking middle-aged man of Takigakure, was lifted by the powerful water flow and dragged towards Ye Qing, while Ye Qing's figure slowly descended, gazing at the third Takigakure, who struggled helplessly in the swirling water, and asked indifferently, "Speak, where is the Seven Tails Jinchuriki? If you tell me, I might consider sparing your life." Cough, cough, cough. Enveloped by the raging waters, Mu's complexion turned a shade of purple-red as he frantically struggled. Upon hearing the hint of mercy in Ye Qing's tone, he immediately flushed, managing to lift his head above the surface, stammering, The Seven Tails Jinchuriki is... Boom! Just as Mu's words trailed off, a violent roar erupted from the very ground where they stood, and a monstrous figure pulsating with black-red chakra burst forth, sending countless rocks flying. In a critical moment, Ye Qing merely used the force of the eruption to propel himself upwards, lifting both himself and Mu into the air. Looking down, Ye Qing saw a figure with 3 sets of wings and a long, serpentine tail emerging from the ground. The seven-tailed Jinchuriki had entered the tailed beast mode in a remarkably short time to confront Ye Qing. Utilizing his Byakugan, Ye Qing caught a glimpse of a feminine shape within the now miniaturized tailed beast, the previous seven-tailed Jinchuriki. Indeed, the character Fu from the original plot had not yet been born. Perhaps this woman is Fu's mother. Ye Qing pondered, and with a swift squeeze, the turbulent waters erupted in midair, and Mu, the third Takigakure, was reduced to a mere puddle of blood dissipating into the atmosphere. His figure soared like a dragon towards the sky, seeking to utilize his aerial abilities to capture the Seven Tails. Just as he took flight, the already transformed Seven Tails Jinchuriki flapped its wings and immediately pursued Ye Qing. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the Seven Tails Chomei was the only one capable of flight. Furthermore, its chakra reserves ranked third among the nine, only surpassed by the nine tails, Kurama, and the eight tails, Gyuki. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the third Takikage of Takigakure. Mu, Elite J Nin LV 390, and earning 9 million experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Current level. LV 220. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the third Takikage of Takigakure. Mu, Elite J Nin LV 390. And earning 800,000 merit points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Otsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating the third Takikage of Takigakure. Mu, Elite J Nin LV 390, and acquiring A-rank ninjutsu. Water Style, Grand Waterfall Technique. Water Style, Grand Waterfall Technique, an A-rank water ninjutsu that utilizes chakra to propel a massive volume of water several dozen meters into the air, cascading down like a waterfall and engulfing all enemies within its reach. This technique's power is comparable to that of a natural disaster. As a series of system notifications echoed in his ears, Ye Qing paid them no mind, while the A-rank ninjutsu, Water Style, Grand Waterfall Technique, was indeed formidable and sought after by every player. For Ye Qing, mastering the ordinary 5-chakra attribute ninjutsu was effortless, rendering it nothing of value. At this moment, his focus was solely on the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, who was on the brink of madness. Chapter 46. Pressing the Seven Tails to the ground and rubbing furiously. Truly, the Seven Tails. In midair, Ye Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed a single hand towards the rapidly ascending Chomei, channeling a vast amount of chakra into his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Buzz, boom! A violent wave and explosive sound erupted as the Seven Tails, radiating intense tailed beast chakra, was struck by an overwhelming force while still airborne, plummeting to the ground at an accelerated speed, creating a massive crater upon impact. A thick cloud of smoke and vapor surged into the sky, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. The Seven Tails couldn't be so weak. Could it? Observing the stillness below, Ye Qing felt a flicker of doubt. In the original storyline, the Seven Tails was captured by the Akatsuki's most powerful members, Kisame and Itachi, yet its capabilities and strength were never detailed. However, any tailed beast that could be captured by Kisame and Itachi must possess considerable strength. Coupled with its chakra reserves ranking just below Kurama and Gyuki, it certainly would not be an easy opponent. Roar! Just as Ye Qing prepared to continue his assault, he noticed the water-laden ground suddenly churning, with vapor swirling away as if evading something. His Byakugan quickly focused, and Ye Qing discerned the figure of the Seven Tails amidst the mist. At that moment, the Seven Tails was enveloped in a surging crimson chakra, its 3 pairs of wings and long tail fully unfurled, an endless supply of chakra burning like flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, the ground, nearly consumed by fog, shot forth a long, resilient tail, wildly whipping towards Ye Qing. Boom! The thunderous sound of air being torn apart resonated, creating a sonic boom that reverberated through the atmosphere. Should this tail strike, even a mountain would be cleaved in two. As Ye Qing beheld the incoming tail, his pale white eyes sharpened, and in a split second, he evaded the tail's assault. The gust from the tail's swing caused his clothes to flap wildly. Is it about to go berserk? In midair, the white-eyed Ye Qing vigilantly monitored the movements of the seven-tailed Shoming, his gaze shifting once more. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! Behind this tail, 6 colossal wings, entirely enveloped in blood-red chakra, surged forth from the mist, resembling enormous barges as they hurtled towards Ye Qing. A glance around revealed these 6 wings, ablaze with fervor, almost obscured half the sky that a tempest arose, and the area spanning hundreds of meters was utterly sealed by the chakra of the seven-tailed Shoming, rendering movement impossible. Truly, it was a beast only inferior to the Nine Tails and Eight Tails. Merely the sheer magnitude of its chakra rendered an ordinary shadow utterly powerless. Gazing at the nearly sky-blocking six blood-red wings, Ye Qing's eyes sharpened at that moment. Floating in the air, he spread his arms wide. His chakra, surging violently, racing toward his hands, which overflowed in an instant. The peculiar resonance echoed, as if he were enveloped by a faint black balloon, emitting a series of tremors from a distance. Waves resembling ripples in water appeared around this faint black sphere. Simultaneously, the two blood-red rinnegan in the palms of Ye Qing's hands fixated intently on the seven-tailed Shou-Ming below. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, those six wings, propelled by an unstoppable force, continued their descent like meteors, threatening to shatter anything daring to obstruct their path into fragments. Trapped amidst these six wings, Ye Qing appeared as insignificant as a mere fly. Suddenly, he grasped downward with great force. The accumulated momentum finally surging wildly toward the seven-tailed Shou-Ming, Shinra, Tensei. Boom, 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 boom. With a cold shout, an unfathomable wave of force erupted in the air, akin to a dazzling firework bursting forth. The first to bear the brunt were the descending six wings, which under this overwhelming force did not even halt for a second, but were propelled downward toward the earth. Crash! A thunderous noise erupted as the lake shattered and the ground fractured. A deluge of water and rocks surged outward violently. The once serene lake was catapulted thousands of meters into the air, uprooting the surrounding forest as if it had endured a cataclysmic hurricane. Meanwhile, the seven-tailed Shou-Ming, under Ye Qing's relentless pressure, was forcefully pinned to the ground, grinding helplessly against it. The blood-red chakra surged frantically. Yet no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not lift its body even a centimeter under the weight of this crushing force. Boom, 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 boom. Another wave of deafening roars reverberated, as the ground, along with the seven-tailed Shou-Ming, sank several dozen meters, creating an immense pit. But the very center of this pit lay the seven-tailed Shou-Ming, firmly pressed against the ground. In mid-air, Ye Qing exhaled softly, surveying the scene. The dozens of waterfalls that had once cascaded together had been reduced to heaps of rubble, with water flowing chaotically. The once dense forest had been transformed into barren patches, extending for tens of thousands of meters as for Takigakure village. It had vanished without a trace, utterly obliterated by Ye Qing. The players who had chosen Takigakure were no more, all disintegrated into wisps of white light under the might of Ye Qing's Shinra Tensei. Exclaiming, "I am offline," casually, he tossed back 3 chakra pills radiating a crimson glow, swallowing them down. With sufficient chakra pills, he possessed an indefinite capacity for sustained combat, an utterly terrifying prospect, as the chakra within him flowed. It was replenished within seconds, and his aura stabilized. Suddenly, Ye Qing let out a soft gasp, his jade-colored white eyes narrowing as he gazed downward. The previously subdued, seven-tailed Shou-Ming suddenly emitted a surge of violent chakra fluctuations. Chapter 47. Tailed Beastball, the mightiest clan of the Thousand Hands? Roar! An overwhelmingly oppressive aura erupted from the ground. Under Ye Qing's vigilant gaze, the once prostrated seven-tailed Shou-Ming struggled to rise. Its hollow eyes fixated on Ye Qing hovering above, in the aftermath of relentless bombardment. The seven-tailed Shou-Ming had lost the consciousness of its Jinchuriki. A frenzied urge to annihilate consumed its mind, reverting it to its primal beastly instincts. The singular thought coursing through the seven-tailed Shou-Ming's mind was the destruction of all living beings before it. Roar! With another bellow, the now fully transformed seven-tailed Shou-Ming raised its head, its massive jaws stretching to an unimaginable degree. As it moved, a torrent of blue and red chakra visibly coalesced into its maw, forming a pitch-black tailed beast ball within. The winds howled and dust surged. Amidst the formation of the tailed beast ball, the air surrounding the seven-tailed Shou-Ming stilled, the chakra fluctuations teetering on the brink of explosion. The tailed beast ball of the seven tails, observing the gathering orb in the seven-tailed Shou-Ming's mouth. Ye Qing's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light as he remarked softly, This must be your final resort. Roar. No sooner had he spoken than the tailed beast ball, now ballooning to the size of a basketball, transformed into an inky flash of lightning, hurtling toward Ye Qing in an instant. Meanwhile, thousands of meters away in the dense forest, factions such as the Black Dragon Society of Longsheng and Wushuang City had also arrived. The players, initially eager to witness the spectacle, now stood aghast at the chaotic and ruinous battlefield, staring dumbfounded at Ye Qing and the seven-tailed Shou Ming locked in combat. What manner of creature is that? It must be at least level 500. Our leader said this creature is a boss known as a tailed beast. In the entire world of Naruto, there are only 9 of them. All level 500. Good grief, even combined, all the players wouldn't stand a chance against it. Look, the Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing seems to be overpowering this beast. How strong must he be? Takigakure has been obliterated. The world channel is about to explode, and the forums. Yes, I just checked. The forums are flooded with videos of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing battling the third Takigakure. Who knew Takigakure harbored such monsters? This creature is called a tailed beast. It has 7 tails, and someone leaked information on the forums. Yes, there is also news that every village has such monsters, equivalent to nuclear weapons in the real world. Good grief, nuclear weapons that could destroy the world. Wait a moment, if this creature is so powerful, just how formidable is Otsutsuki Ye Qing? Listening to the fervent discussions of the players around them, the leaders of Wushuang, Qingsheng, and Longsheng wore expressions akin to liver-color distress. Who exactly was Otsutsuki Ye Qing to possess such strength? The young master of the Mingsan group? Ye Qing. His identity in the real world has long been exposed. I heard that the major factions like Huashi Yueying and Jialan Shrine have already extended olive branches to the Mingsan group. And the Elder Council has begun negotiations with the Mingsan group? Damn it. What should we do? This world must not be easily relinquished. But Otsutsuki Ye Qing is so powerful. We are simply no match for him. The expressions of the leaders grew increasingly grim as they debated, particularly the members of the Black Dragon Society, whose eyes occasionally gleamed with malice. The best solution is to eliminate Ye Qing in the real world. Indeed, if we kill him in the game, he can still log back in 3 days later, but if we eliminate him in the real world, this world of Tian Dao Online will be forever rid of Otsutsuki Ye Qing. The key now is how to make him log off. As long as we can kill him once in this world, we'll have 3 days to assassinate him, to kill Otsutsuki Ye Qing in the world of Tian Dao Online. Gazing at the floating Otsutsuki Ye Qing and the seven-tailed Shou Ming being crushed beneath him, the leaders of Longsheng, Wushuang City, and the Black Dragon Society looked at the player proposing this idea as if he were a fool. They had initially hoped to utilize sheer numbers to take down Otsutsuki Ye Qing, but given the current situation, it seemed little more than a pipe dream. As the prominent figures contemplated retreating, they suddenly witnessed Qianshou Luotian stepping forward, heading towards the fierce battle between Ye Qing and Q. Luotian, what are you planning to do? Wushuang Qing inquired, astonished. Not only he, but the surrounding leaders of various factions, along with players further afield, gazed curiously at Qianshou Luotian. What am I going to do? Qianshou Luotian replied with a faint smile. Since I have accepted your payment, I must fulfill your task. Detong Ye Qing. I am determined to slay you from this day forth. I shall make it known to all players in this Tianshu online gaming world that my Qianshou clan is the most powerful family in the world of Naruto. No sooner had he spoken than Qianshou Luotian's figure flickered, darting towards the battlefield at an astonishing speed. In the midst of the battle, Ye Qing hovered in the air, standing firm against the winds. Beneath him was the frenzied Q, with chakra surging violently. S1 gazed out. The tailed beast ball surged with an unstoppable momentum, hurtling towards Ye Qing. Although the name tailed beast ball suggests a gem, it was in fact a concentrated chakra cannon composed entirely of black chakra, yang, and white chakra, yin. More accurately, it resembled a type of energy weapon akin to a laser cannon. Upon colliding with an object, it could unleash cataclysmic destruction, possessing immense power in the original storyline. Even a single-tailed beast ball could obliterate half a mountain as the tailed beast ball approached, capable of reducing an entire mountain to rubble. Ye Qing displayed no trace of fear, slowly extending his right hand. Ninjutsu Absorption, Chapter 48. the terrifying power of the supersized tailed beast ball. Buzz! An eerie wave reverberated, and the tailed beast ball, which had been racing towards Ye Qing, emanating intense chakra fluctuations and an inky black hue, suddenly came to a halt mid-air, as if ensnared by Ye Qing's Rinnegan. Huh! With a soft exclamation, Ye Qing clenched his fist, and the blood-red Rinnegan in his palm radiated an otherworldly light, its pupils bulging as if entranced by an exquisite delicacy. Then, something bizarre transpired. This tailed beast ball, imbued with destructive yin-yang chakra, began to dissolve at a visible rate under the influence of Ye Qing's Rinnegan, as though every ounce of tailed beast chakra had been entirely absorbed by him. In mere seconds, the once formidable tailed beast ball was wholly devoured by the Rinnegan in Ye Qing's hand. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the ground, and Q, despite being in a frenzied state, was momentarily stunned, realizing that the tailed beast ball he had unleashed with great effort had been bizarrely consumed by this enigmatic figure before him, chakra swirling recklessly around him. Hee, do you wish to reclaim your tailed beast ball? In mid-air, Ye Qing, feeling the abundant chakra coursing through him, observed his white eyes and the Rinnegan in his palms emanating an uncanny glow. Roar! In response to Ye Qing's provocation, Q, now completely lost to madness, had no concept of fear. Propelling himself off the ground, he launched towards Ye Qing like a cannonball. In the air, Q's chakra ignited wildly. 3 pairs of wings and a tail spread wide, resembling a grand butterfly dancing through the flames. Just a mere beast, and you cannot contain yourself? Here it comes, as soon as the words left his mouth. Ye Qing's left hand shot up high, the light emanating from the Rinnegan within his palm, growing increasingly eerie. Subsequently, under the influence of this blood-red Rinnegan, a multitude of tailed beast balls, identical in attributes to the previous one, began to surge forth, forming at a visible pace in his left hand. In just a few seconds, a tailed beast ball at least 10 times larger and more powerful than the previous one manifested in Ye Qing's grasp. Continually expanding, the aura of chakra surged mightily, the tailed beast ball size increasing to the extent that it generated a circular black cloud on the ground. Roar! Facing this colossal tailed beast ball, Q exhibited no intention of evasion, instead charging directly at Ye Qing, relying on his massive chakra reserves. Get lost! With an enraged shout, Ye Qing swung his left hand downward, and the gargantuan tailed beast ball, augmented several dozen times by him, was hurled downward like a meteor. This throw left Q with no opportunity to evade, and he was struck directly. Boom! First came a resounding explosion, and Q's body was pressed against the surface of the enormous tailed beast ball, the contact point erupting with violent chakra fluctuations, inciting a series of furious roars. However, no matter how Q struggled against the overwhelming weight of the tailed beast ball, he could not escape its relentless pressure as it gradually descended towards the ground. Boom! 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 Finally, with a cacophony of thunderous sounds, a series of explosions ensued. Flames surged skyward, and the scene resembled a nuclear explosion erupting on the ground. Countless sparks shot outwards, and the earth appeared as if it had been stripped of several layers, revealing vast expanses of white ground. The sight was blinding, filled with flames and billowing smoke, and the temperature of the surrounding air soared by several hundred degrees. The area within hundreds of miles was transformed into a barren expanse of white. Not only did Q, struck directly by the tailed beast ball, meet his demise, but even the hundreds of thousands of players from the Dragon City and Wushuang City, who had been lying in wait for Ye Qing from several kilometers away, were instantly reduced to a flash of white light, vanishing from this Tianshu online world. Damn it! A startled exclamation echoed from behind shattered rock, mere meters away from Ye Qing. Almost immediately, a brilliant white light emerged from behind. Clearly the glow emitted upon a player's death. Qinsho Luotian, the second-ranked player of the Qinsho clan, striving to prove their supremacy by slaying Daitongyu Ye Qing, had been caught off guard and was consumed by the residual impact of the tailed beast ball, much like an ant crushed underfoot. Yet, Ye Qing remained oblivious to the fact that he had slain a renowned assassin, a king of killers, operating in the shadows. After all, the number of players who had perished at his hands was far too numerous to count. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Detamu Ye Qing for reaching a cumulative total of 2 million player kills, earning the special title King of Kings upgrade. King of Kings, LV2, a special title. Equipable, Description 1. Killing one is a sin, but slaughtering thousands is a mark of greatness. Slay 9 million to be deemed the King of Kings. Description 2. This title is upgradable. Players must discover the method themselves. Effect. Wearing it increases the power of all ninjutsu against players by 20, and the drop rate of all equipped items and personal space possession from slain players is increased by 20. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Detamu Ye Qing for reaching a cumulative total of 1 million player kills, completing the hidden assassination task, 1 million slaughter, and receiving 100,000 merit points. The system's melodious notifications echoed in his ears once more. Yet Ye Qing paid them no heed. The fierce battle against the third Mizukage, coupled with the aftermath of the tailed beast ball's devastation of Q, had already eradicated the players from Takigakure village who failed to log off in time. Moreover, the residual force from the explosion of the supersized tailed beast ball had also annihilated hundreds of thousands of players from major factions like Dragon City and Wushuang City, who were positioned several kilometers away. Only after several minutes did the flames ravaging the ground finally begin to subside, revealing the figure of Q hidden within. Chapter 49. Defeating Q, the Terrified Players. The silhouette of Ye Qing gracefully descended, halting at an elevation of approximately 3 meters above the ground. Gazing downwards, as the dust settled, a figure emerged before Ye Qing, a woman of somewhat dusky complexion, likely in her 30s with short green hair and an ordinary appearance, unmistakably the mother of the Seven Tails Fu, a Jinchuriki. However, at this moment, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki lay in a state of unconsciousness, her body bleeding profusely from numerous wounds. Furthermore, her breath was faint, clearly teetering on the brink of death. Why Ye Qing's Byakugan suddenly sharpened as he directed his gaze towards the woman's abdomen. Indeed, upon her midsection lay a sealing mark, within which the shrunken form of the Seven Tails, Chome, was curled up, also in a state of unconsciousness. An entity entirely comprised of chakra. A tailed beast does not truly perish as long as its chakra remains intact. At worst, they may fall into a comatose or weakened state due to severe chakra depletion. In such a vulnerable condition, tailed beasts become particularly susceptible to capture and absorption. Universal pull. Ye Qing uttered softly, extending his left hand towards the Seven Tails Jinchuriki with a gentle grasp. A wave of attraction surged forth, and her body was drawn as if pulled by an invisible thread, slowly floating towards Ye Qing. With the Seven Tails in his grasp, the next step was simply to extract the Seven Tails chakra from within her. Observing the Seven Tails Jinchuriki in his hands, Ye Qing remarked indifferently, in the original storyline. After the Ōtsutsuki captured a tailed beast, a formation composed of several Ōtsutsuki members would utilize the Phantom 9 Dragon seal to extract the beast from the Jinchuriki and subsequently seal it into a new vessel. The Phantom 9 Dragon seal is a particularly unique sealing technique. The more individuals involved, the greater its power, and conversely, even a single individual can execute it, albeit at the cost of significant time. On the other hand, Ōtsutsuki Kenshiki possessed an even more formidable ability to extract tailed beasts, employing his Rinnegan to directly pull the beast from the Jinchuriki. Nonetheless, both methods of extraction required considerable time. It was evident that a secure location was necessary for the extraction and absorption of the Seven Tails chakra. With this thought in mind, Ye Qing waved his hand, and a pitch-black spatial rift materialized beside him. With a single grasp, the form of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki was effortlessly drawn into the rift, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, the former location of Takigakure was left with nothing but a colossal crater, with the river flowing intermittently amidst the wreckage. Ding! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating one of the 9-tailed beasts, the Seven Tails Chome, and earning 7 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Level 245. Ding! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating one of the 9-tailed beasts, the Seven Tails Chome, As the first player to vanquish a tailed beast, you will receive 800,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 7-tailed Seichame. As the first player to achieve this feat, you will receive 1 million Ryo. Ding! Congratulations to player Otsutsuki Ye Qing for being the first to defeat one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 7-tailed Chome. This event will be recorded in the annals of history within the Naruto world, celebrated for eternity. Ye Qing departed in search of a secure location to prepare for the absorption of the 7-tailed chakra. Meanwhile, as he made his move, a tempest of debate and speculation erupted in both the world of the game and the real world. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has slain the 3rd Takagage of Takagakure. Gaining rewards. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has obliterated Takagakure, garnering rewards. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has defeated one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 7-tailed Chome, receiving rewards. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has achieved the unprecedented feat of defeating one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 7-tailed Chome. This momentous event will be recorded in the annals of history within the Naruto world, celebrated for eternity. With each piercing system notification and dazzling world announcement, the global chat erupted once more. A hidden village, its leader, and, most significantly, one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 7-tailed Chome. Within the span of a mere half-day, they had either been slain, destroyed, or captured. The events of this half-day left all players profoundly shaken. Damn! Another Kage has fallen. The Takagage, not one of the 5 great villages, yet still formidable. Just like the star village of the Bear Country, Takagakure has been annihilated. I've heard from other prominent players that these smaller hidden villages could be seized by us players. Yet Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing just outright destroyed one. What a waste. If we had captured a hidden village, we could have recruited rogue ninjas and contended with the 5 great villages. Indeed, many powerful factions had this ambition. Yet Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has obliterated 2 hidden villages in a single stroke. How many more hidden villages remain? Kusagakure, Shimigakure, Shingakure, and Yugakure, among others. Could they all meet the same fate? He's killed his 2nd Kage. Look at the world ranking leaderboard. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is now level 245. Damn, his leveling speed is astounding. Just earlier, he was at level 220, while I'm still stuck at a pitiful level 56. Wait, why is the name of the 2nd-ranked Senju R10 grayed out? Has he perished? Perhaps he fell to a monster or was slain by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. How impressive. He has far surpassed Senju R10. To this day, no one aside from Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has completed the CH Nin Advancement Examination, and he has even finished the J Nin Advancement Examination. How powerful. I can't fathom how he levels up. Rumor has it that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's true identity is the son of the Lord of Mingsan City. What? The one who created the ultra-popular girl group MS-18 in the real world. I've heard the girls in MS-18 are all stunning. Beauty matters little. We can only admire them from afar. A great secret. The lords of Longsheng and Wu Shuangqing are convening in the real world, with participants being those of strength in the Naruto world. Are they meeting at this hour? Could it be regarding Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing? Absolutely. If Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing continues his rampage, toppling one hidden village after another, how can these large factions hope to seize control of hidden villages? Damn, those large factions are at it again. Do they seek to monopolize this game world? I truly hope Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing can endure. Chapter 50. Gathering of Great Powers. Annihilation of the Thunder Alliance. In the real world, Wu Shuangqing. Within a spacious conference room, a dozen or so middle-aged men and elders, clad in various garments, sat in a line, their expressions exceedingly grave as they deliberated cautiously. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that aside from the few individuals at the forefront being real, the others were mere holographic projections created through advanced technology. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as a middle-aged man at the conference table slammed his palm down, rising abruptly as he declared, "Since a century ago, nearly all of the game world has been dominated by our few families. And now, who exactly is this Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, whose identity allows him to ascend to such heights in such a brief period?" This man was named Li Yu, who had chosen the rock village of the Earth Country in a Naruto world, and was also a prominent figure in the real-world city of Ye Qing maintained a close relationship with Longcheng, thus being considered an allied member of Wu Shuangqing and Longcheng. Moreover, his city was not far from Wu Shuangqing, allowing for swift arrival. As for the faction they established in the Naruto world, it was called the Yulong Society, boasting over 300,000 players above level 50, making it one of the largest player factions within the Rock Village. Cough cough. A light cough drew attention as a man beside Li Yu tugged at his sleeve. Speaking up, the identity of Ōtsutsuki, Ye Qing, has long been confirmed. He is the son of Lei Yuansen, the lord of Mingsan City, Ye Qing. The speaker was named by Yuanhe, who was also a prominent figure in the real-world city of Huazhan. In the Naruto game world, he had chosen a secretive family within the mist village of the Water Country, the Kagaya clan. The name Huiyi Baigu was bestowed upon him, and he fortuitously inherited the bone lineage of the Huiyi clan. Though still in his nascent stages, his prowess should not be underestimated. As by Yuan he spoke, the expressions of those surrounding him noticeably shifted, prompting several to voice their thoughts. The heir of the Ming Sun Group? That good for nothing? The Ming Sun Group, a formidable adversary indeed. Do they intend to monopolize this realm of the Tiandao online game? Their heir is named Ye Qing, I believe. Rumor has it he is quite the debonair, nearly perishing due to a woman's whims. Not long ago, he even established a female group called MS-18. Seems he has quite the charm. Damn, how could such a wastrel be so formidable in the world of Naruto? The Ming Sun Group is not to be trifled with. Lei Yuan's son is an obstinate fellow, and the Elder Council, I've heard they have already initiated contact with the Ming Sun Group. A chorus of voices, laced with envy and resentment, arose, each gaze betraying a myriad of emotions. Yet, despite their fervent discussions, none possessed a clear plan, their eyes darting among one another. Particularly, the instigator of the summons, the lord of Wu Shuang City, Wu Shuangqing Cheng. Ahem. Finally, Wu Shuangqing Cheng cleared his throat, silencing the chatter of the gathered individuals, and declared, since the cataclysm that transpired centuries ago, the Tiandao online game realm has remained under the control of a select few families, with the distribution of worldly benefits ongoing to this day. However, now the Mingsan City dares to disrupt this tradition, seeking to dominate the Tiandao online world alone. This we shall never permit. Indeed, we shall never permit it. What is Mingsan City, having only risen in the past 30 years, lacking the foundational strength? Though Lei Yuan's son is strong, he is no match for our combined forces. That boy, Lei Yuan's son, is merely a child. How formidable can he truly be? As Wu Shuangqing Cheng spoke, the other attendees echoed his sentiments, engaging in loud discourse. Additionally, the leading figures exchanged furtive glances, subtly nodding in agreement. Esteemed colleagues, Wu Shuangqing Cheng extended his hands, gently pressing down to quell the discussions, and continued. The Tiandao online world belongs to all, not to the likes of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, nor to the Ming Sun Group as a singular entity or force. Thus, we must constrain Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's ascendance in power. But how can the lord of Wu Shuang City possibly restrict Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, who has already attained such strength? A voice exclaimed from the crowd, skepticism evident in his tone. That Wu Shuangqing Cheng nodded subtly and replied, the world of Naruto is the realm of ninjas, and according to our intelligence, there have already been 2 great ninja wars that swept across the entire ninja world. Moreover, based on the information we have gathered in the progression of the game's narrative, the Naruto world is poised to face yet another wave of conflict. This ninja world represents our opportunity. Observing the myriad leaders of the great cities deep in contemplation, Wu Shuangqing Cheng's eyes sparkled with a sudden insight, and he elaborated. Our various factions possess diverse intelligence networks, each aligned with the esteemed clans of the hidden villages that bear unique bloodline limits. Such clans are exceedingly rare within each hidden village. However, the power and privileges we acquire far surpass those of ordinary players. For instance, I have chosen the Uchiha clan of the Hidden Leaf Village, assuming the alias Uchiha Ching-chung, and have become a legitimate scion of the clan. The Uchiha clan wields control over the Leaf Village's police force. Their strength is thus undeniable. As Wu Shuang, Qing, Chung spoke, the other city lords and faction leaders descended into contemplation. Indeed, our Hui clan enjoys considerable strength and renown within the Hidden Mist Village. And then there's the Nara clan of the Hidden Leaf Village, which oversees the supply of medicinal herbs. Not to mention my Sand Village's Sabaku clan, whose leader is the Kazakage. As the discussions continued, the eyes of the assembly brightened as if struck by inspiration. Witnessing the momentum he had stirred within the group, a smile crept upon Wu Shuang Qing Cheng's lips as he continued. Therefore, our objective is clear. While Ōtsutsuki, Ye Qing mysteriously disappears over the coming days, we shall leverage our influence in the various hidden villages within the Naruto world to incite the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. At that moment, we shall harness the power of our clans and even entire hidden villages to vanquish Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Once we eliminate him in the Naruto world, we shall have 3 days in the real world. Just as Wu Shuang Qing Chung spoke with fervor, the door to the conference room burst open, and a strikingly alluring woman, heavily made up, rushed in. Before Wu Shuang Qing Chung could admonish her, she exclaimed loudly, "Lord, it's bad news. There are reports from the Tiandao online game realm of Naruto that, Chapter 51, the Third Great Ninja War has erupted. Lord, it's dire. News has come that the Third Great Ninja War has officially commenced." "What?" Wu Shuang Qing Chung gasped, instinctively rising to his feet, a fleeting expression of elation crossing his face as he hurriedly inquired. "Is that true? Who informed you?" This woman had been with him for quite some time. While she was not particularly adept at office matters, her skills in other areas were unparalleled, making her quite the asset. He could jest with her in casual moments. But if she was spreading false information at this critical juncture, he would not hesitate to dismiss her. "Lord, it's true," she replied, her expression tinged with urgency. "Though many of us have logged out, those remaining in the game have sent word that chaos is brewing across the world." Before she could finish, the faces of the 10 or so influential figures around the conference table shifted dramatically, some turning to heed the reports from their subordinates. "I've received information as well. The Third Great Ninja War has indeed begun." "Yes, I have confirmation too. It appears that the Hidden Leaf and the Sand Village have clashed. The Rock Village seems to be stirring as well. The entire continent is on the brink of upheaval. My Cloud Village has not taken any action yet, but we have dispatched several reconnaissance ninjas. And in my Hidden Mist Village, there's been no significant movement." As the prominent figures exchanged a flurry of news, some even exited the holographic conference in haste, diving headfirst into the Tiandao online game realm. Esteemed colleagues, seeing the unfolding chaos, Wu Shuang Qing Chung quickly raised his hands and declared, "The Third Great Ninja War presents us with a splendid opportunity. We must swiftly enter the Tiandao online game realm for reconnaissance." Before he could finish, he watched as everyone hastily deactivated the conference mode, disappearing without a trace. In mere seconds, the vast conference room was left empty. With only the leaders from Wu Shuang City and Long City remaining, their expressions grim. "Our immediate priority is to ascertain the specifics of this conflict. All matters should be deliberated within the game." With that, the few remaining individuals contacted their Tiandao online game login devices, entering the world of Naruto, that a cascade of white light enveloped the room, leaving it devoid of any presence. World announcement. The Third Great Ninja War has officially commenced. All players must choose their factions and cannot withdraw. Numerous battle instances, ambush instances, and raid instances will appear throughout the war, offering abundant rewards. Players are encouraged to participate vigorously. World announcement. The Third Great Ninja War has officially commenced. All players must choose their factions and cannot withdraw. Numerous battle instances, ambush instances, and raid instances will appear throughout the war, offering abundant rewards. Players are encouraged to participate vigorously. World announcement. The Third Great Ninja War has officially commenced. All players must choose their factions and cannot withdraw. Numerous battle instances, ambush instances, and raid instances will appear throughout the war, offering abundant rewards. Players are encouraged to participate vigorously. As Wu Shuang Qing Chung logged into the game, a cacophony of jarring system notifications assaulted his ears. Glancing at the world channel, he found it nearly bursting with activity. Lines of dialogue cascaded like a torrential downpour. overwhelming his senses. This world announcement had begun approximately half an hour prior, with every player logging and receiving a triple echo of the announcement, making it nearly impossible to evade. Damn. The Third Great Ninja War. Who knows what truly transpired? Fool, it's undoubtedly a world war. Indeed, the players' levels have generally reached 108T this moment. A new expansion pack has just been launched. Where has Ye Qing been these past few days? Why has there been no news of him? Yes, the second-ranked Sin de Luotian has already reached level 144. That has this fellow been stimulated by something, leveling up so rapidly these days? It is said that a few days ago, Ye Qing accidentally killed Sinju Luotian while slaying the Seven Tails. And this fellow is now seething with rage. He was mistakenly killed. What factions can be chosen in the Third Great Ninja War? Which factions have you all selected? Currently, only 3 factions are available. Konoha, Sonigakure, and is it true that only these 3 hidden villages are participating in the Third Great Ninja War? Damn, this is unfair. What about our Kumogakure and Kirigakure? Who knows, perhaps the storylines of Kumogakure and Kirigakure will be unlocked later. I heard that in the Second Great Ninja War, it seems that the people of Konoha struck first. Amidst the world's chatter, Wushuang Qingsheng paid no heed, instead gazing in the direction of Takigakure. Perplexed and murmured, Ye Qing, where on earth have you gone? At this moment, 3 days had already passed since Ye Qing captured the Seven Tails, yet Ye Qing had vanished without a trace since that day. Thus, several major powers formed alliances, turning their weapons towards Ye Qing and even Ming Sun City at this very moment, within Ming Sun City. With a loud crash, yet another precious vase was hurled to the ground by Lei Lu. Shattering into pieces, Lei Lu's white eyes appeared particularly fearsome as she glared at her subordinates and scolded. What? Still no news of Ye Qing? What am I feeding you for? At this time, due to her association with the Hyuga clan and her status as a direct descendant, Lei Lu could command certain Hyuga NPCs to serve her as NPCs of the Byakugan clan. Locating or scouting for specific individuals was a simple task for them. Miss Lei Lu, the image you provided us. We have searched the borders of the land of fire and the land of waterfall, but we cannot find any trace of this person. What about the land of bears? Why haven't you gone there? The Hyuga clan's NPCs exchanged glances, and one spoke up. Miss, the land of bears has become a battlefield for the conflict between Konoha and Sonigakure. It is impossible to hide anyone there. Hearing this report from her subordinates, Hyuga Lei Lu sighed, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes, and waved her hand to dismiss them. She then sat at the table, murmuring to herself, Ye Qing, where on earth are you? Chapter 52. The Battle of Konoha and Sonigakure. The whereabouts of Ye Qing. In the 45th year of the Hokage era, Ye Qing annihilated the land of bears Hoshigakure and Takigakure, slaying the 3rd generation of Hoshikage and the 3rd generation of Takikage, capturing the Seven Tails, Chome. From this moment onward, the entire ninja world was thrown into chaos. The land of bears, due to the death of the 3rd Hoshikage, was promptly invaded by Tsunaji's allies of the land of bears. Konoha also dispatched a ninja force led by Minato Namikaze to invade the small nation situated between the land of wind and the land of fire. The land of rivers. Kaiki Mountain, stretching for hundreds of miles, is densely forested and forms the border between the land of fire and several neighboring countries. It has long been a point of contention between Konoha and Sonigakure. The 2 great hidden villages had already stationed their forces here due to the Hoshigakure incident, commencing a grueling offensive and defensive battle on Konoha's side, led by Minato Namikaze. Over 3,000 native Konoha ninjas and countless players of considerable rank were stationed here. In contrast, the leader of Sonigakure was the Nin Maki this moment. Maki was still in his youth, heavily favored by the 4th Kazekage, Raza, wielding significant authority on the front lines, standing against Konoha. Kill. Annihilate all of Konoha's ninjas. Drive them out of Kaiki Mountain. Charge. All of you get in there. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Water style, water wave slash. Earth style, earth barrier. In the chaotic surroundings of Kaiki Mountain, countless native ninjas clashed in a fierce battle. Raging winds, scorching flames, and crackling lightning. Numerous deadly ninjutsu detonated on the battlefield, claiming the lives of wave after wave of players, compared to these native ninjas. The player's strength was nearly negligible. The reason being, their overall prowess was merely that of low-ranking ninjas, rendering them unworthy even to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Their highest learned ninjutsu was only C rank, consisting of common techniques such as fire style, great fireball technique, or the body replacement technique, among others, aside from possessing intelligence and having pre-selected a few privileged offspring of the hidden villages with bloodline limits, who could wield some special ninjutsu and life-saving methods. Ordinary players could only serve as cannon fodder or be slaughtered like chaff by the native ninjas. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, a group of players donned in green vests suddenly appeared, expertly wielding kunai, swiftly dispatching a Sunigakure player within mere seconds. Particularly, the leading player brandished two kunai, glimmering with a sharp light, executing kills with precision and without hesitation. The Sunigakure players he faced often fell before him in less than 3 moves, slaughtered without mercy. Even some of the native Sunigakure low-ranking ninjas found themselves hard-pressed to survive against his relentless onslaught. These individuals belonged to the Celestial Web, and the leading youth was none other than Senju Luotian, who had previously plotted to assassinate Ye Qing. Armed with prior intel, Luotian, upon entering the world of Naruto, completed the selection task of the Senju clan, successfully becoming a direct descendant of the Senju clan, gaining advantageous resources early on, which facilitated his current rise. Daitongmu Ye Qing, where on earth are you? With his arms crossed, Luotian's kunai once again shattered the skull of a native Sunigakure low-ranking ninja, a piercing light flickering in his eyes as he spoke with fierce intensity. Being mistakenly killed by Daitongmu Ye Qing was a lifelong disgrace to Senju Luotian. He was the king of assassins in the real world and had also been a ruler in the previous Tiandao online gaming world. However, in the Naruto world, Daitongmu Ye Qing had accidentally killed him while attacking others, as if squashing an inconspicuous ant. This humiliation was forever etched in his mind, never to be forgotten. Only by personally slaying Daitongmu Ye Qing could he cleanse this disgrace. Just as the entire world was searching for Daitongmu Ye Qing, far away, hundreds of miles across a vast ocean, on an island, a subtle chakra fluctuation stirred the surrounding waters into a frenzy, causing frequent climatic anomalies. Within a certain cave on the island, Ye Qing stood quietly in an open space, his right hand slightly curled, as the host of the Seven Tails lay limp, slowly floating before him, clearly in a state of unconsciousness. His left hand was placed on the abdomen of the Seven Tails host. Vast amounts of crimson chakra continuously surged forth, being absorbed by his right hand's blood-red Rinnegan, transforming into streams of inexplicable energy coursing through his body. This was the host of the Seven Tails, possessing the complete power of the Seven Tails. Yet his own strength at this moment was only that of a mid-ranking ninja, and although he could absorb the Seven Tails chakra, it required a considerable amount of time. Thus, he chose to remain hidden on this small island, treating the Seven Tails host as a source of chakra, continually absorbing the chakra within her. Days had passed, and he had already received the world announcement regarding the Third Great Ninja War. However, this was precisely the pivotal moment for absorbing the Seven Tails, so he did not leave. The Third Great Ninja War was an opportunity he had awaited for a long time. During this period, the hidden mastermind behind Naruto, Uchiha Obito, would make his appearance, rescuing Uchiha Itachi, who had unfortunately been killed by the Iwagakure ninjas. For his own purpose, he would develop Uchiha Itachi into a shadow, subsequently manipulating the Ōtsutsuki organization to capture the tailed beasts, igniting a war across the entire ninja world. However, Ye Qing's goal was not Uchiha Obito at all. Rather, it was the Ten Tails husk summoned by Uchiha Obito from the moon using the power of the Rinnegan. It's important to note that his sole main quest was to retrieve the fruit of the God Tree, reclaim the fruit of the God Tree. The Ten Tails husk and the Nine-tailed beasts were indispensable. Yet the Ten Tails husk had long been summoned to his side by Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan more than a decade ago, in order to sustain Uchiha Obito's life. Ye Qing had no means to seize the Ten Tails husk, restricted by Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan. Therefore, he could only wait for the Third Great Ninja War, and then through Uchiha Itachi's hands, reclaim the Ten Tails husk. Once he obtained the Ten Tails husk, he could continue to gather the Nine-tailed beasts. subsequently merging them into the Ten Tails husk, leading to the rebirth of the God Tree. Then, absorbing the chakra from the entire ninja world, including players, would prompt the resurrection of the Divine Tree's fruit. As for Kurizetsu, the tiny being birthed from the will of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya did not concern Ye Qing in the slightest. Buzz! Suddenly, a resonating hum emanated from the seven-tailed Jinchuriki floating before him, causing her body to sway and plummet to the ground. The last wisp of crimson chakra radiating from her abdomen had already seeped into the palm of Ye Qing's right hand. The Rinnegan, accompanied by the chakra of Chapter 53, the Defiance of Attributes. The seven-tailed chakra fruit. As the chakra surged incessantly, an eerie wave abruptly materialized in the palm of Ye Qing's left hand, with the final trace of the seven-tailed chakra dissipating. A fruit emanating a faint crimson glow bizarrely appeared in Ye Qing's left hand. This chakra fruit, formed from the entirety of the seven-tailed beast chakra, possessed a potency and presence far surpassing the chakra fruit previously created using the third Ōtsutsuki by 1,000-fold. Seven-tailed chakra fruit, a fruit formed from the complete chakra of one of the nine-tailed beasts. The seven-tailed beast, containing immense chakra power and extraordinary capabilities. Effect 1. Direct consumption enhances one's chakra and allows for offensive or defensive maneuvers using the seven-tailed chakra, which can be drawn forth at any time, also increasing lifespan upon consumption. Effect 2. Sealing the seven-tailed chakra fruit within oneself transforms one into a seven-tailed Jinchuriki, enabling the use of various abilities of the seven tails. Effect 3. Sealing it within the body of the ten tails and merging with the other eight-tailed beasts can form the ten tails divine tree. Gazing at the seven-tailed chakra fruit, Ye Qing merely contemplated and then opened his mouth to swallow it whole. The moment the chakra entered his stomach, an intense warmth surged from his throat down to his abdomen, mobilizing nearly all of his chakra, resulting in an overwhelming sensation of comfort. Moreover, the pleasant sound of system notifications filled his ears, ceaselessly ringing. Ding! Congratulations, player Ōtsutsuki. Ye Qing has consumed the chakra fruit, increasing personal chakra. Please investigate further. Ding! Congratulations, player Ōtsutsuki. Ye Qing has consumed the chakra fruit, increasing personal chakra. Please investigate further. Ding! Congratulations, player Ōtsutsuki. Ye Qing has consumed the chakra fruit, increasing personal chakra. Please investigate further. After a span of over 10 minutes, the intense warmth gradually dissipated, and the system notifications ceased. What formidable chakra power! Feeling the latent strength within him, Ye Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, he had truly ingested the seven-tailed chakra fruit, a state markedly different from being a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki could only harness a fraction of the tailed beast's power, and it came with certain risks. However, by directly devouring this chakra, Ye Qing had effectively rendered the seven tails deceased, leaving only its primordial chakra. This chakra, originating from the divine tree itself, was sufficient to elevate Ye Qing's power to an unimaginable height. With this thought, Ye Qing promptly accessed his personal attributes to gauge the extent of his power increase following the consumption of the seven-tailed chakra fruit. Name: Ōtsutsuki. Ye Qing faction. Neutral level. LV2 45 age. 15 strength. Apprentice ninja physique. 825,000 spirit. 800,000 chakra. 810,000 merit points. 4,600,000 chakra attributes. Wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, yin, yang bloodline limit. Byakugan, Rinnegan skill 1. Space-time ninjutsu, LV3. Consumes a significant amount of chakra to create a rift in the air. This technique can be used to shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu for surprise attacks, or to evade danger without hand seals. Unlocked skill 2. Time freeze, LV1. Consumes a significant amount of chakra to freeze time within a certain range. All matter and life forms will be rendered motionless. Unlocked skill 3. Body immobilization technique, LV1. Consumes a significant amount of chakra to render the target immobile. Insufficient chakra. Unable to cast, skill 4. Levitation technique, LV1. Continuously consumes chakra to allow floating in the air, skill 5. 5 elements rotation, LV5 S-class skill. unique to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, allowing the manipulation of 5 elemental chakra properties and yin-yang chakra to freely combine, summoning various fusion attribute chakra beings. Special ability 1. Byakugan, a 360-degree field of vision, capable of observing chakra flow up to 1 kilometer away, discerning and penetrating objects, as well as the nervous system and chakra flow within living beings. Special ability 2. Ninjutsu absorption, right-hand Rinnegan ability. Can absorb all ninjutsu and chakra, storing it internally. Special ability 3. Ninjutsu amplification, left-hand Rinnegan ability. Can enhance absorbed ninjutsu and counterattack, with power exceeding the original ninjutsu. Special ability 4. Chakra fruit creation. Can convert absorbed chakra into fruits and elixirs, restoring and enhancing personal strength and lifespan upon consumption. Special ability 5. Yin-yang release. Capable of creating weapons of any shape to seal chakra points, rendering chakra ineffective. Special ability 6. Seven Tails Beast ability. Player must investigate independently. Backpack. Complete water release ninjutsu compendium. Incomplete version. 800,000 chakra. 600,000 merit points. Upon seeing these two figures, even the composed Ye Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Previously, when he ascended to Chunin, his chakra was merely around 100,000, but after consuming the seven-tailed chakra fruit, it had soared to 800,000. Just in terms of chakra volume, he could rival some of the established Kaga-level figures. In addition to the tremendous transformation in chakra quantity, he also gained a staggering 4,600,000 merit points. 1 million merit points for defeating the third Ōtsutsuki, 1 million for destroying the Hidden Star Village, 800,000 for first reaching Chunin, 800,000 for slaying the third Mizuki, and 1 million for annihilating the Hidden Mist Village. 4,600,000 merit points were sufficient to elevate his strength to another tier. Furthermore, there was a copy of the Water Release Ninjutsu Compendium obtained as a reward after the destruction of the Hidden Mist Village. Although this was merely an incomplete version, it contained records of over 30 B to D rank water release techniques, including the Soul A rank water release technique, water release, Great Waterfall technique, system. I wish to level up my skills. Please select the skill to enhance. S-class skill, 5 elements rotation. Ding, consumed XX merit points. S-class skill 5 elements rotation upgraded. Ding, congratulations, player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has successfully learned a rank ninjutsu. Water release. Great Waterfall technique. Ding, a continuous stream of system notifications echoed in his ears as his merit points dwindled, causing all of his skills to steadily and resolutely rise in level. Chapter 54. Achihamara, what concern is that to me? After a considerable passage of time, the 4,600,000 merit points were entirely expended, and at that moment Ye Qing's skills had undergone a monumental transformation. Space-time ninjutsu, LV6, consumes a significant amount of chakra to create a rift in the air. This technique can be used to shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu for surprise attacks, or to evade danger without hand seals. Unlocked, Time Freeze, LV6, consumes a significant amount of chakra to freeze time within a certain range. All matter and life forms will be rendered motionless. Unlocked, Levitation Technique, LV10, continuously consumes chakra to allow floating in the air. 5 Elements Rotation, LV10 S-Class skill, unique to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, allowing the manipulation of 5 elemental chakra properties and yin-yang chakra to freely combine, summoning various fusion attribute chakra beings. Great Waterfall Technique, LV10 A-Rank Ninjutsu, consumes a significant amount of chakra to summon a torrent of water to strike opponents, with the power of the technique determined by the amount of chakra consumed, belonging to the Ōtsutsuki clan. The space-time ninjutsu and time freeze techniques, being of temporal nature, required increasingly substantial merit points for each level increase, thus only reaching LV6. Meanwhile, the levitation technique and 5 elements rotation skills, along with the water release techniques obtained from the incomplete compendium, were all elevated to their maximum levels. These water release techniques, although fundamental, could still serve unique purposes in certain situations. The third great ninja war had commenced. It was time. Boom! At that moment, a series of violent rumblings suddenly echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by several anguished cries. This chakra. Ye Qing's gaze sharpened as he keenly sensed this chakra. In an instant, he vanished from the cave and reappeared outside. Sure enough, at the edge of the small island. A colossal creature towering over 10 meters in height was furiously roaring, surrounded by torrents of water that raged wildly around it. Surrounding this beast were more than 30 ninjas clad in uniform attire, their headbands firmly in place, exerting their utmost efforts to subdue it, intent on capturing the creature. The appearance of this monster was quite grotesque, resembling an enormous turtle, its back adorned with sharp, bony spikes measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, while 3 scaly tails, each extending over 10 meters, thrashed about violently, creating tumultuous waves. This was the Three Tails Aisabu. Ye Qing felt a flicker of surprise. The gigantic beast before him, engaged in battle with these elite ninjas, was indeed one of the 9-tailed beasts. How could the Three Tails Aisabu be here? Wasn't it supposed to be? As he pondered this, Ye Qing's eyes suddenly brightened as a realization struck him. In the original storyline, the Three Tails had initially been sealed within the body of Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, intending to transport it to Konoha for release as a secret weapon. However, unbeknownst to them, the Hidden Mist Village had already fallen under the control of Uchiha Obito, and Yagura's heart had been cursed, rendering her incapable of harming herself. In desperation, Yagura voluntarily allowed Kakashi Hatake to pierce her through the chest, resulting in the disappearance of the Three Tails, which later became the tailed beast within the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Ultimately, all of this was a scheme orchestrated by Uchiha Obito to manipulate Uchiha Obito, compelling him to witness his best friend kill the woman he loved the most. Only in this manner would the ever-hopeful Uchiha Obito, who aspired to become Hokage, succumb to darkness and become a pawn in Obito's resurrection. According to the timeline of the story, the Third Great Ninja War had just commenced, while Uchiha Obito, Yagura, and the others would meet their demise during the mid-phase of the war at the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, which was still some time away until this moment. Uchiha Obito should still be lurking beneath the Kanabi Bridge, biding his time for a resurgence. Observing the fierce battle between the 30-odd elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and the Three Tails Aisabu, Ye Qing slowly recalled the event. It appeared that the ninjas of the Hidden Mist had already discovered the whereabouts of the Three Tails Aisabu and were currently attempting to capture it. Once successful, they would seal it within Yagura's body, thereby allowing her to return to Konoha and release the tailed beast. However, just as they were about to seal the Three Tails Aisabu within Yagura, Uchiha Obito discovered their scheme and, to ensure Uchiha Obito became his pawn, placed a special curse within Yagura. This led to a rift between Minato's team. With this thought in mind, Ye Qing's gaze fixated intently on the massive form of the Three Tails Aisabu, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he murmured, "When one seeks something tirelessly, it often comes to them effortlessly. I had intended to gather all 9-tailed beasts one by one, yet here I stumble upon another. Since fate has brought us together, it shall be mine." With this resolution, Ye Qing wasted no time and dashed towards the Three Tails Aisabu and the 30 elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. As for Uchiha Obito's schemes and the impending Fourth Great Ninja War, what concern were they of mine, Ye Qing? Boom! Boom! The fierce battle to capture the Three Tails Aisabu continued unabated in the distance. With over 30 elite ninjas encircling the beast, waves of water transformed into monstrous water projectiles, crashing down upon the Three Tails Aisabu. However, the creature, with its impenetrable shell, showed no inclination to evade these water release techniques. Its spiny exterior alone was sufficient to render the efforts of the Hidden Mist ninjas futile. Who goes there? The moment Ye Qing appeared, he was immediately spotted by a Hidden Mist ninja, one of whom swiftly broke away from the fray to position himself beside Ye Qing. Get lost if you don't want to die. The strength of this Hidden Mist elite was evidently superior to that of the ninjas from the Star and Waterfalls villages. His cold, piercing gaze bore a chilling aura, and his hands were stained with the blood of countless foes. And no sooner had he spoken than he flung his hand, sending 3 shurikens glimmering with a deadly sheen hurtling towards Ye Qing. Chapter 55. Hidden Mist Elite Ninja. Instant kill. As Ye Qing beheld the three shurikens hurtling towards him, his eyes narrowed, and a wave of energy surged forth from his being, creating a zone of stasis within a 100-meter radius around him. To his astonishment, the shurikens hovered in mid-air, as if an ethereal hand gripped them tightly. This ability was a manifestation of the full mastery of Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, akin to a force of gravity or telekinesis that allowed him to manipulate objects at will. In the original plot, Pain had demonstrated this ability to obliterate the Hidden Leaf Village in an instant, while simultaneously controlling a mere screw to strike down Kakashi with pinpoint precision, showcasing the unique applications of these two powers. Now Ye Qing too could utilize this ability for both offense and defense. What is this ability? The Hidden Mist Elite Ninja, standing before Ye Qing, was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the shurikens suspended in midair. This was the first time he had encountered such a power. Nevertheless, being a seasoned warrior, he quickly recognized the threat posed by the white-clad youth with white eyes and instinctively retreated. Forming hand seals, water release, great waterfall technique. However, as he was still airborne and his seals incomplete, Ye Qing suddenly extended his right hand and waved it lightly. Swish, 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 a series of piercing sounds resonated through the air. And in the next moment, the Hidden Mist Elite Ninja trembled violently, his body collapsing backward. Not only that, but 3 jets of blood erupted from his body, splattering across the water's surface with a resounding splash. The corpse of the Hidden Mist Ninja tumbled into the water, drifting away with the current. Damn it! Mizukage! Mizukage has been slain. Curse be this day! Who are you? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Cries of alarm erupted as the other ninjas from the Hidden Mist, engaged in the pursuit of the Three Tails Aisabu, swiftly turned to the commotion. Several of them rushed towards the scene. Damn it! Mizukage is dead. The leader of the blood-soaked Hidden Mist Elite, supporting Mizukage's lifeless body, assessed the situation and glared at Ye Qing with unbridled hatred. Charge! Kill him! With a cold command, the surrounding Hidden Mist ninjas surged forward, 2 of them charging directly at Ye Qing, while others flanked him from the sides, curving around to engage him. As they approached, the group simultaneously formed hand seals, a torrent of chakra surging beneath their feet. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Boom! 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 With a series of thunderous roars, over a dozen serpentine water dragons, composed entirely of swirling water, charged violently towards Ye Qing. Although the Water Dragon Bullet Technique was classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, its destructive power rivaled that of ordinary A-rank techniques, and its execution speed surpassed that of typical A-rank techniques, making it a favored choice among many water release ninjas. Moreover, the fact that they were currently standing on the water surface gave them a distinct advantage. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the water dragons surged toward Ye Qing, creating a tumultuous maelstrom that stirred the very sea around them. Dare to slay a ninja of the Hidden Mist? Today I shall tear you to shreds. The leading Hidden Mist Elite glared at Ye Qing with malice. Yet, amidst the torrential winds and rain obscuring his vision, Ye Qing stood unwavering, devoid of any hint of fear before the oncoming water dragons. At that moment, he felt no trepidation towards any ninjutsu assault. With a roar, the closest water dragon to Ye Qing surged above his head, viciously lunging towards him. Ninjutsu, is it? A faint mocking voice echoed. Yet Ye Qing merely extended his hand, and the rinnegan in the palm of his right hand emanated a crimson glow. Faced with this scarlet radiance, the water dragon, composed of mere water and chakra, displayed a faint flicker of fear upon its muddled countenance. Buzz! A peculiar sound of vibrations resonated as the water dragon was directly drawn into Ye Qing's rinnegan, illuminated by the crimson light. Ninjutsu absorption. A low exclamation erupted, and an endless force of attraction suddenly surged from Ye Qing's right hand. The once massive presence of over a dozen water dragons was now drawn towards his hand with frenzied intensity. From a distance, it appeared as if a vortex had manifested in the heavens, ensnaring the surrounding water dragons in a chaotic swirl. What sort of ninjutsu is this? I've never seen it before. Is it a bloodline limit? Damn it! Our ninjutsu has been swallowed whole by him. The Three Tails is escaping. Damn it. Find him. Quickly. Get close. This brat can absorb ninjutsu. We must take him down with taijutsu. Kill. A chorus of startled exclamations erupted as over a dozen figures abandoned their intent to continue attacking with ninjutsu. Instead, drawing kunai or katana from their ninja tool packs, they raced across the tumultuous sea towards Ye Qing at breathtaking speed. At this moment, the once rampaging water dragons had vanished, replaced by Ye Qing, whose aura was surging inexplicably. Observing the approaching Mist Village ninjas, a disdainful smile crept across Ye Qing's lips. Then, he raised his left hand towards the sky. The water dragons he had absorbed with his right hand's Rinnegan surged towards his left, their presence intensifying as the aura reached its zenith. Ye Qing's left hand grasped fiercely at the heavens, exclaiming, "High Emperor Spirit! Buzz!" The water dragons, amplified by the Rinnegan in Ye Qing's left hand, now wielded an unfathomable power. A colossal water dragon, nearly 100 meters in length and several meters thick, erupted from in front of Ye Qing, soaring skyward. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Such a massive water dragon ball. Damn it! What does he intend to do? A series of incredulous shouts arose as the giant water dragon, stretching over 100 meters long, ascended into the sky, then gradually turned its head, diving directly towards the sea. Boom! With the impact of the enormous water dragon, the ocean erupted as if a massive meteorite had struck, producing a deafening roar. The sea churned violently, waves rising dozens of meters high, crashing outward in all directions. On the surface, not only the 30-odd Mist Village ninjas, but even the Three Tails found themselves swept away, unable to control their bodies amidst this cataclysmic force. Even more terrifying as the 100-meter-long water dragon struck the ocean's surface. The nearest dozen Mist Village jonin were obliterated into mere splatters of flesh, carried away by the turbulent waves. In that instant, Ye Qing garnered millions of experience points, his level skyrocketing to 260. Damn, who is he? Such water-style ninjutsu. Even the fourth Mizuki could not wield. Retreat. Retreat. Abandon the mission. Silence. Capturing the tailed beast is an S-rank mission for our village. We cannot abandon it. Send a team to bind that brat. And the rest focus on sealing the Three Tails. Ah, that brat is coming. Amidst the panic cries, the remaining Mist Village jonin divided into two factions. One sought to flee quickly for their lives, while the other stubbornly aimed to fulfill the village's mission. Damn it! A furious shout rang out as the leading jonin, battered and bruised, stood resolutely before Ye Qing, signaling his comrades to form hand seals behind him. Water style. Mist concealment jutsu. Water style. Mist concealment jutsu. Water style. Mist concealment jutsu. Several more cold commands echoed as the remaining Mist Village jonin opted for this auxiliary ninjutsu, hoping to bewilder Ye Qing and buy time to complete their mission. Little did they know, Ye Qing's eyes were renowned for their ability to see through any object. Not even the mist enveloping the ocean could obscure him, let alone those hiding underground. As the jonin unleashed their ninjutsu, thick mist quickly blanketed the ocean's surface, with some areas forming puddles of liquid water that dripped incessantly. The roaring waves surged, yet the obscuring mist remained impenetrable. Mist, is it? Ye Qing's gaze suddenly turned cold as he extended his right hand and grasped fiercely towards the mist ahead. 5 elements flow, ice. With a chilling command, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The mist, once pervasive across the ocean, suddenly emitted a peculiar humming sound, and countless minuscule ice shards materialized in the air, swiftly engulfing the entire sea surface. The temperature plummeted dramatically, as innumerable ice shards filled the space once occupied by the mist, creating a dense and endless array. Gazing out, the entire ocean was now adorned with ice shards of varying lengths, glimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. Moreover, the entire sea had transformed into a sheet of ice, continuously flowing towards the ocean's depths. In an instant, the sea within a radius of several thousand meters before Ye Qing had morphed into a winter wonderland. Damn, what sort of ninjutsu is this? How can this mist suddenly become ice? Look, the Three Tails is frozen on the water. Don't move, stay still. these ice blades, a new wave of astonished cries erupted as the Mist Village ninjas found themselves encased in countless ice shards. Within 100 meters of Ye Qing, two Jonin wielding execution blades attempted to use the mist to approach him for a surprise attack. Unfortunately, they could not have anticipated the extent of Ye Qing's overwhelming strength. With a mere gesture, the sea within a radius of dozens of miles transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Ye Qing, possessing the bloodline of the Ōtsutsuki clan, was naturally adept at mastering the 5 elemental chakra types and was well-versed in their nature transformations. In addition, he had the capacity for yin-yang chakra transformations. Coupled with the fact that Ye Qing had maxed out his 5 elements flow skill, he could potentially transform the entire ocean into a world of ice and snow if his chakra reserves permitted. As he surveyed the Mist Village ninjas ensnared within the icy shards, Ye Qing's expression remained unfazed. These ninjas were utterly trapped by the ice, and any movement would result in being pierced by countless razor-sharp ice blades, leaving them terrified to act recklessly. Die, Ye Qing uttered with a low growl, extending his right hand once more and grasping fiercely ahead. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted as a chain reaction of detonations spread from Ye Qing's position. Almost entirely consuming the ocean's surface, the sea erupted, with innumerable fragments of ice scattering into the air, violently swirling as the remaining Mist Village Jonin found no avenue for escape, obliterated into a mist of blood and dissipating into the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the once omnipresent ice shards vanished, replaced by a swirling haze. However, this time, the mist was not the result of the collective efforts of the Mist Village Jonin employing the water style, mist concealment jutsu. Instead, it was composed entirely of minuscule ice shards, exuding an extreme temperature. As for the last surviving Mist Village Jonin, they had become a mist of blood, forever lost at yet another few ninjutsu skillbooks? Ye Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed the site where over 30 elite shinobi from Mist-Hidden Village had perished, now floating a few shimmering skill books radiating a faint bluish glow. With a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly retrieved these invaluable tomes, treasures for any other player, into his spatial inventory and continued to drift forward. Before him stood a colossal ice sculpture of a tortoise. Towering at nearly 10 meters, its body adorned with massive bony spikes. This technique, the ice and snow world, had not only obliterated the 30 elite shinobi, but it also encased the Three Tails Aisabu in a glacial prison. Crack, crack, crack! Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering echoed in Ye Qing's ears as the mountainous ice sculpture shattered, and a gargantuan creature burst forth from its confines. Roar! Chapter 57. The Earth Explosion Star. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the ice mountain imprisoning the Three Tails exploded violently, sending countless shards of ice and torrents of water shooting in all directions, creating a spectacle akin to a firework display made entirely of ice upon the ocean surface. In the face of this explosive chaos, Ye Qing remained unperturbed as the icy debris and vapor suspended in front of him, seemingly held in place by invisible hands. With another flick of his wrist, the scattered ice shards across the sea gradually descended, generating a mist of icy vapor. The Three Tails Aisabu, gazing at the immense tortoise-like beast, Ye Qing spoke calmly. As a tail beast, you should possess your own consciousness. I offer you a chance. Surrender. Roar. Before Ye Qing's words could settle, the Three Tails Aisabu opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of water as thick as a barrel, surging towards Ye Qing with a furious roar. This deluge, born of Aisabu's ire, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Moreover, they were in the ocean, Aisabu's domain. Accompanying this powerful stream were several water columns erupting from the surrounding sea, hurtling towards Ye Qing, stubborn and unyielding. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ye Qing's eyes as he reached out, his palm revealing the Rinnegan that shimmered with an eerie pulse. The Three Tails Aisabu's ghastly green eyes widened in surprise as the torrent of water was completely absorbed by Ye Qing's right hand, leaving not a single drop behind. Howl! With a furious roar, the massive form of the Three Tails suddenly reared up, its powerful forelimbs striking down towards the ground with tremendous force. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as the sea, which Ye Qing had transformed into ice using chakra, began to crack and spread fissures toward the ocean floor. Thinking of fleeing, Ye Qing's eyes lit up as he discerned the Three Tails' intention. Chakra surged within him, and the Rinnegan in his left hand pulsed with energy once more. High heavenly birth spirit, he exclaimed as an immense torrent of water erupted from his left hand, surpassing even the stream spat by the Three Tails, and surged towards it. Boom! This torrent, nearly 100 meters thick, obscured the sky and enveloped an area of nearly 100 meters surrounding the Three Tails, crashing down with great force. Howl! Facing this violent deluge, the Three Tails braced itself, relying on its formidable shell to withstand the onslaught, and its forelimbs struck down once more. Boom! 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 3 successive thunderous sounds echoed as the Three Tails, leveraging its colossal weight and inherent strength, finally smashed through the frozen surface of the sea, creating a gaping chasm several dozen meters deep. Howl! Crack! Boom! The Three Tails' immense body leaped down, shattering the surrounding ice into fragments as it clumsily plunged into the sea. As a tail beast, Aisabu was inherently attuned to water chakra, naturally drawn to oceans and lakes. Once it submerged, no amount of ninja could hope to capture it. After all, ninjas could only traverse the ocean surface, unable to engage in combat beneath the waves. A low, chilling laugh escaped from Ye Qing as he floated above the ocean. Now that he had spotted the Three Tails, there was no way he would allow it to escape so easily. He slowly extended his right hand, and with a ripple from the Rinnegan, a black orb emanating an aura of overwhelming danger materialized in his palm. With a thought, Ye Qing's chakra surged wildly towards his right hand, causing the orb to expand, transforming into a purple-black sphere composed entirely of gravitational energy. Three Tails, no matter how far you flee, you cannot evade my grasp, Ye Qing declared, gazing at the waves crashing from the chasm below. Then, with a gentle push, the black orb shot upward into the sky at what appeared to be a slow pace but was, in reality, incredibly swift. Simultaneously, he pressed his palms together and exerted force. Earth explosion star. Ha! Buzz buzz. Buzzing sounds resonated from the heavens as the black orb above suddenly unleashed an incomprehensible gravitational force, pulling the surrounding seawater down toward it. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of collapsing rocks, shattering ice, and tumultuous waves crashing echoed throughout the ocean. The nearby island experienced a violent earthquake, the ground splitting and rocks tumbling as massive stones were drawn skyward, attracted by the orb above. Moreover, the thick ice that Ye Qing had conjured through chakra manipulation was also dragged upwards into the sky. This was the ocean, where water was in abundance, if the island's ice could withstand the pull for a few moments. The sea below had no chance to react, surging skyward in a chaotic torrent. From a distance, the sky above this maritime realm appeared as a chaotic and bizarre curtain. Countless stones, forests, ice, and water hung suspended between heaven and earth, all drawn toward the black orb at its center, coalescing together. In the original narrative, the Earth explosion star was nearly the nemesis of all Jinchuriki and tail beasts, the most potent sealing technique for tail beasts. Thousands of years ago, during the Ten Tails rampage, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya and Ōtsutsuki Himura united to seal it using the Earth explosion star, which became the moon that now stands in space, even in the later stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The immensely powerful Naruto was capable of executing 9 Earth explosion stars in an instant, sealing 9 weakened tail beasts simultaneously. Howl! In less than 10 seconds, a panicked roar erupted from the depths of the sea as a gigantic figure, drawn by the inexorable pull of the Earth explosion star, gradually emerged from the water. Chapter 58. The Desperate Three Tails Aisabu. The final tailed beast ball. At this moment, the Three Tails Aisabu was beleaguered yet bore few injuries. Although it had been entangled with over 30 elite shinobi from Mist-Hidden Village for some time, its formidable shell had rendered those ninjas largely ineffective. However, during its confrontation with Ye Qing, Witnessing his effortless dispatching of those ninjas and his ability to transform an entire sea into an icy realm, coupled with the unique power to absorb ninjutsu and retaliate, instilled a deep-seated fear in the Three Tails. They were tailed beasts, but they were no fools. While tailed beasts could be easily enraged and plunge into a frenzy, they possessed intellect on par with humans. Otherwise, the world would not have so many Jinchuriki. They would have been torn to shreds long ago. Thus, upon realizing Ye Qing's formidable strength, the Three Tails wasted no time in fleeing. Yet, it could not have anticipated that this strange man clad in white, with peculiar white eyes, possessed the sealing technique that was their inherent nemesis. Wait a moment. White clothes, white eyes, and horns upon his head. This figure bears a striking resemblance to the old man. Suspended in midair, the Three Tails Aisabu's ghastly green eyes trembled as it fixated on Ye Qing, who floated serenely above, a long-buried memory from millennia past resurfacing vividly in its mind. Thousands of years ago, when they had just come into existence, each was but a diminutive tailed beast. The venerable elder who separated them was regarded as a paternal figure, strikingly similar to the youth before them. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, the founder of the ninja world, the sage of the Six Paths. Could it be that a member of that clan has arrived? The Three Tails Aisabu felt a sudden tremor within. For as a tailed beast that had survived since the era of the sage of the Six Paths, it harbored some understanding of that epoch. The origins of the Ōtsutsuki clan? Sensing the dread within, Aisabu let out a furious roar, and an immense surge of chakra erupted, forming a crimson cloak that enveloped it entirely. Subsequently, it opened its maw wide, gathering an infinite reservoir of chakra within, as the black and white yin-yang chakra coalesced frantically, quickly shaping into a tailed beast ball the size of a basketball. With another resounding roar, the tailed beast ball emitted a brilliant flash, transforming into a chakra cannon akin to a laser, violently hurtling toward the colossal solid sphere suspended in the air like a hesitant meteor. Whoosh boom, whoosh boom, whoosh boom. A cacophony of piercing sounds and explosive detonations erupted across the sea, as the dazzling explosion and the vivid crimson glow of the tailed beast ball stained the entire ocean blood red. Floating in midair, Aisabu stood upon a massive stone, unleashing a relentless barrage of tailed beast bombs, each infused with tremendous energy, all aimed at shattering that solid sphere. Alas, this technique, the god of earth and heaven, was a natural nemesis to tailed beasts. No matter how potent its tailed beast bombs were, they could only obliterate the outer layer of the stone sphere, utterly incapable of disrupting the gravitational energy source at its core. Observing the desperate struggle of the Three Tails Aisabu, Ye Qing's expression remained unchanged, yet a torrent of thoughts coursed through his mind. In the original storyline, any tailed beast Jinchuriki possessed strength comparable to elite Genin or even Kage-level Shinobi. Members of the Akatsuki organization typically operated in pairs when capturing tailed beasts, which, while not indicative that the Jinchuriki were stronger than two Akatsuki members, undeniably highlighted their significance. Only when two Kage-level figures intervened could the capture of a Jinchuriki or a tailed beast be assured. Indeed, when Sasuke's Hawk team attempted to capture the Eight Tails, the four members were ruthlessly bested by it. Had it not been for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, seeking a chance for leisure and tricking Sasuke and his companions with a fishtail, the formidable Hawk team painstakingly assembled by the second Jinchuriki would have surely met an untimely demise. Apart from him, the three others, Kisame Hoshigaki, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Karen, would undoubtedly perish. In summary, the Jinchuriki constrained the power of the tailed beasts. Without such limitations, their strength would be at least Kage level. This was precisely why capturing the Seven Tails Jinchuriki had been such a straightforward endeavor. Yet now, to capture the wild Three Tails Aisabu, even the god of earth and heaven was deployed. In its wild state, the Three Tails Aisabu was evidently superior to the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Another piercing roar erupted, as Aisabu's barrage of tailed beast bombs inflicted only superficial damage upon the surface of the god of earth and heaven. The once fearful Aisabu was now engulfed in a furious rage. Its maw expanded ever wider, as a vast amount of crimson chakra coalesced, forming yet another tailed beast ball. However, this time, the tailed beast ball evidently required even more chakra. Not only in size, but also in luster surpassing the previous one. Furthermore, as this tailed beast ball took shape, Aisabu's aura surged significantly. Oh, with this roar, the now pitch-black tailed beast ball transformed into a bolt of lightning, crashing fiercely into the god of earth and heaven above. Boom! Boom boom! A multitude of thunderous roars resonated as Aisabu's actions triggered an intense cacophony from the stone sphere aloft. Additionally, blinding flames erupted from the sky, scattering in all directions like a volcanic eruption. This tailed beast ball shattered nearly 1/3 of the god of earth and heaven. Regrettably, Aisabu was left utterly astonished. Despite its most powerful attack, striking the god of earth and heaven, it failed to halt its gravitational pull. On the contrary, this gravitational force intensified. Even the debris and magma that had erupted from the explosion were drawn back toward the massive stone sphere. Had it reached an impasse? Observing the three tails, Aisabu, still wildly struggling, Ye Qing remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 59. Suppressing the three tails, eyes in the darkness. Subsequently, a peculiar wave emanated from the palm of his right hand, the Rinnegan pulsing with an eerie resonance as he waved it casually, causing hundreds of cold, black iron rods to materialize in the space before him. Yin-yang release. Truth-seeking balls. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds sliced through the air as these hundreds of black iron rods, forged from truth-seeking balls, glimmered with a chilling light, racing toward the airborne three tails Aisabu with great ferocity. Boom! Boom! Huffed. Awoo! Chaos reigned as the sounds continued, the hundreds of black rods, upon colliding with the massive icy rock in midair, erupted in a series of thunderous blasts. Moreover, over half of the black iron rods embedded themselves effortlessly into Aisabu's body. It was as if Aisabu's formidable iron shell was as fragile as paper under the assault of these hundreds of black rods. Awoo! Awoo! As searing pain coursed through, mournful cries erupted from Aisabu's maw as numerous black rods pierced through its abdomen, the most vulnerable part of its colossal form. Some rods even traversed through its neck, causing torrents of blood to spurt forth. In an instant, Aisabu's massive frame was riddled with black iron rods, resembling a gigantic porcupine. These black rods, crafted from truth-seeking balls, possessed the power to suppress all chakra. Under their influence, Aisabu's chakra was entirely quelled, rendering it incapable of even the slightest movement. At this moment, Aisabu had been reduced to a peculiar-looking turtle. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of violent detonations resonated as the immense gravitational force of the god of earth and heaven surged once more. With no chakra to sustain it, the three tails Aisabu was gradually drawn upward, unable to escape this gravitational pull, no matter how fiercely it struggled. In just over 10 seconds, Aisabu's gigantic form was swallowed by the colossal solid stone sphere. Ding dong, congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for sealing one of the 9 tails, the 3 tails Aisabu, earning experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Level 290. Ding dong, congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for sealing one of the 9 tails, the 3 tails Aisabu. You will receive 1 million merit points. Ding dong, congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for sealing one of the 9 tails, the 3 tails Aisabu. You will receive 1 million Ryo. Ding dong, congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for sealing one of the 9 tails, the 3 tails Aisabu. This event will be recorded in the historical annals of the Naruto world, immortalized for eternity. Listening to the incessant system notifications ringing in his ears, Ye Qing remained unfazed. After several minutes, a colossal solid stone sphere, measuring over 100 meters in diameter, emerged above the ocean, resembling a miniature meteor. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring waves crashed repeatedly as the previously small island had vanished, replaced by surging undercurrents, with whirlpools appearing intermittently, posing great danger. With a casual gesture, a surge of gravitational force erupted, seizing the floating solid sphere and gradually directing it toward the mainland. This fierce battle did not last long. However, in a world endowed with the extraordinary powers of ninjutsu, it was swiftly noticed with various sensing techniques, ocular jutsu, and the ability to control summoned beasts. Any significant conflict in a certain area could quickly resonate throughout the entire ninja world. Shortly after Ye Qing's departure, several figures swiftly emerged in the area. In the distance, numerous ninjas were hastily approaching. This aura is unmistakably the chakra signature of Lord Kagaya's descendant, Ōtsutsuki. However, where are the others? The first to appear here were three ninjas, clearly a standard configuration of a ninja team. Furthermore, these three ninjas bore identical forehead protectors, signifying their allegiance to the village hidden in the mist of the Land of Water. It was evident that they had followed the previous group of mist ninjas who captured the Three Tails Aisabu, and upon witnessing the tragic scene in this maritime expanse, their expressions shifted. Lord Ōtsutsuki had received the order from Mizukage to apprehend the Three Tails Aisabu. Could something have gone awry? Impossible. Lord Ōtsutsuki led a contingent of 32 ninjas, including over 10 elite jonin. Even if they could not defeat the Three Tails, escaping would be a simple task. Their presence has vanished, which likely means they have been slain. Damn it. And the Three Tails Aisabu has also disappeared. The Three Tails escaping from our mist village must not be allowed to reach other villages. Look, there are corpses over there. Damn, they belong to members of our mist village's Umbu. I have seen him before. And there's also an elite from the Ōtsutsuki clan, and Shui, Feng, and the others. It seems they are all dead. Who on earth could have done this? It cannot possibly be the Three Tails. The Three Tails has also gone missing. There are chakra signatures from other ninjas in that direction. You must pursue. I will return to the village hidden in the mist to report to the Mizukage. Understood, Captain. The three of them, clearly seasoned veterans, surveyed their surroundings, realizing the mission to capture the Three Tails had failed, resulting in the complete annihilation of the ninjas sent to apprehend it. Acting swiftly, they followed one sensing ninja, trailing behind Ye Qing from a distance. Meanwhile, another swiftly returned to the village hidden in the mist to report the situation to the Mizukage. The village hidden in the mist possesses both the Three Tails and the Six Tails. Should other hidden villages learn that the Three Tails has been lost, especially during the Third Great Ninja War, it could trigger a series of catastrophic consequences. The Mist Village must prepare, shortly after the departure of these three. A shadow as dark as ink began to drift slowly from the depths of the ocean. Though the figure was humanoid in shape, it bore no resemblance to a human, appearing more like a monster sculpted from black clay. This black silhouette was none other than Kagaya's long-hidden servant, Black Zetsu, who harbored the intent to resurrect his mother, Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. The commotion surrounding Ye Qing's capture of the Three Tails finally drew this ancient fiend out of hiding. That boy bears an uncanny resemblance to my mother, with those white eyes and horns, and those pupils reminiscent of the Rinnegan. Could this boy be of the Ōtsutsuki clan? Damn it, how could they have arrived in this world so swiftly? The plan must be expedited. Chapter 60. The Battlefield of Wind and Fire. The Mysterious Elder. World Announcement. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for sealing one of the nine-tailed beasts. The Three Tails Aisabu, earning a series of rewards. This event will be recorded in the historical events of the Naruto world, to be remembered for ages. World Announcement. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for sealing one of the nine-tailed beasts. The Three Tails Aisabu. World Announcement. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for sealing one of the nine-tailed beasts. The Three Tails Aisabu. A.S. Ye Qing sealed the Three Tails Aisabu, far away on the battlefield between the lands of wind and fire. Around the Ye Qing mountain, countless players began to stir with fervent discussion. The ninjas of Konoha and Sunigakure had been embroiled in fierce combat around Ye Qing mountain for a week, with the mountain changing hands multiple times between the two hidden villages. Overall, however, Konoha maintained a certain advantage. Although Wave Wind Minato's strength had not yet reached the level of Kage, his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to remain undefeated on the battlefield. Moreover, several large factions had chosen to ally with Konoha's various clans, resulting in the collective strength of the players surpassing that of Sunigakure's. The Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, all possessing bloodline limits and unique secret techniques. Had numerous players joining their ranks. Among them, only about 10 players were able to successfully complete the clan quest for the Senju and Uchiha clans. Yet these 20 players, when combined, far surpassed the strength of other players. However, when the world announcement rang out once more, the players on the battlefield were taken aback, igniting another wave of frenzied speculation. Damn, a second-tailed beast. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing had been absent for a few days. And upon his return, he dropped a bombshell. The seven tails Chome, the three tails Isabu. Could it truly be, as the esteemed figures have suggested, that there are nine-tailed beasts? What exactly are tailed beasts, and why does the system keep issuing world announcements? You can think of tailed beasts as world bosses. I have seen the footage of Lord Ye Qing defeating the seven tails Chome. It was incredibly impressive. Damn. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's level has already reached 290. And he is on the verge of attaining the rank of Jonin, while the second-ranked Senju Raiten is only in the 150s. The levels of the other players on the leaderboard are fairly comparable. Damn, the Sunagakure trash are attacking again. Hurry up. Let us kill. Let us earn points through bloodshed. The battlefield is indeed a prime location for leveling up, with plenty of humanoid bosses. Boom. The sound of violent explosions reverberated, as a large contingent of Sunagakure ninjas surged forth from another hill, shouting as they charged toward Konoha's position. Additionally, behind them, hundreds of native ninjas appeared in pursuit. Kill! Several Konoha ninjas emerged before the empty space of their formation, issuing a cold command, and an army of players surged forward like a tidal wave. Among this throng of players, one Konoha ninja, clad in a green vest and wearing the Konoha forehead protector, with flames igniting in his eyes, moved significantly faster than the others, quickly closing in on the Sunagakure players. This individual was none other than Senju Raiten, the second-ranked player, ever since Ye Qing effortlessly eliminated him. Raiden had regarded Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing as a rival he must surpass in this lifetime. In every battle, he led the charge, rapidly increasing his level. Furthermore, as a direct descendant of the Senju clan, he was favored by several elite jonin within his clan and village, leading to his proficiency in various fundamental ninjutsu and a notably high level. However, the legendary wood release, possessed by the god of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama, remained elusive to him. The wood release bloodline limit. This bloodline limit is unparalleled in the entire Konoha village and indeed throughout the ninja world, being the most powerful of its kind. Unfortunately, the players who could choose the Senju clan through their clan tasks only had slightly elevated base attributes compared to ordinary players. As for the wood release bloodline limit, it remained a distant dream. However, he had learned through discreet channels that Lord Orochimaru, who is reputed to be one of the legendary three of Konoha, was conducting research into forbidden techniques, potentially holding secrets regarding the wood release bloodline limit of the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama. It seems he must find a way to engage with Lord Orochimaru soon. With this thought in mind, Senju Raiten quickened his pace, transforming into a streak of lightning as he dashed into the ranks of Sunagakure players. With two kunais spinning in his hands, he made quick work of the Sunagakure players, who were no match for him. As the king of assassins in the real world, slaughtering these ordinary players was as easy as slicing through vegetables. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Just as the two hidden villages of Konoha and Sunagakure clashed in fierce battle, several leaders from major factions concealed within the player ranks exchanged glances upon hearing the world announcement, especially those advocating for instigating the Ninja World War by leveraging the native ninjas of various hidden villages to eliminate Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, found their plans thwarted by his sudden disappearance. Yet now, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing had sealed a second-tailed beast. Where on earth could he be? Damn it! Where has Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing gone? It remains unclear. Our spies in the other hidden villages have not reported anything. The three tails Isabu, according to prior intelligence, seems to belong to the Mist Village. Could he have gone there? It's uncertain. We have yet to receive any news from the Mist Village. I have managed to bribe several elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan. They are all adept users of the Uchiha bloodline limit and could certainly eliminate Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. The Uchiha clan, you say? I have also bribed several experts from the Yamanaka clan. Excellent. We have made contact with the esteemed lord of the Nara clan, who has promised to look after us during this impending great conflict. As the righteous Kaiki Mountain once again finds itself encircled by the throes of war at the rear of Sunagekyu's defenses. Commander Maki, flanked by several ninjas, welcomed an elderly monk into their midst. Lord Benfuku, we are truly grateful for your presence here. Maki stepped forward earnestly, expressing his gratitude. In recent days, the offensive from Konoha has been exceedingly powerful, and the formation of Sunagakure is perilously unstable. With no other recourse, he was compelled to seek aid from within the village. However, unexpectedly, the reinforcements dispatched from Sunagakure turned out to be this venerable figure. Benfuku? How kind of you, Maki, replied the old monk, whose benevolent face was somewhat gaunt. His sunken, darkened eyes suggested he had not slept in quite some time, rendering him a rather disheveled figure. Nevertheless, he responded to Maki's greeting with utmost courtesy. Lord Benfuku, our village is embroiled in a fierce conflict with Konoha, and time is of the essence. Let us converse as we walk. Maki, clearly anxious, spoke directly. For over a week, the war with Konoha had reached a stalemate. They could barely maintain their position on Kaiki Mountain, let alone defeat Konoha. Yet they could not simply relinquish Kaiki Mountain, located within the territory of the Bear Country. They were left with no choice but to hold on desperately. Thus, Maki had to seek assistance from the village, and for reasons unknown, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had chosen to send forth Benfuku, a monk of rather unique standing. If Ye Qing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the old monk named Benfuku was no ordinary ninja. He was in fact the long-hidden secret weapon of Sunagakure, the one-tailed Shikaku. Lord Benfuku, since the outbreak of hostilities a week ago, I have detailed our encounters with Konoha as Maki narrated the events. Benfuku quickly grasped the specifics of their ongoing struggle with Konoha. Essentially, the strengths of both Sunagakure and Konoha were in a state of equilibrium, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. However, the involvement of players had introduced a significant variable into this conflict. The dominant forces of the real world possessed an abundance of intelligence, and many had chosen to align with Konoha, which boasted clans with special bloodlines or secret techniques, such as the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. Although these players were not particularly high in level, their overall prowess surpassed that of ordinary players, and their diverse secret techniques severely restricted the ninjas of Tsunejire. In contrast, beyond the Sabako clan's magnetic release bloodline, Sunagakure was left with only poison techniques and puppet mastery, leading to significant limitations. With the arrival of these players wielding extraordinary bloodlines and techniques on the battlefield, the scales of victory swiftly tilted in favor of Konoha. Should the conflict continue along this trajectory, Sunagakure would undoubtedly suffer a disastrous defeat, much like the original storyline. However, Konoha would not experience a Pyrrhic victory, for in this world of the Tenda online game, Konoha had the most players. In the realm of Naruto, those with discernment would realize that this world revolves primarily around the hidden leaf village of the Fire Country, were it not for the restrictions imposed by the Tenda game on the number of players selecting factions. It is believed that more than 90% would choose the hidden leaf village. This implies that the current state of warfare is decidedly unfavorable for Sunagakure, placing them on the brink of failure. Under Maki's guidance, Benfuku and the elite members of Sunagakure's Umbu swiftly arrive at their encampment. Gazing distantly at Konoha's forces, between the two camps lay the battlefield of their fierce confrontation. The once lush forest had vanished, replaced by pockmarked yellow earth. Additionally, the massive boulders atop Kaiki Mountain were stained with blood, littered with the fallen and severed limbs. Yet, despite the carnage, the ninjas of both sides continued their relentless battle in this area. With hundreds if not thousands of players perishing every hour, the cacophony of battle cries, the explosive sounds of ninjutsu, and the anguished roars of countless individuals reverberated throughout the land. However, the grim countenance of Sunagakure's higher-ups darkened as their encampment was gradually consumed by the players and ninjas of Konoha. If given just a few more days, Sunagakure would face total defeat, forced to surrender the frontline stronghold of Kaiki Mountain. Indeed, Lord Benfuku, Konoha's ordinary ninjas, players, are numerous, at least 50% more than our own, Maki noted. Moreover, the frontline commander of Konoha is none other than the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Benfuku's eyes narrowed as he murmured, Minato Namikaze, famed for his exploits during the Third Great Ninja War, has left his mark on battlefields across Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. His presence signifies the prosperity of Konoha, ensuring at the very least a safe retreat for their forces. Thus, he has earned the moniker, the Yellow Flash, his reputation rivaling that of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Yes, Lord Benfuku, a significant portion of our Umbu has been entangled with Minato, rendering it difficult to provide aid on the front lines that I understand. Leave it to me, Benfuku replied calmly. He suddenly closed his eyes, his lips moving as if in silent consultation. Mere minutes later, his eyes flew open, revealing pupils of a peculiar earthy hue reminiscent of a cat's. At that moment, an eerie transformation overcame him, as if the essence of humanity dissipated, replaced by the aura of a fearsome beast. The one-tailed Shikaku. In the original storyline, the Shikaku was not only the earliest tailed beast to appear, but was also the most misunderstood. Many would erroneously rank the tailed beasts based on the number of tails they possessed, assuming that the one-tailed beast with its solitary tail was the weakest. However, the strength of the nine-tailed beasts was not determined by the number of tails they bore, in the original narrative, when confronted by the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. The one-tailed Shikaku was among the few capable of holding its ground for a time and even seizing opportunities to counterattack. Considering the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beasts, Kurama and Gyuki stand as the mightiest. Yet among the remaining seven, only the three-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura, and the one-tailed Shikaku's Jinchuriki, Gara, maintain a status comparable to that of a Kaguya. Other Jinchuriki, while not weak, still fell short of that level. Thus, while the one-tailed Shikaku may not possess the highest rank among the nine-tailed beasts, it is certainly not the weakest, likely placing it in the middle tier of power. Otherwise, it would not have dared to challenge Kurama, the strongest tailed beast, recklessly. Just then, amid the fervent clashes of players and native ninjas, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Startled, many turned to the source of the sound. Before them appeared an enormous creature, standing at least 10 meters tall, resembling a raccoon-like monster adorned with violet markings. F-ton, rank Dan, came another thunderous shout as a visible tornado materialized before the creature, surging toward Konoha's players. The howling winds coalesced into numerous wind blades, which upon invading Konoha's ranks, spun wildly, tearing apart the players within. With just this one technique, thousands of players from Konoha were reduced to mere fragments. What in the world is that monster? Gasped a player, awestruck. It's massive, at least 10 meters high. How can such a large cat exist? Is it from Sunagakure? What is this creature? Look, it's coming towards us, echoed the astonished cries across the battlefield, not only striking fear into the hearts of Konoha's players, but also leaving the Sunagakure players equally stunned by the sight of the colossal raccoon monster. At that moment, a series of ear-piercing world announcements resounded in the ears of all players. World announcement. World announcement. One of the nine-tailed beasts, the one-tailed Shikaku, has descended upon the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War between the Wind and Fire countries. Coordinates, Kaiki Mountain XX. 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 Defeating the one-tailed Shikaku has a chance to yield S-rank rewards, and the Slayer will be recorded in the annals of history within the world of Naruto. World announcement. World announcement. One of the nine-tailed beasts, the one-tailed Shikaku, has descended upon the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War between the Wind and Fire countries. World announcement. World announcement. One of the nine-tailed beasts. Shikaku, the one-tail, descended upon the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, where the Wind and Fire nations clashed. A series of world announcements resonated 3 times, echoing through the entirety of the Tendo online gaming realm, capturing the attention of nearly all players. Particularly for those stationed on the battlefield of Kaiki Mountain, they gazed in utter astonishment at the slowly advancing figure of Shikaku, engulfed by shock. Good heavens! Shikaku, this raccoon-like creature, is actually a tailed beast. Indeed, there exists a tailed beast, and how immense it is. In the world of Tendo, tailed beasts are akin to world bosses in other realms, and defeating one will yield S-rank rewards. By the heavens, it's approaching. What are we waiting for? Attack. Quickly slay it. Defeating Shikaku will grant us S-rank rewards. Everyone charge. Let us vanquish the one-tail. Strike. Do not let it escape. Shikaku is merely a boss. With our numbers, we surely could defeat it. How can Ōtsutsuki Kagaya defeat two-tailed beasts while we, so many in number, cannot fell a single one-tail? Attack! Countless battle cries surged from all directions, revealing that the vicinity of Kaiki Mountain was teeming with players from the Konoha faction, numbering at least in the millions, with their ranks continuously swelling. With the appearance of Shikaku, the entire world turned its gaze toward this conflict as throngs of players rushed to Kaiki Mountain. Unfortunately, due to the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, all teleportation arrays have been rendered inoperative, forcing players to rely solely on their legs and mounts to reach Kaiki Mountain, a slow endeavor indeed. Nevertheless, countless players hurried with fervor towards this location. Funeral of the Sand Dunes. A voice unlike any human's suddenly reverberated across the battlefield. The once solid ground of Kaiki Mountain surged with yellow sands, morphing in a vast, colossal hands that clasped tightly onto the advancing Konoha players. From a glance, the area surrounding Shikaku, extending at least several hundred meters in radius, was ensconced in an ocean of sand, where countless players struggled desperately, gripped by terror. Die! Thud! Rumble! A series of violent sounds erupted from the earth, as the sea of sand writhed violently, encasing the players within, and began to churn furiously. In an instant, torrents of blood gushed forth from the depths of the sand, staining the once golden grains a deep crimson. Limbs and remains littered the ground, with blood flowing freely. Yet even in the face of such horror, more players recklessly surged forward. For them, life was the least precious of commodities in the world of Tendo. Death merely inflicted mental anguish, rendering one unable to log in for 3 days. However, slaying Shikaku would yield S-rank rewards. Such rewards are a shortcut to elevating an ordinary player to the pinnacle of power in this realm. Attack! Charge! We shall claim Shikaku for ourselves. Everyone stand aside. Shikaku is entrusted to us, the Dragon City. Here lies Wushuang City. Any interlopers be gone. Fight! Charge! Charge! Another wave of voices erupted, this time from players belonging to significant factions, their levels. Ninjutsu. An equipment far superior to those of the previous ordinary players. These players trampled upon the remnants of their predecessors, launching a fierce assault on Shikaku with great might. At the forefront of this group stood a player of remarkable speed, who, with a few swift movements, reached Shikaku's side, thrusting a kunai forcefully into its claw. This individual was none other than Roten, renowned in the real world as the foremost assassin. Thud, with a faint sound. Roten's kunai met no resistance as it pierced Shikaku's claw, his own arm following suit. What? Roten's expression shifted dramatically, for he felt no sensation of steel penetrating flesh. Instead, he stumbled backward, nearly collapsing. Roar! Another furious bellow erupted as Shikaku's massive form stirred, its colossal claws nearly reducing Roten to mere paste. The gigantic paw struck the ground, sending plumes of dust into the air and cracking the earth beneath, that a single step could crush hundreds of players. At this moment, the players stood no chance against the tailed beast. Is this the chasm between me and Ōtsutsuki Kagaya? Gazing at the towering figure of Shikaku, Roten stood frozen, trembling in fear. Wind release. Infinite sand dust great breakthrough. Chapter 63. S-rank. Field clearing ninjutsu. Roar. Wind release. Infinite sand dust great breakthrough. With a thunderous roar, Shikaku raised its forelimbs high, its singular tail adorned with violet patterns thrashing wildly. Not only that, but a surge of chakra radiated from its body, resembling a flame ablaze. Roar! Finally, it opened its immense maw and inhaled deeply, then unleashed a fierce torrent toward the Konoha players. Whoosh! A cacophony of wind howled as it erupted from its mouth, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that spiraled into a chaotic whirlwind, the force exceeding level 15. Moreover, a vast cloud of yellow sand was swept up, coalescing into a sandstorm that engulfed the Konoha player faction. In stark contrast, the the players of Konoha found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the relentless surge of the sandstorm, unable to react, and were swiftly submerged in the endless sands. Many players caught in the tempest were lifted into the sky, only to plummet to the ground, most meeting a grim fate. From a distance, Kaiki Mountain appeared as if the very earth had been swept up in a sandstorm, nearly obscuring the entire battlefield. The players stationed on Kaiki Mountain, confronted with such a catastrophe resembling divine wrath, felt their strength rendered utterly impotent and insignificant. A sandstorm! Kaiki Mountain is a grand mountain. How could there be a sandstorm? Foolishness! This is the ninjutsu of Shikaku. This ninjutsu must be at least S rank. My goodness, by the heavens, I'm being buried in sand. Help! Wah! Brothers, hold on. If only we can endure until we reach Konoha. Countless cries of alarm and shouts echoed around the battlefield of Kaiki Mountain. Yet most voices were quickly swallowed by the unrelenting winds and sands, unable to carry far. That a glance revealed players of the Konoha faction swirling chaotically in the sky, all caught in the sandstorm, then falling heavily into the surrounding forests of Kaiki Mountain, vanishing in a flash of white light. Furthermore, many players were reduced to mere remnants in mid-air, obliterated by the omnipresent wind blades and sand iron. After what felt like an eternity of violent chaos, the ferocious sandstorm gradually subsided. Yet in those brief moments, the once vibrant ranks of Konoha players surrounding Kaiki Mountain had crumbled. Millions of players have been decimated, with 9 out of 10 either buried alive in the yellow sands or brutally smashed to pulp by the howling winds. Just as victory seemed within reach for Konoha, poised to seize the stronghold of Sunagakure at Kaiki Mountain, the emergence of their secret weapon, Shikaku, abruptly shifted the tides of battle. Is this the might of a tailed beast? How formidable! With a single strike, it annihilated so many players. Is Sunagakure truly this powerful? Impossible! According to the narrative, Konoha should be the strongest. Shikaku. Could it be that Shikaku is the mightiest of the tailed beasts? It must be so. The reason Ōtsutsuki Kagaya could defeat the Seven Tails and Three Tails is because they were simply too weak. Yes, our Wind Country has the largest territory. Sunagakure must be the most formidable of the 5 hidden villages. With Shikaku on our side, Sunagakure is destined to win this war. Once again, a chorus of cheers erupted. But this time, the jubilant sounds emanated from the ranks of Sunagakure players, AS members of Sunagakure. They were unable to attack Shikaku, yet they had a special mission, to ensure that Shikaku did not fall in battle. In doing so, they would secure certain rewards. Roar! Once again, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and before one's eyes, the colossal form of the one-tailed Shikaku began to tremble, its limbs touching the ground as it slowly advanced towards the Konoha camp. As if patrolling its territory, in stark contrast, the Konoha camp was left with only a meager handful of players, as millions had fled, taking refuge behind massive boulders to escape the impending doom. However, behind these players, the native ninjas of Konoha still possessed a degree of combat capability. Watching with bated breath as the one-tailed Shikaku approached them. It was indeed the one-tailed Shikaku. How daring of Sunagakure to unleash such a formidable beast. Standing at the forefront of the Konoha camp, Minato Namikaze regarded the approaching one-tailed Shikaku with utmost caution. Its massive body was adorned with intricate violet patterns, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent, causing even the native ninjas of Konoha to stir uneasily. The one-tailed Shikaku? Minato, do you feel confident? Suddenly, a somber voice pierced the tension, revealing a tall, striking man with a brooding gaze appearing before Minato. This man appeared to be in his mid-20s, slightly older than Minato, exuding a commanding presence, flanked by several other ninjas clad in similar attire, their expressions grave. Most notably, the emblem on this man's back resembled a fan, adorned with red and white hues, signifying the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, one of the 3 illustrious clans of Konoha, had made their presence known here. Fugakadano, the one-tailed Shikaku, is a beast of wind chakra, and Sunagakure has sent numerous reinforcements. We must retreat. Minato's words unveiled the identity of the man before him. Uchiha Fugaku. In the original narrative, he was the revered father of the godlike Itachi and Sasuke. At this moment, he was the current leader of the Uchiha clan, an elite jonin, and the captain of the Konoha Guard, holding significant prestige within the village. Even Minato's voice paled in comparison to Uchiha Fugaku's. After all, Minato hailed from humble beginnings, whereas the Uchiha clan was one of the three noble families of Konoha, marking a notable disparity between them. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated as the colossal form of the one-tailed Shikaku loomed before the Konoha camp. Its enormous maw visible to those closest. Humph! The one-tailed Shikaku. Since Sunagakure dares to unleash it, they must be ready to face the consequences. Everyone, charge! Yes! Chapter 64. One-tailed Shikaku versus Uchiha. Fugaku no sooner had the command left Fugaku's lips than the three figures behind him surged forth, darting towards the one-tailed Shikaku with astonishing speed. Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Lightning style. False Darkness. The three Uchiha ninjas shouted in unison, unleashing their techniques. Lightning and Fire Jutsu, each at least of C rank. Capable of summoning torrents of flame and electricity directed at the one-tailed Shikaku, the Uchiha clan, inheritors of lightning and fire chakra natures, wielded the most potent offensive capabilities among the 5 chakra types, which often led their ninjas to act impulsively and aggressively. With a thunderous crash, the 3 jutsu collided with the one-tailed Shikaku, igniting a spectacular display of flames and lightning, inciting a furious roar from the beast. At that moment, the one-tailed Shikaku was not in its Jinchuriki form. Its massive size rendered the question of accuracy moot. After landing their initial strike, the 3 Uchiha ninjas swiftly repositioned themselves to continue their assault. Witnessing the Uchiha clan launching an offensive, the other native ninjas of Konoha also sprang into action, rushing towards the one-tailed Shikaku. Stop! As nearly all the Konoha ninjas surged toward the beast, Minato's expression shifted, and he urgently addressed Fugakudano, with Sunagakure releasing the one-tailed Shikaku and their multitude of ninjas aiding it. We stand no chance. We must retreat. Humph! Minato, are you afraid? It is merely a tailed beast. The Uchiha clan does not fear it. Fugaku scoffed dismissively at Minato at this juncture. Not long after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the legendary Sannin of Konoha had vanished for various reasons. Tsunade, haunted by the loss of her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan, had succumbed to gambling and alcoholism as a means of escaping reality. Jiraiya had also gone rogue, absent for years due to internal village concerns. The most significant transformation belonged to Orochimaru, who, having witnessed countless deaths, underwent a profound change. Driven by a desire to master every jutsu in existence, he became intensely intrigued by forbidden techniques of immortality. Thus, he resorted to utilizing the village's common ninjas for various forbidden experiments, resulting in numerous casualties among both civilians and ninjas. When these heinous acts were unveiled, he single-handedly escaped from Konoha, emerging as the most powerful rogue ninja since its establishment. Now, Minato, being a disciple of Jiraiya and of humble origins, inherently felt a rift between himself and the esteemed Uchiha Fugaku. In essence, Fugaku held Minato, a commoner ninja, in contempt. Fugakudano, tailed beasts serve as war machines for every village. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to capture it. Moreover, Sunagakure has an abundance of ninjas. They will not simply stand by. Minato attempted to reason further, but Fugaku interrupted him, leading the remaining Konoha ninjas toward the one-tailed Shikaku. This is bad. Minato paid little heed to Fugaku's attitude, his concern directed towards the approaching forces of Sunagakure. They too were bolstered by numerous ninjas and players, charging towards Konoha's camp. Konoha's ninjas could not afford to be squandered here. He needed to devise a plan to bring them back. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. Boom! Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as Fugaku's form appeared high above, his hands weaving through intricate seals. Subsequently, a massive fire dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, materialized from thin air, thrashing its heated body as it surged towards the one-tailed Shikaku. Simultaneously, other Konoha ninjas unleashed their signature techniques, firing at the one-tail Shikaku. Before the fire dragon could reach its target, the air became suffused with an intense heat, the temperature rising dangerously high. Any ordinary ninja struck by it would either perish or be grievously harmed. What a colossal fire dragon! This must be an A-rank technique. Who is this ninja? Look, the one-tail Shikaku. Suddenly, a voice, raspy and inhuman, echoed across the battlefield. The one-tail Shikaku opened its massive jaws, generating a visible vortex of wind within. It then unleashed a powerful gust, sending a wind bullet, towering over a person, hurtling forth at incredible speed. Boom! Boom! A series of piercing sounds erupted as the wind bullet obliterated all the techniques launched by the Konoha ninjas, including Fugaku's fire dragon, dispersing them into a cloud of smoke. Boom! Another round of explosions rang out as the gigantic wind bullet crashed into the ground nearby, creating a vast crater. Rocks tumbled and dust billowed. Furthermore, dozens of Konoha ninjas were caught in the blast, their bodies reduced to mere remnants, a horrific sight. Damn it! Fugaku cursed under his breath, his eyes suddenly shining with a fierce crimson glow in the midst of the chaos wrought by countless ninjutsu. He darted towards the one-tail Shikaku. If one were to observe Fugaku closely at that moment, they would notice his eyes had transformed into a deep crimson, 3 black tomo swirling within, rendering him an ominous figure. The Sharingan, and it was a 3-tomo Sharingan. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Fugaku appeared beside the one-tail Shikaku, a wickedly sharp kunai materializing in his grasp as he aimed for the beast's eye. Every beast possesses a weakness in its eyes, and even a tail beast is no exception. Whoosh! Boom! Uchiha Fugaku moved with astonishing speed, appearing almost instantaneously beside the tailed beast, Shikaku. Just as his kunai was poised to pierce the beast's eye, a violent sound of air being sliced through erupted from short distance away. Whoosh! Boom! What? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, for a massive shadow had enveloped his entire figure and was descending upon him with great force. Chapter 65. The Yellow Flash. The Future of Konoha? Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as Shikaku's colossal wing struck the very spot where Uchiha Fugaku had just stood, sending shockwaves rippling through the air and creating a massive fissure in the ground, with dust and debris filling the sky. Shikaku's tail was not only immensely resilient, but also extended at least 70 to 80 meters, capable of sweeping across its vicinity with ease. This tail could be deemed yet another secret weapon, alongside its own chakra and jutsu. Ka. You worthless ninjas of Konoha, come and capture your grandpa. Ka. A rasping, unpleasant voice echoed as Shikaku opened its mouth wide, laughing maniacally. Its resilient tail swung wildly, creating a no-go zone within a 100-meter radius, where none dared to approach. Anyone who did would be smashed to bits. Blood splattering everywhere. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. Several 100 meters away from Shikaku, 2 figures abruptly appeared in midair, namely, Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Fugaku. At that moment, Fugaku still clutched his kunai tightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of despair and ruthlessness. Yet he had not anticipated that merely a second prior he had been ready to confront Shikaku head-on, only to find himself standing several 100 meters away in an open area the next moment. Minato, have you saved me? Within the entirety of Konoha, only the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and Minato Namikaze excelled in space-type ninjutsu. Only Minato could have whisked him away from Shikaku's assault in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku, grateful to have escaped death, mused that while he was willing to risk his life, he would not squander it frivolously. Lord Fugaku, quickly withdraw with the others. I will hold off Shikaku. Minato, undeterred by Fugaku's expression, offered his instructions before vanishing from the scene in a flash. Withdraw. Uchiha Fugaku murmured, turning to survey the battlefield, where Konoha's ninjas were being relentlessly pushed back by the combined onslaught of Shikaku and the ninjas from Sunagakure. To make matters worse, a multitude of players were arriving from the flanks, intent on severing the retreat of Konoha's ninjas. Sunagakure's objective was unmistakable: to annihilate this squad of Konoha ninjas right here. Only then could they maintain the initiative in this war, seizing control of the Kaiki Mountain, enabling both offense and defense. Caw, caw, caw. Die, die. Amidst the chaos of battle, Shikaku cackled wildly, its chakra surging violently, manifesting as a tail beast cloak resembling flames. Rampaging through Konoha's ranks. Most of the ninjas in Konoha were native ninjas, with only a handful of players present, and none could withstand the massacre unleashed by Shikaku. Furthermore, the distant Sunagakure ninjas and players were closing in, eager to cut off their escape routes. If nothing changed, the ninjas and players of Konoha Station at Kaiki Mountain were doomed to fail. Retreat, retreat. The Sunagakure ninjas are coming. Damn it, Shikaku has gone berserk. It could crush hundreds with a single step? Who was it that dared to suggest we kill Shikaku? How can a mere human defeat such a boss? If Shikaku can trample us so easily, how powerful must Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki be? One Ōtsutsuki took down two tail beasts, and we can't even handle one. What the hell? We can't even best the native ninjas and are being chased. Retreat, quickly. The Sunagakure forces are preparing to encircle us. Brothers, let us fight our way out. Kill. Charge. A cacophony of curses and disputes erupted from the ranks of Konoha's players, plunging the entire faction into disarray. Some wished to continue the assault on Shikaku, while many others sought to flee, frantically rushing down the mountain. The relentless pursuit by Shikaku and numerous Sunagakure ninjas only intensified the chaos, with hundreds of Konoha's players perishing every minute. Even the native ninjas of Konoha could only barely manage to protect themselves amid the turmoil. As for Shikaku, its enormous form was pierced by various kunai, shuriken, and other weapons. Yet, to such a colossal beast, these implements were nothing more than mere tickles, inflicting no real damage. Buzz, suddenly, an eerie wave of energy rippled through the air. A kunai of peculiar design, embedded in Shikaku's neck, began to vibrate. In the next moment, a young man clad in a light green Konoha ninja outfit appeared at Shikaku's neck, looking exceedingly small. Nevertheless, this sight caught the attention of countless players merely observing Shikaku. Who is that? Has someone climbed onto Shikaku? Damn, that person seems to be Lord Minato. It's true. It's Lord Minato. What is Lord Minato planning to do? A chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air. But Minato, standing atop Shikaku, remained unfazed by their words. He concentrated chakra in the soles of his feet, grounding himself on the beast's back despite its violent thrashing. His right hand formed a claw, and chakra surged with intensity. Suddenly, a pale blue chakra materialized in his palm, spinning rapidly. Within mere seconds, a swirling chakra sphere appeared in Minato's hand, containing an immense reservoir of power. I could see this moment. The ninjas from Sunagakure also noticed Minato on Shikaku, particularly their battlefield commander, Maki. Upon seeing Minato's presence, his expression shifted dramatically as he rushed toward Shikaku. However, he was evidently too late. Rasengan! With a sharp exclamation, Minato slammed the pulsating chakra sphere against Shikaku's neck. Chapter 66. The Descent of the Deity, Suppressing All. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as Minato's Rasengan struck Shikaku's neck, causing the beast to stagger. A massive wound opened at the impact site, eliciting a pained wail from Shikaku. Where did this little insect come from? Get lost! With a furious roar, Shikaku lifted its massive right paw, aiming to smite Minato's neck. Should it land a hit, not even a single Minato would survive. He would be reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, Shikaku was up against Minato, the Yellow Flash, renowned for his unparalleled speed and mastery of space ninjutsu. Just as Shikaku's enormous paw was about to crush Minato, a brilliant light enveloped him, and he vanished, reappearing several hundred meters away from Shikaku. Damn it! A space-type ninja! Having witnessed countless battles over millennia, Shikaku quickly grasped Minato's combat style, irritation flickering in its eyes. While space-type ninjas might not possess the greatest strength, they were undoubtedly the most troublesome. If one could not defeat them and they wished to flee, it was nearly impossible for non-space-type ninjas to catch up. Ninja art, sand burial. Suddenly, Shikaku's hoarse voice resounded once more as it pressed its colossal front claws into the ground, exerting tremendous force. Boom! 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 A series of violent booms erupted as the ground before Shikaku surged, transforming what was once solid rock into undulating waves of sand, rushing towards Minato in a frenzied tide. The so-called sand burial was a potent combination of the sand funeral and sand grave, summoning countless seas of sand and turning the surrounding area into a desert, ready to grind everything into dust. Its power was formidable. Faced with a formidable opponent, the one-tailed Shikaku, the ever-resourceful Minato Namikaze instantly chose the most effective formation to counter him, a vast area attack ninjutsu. It completely sealed off all possible escape routes for Minato, unleashing relentless waves of overwhelming force. This meant that as long as Minato remained within the confines of this jutsu, he would have to endure its onslaught, risking injury or even death. In the original storyline, after Nagato's demise, Konan, in a bid to protect his body, employed the technique of the god of paper, utilizing 600 billion explosive tags to create a sea of explosions that raged for a full 15 minutes, aiming to eliminate Uchiha Obito. Had it not been for the fact that Obito's space ninjutsu lasted just a few seconds longer than Konan's technique, he would have surely met his end. Now, the ninjutsu deployed by the one-tailed Shikaku against Minato bore striking similarities to Konan's strategy against Obito in the original tale. Boom! Boom! The cacophony of thunderous roars echoed relentlessly as the area surrounding Shikaku transformed into a vast ocean of sand, continuously surging and shifting, accompanied by its seemingly endless chakra. Enormous claws erupted from the sandy expanse, mercilessly shredding countless players and ninja into a bloody pulp. Not only were the shinobi and players from Konoha affected, but even those from Sunagakure, situated nearby, found themselves under attack. This left the commander of Sunagakure, Maki, with a grim expression. However, he understood that once the tailed beast fell into a frenzy, it would become indiscriminate in its assault. He quickly ordered the ninja of Sunagakure to refrain from retreating, urging them to stay clear of Shikaku. For a tailed beast in a state of madness, the concept of allies was utterly meaningless. At that moment, the sole consciousness occupying its mind was the malevolent desire to annihilate everything in sight. After what felt like an eternity, the tumultuous region gradually regained its tranquility. However, the landscape had transformed drastically. The once dark green peaks of the Kaiki Mountain were now enveloped in vast swathes of yellow sand, resembling a colossal pyramid from a distance. Amidst this sandy wasteland, numerous crimson stains dotted the terrain. The howling winds swept through, creating an eerie sound, stirring chaos anew. This moment, a bizarre silence fell over the previously tumultuous battlefield, a scene of utter desolation. Is this truly the might of the one-tailed Shikaku? The entire mountain has been submerged in sand. Damn it, who just declared that Konoha was the strongest shinobi village? Sunagakure is the true powerhouse. Indeed, with the one-tailed Shikaku at our side, we could easily crush Konoha. Ha! The second-ranked Senjuro was dispatched by Shikaku in an instant. I believe even Ōtsutsuki would meet the same fate here. Damn it, that mound of sand nearly claimed my life. Ha ha! The forums outside are about to explode. Especially those in Dragon City and Wushuang City, where all players were annihilated, resulting in 3 days of login restrictions. A chorus of thunderous applause and animated discussions erupted from the ranks of Sunagakure, as players excitedly speculated about the one-tailed Shikaku and the major player factions, brimming with enthusiasm in their eyes. With Shikaku at the helm, Sunagakure stood proudly above the ninja world. Boom! Just as the players of Sunagakure began to fantasize about breaching Konoha's defenses, slaughtering the Iwagakure players, dominating Kimogakure, and exterminating the Mist Village players, a sudden collapse echoed from the desert nearby at a massive earthen wall, towering 7 to 8 meters and stretching nearly 100 meters. Crumbled, revealing the figures behind it. They were the last remaining 30 or so elite shinobi from Konoha. Following Shikaku's cataclysmic attack, the Konoha ninja scattered across the battlefield were thrown into disarray. Thanks to Minato Namikaze, who utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to regroup the remaining shinobi, they managed to construct a temporary fortress using Earth-style ninjutsu, preserving a glimmer of hope for Konoha. However, Minato himself suffered significant injuries due to chakra depletion and the concentrated assault of Shikaku's jutsu. Damn it! Everyone, retreat now! As Shikaku turned its attention towards their direction once more, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, urgently issuing commands. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar resonated from the heavens, akin to a thunderous explosion materializing from thin air. In the next moment, an immense shockwave descended from above, crashing down with an unstoppable force, pressing even Shikaku heavily into the ground. Chapter 67. The Retreating Shikaku, Shinra Tensei. After the deafening clamor subsided, a voice imbued with an icy aura echoed across the battlefield. Who dares? Gasps filled the air as Maki, astonished, gazed skyward, his voice rising in anger. This was the one-tailed Shikaku, Tsunagekyu's hidden war machine, and their strongest asset aside from the Kazekage. Yet, to their shock, the very Shikaku that had just been mercilessly slaughtering Konoha's forces was now being firmly pinned to the ground, leaving cracks in the earth beneath. As Maki shouted, a white figure gradually descended above Shikaku. Before it touched the ground, the remaining players of Tsunagakure erupted in panicked cries of alarm. What the hell? It's Ōtsutsuki Ōtsutsuki. Ōtsutsuki Ōtsutsuki. How did he arrive here? Wasn't it announced that he had sealed the Three Tails Isabu? How could he reach Kaiki Mountain so swiftly? One-tailed Shikaku, get up. Eliminate Ōtsutsuki Ōtsutsuki. Don't panic. We have over 300 elite shinobi and tens of thousands of CH9. Along with the one-tailed Shikaku. We won't be intimidated. Look, Ōtsutsuki Ōtsutsuki is flying towards one-tailed Shikaku. What does he intend to do? Wait, look. One-tailed Shikaku is moving. A cacophony of exclamations arose as nearly everyone's gaze fixated on Ōtsutsuki Ōtsutsuki, anxiously watching his every move. Meanwhile, within the ranks of Konoha, the shinobi exchanged wary glances. Minato Namikaze regarded the descending Ōtsutsuki with caution, his eyes flickering as he murmured, "It's him. His power has grown exponentially." Minato, do you know this individual? Uchiha Fugaku, appearing somewhat disheveled, furrowed his brow and inquired. That man is Ōtsutsuki Ōtsutsuki, Minato replied. He was recently involved in a lower ninja assessment task in Konoha. He then succinctly recounted Ōtsutsuki's identity to Fugaku, urging, Lord Fugaku, we must retreat quickly. We are surrounded by Tsunagakure. And with the appearance of this enigmatic youth, our situation has become dire. Upon hearing Minato's words, Fugaku's Sharingan remained fixed on the descending Ōtsutsuki, his heart reluctant to concede to retreat. However, the simultaneous emergence of Shikaku and Ōtsutsuki Ōtsutsuki had placed Konoha at an undeniable disadvantage. Retreat! With Fugaku's command, the remaining Konoha shinobi prostrated themselves and began to withdraw from the battlefield. As for the one-tailed Shikaku, suspended in mid-air, Ōtsutsuki observed it struggling to rise, calmly stating, one-tailed Shikaku, in stark contrast. The chaotic ranks of Tsunagakure and the fleeing Konoha shinobi were of little concern to him. After sealing the Three Tails Isabu, he initially sought a location to absorb it, only to be alerted by the system that the one-tailed Shikaku had appeared on the battlefield at Kaiki Mountain. Infuriated, Shikaku, who had been pinned to the ground, struggled to rise, bellowing in rage. Damn it! Who dares disturb me? The great Shikaku? Among the nine-tailed beasts, each possessed its own temperament. However, as the first to make an entrance, Shikaku's demeanor resembled that of a brash ruffian, quick to unleash curses. A-tailed beast. He had never before been directly subdued in such a manner. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. As it struck the ground with its dual claws, its upper body abruptly rose, and without the slightest hesitation, it unleashed a tremendous chakra blast, hurling it towards the airborne Ye Qing. This chakra blast was akin to a furious guardian crane, its size at least a notch larger than the previous one. Moreover, a visible path of wind manifested between it and Ye Qing, hurtling violently towards him. In the face of this frenzied assault, Ye Qing's expression remained utterly unchanged, with a mere flick of his hand. A powerful repulsive force surged forth. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated through the air as the chakra blast, launched by the guardian crane, collided violently with Ye Qing's repulsive force, producing an ear-splitting roar. However, to onlookers, the chakra blast, which could obliterate countless players, was effortlessly shattered by Ye Qing's casual gesture. How terrifying that was. Youngster, you possess some strength after all, the guardian crane remarked, shaking its large head as it gazed at Ye Qing in the sky. Yet, as the swirling smoke around them dissipated, the guardian crane's eyes widened in alarm. The memories that had haunted it for millennia began to resurface. Clad in white with white pupils, sporting twin horns atop his head, why did this young man bear such a striking resemblance to that old man in its memories? The Ōtsutsuki clan, recalling this surname, the guardian crane's bronze-hued pupils filled with intense dread. The old man had once proclaimed that his mother was Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, who consumed the fruit of the divine tree to escape from their clan's pursuers. Furthermore, she had unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi to transform the mortal beings of Earth into Zetsu, all merely to fend off these mysterious adversaries. Could it be that those whom Kagaya feared were embodied in the young man before it? At this realization, the guardian crane's fear deepened. Howl! With a fierce roar, a torrent of crimson chakra erupted from its form, coalescing into a shape reminiscent of flames, burning with ferocity. What the hell is the guardian crane planning? Is it about to unleash a powerful technique? Such a formidable chakra fluctuation. Who would have thought that after slaying so many leaf ninjas, it still had a trump card? Truly, it is the tailed beast of Sonogakure. Just as the players of Sonogakure were abuzz with speculation about the guardian crane's intentions, it suddenly pivoted and sprinted towards the land of wind, its four limbs pounding the earth with urgency. The guardian crane was fleeing. Chapter 68. The bewildered players pursue the guardian crane. What on earth is happening? Where is the guardian crane going? Could it be that this grand technique requires a running start, akin to a long jump? It must be so. After all, this is the guardian crane. The technique it has been building up will surely be cataclysmic. Humph! Leave village and Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Just wait. Once our guardian crane unleashes its ultimate move, countless foes shall be vanquished. Amidst a cacophony of voices from the Sonogakure players, nearly all of them gazed upward at the frantically fleeing guardian crane, eagerly anticipating its grand display. However, after a mere 10 seconds, the guardian crane had already covered considerable ground, and Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing was in hot pursuit, yet there was no sign of the anticipated technique being unleashed at this moment. The players of Sonogakure began to panic. Holy crap, it seems the guardian crane has genuinely escaped. It left us behind. Look, the native ninjas of Sonogakure are chasing after Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Damn it, this is a guardian crane. How could it just run away? Could it be that it has recognized the prowess of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing and is fleeing? Holy hell, its speed is astonishing. It nearly seems to be flying. This can't be the true tailed beast. Just moments ago, it displayed such might by massacring so many leaf ninjas, and now it appears so feeble. Damn, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is closing in. We must pursue. We cannot allow Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing to capture our guardian crane. Right, the guardian crane is our Sonogakure's last line of defense. If it is captured, how will we survive? Hurry, pursue! Another wave of exclamations erupted as millions of players from Sonogakure turned in unison, sprinting in the direction the guardian crane had fled. Unfortunately, how fast can one person run? The guardian crane, with its colossal form, could leap several hundred meters with ease, leaving them far behind. As for the Sonogakure ninjas led by Maki, they had already activated their full speed to chase after the guardian crane the moment it began to flee. As members of Sonogakure, they could not stand idly by while their tailed beast was seized by others. Within the dense forest, the figures of Sonogakure ninjas flickered. With Maki at the forefront, he bore a grave expression. He was acutely aware of the guardian crane's strength. The rumors that the fourth Kazekage, Raza, could suppress the guardian crane were merely fabrications for outsiders. In truth, Raza could indeed restrain the guardian crane, using his magnet release and sand manipulation techniques. But only because he was in his desert stronghold and had the assistance of numerous Sonogakure ninjas. In a direct confrontation, Raza would stand no chance against the guardian crane. Pursue! We must not let the guardian crane come to harm. Furthermore, send word to the fourth Kazekage at once, requesting reinforcements to rescue the guardian crane. Leading the charge, Maki closely followed the Guardian Crane, while issuing commands. Point 2 Sunagekure Umbu ninjas promptly acknowledged and dashed back towards the village. Damn it, the old man is dead. What purpose do you, the remnants of his clan, serve? The divine tree has been destroyed, and we are left in the dark. Leave. If you continue to pursue, I shall unleash my wrath. The frantic Guardian Crane sensed the growing presence pursuing it and became increasingly alarmed, unable to restrain its outburst of anger. However, despite the Guardian Crane's furious tirade, Ye Qing remained unfazed, accelerating his pursuit even further. Damn! Wind release, sand rain bullets. With a thunderous roar, a multitude of yellow sand suddenly swirled around the fleeing Guardian Crane, rapidly coalescing into rain droplets the size of adult fists, hurtling towards Ye Qing at breakneck speed. Puff! Boom! Puff! Boom! The air was filled with the piercing sound of the projectiles slicing through the atmosphere, causing the surrounding air itself to fracture under their pressure, showcasing immense power. In the face of this veritable sandstorm enveloping a radius of hundreds of meters. Ye Qing exhibited no signs of alarm. He merely reached forward, unleashing an infinite repulsive force from his being. Shinra Tensei. With a thunderous boom, as the myriad sand droplets struck near Ye Qing, they were met with this repulsive force, sending them hurtling back with even greater speed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions followed, as the once airborne sand droplets were sent careening back to their origin with increased velocity and force. Not only that, but Ye Qing's Shinra Tensei collided powerfully within a radius of hundreds of meters around the Guardian Crane, reducing the area to a wasteland. Howl! Struck by this immense repulsion, the Guardian Crane stumbled and fell to the ground, skidding several hundred meters in a most undignified manner. Damn it! You are provoking my wrath! In its disarray, the Guardian Crane let out a furious roar, opening its massive jaws as black and white chakra surged violently within, culminating in the formation of a pitch-black tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball is created when a tailed beast merges its yin and yang chakra in a ratio of 2:8, compressing it into a sphere of extreme density, which, when released in a single breath, generates cataclysmic power. Its might is so formidable that it can obliterate a small mountain or an entire hidden village in one fell swoop. Furthermore, the tailed beast ball is the ultimate move of all tailed beasts. Tailed beast ball. With a thunderous roar, as the tailed beast ball swelled to a critical size, it was hurled violently towards Ye Qing. Boom, 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 boom. In the incredulous gaze of countless onlookers, this orb, containing an unimaginable amount of chakra and resembling a black sun, hurtled towards Ye Qing. Even the air around the tailed beast ball shimmered and quaked with the force of its passage. What sort of jutsu is this? Such overwhelming power! A tailed beast ball? Why have I never heard of such a technique before? Holy crap! Why do I feel that this tailed beast ball could even obliterate the entire Kaiki mountain? Look, what is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing about to do? Countless gasps erupted once more, as the astonished gazes of millions of Sunagekure players fixed upon the floating figure of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. As the tailed beast orb thundered toward him, he audaciously extended his right hand to press against it. Chapter 69. The Change of Shikaku's Master. The Wrath of Sunagekure. Buzz! An eerie wave of sound suddenly reverberated through the the astonishment of countless Sunagekure players and ninjas. The tailed beast orb, which they had placed so much hope in, was actually grasped in Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's hand, slowly being absorbed. What is that? What just happened? Where did the tailed beast orb go? Damn, it seems like there's an eye in the palm of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's hand. You only just figured that out. It was already revealed on the forums. It must be a bloodline limit ability of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The tailed beast orb was actually absorbed by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. What kind of special ninjutsu is this? Look, Lord Maki and the others are rushing over. Yes, we still have so many Jonin here. We cannot allow Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing to escape so easily. This is our strategy. Once Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing provokes the ninjas of the 5 great Shinobi countries, he is doomed. Once again, countless gasps and discussions erupted from the distant crowd of Sunagekure players. especially among the leaders of the major factions. Seeing that they did not need to intervene, the people of Sunagakure swiftly turned their weapons towards Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, excitedly calling their friends to prepare for an assault on Ye Qing in the real world. Apart from these players, the Sunagakure ninjas who had been closely tailing Shikaku also caught up with them. These ninjas, propelled by the roots of towering trees, moved with astonishing speed, capable of covering 70 to 80 kilometers in just 1 hour. Each one a humanoid monster. You could see the forefront of this group of ninjas stood Maki, the commander of the battlefield. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Wind release. Air cannon. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Hundreds of sharp shouts rang out as the Sunagakure ninjas, upon nearing Shikaku and Ye Qing, unleashed their wind-based ninjutsu. In an instant, the forest was filled with hundreds of high-pressure wind spheres and blades, rushing toward Ye Qing in the air. The tearing ability of wind-release ninjutsu is exceptionally potent, and combined with their speed, which is only slightly inferior to lightning-release ninjutsu, the power they wielded was formidable. Boom, boom, boom. A hurricane surged forth, as if the very ground erupted with countless wind blades and high-pressure wind vortices, enveloping a radius of over 100 meters around Ye Qing, leaving him with no escape. Sunagakure ninjas? This is troublesome. In mid-air, Ye Qing gazed down at the myriad of wind blades surging forth, his brow furrowing slightly. He had just absorbed Shikaku's tailed beast orb, and was in the midst of transformation, rendering his ninjutsu absorption ability temporarily inactive. Only after amplifying the ninjutsu within him and utilizing the power of his left hand, the Rinnegan, could he restore his right hand's ability to absorb ninjutsu. I could see this moment. These Sunagakure ninjas, inadvertently casting such a multitude of wind-release techniques, while Ye Qing's right eye's Rinnegan power was ineffective, left him with no means of evasion. Yet he remained unflustered. Taking advantage of the Rinnegan in his left hand, which was converting the tailed beast orb, he formed a single hand seal with his right hand and gently pointed to the ground. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Boom, boom, boom. With Ye Qing's motion, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the heavens. From the previously clear and cloudless sky, an almost infinite torrent of water materialized, cascading downward with ferocious intensity. Surging mightily from a distance, it appeared as if an immense waterfall had spontaneously emerged in the celestial domain, pouring down toward the earth. The ordinary great waterfall technique would only summon a massive flow of water in a water-rich area. But Ye Qing currently possessed all of Shichibi's chakra, which was no less than that of an actual tailed beast, supported by boundless chakra. The A-ranked water-release ninjutsu he unleashed expanded in volume and coverage by dozens of times. The relentless impact of the cascading water overwhelmed the wind-release techniques rushing toward him, suppressing them entirely. At most, they merely stirred up a few splashes. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening clamor continued, as if the waters of the celestial river were pouring down from the sky, inundating the earth and nearly engulfing the entire forest. As for the Sunagakure ninjas and players attacking him, they had long been swept away by the flood, leaving not a trace behind. After several minutes, the deluge finally subsided, restoring tranquility to the land. Only the despondent Shikaku remained. Gazing at the disheveled earth, Ye Qing smiled faintly. With a grasp of his left hand, a surge of pitch-black chakra erupted from it, gradually coalescing into an enormous tailed beast orb. This tailed beast orb was born from the Rinnegan's power of his left hand. Damn the Ōtsutsuki clan. Even if I die, before Shikaku could finish his final curse. A colossal tailed beast orb, larger than his own body, slowly descended from the heavens. Boom, boom. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, Maki staggered into the village entrance alone, promptly discovered by hidden Sunagakure ninjas, who hurriedly assisted him back. As for the other ninjas who had accompanied him to Kaiki Mountain, their fates were unknown. Quick, I must see Lord Rasha. Hurry. The shadowy ninjas wasted no time, swiftly escorting Maki to the Kazekage's office to summon the fourth Kazekage. A few minutes later, Rasha appeared before Maki, his expression grim and exceedingly displeased. If even Maki, whom he regarded as a trusted aide, returned in such a disheveled state, one could only imagine the dire situation at the front lines. However, at this moment, Rasha was unaware that another piece of news Maki brought back would send shockwaves through him. Lord Rasha, I deserve to die. Lord Bumpu has been captured. What? The Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Rasha's face abruptly paled. As he seized Maki, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Who did this? Was it Konoha? And no, Maki stammered, his face a mask of despair. Yet, faced with Rasha's wrath, he dared not contradict and quickly replied, it was a boy named Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Chapter 70, The Kazekage's Decree. The Frenzied Players. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Rasha murmured the name, furrowing his brow as he recalled the renowned figures within the ninja world. He finally spoke, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. I don't believe I've heard that name before. Which village does he belong to? Lord Rasha. We have never heard of this person either. However, according to the intelligence from my subordinates, this Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing had previously injured Hinata from the Hyuga clan in Konoha and even killed several others. Maki, grasped by Rasha, dared not withhold anything and hastily continued. Moreover, Konoha has issued a Hokage decree to apprehend this Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, dead or alive. So it was him. Rasha placed Maki on a sickbed, his expression darkening further. Sunagakure and Konoha had always been in a state of rivalry. Thus there existed numerous spies from Sunagakure within Konoha, continuously feeding information back to their village. Recently, Konoha had indeed published a Hokage decree seeking a certain boy, and they had intended to capture him. Little did they expect. What kind of identity does this boy possess? Maki struggled to rise, his complexion pale and twitching slightly as he said, Lord Rasha, I have received even more unbelievable news while returning to Sunagakure. What is it? Rasha inquired, having never witnessed Maki speak with such gravity before. The third Ōtsutsuki of Hashigakure, Muga, was killed by this boy. Furthermore, the destruction of Takigakure and the death of the Takikage were also the doing of this Ōtsutsuki boy. The tailed beast, Shichibi, was captured by him as well. What? Upon hearing this series of revelations, Rasha's expression became even more unbearable. The fall of Hashigakure and Takigakure did not concern him much. After all, they were merely small hidden villages. However, the fact that the tailed beast Shichibi had been captured by this boy was a significant matter. Two tailed beasts. These were enough to sway the course of the entire ninja world's conflicts. Lord Rasha, I still haven't finished. Maki swallowed hard, his throat parched, yet he mustered the courage to speak. Besides the seven tails Chome from Takigakure, there's also my Shikaku from Sunagakure, and there are reliable reports that the boy has even captured the three tails Isabu. Impossible! Maki had barely finished his sentence when Rasha interjected sharply, his voice cold. The three tails Isabu has not been seen in the ninja world since it was assigned to Kirigakure by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, several decades ago. How could this boy possibly have captured it? Moreover, our intelligence operatives hidden within Kirigakure have not reported any escape of the three tails. Lord Rasha, this information is highly likely to be true. Maki reflected momentarily before continuing. While we were protecting Lord Bunta and Shikaku, we noticed that a ninja from Kirigakure was following closely behind that boy, and they were all elite members of Kirigakure's Umbu. Kirigakure's three tails Isabu. A surge of fury erupted in Rasha's eyes as he clenched his right fist tightly, murmuring, Shikaku, Isabu, Chome, this boy, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. What on earth is his objective? What shall we do now, Lord Rasha? The loss of Shikaku is not something we can conceal. Without Shikaku, Sunagakure. Maki's words were abruptly cut off as Rasha waved his hand decisively, his tone resolute. Issue the Wind Shadow Order, put a bounty on this boy named Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, dead or alive. I refuse to believe that there is no one in the entire ninja world who can contend with him. After uttering these words, Rasha turned on his heel to leave. However, he paused at the door, slightly turning his head to say, Maki, take good care of your injuries over the next few days. Once you're feeling better, accompany me to Konohagakure. Konohagakure? Maki asked, puzzled, that I will personally negotiate an alliance with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fierce battle between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, along with the two great ninja villages of Sunagakure and Konohagakure at Kaiki Mountain, had transpired several days ago, and both hidden villages were now fully aware of the battlefield's developments. In the initial phase, both hidden villages maintained an equal offensive, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. However, as the battle progressed, Konohagakure, leveraging its overwhelming number of players, began to outmatch Sunagakure, forcing the latter to retreat its forces by several dozen kilometers. Just when everyone believed that the conflict would culminate in a victory for Konohagakure, Sunagakure audaciously unleashed its Jinchuriki, Shikaku. On the battlefield, tail beasts are nothing short of killing machines. Countless players from Konohagakure were reduced to mere cinders under Shikaku's relentless barrage, turning to ash in an instant. Even the renowned Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, and Uchiha Fugaku, two of Konohagakure's future leaders, fell to the might of Shikaku's Jinchuriki. Regrettably, before Sunagakure's ninjas could savor the taste of victory, a mysterious boy descended from the heavens. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Not only did he halt Sunagakure's offensive, but he also summoned a colossal deluge that engulfed Sunagakure's position, scattering countless players and ninjas alike. More importantly, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, deemed the ultimate weapon of Sunagakure, was captured by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. This conflict marked the most significant event since the arrival of the Tendo online game in the world of Naruto. Several days had elapsed since that fateful battle. Yet discussions about Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's exploits continued to dominate the world channels, the real world, and various gaming forums. Slayer of the Shadow, Slayer of the Mist, Slayer of the Seven Tails Chome, Seal the Three Tails Isabu, Capture the One Tail Shikaku. These remarkable feats undoubtedly signified one undeniable truth. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing had firmly secured his position as the foremost player, while players engaged in fervent discussions about these events. A world announcement abruptly drew everyone's attention back into the game. World announcement. World announcement. The fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, has issued a wind shadow order, placing a bounty on the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. The current threat level, A rank bounty. All players may accept it. Upon confirming the exact coordinates of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing and verifying his identity with Sunagakure's ninjas, a C-rank reward will be granted. C-rank rewards include C-rank ninjutsu, C-rank ninja tools, C-rank summoned beasts, C-rank taijutsu, and more. Killing the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, upon verification by Sunagakure's ninjas, will yield an A-rank reward. A-rank rewards comprise A-rank ninjutsu, A-rank ninja tools, A-rank summoned beasts, A-rank taijutsu, and beyond. Furthermore, slaying the player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing will grant the title of true disciple of the fourth Kazekage, with all ninjutsu techniques disclosed. Warning: all rewards are only obtainable by players who first complete the Wind Shadow Order. Chapter 71. S-Rank Rewards. Who dares to take action? Damn! S-Rank Rewards. S-Rank Ninjutsu, S-Rank Ninja Tools, and S-Rank Summoned Beasts. It is rumored that Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique, is an A-Rank water ninjutsu capable of summoning floods. Then S-Rank Ninjutsu must possess earth-shattering power. Has Sunagakure gone mad to issue an S-Rank bounty? Truly, as one of the 5 great hidden villages, they are willing to expend such resources for a single player. According to sources, such S-Rank bounties from the major hidden villages have scarcely appeared in decades. Indeed, the most notable S-Rank bounties in recent years pertain to the incidents involving Kumogakure and Takigakure. Yes, it seems that 2 characters named Jinch and Jinch from Kumogakure murdered the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and sought to overthrow the government of Kumogakure, hence their pursuit by Kumogakure's ninjas. Furthermore, the Takigakure that was annihilated by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing was once known for its formidable strength, only slightly inferior to the 5 great hidden villages. Decades ago, a bold figure from Takigakure attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and returned to Takigakure, wiping out the village's higher-ups in one fell swoop, which led to the issuance of an S-Rank bounty. Assassinating both the first and second Hokage, it seems that all those targeted by S-Rank bounties are indeed shadow-level figures. Damn, an S-Rank bounty. It is definite. Could it be that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's true strength has reached the level of shadow? Absolutely. The great Ye Qing has captured 3-tailed beasts. His power is undoubtedly formidable. I recall that the tailed beast bomb released by Shikaku certainly falls within the realm of S-Rank ninjutsu. If even S-Rank ninjutsu cannot defeat Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, he must be incredibly strong. So, shall we accept this S-rank bounty or not? Accept. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to be humiliated again? We stand no chance against him. He has effortlessly captured three-tailed beasts. The major factions found themselves in a quandary as countless voices of astonishment and debate erupted from the World Channel, with the focus still on Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. However, the nature of the discussions had shifted. Rather than plotting his demise, players now expressed admiration and reverence. His strength had reached such heights that no one dared propose an assault on Ye Qing in the World Channel. In Longcheng, one of the first factions to harbor animosity towards Ye Qing, chaos erupted once more upon learning of the S-rank bounty issued by Sonigakure. The Wind Shadow Order? An S-rank bounty. This bounty offers S-rank rewards. Should we organize once more? Get lost. If you want to die, we won't stop you. What do we have to fear? It's just a game. We won't actually die. True, we won't die, but each death inflicts severe mental damage, requiring about 3 days of rest before we can log back. You realize how precious those 3 days are for us. Besides, the more times we die in this game, the more severe the mental toll. In the end, we might become complete idiots. Let's observe the situation regarding the Wind Shadow Order and see if any other factions take the lead. This is an S-rank reward. It would be a real shame to miss out. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing in Wushuang City, the initiator of the previous Thunder Alliance's downfall, upon discovering that the Wind Shadow Order targeted Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, fell into an unusual silence. In the game, they could not withstand Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's power. And in the real world, Ye Qing had never logged off, causing their preparations to falter midway. Damn it! What kind of fortuitous encounter does Ye Qing possess? A normal person's mental stamina can last only about 2 days in Tendo Online. This guy has been online for nearly a month. Indeed, according to the intelligence received from the spies in Mingxin City, it appears that Lei Yuanxin and the group from the Elder Council have been persistently awaiting Ye Qing's offline moment. Yet they have been unable to catch a glimpse of him. That a month has passed without him logging off. It is no wonder that his power has grown so formidable. What should we do? Are we to simply wait indefinitely? Let us wait, for there is little else we can do. Shall we endure another round of torment at the hands of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing? Given that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has vanished, it is highly likely that he is preoccupied with matters concerning the three-tailed beast. In light of this, we must hasten our own progress and prepare for the next encounter, which will present our opportunity for vengeance. Indeed, since Sonigakure has dared to issue the Wind Shadow Order, they will undoubtedly dispatch ninja to search for Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. We should seize this opportunity to intensify our efforts to conquer the major hidden villages. It is our hope to forge an alliance among the various hidden villages to jointly eliminate Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Just wait, our leader is now a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, and he seems to have uncovered the secrets of awakening the Uchiha clan's unique bloodline limit. Given time, our Wushuang City will undoubtedly become the most powerful force in the entire Naruto world. At the headquarters of Tanalata Wang, Qinsho Luotian has been enveloped in a dark aura ever since he was brutally slain by the one-tail Shikaku a few days ago, followed by the news that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing had captured Shikaku. Subsequently, through significant investment and efforts by Tanalata Wang, as well as Qinsho Luotian's own endeavors within the game, he finally made contact with a prominent figure from Konoha Village, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had been engrossed in human experimentation, seeking to clone a batch of ninjas capable of wielding would release using the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Regrettably, after years of research, progress has been exceedingly slow, with a multitude of test subjects perishing, nearly bringing the experiment to a standstill. At this juncture, the emergence of Qinsho Luotian represents an extraordinary opportunity for Orochimaru. The pure bloodline of the Senju clan has a far greater likelihood of awakening would release compared to clones. Consequently, Orochimaru spared no effort in taking Qinsho Luotian as his disciple, providing meticulous guidance. Furthermore, he opened up the entire process of the wood release experiment to Qinsho Luotian, viewing him as a vital research subject. With Orochimaru's comprehensive instruction and the study of the wood release bloodline limit, Qinsho Luotian's strength is rapidly escalating. Chapter 72. Anxious Beauties Ye Qing appears in the real world at Mingsen City. Ever since Ye Qing logged back in a game a month ago, the villa has become the exclusive domain of the two enchanting beauties, Yang Meiling and Yang Meiqi. Besides the two of them, Ye Qing's sister, Lei Lu, has surprisingly moved in as well, wielding considerable authority over the villa. This residence has been deemed of utmost importance by Lei Yuansun and Lei Lu, who have stationed the most elite warriors of their clan to guard it. Additionally, several players who have passed the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit assessment are secretly lurking in the shadows, utilizing the Byakugan's unique abilities to scout the surrounding area. Is Ye Qing still offline? In the opulent hall, Lei Lu remains dressed in a cool outfit, reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed, showcasing her alluring figure to the fullest. Sunlight pours through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating her exposed skin and enhancing its radiance. Clad in a striking red tank top and shorts, she exudes an irresistibly passionate aura. Has he not returned yet? Standing beside Lei Lu are the twin beauties, Yang Meiling and Yang Meiqi, who dare not breathe a word in the presence of their brother-sister, their expressions filled with tension as they gaze at Lei Lu. Has he not replied to any messages? Lei Lu, undeterred, continues to inquire. Upon hearing this, the twins' faces flush a deep crimson as they exchange glances, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation. As Lei Lu's sister, she is well aware of Ye Qing's temperament. The messages have undoubtedly been sent, but their contents could easily be mistaken for risque literature, as evidenced by the girls' blushing faces. Forget it. As soon as Ye Qing logs off, please be sure to inform me. I have urgent matters to discuss. Virum. Before Lei Lu's words could fully escape her lips, a sudden humming resonated from the second floor, causing the air to tremble violently. The villa's structure is exceptionally robust, yet the vibrations emanating from the second floor reverberated throughout, causing the entire building to shudder. Is there an earthquake? Boom! 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 At that moment, a series of shattering glass sounds erupted as the windows and light fixtures of the villa shattered violently, turning into heaps of debris. Even the surrounding walls developed numerous cracks, with furniture worth millions overturned everywhere. What on earth is happening? Could it be that another faction is attempting a surprise attack? Lei Lu's expression darkens, despite the violent tremors. Her body remains firmly grounded, unyielding to the chaos around her. Having spent over a month in the Naruto world, the player's overall strength has risen to that of Jinin, the heiress of the Mingsen group and a direct descendant of the Hyuga clan. Lei Lu has already reached level 160. Such minor earthquakes pose no threat to her. Not only she, but even Yang Meiling and Yang Meiqi managed to regain their composure after the initial panic. This sudden tremor was swift and fleeting. Before the guards outside could rush in, the disturbance dissipated as if it had never occurred. Simultaneously, a faint voice echoed in the ears of the three women. No need to be alarmed. It is I, Ye Qing, young master. Lei Lu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she hurried towards the second floor, followed closely by the twin beauties, Yang Meiling and Yang Meiqi. Indeed, in the bedroom on the second floor, Ye Qing sat with his eyes closed, meticulously sensing the energy surrounding him, struggling to regain his composure. Why, Ye Qing, are you all right? Lei Lu asked, concern etched on her face as she regarded the calm Ye Qing. At this moment, a faint crimson chakra enveloped him, swirling around his body like mist. The astonishment of the three women. This delicate blood-colored chakra formed the silhouettes of three monstrous beings behind him. A cat-like creature howling at the sky, a tortoise adorned with bone spines, and a gigantic insect soaring with outstretched wings. The projections of these three beasts, shrouded in the crimson chakra, appeared extraordinarily mystical, as if they possessed a life of their own, silently roaring or whispering something. This must be the manifestation of Ye Qing's bond with the one-tail Shikaku, the three-tail Isabu, and the seven-tails Chomei. Lei Lu remarked slowly, her gaze fixed upon the phantoms of the beast. The heiress of the Mingsan group, she has been closely monitoring the events transpiring within the Naruto world. Moreover, due to Ye Qing's involvement, their group has faced mounting pressure and scrutiny from the shadows. Should they mishandle the situation, the Mingsan group could find itself under attack from nearly the entire world. After several minutes, Ye Qing finally opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashing before vanishing without a trace. Why, Ye Qing? Are you all right? Lei Lu asked again, her worry palpable. Nothing to be concerned about. My strength has merely increased a bit, Ye Qing replied nonchalantly, although in truth his power had multiplied several times over. After absorbing both the one-tail Shikaku and the three-tail Isabu, his level had surged past the 300 mark, reaching level 320 upon achieving the rank of Jonin. He received an abundance of rewards and titles. These are trivial matters. The most significant change is that his chakra reserves have soared to a staggering 3 million points after absorbing the one-tail Shikaku and the three-tail Isabu. For reference, ordinary Kaga-level individuals typically possess a maximum of 1 million points. Additionally, after defeating numerous Jonin and Shunin from Sunagakure, he acquired nearly 100 Wind Release and Fire Release Jutsu scrolls. By investing all the merit points gained into enhancing his ninjutsu skills, these ordinary techniques have reached their maximum potential. Furthermore, his 3 unique skills have also seen notable improvements. Skill 1, Space-Time Traversal, LV6. Consumes a substantial amount of chakra to open a rift in the air, allowing for attacks that shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu and disrupt opponents. It can also be employed to evade crises without requiring hand seals. Unlocked Skill 2, Time Freeze, LV6. Consumes a significant amount of chakra to freeze time within a designated area, rendering all matter and life forms in a state of suspension. Skill Unlocked Skill 3, Immobilization Technique, LV1. Consumes a substantial amount of chakra, capable of rendering the target completely motionless. Unlocked, Chapter 73. Enemies Hidden in the Shadows. Ye Qing, are you aware that during your absence, significant upheavals have occurred in the real world? Moreover, the Elder Council has dispatched individuals here, who have been waiting for a considerable time. Observing Ye Qing regain his composure, Lei Lu approached him, gently taking his arm and speaking with care, with Lei Lu's support. Ye Qing immediately felt his arm enveloped by 2 soft cushions, a delightful sensation. Is this the advantage of strength? Ye Qing mused with a faint smile, recalling that this goddess-like sister had previously regarded him with disdain. It was unexpected that after achieving some success in the gaming world, she would become so attentive. However, this was not necessarily a negative development. Beautiful women are inherently drawn to the powerful. Now, with his strength unmatched throughout the world, no one posed a threat. As long as the Heavenly Tao online game remained stable, this world could not possibly crumble. Ye Qing remarked nonchalantly, pulling Lei Lu down onto the sofa and half embracing her. Ye Qing, you... Lei Lu trembled at his touch, instinctively attempting to rise, but the moment her gaze met Ye Qing's icy eyes, she froze, her heart racing. Meanwhile, the 2 lovely maidens, Yang Meiling and Yang Meiqi, knelt beside the sofa, diligently massaging Ye Qing's shoulders and thighs. Gazing at the 2 maidens kneeling before him, their delicate hands at work, Ye Qing slowly nodded and inquired, what has transpired in the real world to warrant so many friend requests? In the game, Ye Qing had not added a single friend, but Lei Yuanxin and Lei Lu were privy to his personal information, inundating him daily with hundreds of friend notifications, which became increasingly bothersome. Therefore, after effortlessly dispatching the 3-tailed beasts, Ye Qing logged out of the Naruto world, for the essence of this realm still resided in the real world. Why, Ye Qing, ever since the advent of the Naruto Heavenly Tao online game, the frequency of monster disturbances has escalated dramatically. Several small cities have been devastated, Lei Lu explained promptly. Additionally, our city of Mingsun, being a coastal area, has faced attacks from several sea kings, incurring great costs to drive them back into the ocean. Furthermore, since your rise in the Naruto world, other hostile large cities have begun to infiltrate USTO, fend off the Sea King attacks and the encroachments from other cities. We had no choice but to reach an agreement with the Elder Council, hoping for a coalition in the Naruto world. Listening to Lei Lu's account, Ye Qing began to grasp the events of the past month. With the emergence of the new Naruto Heavenly Tao online game, the rifts in the world had expanded again, bringing forth more monsters and beings from other dimensions to attack humanity. Even Mingsun had suffered from the Sea King's onslaught. Beyond these monsters, there were also large forces coveting power in the Naruto world. turning their attention towards him. As for the Elder Council, it was essentially the ruling government before the world underwent significant changes. Now, while the Elder Council controlled the nation's largest cities and vast armies, numerous factions were also under their sway. However, following a series of cataclysmic events, forces capable of challenging the Elder Council had emerged, such as Mingsun and other factions like Longqing Wushuang and Yalonghui. Fostered by foreign powers, noticing Ye Qing lost in thought, Lei Lu tugged at his hand, saying, "Ye Qing, the Elder Council members have been waiting at the company for over half a month. Let us meet with them." As she spoke, she attempted to pull Ye Qing to his feet. "There's no rush," Ye Qing replied, exerting a slight force, causing Lei Lu to tumble into his embrace, the warmth of her soft form stirring a reaction within him. "Ye Qing, you!" Lei Lu panicked. Though she had anticipated this, she had not expected his response to be so swift, and she instinctively tried to rise. "Be good." Ye Qing firmly held her in place, his voice cold as he stated, "The Elder Council members, they have already waited for half a month. They can afford to wait a little longer." With that, he positioned Lei Lu on the adjacent sofa, his hand roaming freely. "Meichi, Miling, hold her down for me." "No, Ye Qing, I am your sister," Lei Lu protested. "Not by blood. Besides, you should have been prepared for this." As the night unfolded, the three girls found themselves unable to withstand the relentless onslaught. However, while Ye Qing and the three maidens succumbed to slumber, the phenomenon resulting from his log-out had already attracted the attention of individuals long hidden within Mingsun. "Daitamyu Ye Qing has logged out?" "Indeed. Today, our informants within the Mingsun City Guard reported that the villa suddenly trembled. This can only mean that Daitamyu Ye Qing has logged out." "Ha! It was worth our prolonged concealment. Quickly, inform Lord Uchiha Heilung in the game. He is our hidden trump card." "Yes, my lord. It is said that Lord Uchiha Heilung has awakened his Sharingan. With the power of the Sharingan, we can undoubtedly eliminate Daitamyu Ye Qing in the real world." "Humph. Those fools from Wushuang, we truly believe we would share the secret to awakening the Sharingan with them. They are merely puppets for our great Yamato Empire to seize the East Asian continent. Lord Uchiha Heilung is on his way. Let us welcome him." Yes. Chapter 74. The Power of the Sharingan. The bewildered Heilung Society. As these individuals moved, several capable figures emerged from the shadows. These individuals were the elite assassins of the Heilung Society, specifically positioned in Mingsun City to eliminate Ye Qing. At the forefront stood a pale-faced youth with a sinister gaze. Indeed, he was the Uchiha Heilung that the others had mentioned. Uchiha Heilung, whose true name was Yamamoto Heilung, was the next heir of the Heilung Society. Months ago, he had the fortune of becoming a beta player in the new Naruto Heavenly Dao online game, acquiring a wealth of intelligence. Utilizing this intelligence, the Heilung Society quickly established a foothold in the hidden leaf village of the Fire Country, opting to abandon the sparsely populated Senju clan in favor of a full-scale assault on the Uchiha clan. Among the 10 players who passed the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit examination, the Heilung Society had secured 4 spots. This was due to Uchiha Heilung uncovering a crucial piece of information in the unfolding narrative. The Uchiha clan would play a pivotal role. Moreover, a child of destiny would emerge from the Uchiha clan. To this end, the Heilung Society was prepared to exhaust all its familial resources to make the Uchiha clan its subordinate faction. It was known that, according to the patterns of past Heavenly Dao online games, whoever could locate the child of destiny in that world would dominate it, becoming the most powerful force therein. Yet now, the sudden emergence of Daitamyu Ye Qing posed a significant threat to the Heilung Society's prospects. Initially, the conflict between the Heilung Society and Ye Qing stemmed from their interest in the Hokage order issued by the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, with Ye Qing's successful capture of 3-tailed beasts, the Heilung Society felt an overwhelming sense of danger. They were well aware of the implications of the 9-tailed beasts. Should Daitamyu Ye Qing capture them all, chaos would ensue in this online game world. Before the Child of Destiny could fully mature, the entire world would be reshaped by the Heavenly Dao, and even the birth of the Child of Destiny would come too late. At that time, this Naruto world would belong solely to Daitamyu Ye Qing. For the Heilung Society, this constituted the greatest threat. Where is the target? Uchiha Heilung, disregarded the approaching figures, speaking directly, reporting to Lord Heilong. The target remains within the villa. Although we have insiders, there are still over 50 guards surrounding the villa. The others quickly responded, presenting the villa's layout for Uchiha Heilong's review. I don't need to look. We shall enter directly. Uchiha Heilong commanded imperiously, striding towards the villa. My lord. There are over 50 guards stationed there, all around level 130, according to the standards of the Heavenly Tao online game. One spy's expression shifted, rushing forward to dissuade him. What? Do you doubt my strength? Uchiha Heilong's voice suddenly turned frigid, and his once distinctly black and white eyes were suddenly illuminated by a flash of crimson light. Within those eyes, two swirling tomo-shaped pupils began to rotate slowly. Under the piercing gaze of those scarlet pupils, the spy froze momentarily, his eyes widening in sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. His entire body began to tremble violently, drenched in cold sweat, nearly losing his balance. With a roar of a dragon, Uchiha Heilong's katana was already poised against the spy's throat. Humph! Were it not for your remaining usefulness, you would have long since become a ghost under my blade. Uchiha Heilong scoffed, the crimson light in his eyes flickering momentarily, while the spy regained his composure, feeling the cold steel at his neck and Uchiha Heilong's disdainful huff. The spy trembled uncontrollably, hastily replied, "Yes, Lord Heilong, please follow me." That fleeting glance had plunged him into an illusion, as if a multitude of steel needles were piercing his body, relentlessly crushing him, under such excruciating pain. He had no thoughts of resistance. The spy quickly masked his shock and hurriedly led Uchiha Heilong onward, and soon they arrived at the villa's entrance. "Let us proceed," Uchiha Heilong commanded coldly, leading a dozen elite members of the Hailonghui directly towards the villa's grand door. "Who goes there?" The bodyguards of the Ming-san group stationed at the villa's entrance quickly noticed their approach, but before they could react, Uchiha Heilong had already vanished from sight, appearing before them in an instant. The scarlet light flickered past, followed by a dazzling flash of the blade. In mere seconds, the heads of the four Ming-san group bodyguards stationed at the villa's entrance were severed, leaving them lifeless. "Kill!" With a chilling command, Uchiha Heilong surged forward, followed closely by the elite members of the Hailonghui. Utilizing his double tomo Sharingan and the illusionary techniques he had mastered, he traversed the villa as if it were unguarded. No matter how many Ming-san city guards emerged, upon encountering Uchiha Heilong's eyes, they would instantly succumb to illusions, easily dispatched by the remaining elite members of the Hailonghui. After eliminating the last wave of Ming-san city bodyguards, Uchiha Heilong and his companions finally reached the threshold of Ye Qing's bedroom. "Lord Heilong, according to the intel we received, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing resides in this very room." The spy, who had previously been petrified by the Sharingan's illusion, seemed to have forgotten his fear, obsequiously pointing towards the bedroom door. "Very well," Uchiha Heilong responded, not calling for an attack, but instead extracting a dark, pill-shaped object, tossing it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. The military rations, a special medication from Konoha, were among the few that could replenish a ninja chakra. However, excessive consumption would lead to resistance, diminishing its effectiveness. Before long, his chakra was restored to peak condition, and he raised his foot to kick the bedroom door. With his current strength, even a steel door would yield to his might, just as Uchiha Heilong's foot was about to collide with the door. It suddenly swung open from within in a fit of rage. Uchiha Heilong stumbled forward and fell clumsily, landing unceremoniously. "Which imbecile dares to greet me with such disrespect?" With an exclamation of fury, Uchiha Heilong hastily regained his footing. Aided by his subordinates who scrambled to help him up, Ye Qing dared to obstruct the rise of the Hailonghui. "Today shall be your demise." Uchiha Heilong, still seething, had inadvertently slammed his nose against the ground, blood streaming down his face. Despite the bloodshed, he glared at Ye Qing, disheveled yet defiant. Originally, they had intended to carry out an assassination, but Uchiha Heilong, confident in his Sharingan, had fought his way into the villa, awakening its occupants. Everyone was aware that at this moment, within the game, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing possessed unprecedented power. Yet Uchiha Heilong held insider information, in his view, as a clan capable of contending with the god of the ninja world. Senju Hashirama, the Uchiha clan Sharingan, must be the strongest. Now, not only did he wield the Sharingan, but was also a double tomo, coupled with the illusion techniques he had learned from several Uchiha instructors. He was certain he could eliminate Ye Qing in the real world using the combination of Sharingan and illusions. Several major factions recognized that while Mingsan City was also a significant force, the young master, Ye Qing, had previously been deemed worthless. In this iteration of the Naruto world, he appeared inexplicably powerful. Nonetheless, this did not alter the disdain these factions held for Mingsan City. Now that Ye Qing had discovered their presence, there was no retreat. They were compelled to fight desperately to eliminate him. Only through this could they secure a sliver of hope. Kill! Everyone, charge! The time to serve the Emperor has come. Kill! With Uchiha Heilung's furious roar. The dozen or so Japanese ninjas behind him echoed with a fierce shout, turning to charge at Ye Qing. After more than a month of leveling up, all players had reached levels between 130 and 150. And those chosen to assassinate Ye Qing were the elite of their faction. Their levels were at least 160, equipped with superior gear, and their D-rank ninjutsu had reached LV7 or higher, making them formidable compared to ordinary players. Kill! The group shouted in unison, weapons such as kunai, shuriken, and katana appearing in their hands. Close-quarters combat was the quickest means to strike. Moreover, intelligence indicated that ninjutsu posed no threat to Ye Qing, instead becoming a weapon for his slaughter. The wind howled, and the intent to kill was palpable. The elite ninjas of the Heilonghui lunged forward, almost instantaneously reaching Ye Qing's side. Fools, unaware of their impending doom, facing the charging members of the Heilonghui. Ye Qing's eyes suddenly flashed with icy determination. According to his memories, a century ago, after the world underwent a cataclysm, Japan was the first to suffer massive assaults from sea monsters. The nation fell within 3 days, with countless casualties. However, Japan, which should have faced annihilation, seized the opportunity while other nations were besieged by various monsters, boldly invading Korea and occupying vast territories. For decades, they allied with the remnants of Korea, persistently encroaching on northeastern China, seeking to seize more land and resources. Mingsan City stood as a bastion between them. Thus, for Japan to fulfill its ambitions of territorial conquest over China, Mingsan City had always been a thorn in their side. Now, with the arrival of the Naruto online game, the spatial rifts had widened, unleashing countless monsters. Japan could no longer defend itself. Only the vast mainland remained a viable refuge for humanity's survival. It was easy to surmise what madness Japan would resort to in its quest for better living conditions. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow, his right hand suddenly extending towards the advancing Heilonghui ninjas, fingers curling into claws, and the Rinnegan in his palm gleamed with a blood-red light. Shinra, Tensei! In an instant, a tremendous repulsive force surged forth from Ye Qing, and the charging Heilonghui ninjas were sent hurtling backward as if they had collided with a speeding train. Boom! 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 A series of muffled explosions echoed in the air as the bodies of the Heilonghui ninjas were shattered, blood cascading, leaving a gruesome scene. Yet amidst the carnage, a flash of crimson light erupted, hurtling directly towards Ye Qing. Ha! Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, your technique has long been deciphered. The cooldown is 5 seconds, and the chakra cost is astronomical. Allow me to give you a taste of the formidable power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Perish! With a thunderous roar, the figure suspended in midair was none other than Uchiha Heilung, whose blood-red Sharingan was fixated intently on Ye Qing. It turned out that Uchiha Heilung had cunningly manipulated the lives of his subordinates to provoke Ye Qing's attack, seizing the opportunity to launch a lethal strike against him. Come, Ye Qing, step into my realm of illusions. As the exhilarated Uchiha Heilung envisioned Ye Qing succumbing effortlessly to his genjutsu, leading to his demise, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of becoming a significant figure within the Black Dragon Society, perhaps even a dominant force throughout the entire land of Wa. However, the gaze that met him through his Sharingan was not one of panic from Ye Qing, but rather the sight of the crimson Rinnegan nestled in the palm of Ye Qing's right hand. Those were eyes radiating an icy coldness and overwhelming authority. In that moment, the Sharingan, which he had always considered his trump card, instilled within him a primal fear beneath the gaze of those eerie, blood-red concentric circles. Bang! A piercing scream erupted from Uchiha Heilung's lips as he plummeted from the air, clutching his head and crying out in agony. Under the dim lighting, dark crimson blood began to seep slowly between his fingers. His Sharingan was blinded. Chapter 76. The Black Dragon Society? Merely a minor inconvenience. A cacophony of wails echoed from Uchiha Heilung's mouth as his Sharingan was shattered, and a relentless pain assailing his mind drove him toward the brink of mental collapse. He was reduced to a state where even the most basic thought eluded him, left only to cradle his head while howling in torment. Jinjutsu is a specialized form of ninjutsu that relies on one's chakra and exceptional mental acuity to influence the target's psyche, creating illusions within their mind. However, this unique ninjutsu can only be effectively employed against those whose strength or mental fortitude is inferior, should the target's mental prowess exceed that of the caster. The caster may easily suffer a backlash from the Jinjutsu. In the original storyline, Itachi and Kisame once encountered Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi outside of Konoha, where Kurenai attempted to ensnare Itachi with her Jinjutsu. Yet in mere moments, Itachi retaliated against her technique. Had it not been for Itachi's caution and some unknown factors, along with the timely intervention of Kakashi and Guy, Asuma and Kurenai would have surely met their demise at the hands of Itachi and Kisame. This illustrates that while Jinjutsu possesses immense power, it is undeniably a double-edged sword. In the hands of the strong, it proves advantageous. Yet in the hands of the weak, it becomes a harbinger of death. For instance, with Uchiha's caliber, the Jinjutsu they practice, combined with the enhancement of the double Tomo Sharingan, could potentially eliminate other hidden villages Nin in a surprise attack. Yet, Ye Qing's power firmly eclipsed that of a Kage. His mental strength as profound as the abyss, augmented by the presence of the Rinnegan. Let alone the ninjutsu amplified by the double Tomo Sharingan. Even the Tsukimi associated with the Manjiki Sharingan would have to bow in submission. The Wa people, merely a group of fools. Bang! With Ye Qing's calm voice, Uchiha Heilung, who had been frantically howling while clutching his head, suddenly had his skull explode into a shower of blood and viscera. A gruesome sight that sent gore splattering everywhere. Why, Ye Qing? Are you all right? Suddenly, a raspy, magnetic voice emerged as Lei Lu, her face flushed and wrapped in a sheet, stepped out cautiously, concern etched upon her features. After shouting all night, her throat still felt sore. However, upon hearing the commotion outside, she couldn't help but inquire, "It's nothing, just a band of blind thieves." Ye Qing nonchalantly waved his hand, and the scattered remains of bodies seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force. Flung aside as the ground returned to its former cleanliness. Were they members of the Black Dragon Society? Lei Lu, having previously aided Lei Yuansen in governing Mingxin City, possessed a clear understanding of the current political landscape and power dynamics. Alas, the Black Dragon Society is moving swiftly now. While other factions domestically squander this opportunity to resolve their lingering issues, they are instead embroiled in petty disputes over insignificant benefits, vying for resources in the Tian Dao online game. Mingxin City serves as a bastion against the Black Dragon Society, and I had always believed we were infiltrated. The last attack by the Ye Qing class on Mingxin City was orchestrated by none other than the Black Dragon Society. Listening to Lei Lu's account, Ye Qing's brows furrowed slightly that he had not anticipated that the changes in the real world had escalated to such a dire extent. The Black Dragon Society, a nuisance. He approached Lei Lu, gently kissing her forehead, and softly said, "Sister, you should return to sleep for a while." "Wait for you." Lei Lu's expression shifted, her voice laced with urgency as she asked, "What are you going to do?" "It's nothing, merely resolving this inconvenience." As soon as he spoke, a pitch-black fissure materialized beside Ye Qing, emanating an aura of chilling coldness that Ye Qing's figure began to move toward the gaping void. "Ye Qing, what are you doing? Come back." The city of the Black Dragon Society houses millions of Wan nationals, as well as many from the Korean Peninsula. "Ye Qing, Ye Qing," Lei Lu's frantic cries failed to reach him as he was gradually consumed by the dark rift. Vanishing from the villa. This is bad. Although Ye Qing possesses formidable strength in the Tian Dao online game, he only has one life in the real world. He cannot recklessly endanger himself. Without hesitation, she dashed back to her room, disregarding the pain in her lower body and the lingering numbness, swiftly dialing Lei Yuansin's number. Lu, why are you calling so late? What has happened? Has that little rascal Ye Qing logged off? Lei Yuansin's voice sounded fatigued. He had been unable to rest well due to the ongoing turmoil involving Ye Qing and the Black Dragon Society. Father, it's urgent. Ye Qing just logged off this afternoon. And now the Black Dragon Society has sent assassins. The Black Dragon Society? How is Ye Qing? Is he unharmed? Lei Yuansin interrupted Lei Lu's explanation, his concern palpable that why Ye Qing was their sole hope in Mingxin City. Nothing could afford to happen to him. No, Ye Qing is fine. He has already eliminated all the assassins sent by the Black Dragon Society. Lei Lu inhaled deeply, her voice steadying to, "Oh, Ye Qing is unharmed? Then It seems Ye Qing was provoked by the Black Dragon Society's actions. He has used his ability to traverse space and is heading to their stronghold." What? Lei Yuansin's voice escalated sharply. The Black Dragon City was a colossal fortress, no less formidable than Mingxin City. The soldiers guarding Black Dragon City numbered over 1 million, not to mention the countless ordinary Yuan nationals. For Ye Qing, to venture there alone was tantamount to courting death. Father, we must dispatch reinforcements for Ye Qing. He cannot possibly contend with an entire city on his own. Lei Lu's voice trembled with urgency and despair, though Ye Qing had claimed her body forcefully. If there wasn't a flicker of affection for him in her heart, she would never have yielded so easily. I will send people immediately. Furthermore, regarding the Elder Council, if they wish to ally with Mingxin City, they must pay a price. However, Black Dragon City is at least 700 kilometers from us. We can only rely on the Elder Council's capabilities to eliminate some elite ninjas. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Meanwhile, Lei Lu found herself unable to sleep, rushing toward the villa's exit. At the same time, Ye Qing's figure, with the tremors of a spatial fissure, suddenly materialized before a colossal mountain. Chapter 77. A City of Millions. Obliterated with a flick of the hand, this mountain was entirely black, towering high, nearly merging with the night sky. Yet from its midsection down to its base, and extending for several tens of kilometers around the foot, a vast city had been constructed. The city sprawled endlessly, densely packed, and stretching beyond the horizon. Less than 10 miles from this immense city lay an expansive ocean, the sound of crashing waves echoing continuously. The air thick with a briny scent. So, this is Black Dragon City, the stronghold of the Black Dragon Society, Ye Qing remarked nonchalantly. According to his recollections, after the Wa people contributed to the Korean peninsula, they established 3 super cities on the continent: Emperor City, Fuji City, and the one before him, Black Dragon City. However, Emperor City and Fuji City were both situated within the borders of the Korean peninsula, while this Black Dragon City was unmistakably located in the northeastern region of Huagua. The 3 colossal cities, each capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of inhabitants, stand as formidable bastions of civilization. Among this vast populace, nearly everyone has access to the celestial realm of the Tian Dao online game. Notably, Heilong City, serving as a strategic foothold for the assault on the homeland of Huagua, boasts a greater number of warriors with superior prowess. However, such matters are of little concern to Ye Qing. What troubles him instead is the audacity of the diminutive Yamato nation to extend its grasp into the territory of Huagua, even going so far as to construct such a grandiose city in the northeastern region of Huagua. What manner of sustenance have the elders and citizens of these colossal cities consumed to grow so brazen? At this moment, before dawn has fully broken, the inhabitants of Heilong City have already awakened, commencing their daily toil. In these apocalyptic times, merely having a place to call home is considered an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Thus, regardless of the temperament of the city's rulers, the common folk must endure and survive with gritted teeth. From this day forth, the Heilong Society shall be transformed into the Dead Dragon Society. A calm voice resounded as Ye Qing's figure began to ascend gracefully, swiftly reaching the apex of Heilong City. Below him, at the mountainside, lay the residences of the city's elite, in every city. The central heights are reserved for those in power and their loyal subordinates. Perhaps the rulers revel in the chilling solitude of elevation or the exalted sensation of being encircled by adoring masses. Alas, starting today, the members of the Heilong Society will pay dearly for their folly. Suddenly, a faint dawn light appeared in the east, and a soft golden radiance burst forth from the darkness, illuminating Ye Qing. Under this gentle golden glow, Ye Qing's figure radiated an aura of unparalleled sanctity. As the golden light enveloped him, Ye Qing slowly raised his hands, and an immense repulsive force surged from within him, gradually coalescing under his control. From a distance, it appeared as though the golden sunlight was obstructed by a dark circle that materialized before him. At this moment, the denizens of Heilong City finally noticed a figure in the sky. "Hey, June in the mountains, look up! Is that a person in the sky? How could there be someone up there? Wait, it's really a person. What are they doing? Hurry and inform Lord Yamamoto. Could it be a Huagua citizen?" "Impossible. The nearest Huagua city is hundreds of kilometers away. Lord Yamamoto." A figure has suddenly appeared above us. As a cacophony of voices erupted, the high-ranking officials of Heilong City emerged, gazing up at the figure with grave expressions. "That Ye Qing from Mingsun City. What brings him here?" One of the officials, peering through a telescope, quickly recognized Ye Qing's identity and cursed aloud that in their quest to conquer Huagua, the Heilong Society had conducted extensive investigations into the masters and their kin from various cities across Huagua. Among them, Mingsun City had exerted considerable effort in their inquiries, especially given the prominence of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing in the world of Naruto, whose exploits were frequently discussed at their tables. Baka, wasn't Uchiha Heilong leading an assassination squad to eliminate Ye Qing? How did he end up here? Baka, dispatch the air defense units immediately. Bring Ye Qing down. Haha, Otsutsuki Ye Qing must have lost his mind. Appearing here instead of hiding in Mingsun City. Alert the anti-air missile units. Even if we deplete our remaining missiles, we must eliminate Otsutsuki Ye Qing. Hurry and notify Lord Yamamoto to log off quickly. One pair of Sharingan cannot take down Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, but with 3 pairs, we will surely succeed. High above, Ye Qing remained oblivious to the discussions and strategies concocted by the officials of Heilong City. Even if he had heard them, he would have merely chuckled in amusement. For ordinary humans, weapons such as air-to-ground missiles and thermobaric bombs are indeed formidable instruments of destruction. However, for someone with the capabilities of spatial traversal and the Rinnegan, they are utterly inconsequential. If they cannot be hit, what use is their might? Moreover, with the advent of the Tian Dao online game, the effectiveness of these pre-cataclysm thermal weapons has diminished drastically, barely reaching 1% of their former power during peacetime. This is precisely why humanity has retreated so swiftly in the face of the apocalypse. The denizens of Heilong City busied themselves preparing to bombard Ye Qing with missiles. The repulsive force surrounding him had already reached its zenith. Observing the city below, which was gradually awakening from slumber, Ye Qing's gaze remained imbued with an icy brilliance. Super Shinra Tensei. A deafening roar erupted, reverberating through the air as if the very atmosphere was being torn apart, shattering into fragments. In an instant, violent explosions surged forth from the heart of Heilong City. Clouds of dust and debris enveloped the mountaintop. Cascading downwards, the earth trembled as though it had been subjected to a cataclysmic earthquake, shaking violently. Another intense roar echoed, and before the astonished eyes of countless witnesses, the dark mountain was cleaved in two. Toppling downwards, the ground quaked, and magma surged forth. Minutes later, the trembling earth finally subsided, revealing that the once mighty Heilong City had vanished without a trace. In its place was Chapter 78, a decade of humiliation. Today, doubled in return, a vast expanse of flat land, measuring several tens of thousands of meters in diameter, suddenly emerged beneath Ye Qing. The former colossal mountain had been severed cleanly from the very heart of the range. On one side stood sheer cliffs, as though hewn by a blade. while on the other lay a pitch-black plain, resembling the aftermath of a titanic meteor's passage. Surrounding this plain were heaps of rubble, rising to heights of at least several hundred meters, stretching for miles. The mountainside and lower sections of the former Heilong city had been utterly obliterated, ground to dust by an inexorable force. Meanwhile, in the slum areas at the mountain's periphery, the devastation resembled that of a massive earthquake. Countless buildings had collapsed, yet casualties remained minimal. The slums were predominantly inhabited by individuals from the neighboring nations, rather than the Yamato people. Upon witnessing the divine force that had erased Heilong City from existence, they stood in shock for several seconds before a tide of discussions erupted. What on earth happened? Where did Heilong City go? Is it divine retribution? I saw a beam of light, and then Heilong City simply disappeared. Incredible. It nearly crushed half the mountain into dust. My goodness, what transpired? Look, there's still a person in the sky. Who is that? Did he destroy Heilong City? He is descending. No way. That looks like Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. I've seen in the game. It truly is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Idol. Huagua has indeed sent someone to rescue us. Finally, after being oppressed by Heilong City for so long, someone has come to our aid. As he descended, a mist of ethereal vapor billowed from Ye Qing's mouth and nose, rendering him enigmatic. Akin to a deity, to utterly annihilate Heilong City, Ye Qing had expended nearly all his chakra to unleash a power far surpassing that of Pain's Shinra Tensei in the original narrative. In the story, Pain's Super Shinra Tensei merely obliterated the densely populated Hidden Leaf village of over 100,000 residents. In contrast, in the real world, Ye Qing's Super Shinra Tensei had reduced an entire mountain, along with Heilong City, to mere rubble. Its potency dwarfed Pain's by at least tenfold. With Heilong City destroyed, what fate awaited those still immersed in the Tian Dao game? Before Ye Qing could finish his thought, a multitude of wave-like ripples erupted from the newly formed expanse where his adversary once stood, occupying nearly half of the original site of Heilong City. In the next moment, numerous members of the Heilong society, clad in identical ninja attire, emerged. These individuals were the elite of Heilong City, possessing formidable ninjutsu exceeding 300 million, in order to ensure the prowess of the Black Dragon Society within the game. Those chosen to be elites in the entirety of Black Dragon City must remain online for 24 hours, permitted to log off only when their mental fortitude can no longer sustain them. Yet, just as they valiantly battled within the game, they received alarming news of an invasion by Ye Qing in the real world, prompting an urgent descent offline to confront the threat. However, it was already too late. The once bustling Black Dragon City had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, devoid of even the slightest remnant. What on earth is happening? This was supposed to be Black Dragon City, our stronghold. What transpired here? It must be Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. He has annihilated our Black Dragon City. Look, that person is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, and he still remains here. Damn it, after centuries of toil, we established this Black Dragon City, only for it to be obliterated by the Chinese. Cursed be this fate. Kill. With all the might of the Black Dragon Society, we must vanquish Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Kill. Kill him. Avenge our comrades of the Black Dragon Society. Kill. A cacophony of furious roars erupted as more than 3 million freshly logged-off members of the Black Dragon Society were stunned by the grim sight before them. After mere moments of astonishment, a potent wave of murderous intent surged forth, propelling them into a frenzied assault towards Ye Qing. From a distance, it appeared as if a dark torrent was careening towards him with wild abandon. Comrades, do not allow the Japanese dogs to slay our savior. Comrades, we have endured the humiliation from the Japanese for far too long. The time for vengeance has finally arrived. Comrades, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has saved us. Shall we merely stand by as he's besieged by these Japanese dogs? No, kill. Annihilate the Japanese dogs, avenge the Chinese who perished on this land. Kill. Protect Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Avenge the Chinese. Kill. Kill. More furious shouts emanated from behind Ye Qing, as the impoverished Chinese residents also erupted into a chorus of fury, rushing towards the fray. Though Black Dragon City had only been established for a little over a decade, the number of Chinese lives lost at the hands of the Japanese during this time was no less than those claimed by the beasts of the wild. The Japanese in Black Dragon City regarded the Chinese as mere animals, treating them like swine and dogs. Yet now, with Ye Qing's arrival, it was the perfect opportunity for retribution, sensing the escalating momentum and murderous intent from both sides. A faint tremor coursed through Ye Qing's heart. He extended his right hand, and a soft barrier suddenly manifested behind him, halting the fervent rush of Chinese players, while a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. The humiliation endured by our nation over the past decade is merely interest. The true meal consists of those executioners who once invaded northeast China. As Ye Qing's voice resonated, his left hand gradually gathered energy, and an inky black radiance erupted forth from it in an instant. A sphere the size of a basketball materialized, a tailed beast bomb. Moreover, as he consumed several chakra pills, the size of his tailed beast bomb expanded at an astonishing rate. Visible to the naked eye, within mere seconds, a colossal tailed beast bomb, measuring 100 meters in diameter, appeared in his grasp. The humiliation endured by our nation over the past decade shall be repaid tenfold today. No sooner had the words left his lips than the massive tailed beast bomb he cradled in his left hand began to drift toward the 3 million elites of the Black Dragon Society. Boom! Chapter 79. The Arrival of the Rescue Troops. The Disappearance of Black Dragon City. Hurry! Everyone, pick up the pace. We must reach the outskirts of Black Dragon City before dawn. Do not engage with monsters along the way. Use every means necessary to advance towards Black Dragon City. In the wilderness, a vanguard unit comprising over 300 ninjas raced frantically northeast. These individuals were warriors from a small town under the control of the Elder Council. Approximately 200 miles from Black Dragon City, upon receiving orders from the Elder Council, they promptly dispatched their most elite ninjas to advance towards Black Dragon City. Beyond these, behind them, tens of thousands of ninjas formed a grand coalition from the Ming Sun City and the Elder Council. Also converging towards Black Dragon City, in the face of impending doom, the assembly of a large force would inevitably attract the attention of numerous monsters, posing a significant danger. Even the gathering of thousands of humans could provoke an onslaught from the beast hordes. However, to ensure Ye Qing's safety, Lei Yuanshin and several elders from the Elder Council had no time to ponder the threat of monsters and directly deployed their most elite ninjas towards Black Dragon City. In their view, sending Li in alone to challenge the entirety of Black Dragon City was tantamount to courting death. Not only did Black Dragon City house billions of humans who could log into the celestial gaming realm, but it also commanded over 3 million elite players, a force far beyond Ye Qing's ability to contend with. Most critically, the Black Dragon Society had inherited the formidable armaments from several major cities in northeast China prior to the Cataclysm, wielding considerable firepower. Though the arrival of the celestial gaming realm had considerably diminished the effectiveness of these weapons, once unleashed, their destructive capacity could obliterate a mountain in an instant, while Ye Qing could roam freely within the celestial gaming world. In the real world, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic end under the overwhelming barrage of firearms and missiles. Approximately 3 hours later, this long trekking force, having endured significant losses, finally arrived at the outskirts of Black Dragon City. Yet, when the true visage of Black Dragon City came into view, even the most elite warriors were taken aback. Where is Black Dragon City? How has this place transformed into a playground? What happened to Black Dragon Mountain? Its elevation was nearly 6,000 meters. How did it become a cliff? What on earth is going on here? Quickly, notify the Elder Council. Look, there are people over there. Let us investigate. Yes, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted as the elite unit of over 300 fought their way to the outskirts of Black Dragon City, only to be greeted not by the sight of Ye Qing and the Black Dragon Society engaged in combat, but by an immense expanse of desolation. Following the command of their leader, several soldiers swiftly changed out of their casual attire and stealthily approached the civilians nearby. From a distance, the area that once surrounded Black Dragon City had transformed into a circular wasteland, littered with collapsed buildings and the remnants of the Japanese who once resided there. As they ventured further, they came upon a vast, flat expanse measuring thousands of meters in diameter, appearing as though it had been meticulously smoothed by countless road rollers. Beyond that lay what remained of Black Dragon Mountain, seemingly cleaved in half by some divine weapon, leaving only a portion of its mass. The cut was astonishingly smooth, as if it had encountered no resistance whatsoever. And in some areas, a mirror-like sheen reflected glimmers of light under the Ōtsutsuki. At the foot of the mountain lay a towering pile of collapsed buildings and rocks, reaching heights of 100 meters. In other words, the once vibrant Black Dragon City had now been transformed into a vast, flat expanse encircled by hundreds of meters of rubble. The spectacle of half a mountain being reduced to create this circular plain resembled a miracle. "Captain, we have uncovered what transpired here." In mere minutes, the soldiers sent to gather intelligence returned in disarray, their faces a blend of excitement, reverence, and disbelief. What happened? Has a new type of monster appeared, or did a spatial rift swallow Black Dragon City whole? The leading soldier urgently inquired. Neither of those. The reconnaissance soldier gasped, breathless. "Captain, it was all the doing of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. One man obliterated the entirety of Black Dragon City, and even half of Black Dragon Mountain has been reduced to rubble. Furthermore, the 3 million elite ninjas of the Black Dragon Society have vanished without a trace, obliterated by a supermassive tailed beast bomb. Black Dragon City has been completely annihilated." What? Far away, among the coalition forces of Ming-san City and the Elder Council, the third elder, who was coordinating the alliance with Ming-san City, was engaged in a tense discussion with Lei Lu regarding the deployment of rescue troops. Suddenly, a messenger rushed to his side. Exclaiming loudly, "Report, third elder! Captain Shun from Binhai City has sent word. They have arrived at Black Dragon City. Have they found any trace of Ye Qing? Is he safe? Has the Black Dragon Society employed nuclear weapons?" Before the third elder could respond, he was interrupted by Lei Lu's frantic barrage of questions. Reply to Miss Lei. "This is the image transmitted by Captain Shun from Binhai City. You should see for yourself." With that, the communication officer placed a small holographic communicator before the third elder and Lei Lu, and the others hurriedly gathered around. After a few moments of instability, the image clarified, revealing a vast expanse of flattened ground. Thousands of meters in diameter, surrounded by mounds of rubble, as if an invisible hand had forcefully pushed everything in that direction. All around, people were leaping and cheering amidst the debris, their faces radiating joy. What astonished the most was a sheer cliff face, cut smoothly from top to bottom. "Where is this?" the third elder inquired, his expression filled with suspicion, mirrored by the puzzled looks of those nearby. They were supposed to arrive at Black Dragon City. Why were they being shown this desolate place? Report to the third elder. This is indeed Black Dragon City. Chapter 80. A Shocking World. The Japanese Emperor's Compromise. Report to the third elder. This is indeed Black Dragon City. We have learned from the remaining populace that approximately 3 hours ago, Otsutsuki Ye Qing appeared alone in Black Dragon City, with an unfathomable, super-large ninjutsu. He obliterated the entire Black Dragon City, severing Black Dragon Mountain in half. Furthermore, after the 300,000 elite ninja players of the Black Dragon Society logged off, he single-handedly held back those 300,000 elite ninja players. Ultimately, we received word from the populace that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing unleashed a colossal ninjutsu akin to tailed beast bomb, slaughtering all 300,000 elite members of the Black Dragon Society. Moreover, after completely annihilating the Black Dragon Society, he rescued over 300,000 compatriots from our Huagua. As Captain Shen's narration continued through the communicator, the expressions of those surrounding him shifted dramatically, from confusion to disbelief, then to shock, and finally, deep-seated fear, especially for the third elder and a few others. Their countenances darkened. They sought an alliance with Ming-san City, believing that both sides were approximately equal in strength or influence. However, now, a single individual, Ye Qing, could utterly destroy a major faction. How terrifying! Just imagine, should Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing continue unimpeded, no leader of a large faction in the world could sleep soundly at night. With Ye Qing's burgeoning power, the hidden strength of Ming-san City would increase exponentially. At that point, they would not merely be allies with Ming-san City. They would be seeking protection and could even be devoured whole. What of Ye Qing? Has anyone seen him? He has yet to return to Mingsen City. Lei Lu urgently pressed, shoving aside the third elder. Regardless of the state of Black Dragon City, her primary concern was Ye Qing. Should he meet with misfortune for vanquishing the Black Dragon Society, she would exact vengeance upon those who harmed him, even at the cost of the entire Mingsan City. Miss Lei, we have yet to locate Mr. Ye Qing. What do you mean yet? Lei Lu inquired, her tone brimming with tension, sentiment shared by the third elder and the others, who suddenly appeared tense. However, the rescued compatriots mentioned that Mr. Ye Qing instructed them to wait here, saying that the Elder Council would certainly send someone to retrieve them. That little rascal treats us like a transport unit. Captain Chen's words were interrupted by a rueful smile and a shake of the head from the third elder. He then gestured for the communication officer to remove the holographic communicator and turned to Lei Lu with a cheerful demeanor. Miss Lei, since Mr. Ye Qing has departed on his own accord, it seems we must revise our new alliance treaty. Indeed, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever, as Ye Qing single-handedly annihilated the entire Black Dragon Society. People across the world were plunged into profound shock. After all, this was the Black Dragon Society, one of the 3 major cities of Japan, which sheltered nearly 100 million Japanese citizens. And yet, it was ruthlessly destroyed by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing alone. Such power could only be deemed divine. With the fall of the Black Dragon Society, the defenses of the United States, Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, and several other major powers and alliances against Mingsan City and the Lei family escalated to the highest alert level. Countless spies and assassins at great expense of resources infiltrated Mingsan City, all in pursuit of specific information regarding Ye Qing. Meanwhile, Japan, having suffered the demise of Black Dragon City, fell into an unusual silence, in the Emperor's City of Japan. The economic, political, and cultural epicenter of the nation, the majority of Japan's elite were concentrated here after the cataclysm. In terms of strength and potential, the Emperor's City far surpassed both Black Dragon City and Mount Fuji. Gentlemen, what do you have to say regarding Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing? And what are your views on Black Dragon City? The current emperor, known as the Dark War Emperor, glared darkly at the ministers surrounding him, coldly inquiring, "Speak up. What diplomatic measures should we take regarding this Ōtsutsuki, Ye Qing, and Mingsen City?" Upon hearing the emperor's voice, the high-ranking Japanese ministers exchanged tense glances, uncertain of how to respond. After several minutes of silence, an elder finally mustered the courage to speak, trembling slightly. "Your Majesty, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's power is far too formidable. Even the Black Dragon Society was no match for him, obliterated in an instant. Given the current strength of our Emperor's City and Mount Fuji, it is unwise to confront him." "What?" Before the elder could finish, the Dark War Emperor's voice turned frigid, causing the elder to hastily swallow his words. With the advent of the online game Heaven's Path, chaos ensued as countless mythical creatures descended into the world. Modern civilization proved unable to withstand the monumental shift brought by this divine phenomenon, and amid the apocalypse, the power of religion only grew stronger. Those at the bottom, deprived of support in the real world, turned their spiritual hopes towards religion. In Japan, the emperor, as a descendant of the mythological creation deity Amaterasu, garnered the veneration of countless Japanese citizens. The entire nation of Japan essentially reverted to a feudal monarchic system reminiscent of centuries past, even resembling a divine hereditary system. Consequently, the emperor became the most powerful figure in Japan. These officials and politicians from before the cataclysm were now utterly powerless against the emperor's authority, which is why they treated him with such reverence. Japan has long been a vassal of Hwagwa. Now that calamity has befallen us, as the original suzerain, Hwagwa should assist us. However, to their dismay, the Black Dragon Society interfered, causing unnecessary troubles between Japan and Hwagwa. As the Dark War Emperor spoke, the expressions of those below brightened, and the astute among them quickly grasped the emperor's intent. Immediately, several spoke up. "Your Majesty, you are absolutely correct. The actions of the Black Dragon Society have nothing to do with our Emperor's City. It is entirely the fault of the Black Dragon Society." Indeed, over a decade ago, when the Black Dragon Society insisted on seizing territory in northeast Hwagwa, they were expelled from Japan by Your Majesty. The demise of the Black Dragon Society is no great loss. We are grateful to Hwagwa for clearing the way for us. Chapter 81. The Shamelessness of Japan. The search for Ye Qing. A chorus of sycophantic voices surrounded the Dark War Emperor, unreservedly casting aside the invasion of Hwagwa by the Black Dragon Society, even going so far as to claim that the Black Dragon Society had been expelled from Japan. With the emergence of the online game Heaven's Path, the Emperor, as a descendant of the creation deity Amaterasu, saw his power greatly increase, transforming the ordinary populace of Japan into his devoted followers. However, the powerful conglomerates and hidden forces operating in the shadows were unwilling to relinquish their power to the Emperor. Consequently, many prominent conglomerates and powerful factions allied with the underworld to form the Black Dragon Society. They even seized the opportunity of domestic turmoil in Hwagwa over a decade ago to capture the then city of Jincheng, thereby establishing Black Dragon City. The founder of the Black Dragon Society ostensibly accepted the rule of the Emperor's city, yet remained obstinately outside its power, choosing to heed proclamations only when convenient. Despite belonging to different factions, both sides clandestinely shared the same ambitions, prioritizing the usurpation of the Hua Kingdom above all else. The establishment of Black Dragon City was not without the covert support of the Emperor's city. However, the Black Dragon Society's provocations against Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing culminated in attempts on Ye Qing's life, inciting a fierce backlash that, in a mere night, the populace of over several hundred million in Black Dragon City, bolstered by more than 3 million elite ninja players from the Black Dragon Society, was utterly uprooted, leaving no trace behind. Ahem, the Emperor of the Underworld, with a slight cough, remarked nonchalantly, "All matters pertaining to the aftermath of Black Dragon City shall be entrusted to the Internal Affairs Department. Our foremost concern now is how to confront the pressures from the Elder Council of the Hua Kingdom and the Ming-Sen City. Reports from our spies embedded in Ming-San City indicate that the Elder Council of the Hua Kingdom has been present for nearly a month, and the potential alliance between the two formidable factions appears to be inevitable. Should the Elder Council of the Hua Kingdom and Ming-San City indeed form an alliance, compounded by the threat posed by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, our Yamato nation could find itself in peril." As the Emperor's words echoed, the assembled ministers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. "Your Majesty, if the Elder Council of the Hua Kingdom and Ming-San City do align, we could also extend an olive branch to Ming-San City." Suddenly, an elder stepped forward, his voice low and laden with mystery. After all, it was the Black Dragon Society's unyielding defiance that provoked Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Our Emperor's city has played no part in this turmoil. Moreover, it is said that Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing is none other than the young lord of Ming-Sen City, Ye Qing, known for his indulgence in pleasures. If we cater to his tastes. As the elder spoke, the eyes of several ministers glimmered with intrigue, and a multitude of dubious ideas began to surface. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is rumored that Ye Qing is quite the libertine. Before the arrival of the new Taito online ninja world, he allegedly gathered the 18 most beautiful girls from Ming-Sen City to form the MS Girl Group. Our Yamato nation boasts the immensely popular AKB48. If we can forge an alliance with Ming-San City, we could present this ensemble to him. Furthermore, we have the lowly girl group, comprised of innocent maidens aged 14 to 18, whom we could also offer to Ye Qing. They are merely girls. As long as it diverts Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's attention from our Emperor's city, he may choose any of our lovely maidens. As the ministers conspired, a plan took shape, one that would employ the allure of beautiful girl groups as a stratagem to win over Ming-San City and Ye Qing. Several hours later, the Emperor of the Underworld and his cadre of advisors finally reached a consensus on how to court Ming-Sen City, or perhaps Ye Qing himself. Once the discussions concluded, the Emperor lightly clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Excellent. We shall dispatch a diplomatic envoy to Ming-Sen City, with hopes of meeting the esteemed Mr. Ye Qing. Yes, Your Majesty, regarding the maidens, we shall ensure they are dispatched to Ming-Sen City with utmost haste, guaranteeing that they are all pure." "Yes, Your Majesty." With the issuance of these commands, the Emperor's city plunged into a frenzy of activity, marking one of the most urgent days since the onset of this cataclysm. The preparations of Yamato's Emperor's city remained unbeknownst to other factions. However, The news of Ye Qing's obliteration of Black Dragon City swept across the globe like a tempest, especially within the borders of the Hua Kingdom. Several major factions, currently at odds with Ye Qing, fell into a hushed state, fearful of making any rash moves in Dragon City. Upon hearing the news of Black Dragon City's demise, both the high-ranking officials managing the city in the real world and the elite players engaged in the game promptly logged off, fervently discussing the implications of Ye Qing's actions. Damn the Black Dragon Society! How dare they attempt to assassinate Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing in the real world? Their downfall is one thing, but now Dragon City is caught in the crossfire. What should we do? We were the first to offend Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Silence. In the Taito Online game, it is commonplace for you to kill me while I kill you. Could Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing really extinguish us as well? Indeed, what Long says is correct. However, to err on the side of caution, we should send someone to Ming Sun City to gather intelligence. Very well, Long, you shall be entrusted with this task. Ensure you uncover the truth of the situation in Ming Sun City. Yes, City Lord. Nevertheless, we must keep our options open. The City Lord stroked his chin, dense with stubble, and remarked thoughtfully. In the world of the Taito Online game, opportunities abound. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck to attain such strength. Meanwhile, I have also acquired a piece of intelligence within the game that could provide us a significant advantage. When the time comes, the outcome between Dragon City and Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing remains uncertain. Your wisdom is unparalleled, City Lord. Furthermore, after obliterating Black Dragon City, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has seemingly vanished. We must locate him, regardless of whether in the game or the real world. Yes, City Lord. Simultaneously, within the Hall of the Flower and Shadow Moon in the unparalleled city, as well as throughout the web of the Heavenly Net, fervent debates ignited over Ye Qing's destruction of Black Dragon City. However, whether embroiled in hostility, alliance, or neutrality, all major factions dispatched experts to Ming Sun City to probe the situation. Yet, the enigmatic Ye Qing, the object of everyone's contemplation, received a message from within the game, revealing his next destination. Chapter 82. The Betrayal of the Rock-Hidden Village Ninja. Another Jinchuriki? A tempest raged, dust swirling through the air. This was the border of the land of Earth, where a seemingly endless expanse of yellow sand and soil filled the atmosphere, making each breath laden with grit. Surrounding them stood towering stone pillars, some exceeding 10 meters in height, weathered by centuries of relentless winds, appearing both arid and colossal. This was the land of Earth, where these stone columns densely populated the borders, serving as natural fortifications, yet also obstructing foreign relations with neighboring nations. At this moment, a group of ninjas clad in the earthy garb of the rock-hidden village traversed this desolate border, an unusual sight in these parts. The contingent comprised roughly 100 ninjas, led by a middle-aged man in his 30s. Adorned in a purple uniform and a simple helmet, he bore the insignia of the Rock-Hidden Village upon his forehead. Although they were evidently ninjas of the Rock-Hidden Village, their discourse was rife with disdain for their own village. The leader, this middle-aged man, walked with a scowl, cursing under his breath. Damn the Inoki. How despicable to covertly engage with rogue ninjas, attempting to bribe them into attacking Konoha. How could our Rock-Hidden Village be plagued by such a contemptible Ōtsutsuki as a ninja of the Rock-Hidden Village? His tone lacked the requisite reverence for the third Ōtsutsuki, instead oozing contempt and malediction. The 100 or so ninjas behind him, while sharing sentiments of indignation, dared not echo their leader's vitriol. Their grievances merely murmured amidst the ranks. Old Z, the Ōtsutsuki has his own plans. Your words ring true, but we Rock-Hidden Village ninjas fear no war. Hiring rogue ninjas is utterly unnecessary. Indeed, we have been conserving our strength for over a decade. We need not fear any adversary. Old Z, you should return. The Ōtsutsuki merely harbors these thoughts, yet no concrete actions have been taken. Please, Old Z, do not act recklessly. Should you cross the border of the land of Earth, you will be deemed a rogue ninja by the Ōtsutsuki. Yes, Old Z, the Ōtsutsuki has treated you well. The ninja world is currently tumultuous. Shikaku from Sunagakure and CH Mei from Takagakure have both been captured by a mysterious figure. If you indeed, Old Z, if the Ōtsutsuki did not value you, would he have dispatched us to protect you? As these ninjas voiced their concerns, the identity of their leader became evident. He was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki of the Rock-Hidden Village. Old Z. Within him was sealed the Four-Tails Beast, known for its unparalleled close combat prowess, Sun Wukong. In the original narrative, the close combat prowess of the Four-Tails, Sun Wukong, is such that even the Eight-Tails, Nyo Gue, and the Nine-Tails, Julama, would not dare to engage lightly. The cacophony of voices, either in agreement or in council, erupted, increasing the agitation of the man at the forefront. Silence, all of you. With this thunderous roar from Lao Zi, the surrounding ninjas were taken aback, falling into an uneasy silence. This man standing before them was, after all, a Jinchuriki, and should he lose control, he could become utterly merciless. Among this group, some had a closer bond with Lao Zi. Yet many were dispatched by Noki to protect him. Though formidable, they too could not hope to escape the wrath of an enraged tailed beast. Damn Noki, his ascension to Ōtsutsuki was a grave error. I have no desire to serve under him. The fate of a Wagakure is bound to veer into peril under his leadership. That wretched little dwarf? As Lao Zi raged, none of the surrounding ninjas dared to intervene. Standing awkwardly until he had exhausted his fury and could be persuaded once more to it is known that a Wagakure is populated with obstinate ninjas, with Lao Zi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, and the current third Ōtsutsuki. Noki being the most stubborn of them all. Their long acquaintance has led to a growing rift, as Noki, despite his considerable esteem from the village, has increasingly clashed with Lao Zi, who, due to his status as a Jinchuriki, faced disdain and even hostility from many in the village. As time passed, the discord between Lao Zi and Noki deepened to the point of physical confrontation. Both are inherently headstrong individuals, long at odds. This time, the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War and the planned assault on the Land of Fire ignited further conflict. In a fit of rage, after a heated argument, Lao Zi resolved to leave the Land of Earth. In response, Noki, in a fury, branded Lao Zi as a rogue ninja and dispatched agents to hunt him down. Those under Noki's command were well aware that the conflict was trivial. Upon reaching Lao Zi, they transformed into a persuasion unit. However, the obstinate Lao Zi refused to heed their counsel, determined to leave the Land of Earth and wander freely. While Lao Zi was embroiled in a standoff with the pursuing ninjas from a Wagakure, a figure suddenly appeared atop a nearby stone pillar. Clad in white with white eyes and adorned with twin horns, it was Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Through his Byakugan, Ye Qing meticulously observed the approaching Lao Zi and his entourage, a cold smile gradually forming upon his lips. The nine-tailed beasts are, in essence, creatures composed of 9 distinct elemental attributes, inherently radiating immense chakra fluctuations, utilizing the Rinnegan in the palms of his hands. Ye Qing could monitor the Jinchuriki across the 5 great nations, tracking their movements. Upon resolving affairs in the real world and entering the game, he was quick to discover that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki had departed the confines of a Wagakure. Now appearing at the borders of the Land of Earth in the original plot, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, due to his obstinacy and discord with the third Ōtsutsuki, Noki, defected from a Wagakure to become a wandering monk. Eventually, due to chakra elemental incompatibility, he was captured by Hoshigaki Kisame and met his demise. Coincidentally, it was the very day of Lao Zi's defection from a Wagakure. The Four-Tails, Sun Wukong. Does he truly believe himself to be the Chi Tian de Sheng of my Huagua? How audacious to bear such a name. Allow me to test your strength. As soon as the words left his lips, Ye Qing surged forward, directly charging at Lao Zi and his companions. Chapter 83. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing vs. Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Someone is coming. Being the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi possessed an acute sensitivity to chakra, immediately detecting Ye Qing's presence and turning sharply towards the direction for which he approached. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Several exclamations sounded simultaneously. The ninjas dispatched by Noki to pursue Lao Zi were indeed the elite of a Wagakure. Not only did they spot Ye Qing's approach at the earliest opportunity, but they also quickly ascended the surrounding stone pillars, seizing the high ground. Meanwhile, Lao Zi remained shielded by these ninjas, fixated on the direction from which Ye Qing approached. clad in white with white eyes and adorned with twin horns. It was indeed the enigmatic youth known for capturing Shikaku. The One Tail and May, the Seven Tails. Damn it. We've just left a Wagakure. How could this boy know our location so swiftly? Is there a traitor among us? Protect Lao Zi. We cannot allow this boy to succeed. Quickly, informed that such a kid, a chorus of alarmed voices rose again, and within mere seconds, the Wagakure ninjas swiftly allocated their tasks. The main force remained around Lao Zi for his protection, while several of the fastest ninjas dashed back towards a Wagakure to summon reinforcements. Despite facing the elite of a Wagakure, Ye Qing's speed did not waver in the slightest as he continued his relentless charge toward the grounded Lao Zi. Damn it, block him! A furious shout rang out. And the ninjas who had claimed the high ground immediately unleashed their ninjutsu, with many leaping from the stone pillars to confront Ye Qing. Doton, no jutsu. Doton, Dori Dan, Doton, no jiken. Boom! A series of thunderous crashes echoed as dozens of stone pillars surrounding Lao Zi trembled violently. A massive earthen wall, towering over 10 meters and several meters thick, materialized beside him, encasing him within alongside the surrounding pillars. Additionally, dozens of earthen dragons and stone spears surged forth, roaring toward Ye Qing. In mere seconds, the area spanning hundreds of meters underwent a cataclysmic transformation, akin to an earthquake. Ninjutsu. It is utterly ineffective against me. With a silent admonition, Ye Qing faced the overwhelming wave of Doton techniques without a hint of hesitation or fear. His right hand extended, a flash of crimson light flickered, and a tremendous force emanated from his palm, enveloping the oncoming earth-based ninjutsu. Buzz, boom! A cacophony of intense buzzing and rumbling filled the air as the multitude of earthen dragons and walls were drawn toward Ye Qing's right hand, consumed as if by a flood. In mere moments, the once dominant Doton techniques vanished without a trace, leaving only the towering earthen wall standing. What is happening? Where did our ninjutsu go? Damn it! What kind of ninjutsu is this, capable of absorbing others' techniques? Intelligence had previously indicated that this boy, known for capturing tailed beasts, possessed the ability to absorb and rebound ninjutsu. Damn, how could we have forgotten? A chorus of startled exclamations and laments arose among the Wagakure ninjas. Suddenly beset by Ye Qing's assault, they instinctively sought to retaliate. However, in their haste, they overlooked the fact that all ninjutsu was rendered ineffective against Ye Qing. The regret and chagrin among the Wagakure ninjas did not impede Ye Qing's actions. After absorbing the Doton techniques, a searing sensation coursed through his left hand's rinnegan, as if something were surging forth uncontrollably, observing the fear and urgency etched on the faces of the Wagakure ninjas. Ye Qing showed no inclination to relent. With a swift motion, waves of strange energy erupted from his left palm. Go. Boom! Suddenly, with Ye Qing's gesture, dozens of identical Doton techniques, Doton, Dori Dan and Doton, no jiken, materialized before him and hurtled toward the gathering of over 100 Wagakure ninjas below. However, unlike the earlier techniques unleashed by the Wagakure ninjas, Ye Qing's versions were magnitudes larger. In an instant, it was as though the sky above the Wagakure ninjas had been shrouded by a lid, plunging them into darkness. Looking up, they beheld massive earthen dragons, stretching hundreds of meters in length, constructed entirely of earth, descending upon them at a visible speed. What colossal Doton techniques! How powerful! How immense! This is the end. Soft sighs of despair escaped the lips of the Wagakure ninjas, their expressions filled with hopelessness. Boom! Finally, the storm of earthen techniques cascaded down, causing the ground to tremble violently in response. Boom! In an instant. The eardrums were filled with a cacophony of roaring and explosive sounds, relentless and deafening. For several minutes, the thick clouds of smoke had yet to dissipate, yet Ye Qing showed no sign of relief. While this technique was undeniably powerful and effective against mere foot soldiers, it merely tickled the tailed beasts. Moreover, he had sensed a surging, searing chakra deep within the ground. Gathering with fervor was the Four Tails Jinchuriki, finally ready to strike. Boom! The moment the words left his lips, the once ruined ground erupted with a violent roar as a magma sphere, spanning over 10 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Ye Qing with great ferocity. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. Amidst the ruins, the steady voice of Old Purple resonated. Lava release, you say? Alas, as long as it's a ninja technique, it holds no sway over me. Ye Qing smiled faintly, grasping with his right hand, intending to absorb the magma sphere once more. However, to his astonishment, the magma sphere, which had surged forth with such momentum, halted just 10 meters from Ye Qing, slowly dissipating into the air, leaving behind only a lingering warmth. An illusion? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a crimson figure burst forth from the ground, adorned with 4 tails reminiscent of dinosaur appendages, lunging towards him with ferocity. The 4 tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. Chapter 84. Volcanic eruption. Fiery intent to kill. Roar. A sudden roar echoed as a monstrous figure erupted from the earth. This creature possessed the upper body of a human, vaguely resembling Old Purple. Yet its lower half bore 4 massive tails, akin to those of a dinosaur, emanating immense power. In mere seconds, Old Purple had transformed into his most formidable tailed beast cloak state. All 4 tails had been summoned. Not only that, but a thick layer of lava flowed from head to toe, rendering him akin to a lava monster, truly terrifying. Magma released chakra mode. This was a unique and special technique possessed solely by Old Purple. The 4 tails Jinchuriki, also known as the ninja body technique, wrapped in high-temperature lava, it enhanced his physical prowess. Anything that came into contact with him during an attack would be melted by the scorching lava, resulting in tremendous offensive capability. Simultaneously, the intense heat of the lava bolstered his defensive power, vaporizing ordinary attacks upon contact with Old Purple's surface. This lava chakra mode boasted both lethality and defense. A rarity indeed. In truth, this lava release chakra mode bore striking similarities to the lightning release chakra mode, a secret passed down through the generations of Reikage in the land of lightning's hidden cloud village. Both relied on unique chakra to amplify one's offensive and defensive capabilities, transcending ordinary physical techniques. The distinction lay in the fact that the lightning release chakra mode could be taught to others and excelled in speed and offensive prowess. Conversely, Old Purple's lava release chakra mode was unique to him within the original narrative, excelling in offense and defense while lacking in speed. Boom! The sound of air being shattered resounded as Old Purple moved with incredible swiftness. Leaping towards Ye Qing and delivering a powerful punch, in a moment of instinctive reaction, Ye Qing narrowly evaded Old Purple's strike. After all, Ye Qing possessed a unique ninjutsu that allowed him to float, granting him a natural advantage over ground-bound opponents. However, even though he had dodged Old Purple's attack, the scorching heat emanating from the punch left him gasping for breath. Each tailed beast possessed its own unique chakra, and their power would surge based on the surrounding environment. In the original narrative, the 4 tails Jinchuriki Old Purple had lost his home field advantage after departing from the land of Earth. Additionally, Kisame, who utilized water release techniques, was inherently a natural adversary to Old Purple, resulting in his capture after a series of fierce battles. Now, however, Old Purple remained firmly within the borders of the land of Earth, with the surrounding stone pillars and high temperatures provided a significant boost to his strength. Boom! 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 After a failed attack, Old Purple bent at the waist mid-air, and the 4 robust tails encircling his waist unleashed a flurry of crimson light, hurtling towards Ye Qing with ferocity. Die! An enraged voice erupted from Old Purple, his mouth transforming into a gaping white void that exuded an air of danger. Seeking death, are we? As Ye Qing retreated, narrowly avoiding Old Purple's assault, he muttered a quiet warning, channeling force in his right hand as he braced against the oncoming tails. Universal pull, Virum, boom! An eerie resonance and a deafening roar rang out simultaneously as the tails that had once seemed destined to strike Ye Qing collided with an invisible wall. Old Purple's form was forcefully propelled downward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, surrounded by billowing clouds of dust and debris. The 4 tails Sun Wukong. Who gave you the audacity to refer to a creature that cannot even protect its own life by such a name? Ye Qing's voice echoed as he descended gracefully behind Old Purple. Universal attraction. With a shout, an immense force surged from his hand, manifesting as an invisible hand that grasped firmly at the earth below. This grip sent ripples through the air, shaking the ground as an array of stones and debris rushed toward Ye Qing. Damn it! Who are you? And why do you target the Jinchuriki of a Wagakure? A desperate voice, filled with fear and rage, emerged as a bloodied and battered Wagakure ninja crawled towards Ye Qing, clinging to a boulder. Die. Another voice, steeped in murderous intent, rang out as the Wagakure ninja lunged at Ye Qing. Disregarding his perilous situation, thrusting his kunai towards Ye Qing's heart. Yet unbeknownst to him, the chasm between them remained vast. Before he could reach Ye Qing, a steel rod materialized from thin air, piercing through his body and splattering vibrant blood. Roar! Suddenly, a cacophony of frenzied howls erupted from the ruins below, as torrents of fiery red liquid surged forth from the cracks in the earth, swiftly enveloping an area of several hundred meters. This liquid was magma. Looking down from Ye Qing's vantage point, the ground had transformed into a sea of molten rock, with the acrid scent of sulfur wafting through the air, prompting Ye Qing to furrow his brow. Lava release. Flower Fruit Mountain. Boom! Abruptly, the vast expanse of lava beneath Ye Qing erupted with a tremendous explosion, as an enormous magma plume, towering dozens of meters high, surged towards him. From afar, this region resembled a colossal active volcano. Erupting with reckless abandon. Boom! 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 The deafening roars continued to echo, and within mere seconds, Ye Qing found himself ensconced within an endless sea of molten rock. Chapter 85. Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. Rampaging Ape Assault. Magma. Enveloped by countless streams of magma, Ye Qing stood resolute, absorbing the searing heat, without a trace of fear in his eyes. This technique was the most formidable ninjutsu that Old Purple, as the Four Tails Jinchuriki, could unleash in his tailed beast transformation state. Harnessing the lava-release chakra contained within the Four-Tailed Sun Wukong, he summoned a cataclysmic sea of magma, capable of incinerating the earth in the original narrative. The Four-Tailed Sun Wukong had utilized this very technique to drive back the Eight Tails Gyuki. This was due in part to Gyuki's overwhelming strength, but also because Gyuki was adept at water-release ninjutsu, naturally countering the Four-Tailed Sun Wukong. Against other tailed beasts, this technique would inflict grievous wounds. Magma release, indeed. A faint sound resonated, and the overwhelming gaze that obscured the heavens and the earth swiftly approached Ye Qing. Yet, within Ye Qing's eyes, a trace of disdain emerged. Although the magma was formidable, it posed little threat to him. Since you have employed the art of molten escape, I shall counter with my own technique of molten escape to shatter yours. As Ye Qing's voice echoed, his white eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. With a flick of his hand, his chakra surged wildly, circulating in a specific manner with fervent intensity. A piercing cry erupted, almost piercing the firmament. With Ye Qing's movement, a colossal firebird, measuring nearly 300 meters in wingspan, materialized before him. 5 elements flow, molten foul. This technique was an enhanced version of the previously classified A-level ninjutsu, Flamebird. The original pure fire attribute ninjutsu had been infused with the earth attribute's nature transformation, resulting in a gigantic bird entirely composed of magma, which dove straight towards the ground. Not enough, the faint voice resounded again. This technique was merely a casual display. Although it could withstand the attack from Lao Zi, it was insufficient to utterly vanquish him. 5 elements flow. Primordial rock ape, roaring, with another flick of his hand. The ground, now transformed into a sea of magma, seemed to awaken as if a colossal beast had risen. Countless streams of magma surged, forming a massive stone pillar at the center. In mere moments. A gigantic rock ape, towering nearly 100 meters and comprised of magma and boulders, abruptly emerged from the ground. The air was filled with the cacophony of eagle cries and ape roars, and the temperature in the vicinity soared by several degrees. Furthermore, beneath the feet of these behemoths, the sea of magma visibly shrank, as if the essence of the magma sea was being drained by their presence. Boom! Suddenly, the magma-covered primordial rock ape lifted its massive foot and stomped down upon a spot in the magma sea, reducing it to rubble and sending fissures radiating outward that a roar, filled with excruciating pain. Echoed as that very spot was the concealed location of the four-tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, who was dealt a grievous blow by the summoned primordial rock ape. The impact created a colossal pit, over 10 meters in diameter and 7 to 8 meters deep. As for the whereabouts of the four-tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, he had vanished without a trace. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Ye Qing prepared to utilize his white eyes to scout for Lao Zi's direction, a series of bubbling sounds erupted from the magma sea, which began to surge violently. A voice, imbued with unparalleled fury, suddenly emanated from beneath the magma sea, and a colossal creature resembling a red-hued monkey with four tails erupted from the depths. The four-tails Sun Wukong. At that moment, Lao Zi had entirely relinquished his consciousness, entering a complete tailed beast transformation state. This state allowed the tailed beast to unleash all its power and might. With a single charge, the four-tailed Sun Wukong leapt onto the primordial rock ape, effortlessly cleaving it in two, sending magma and boulders tumbling in all directions. Originally conjured by Ye Qing through the transformation of fire and earth chakra, the primordial rock ape was shattered by the sheer might of the four-tails Sun Wukong. Such power was truly terrifying. It was worth noting that the primordial rock ape flowed with magma at temperatures exceeding several hundred degrees. Yet for the four-tailed Sun Wukong, this magma posed no harm, instead augmenting his strength. Roar! Another furious roar erupted as the four-tailed Sun Wukong, now on all fours, clenched his front paws into fists and relentlessly pummeled the remains of the primordial rock ape. In mere moments, the primordial rock ape was reduced to mere rubble. Not only that, but the firebird, forged from magma, was also obliterated into fragments. After dispatching the two monstrous entities, the four-tailed Sun Wukong vigorously pounded his chest, as if to challenge Ye Qing and vent his frustration. Subsequently, he grasped a colossal boulder, measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, and hurled it with tremendous force. Whoosh, boom, whoosh, boom. The boulders were not the product of ninjutsu, but rather ordinary magma boulders, which the four-tailed Sun Wukong employed as projectiles. For Ye Qing, he could absorb any ninjutsu. However, he was utterly incapable of absorbing these purely physical assaults. For instance, in the original storyline, Madara, upon his resurrection, unleashed the heavenly obstruction star, employing an overwhelming gravitational force to pull down two massive boulders. While he could reduce them to rubble, he was entirely unable to absorb them. Indeed, the four-tailed Sun Wukong is clever. Like a monkey, he quickly identified the weakness in my ninjutsu. Why Ye Qing's figure danced through the air like a dragon, effortlessly dodging the oncoming magma boulders while expressing his disdain for such futile attempts. Roar! Another roar erupted from the four-tailed Sun Wukong. This time he spread his arms wide, using any rock or magma, even the nearby stone pillars, as weapons to hurl at Ye Qing soaring above. In an instant, Ye Qing resembled a mosquito being swatted away, flitting up and down. Enough of this playful banter. After all, I am not limited to just one-tailed beast. There are several others waiting for me to capture. Minutes later, as the four-tailed Sun Wukong panted heavily, Ye Qing's figure came to a halt in mid-air, less than 30 meters from him. With a simple hand seal, a ninjutsu imprint was swiftly formed. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Boom! A violent rumble erupted as Ye Qing's movement caused the ground beneath him to explode, unleashing torrents of blue and white water that cascaded into the magma sea. Boom! The water surged with the force of Ye Qing's chakra, creating waves that reached heights of several dozen meters, with frothy white crests rolling and crashing down in the magma sea. Hiss, hiss, boom! The chaotic rumble and billowing white smoke spiraled upwards, forming vast clouds of milky mist that soared into the heavens. In that moment, the endless flow of water collided with the searing magma sea, generating an earth-shattering tremor. In the original storyline, Kisame and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, could perform gigantic water ninjutsu even in arid lands, transforming their surroundings into a watery domain to assault their foes. At this moment, Ye Qing's chakra far surpassed that of Kisame, and with a mere 11 ninjutsu, like the Great Waterfall technique, he transformed the borders of the land of Earth into an ocean. Under the onslaught of the flood, the once molten sea rapidly dissolved, vast expanses of magma turning into black-green boulders, only to be submerged by the rushing waters. The four-tailed Sun Wukong, caught in the magma sea, bore a mixture of astonishment and fury, retreating incessantly as a tailed beast adept in fire and earth chakra transformations. This water-release ninjutsu was indeed their nemesis. Roar, with no retreat remaining, the four-tailed Sun Wukong bent down, plunging his front paws in the magma sea, his chakra surging violently, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. Molten escape, scorching river, great fire. Boom! Another series of violent rumbles resonated as the area surrounding the Four Tails Sun Wukong erupted, sending countless boulders and magma soaring towards Ye Qing high in the sky. Almost half of the magma sea was upheaved by this ninjutsu, forming a massive net that obscured the heavens and sealed off all avenues of escape for Ye Qing. A desperate struggle, gazing at the ceaseless surge of magma rising from the ground. Ye Qing's expression remained unchanged. With a mere flick of his hand, the surrounding watery expanse surged, generating waves that crashed down upon the colossal magma. Boom! A cacophony of thunderous roars and crackling flames once again erupted from the sky, as magma, which had previously surged into the air, was extinguished by the onslaught of floodwaters. Massive, dark-hued boulders, emitting wisps of smoke, plummeted from the heavens, sending forth great splashes. The surge of chakra rippled through the atmosphere. After vanquishing the torrents of lava, Ye Qing's gaze sharpened as he peered intently at the ground below. In that moment, a violent and somewhat frenzied chakra fluctuation arose from a specific location. A deafening roar echoed, scattering the dense mist that blanketed the air, revealing the scene below. The sea of lava had vanished, replaced by an expanse of floodwaters. Yet amidst this deluge, a triangular slope of dark stone, still billowing with smoke, stood out prominently, with a Four Tails Sun Wukong crouched on all fours. At that moment, his head was held high, as a fierce and murderous chakra began to coalesce within his mouth. Tailed beast ball. Fixating his gaze, Ye Qing realized that the tailed beast ball had long been prepared by Sun Wukong and was now fully formed. With a furious roar, Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, transforming the tailed beast ball into a blazing, black-red fireball that hurtled toward Ye Qing. The sound of continuous explosions resounded as the immense tailed beast ball sliced through the water surface, creating a shockwave that sent a white spray into the air. Even the closest point of water to Sun Wukong had formed a trench that reached down to the ground due to the force of the tailed beast ball. Boom! The sound of a sudden explosion reverberated as the surface of the tailed beast ball flashed with a blood-red light before launching itself directly at Ye Qing. The tailed beast ball represented the ultimate attack of all tailed beasts. Few could survive a direct hit. Tailed beast ball? Do you not know that all ninjutsu is ineffective against me? However, Ye Qing's words faltered as his expression suddenly shifted. A series of violent explosions erupted from the sky as the tailed beast ball detonated mere dozens of meters from Ye Qing. A blinding crimson light erupted, forming scorching mushroom clouds that wildly swirled around. The intense heat distorted the surrounding space, sending shockwaves in all directions. Looking up, one could see that almost half the sky was engulfed in flames and shockwaves generated by the tailed beast ball. Threatening to incinerate the heavens, the Four Tails Sun Wukong gazed at the explosive turmoil above, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, his eyes reflecting a hint of relaxation. Through the earlier assault of the rock-hidden village ninjas, Sun Wukong had learned that Ye Qing possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu and return it doubled. Therefore, the tailed beast ball was not aimed directly at Ye Qing. Instead, it was detonated at a distance. Using the chakra contained within the ball itself, that he could absorb ninjutsu, but the high temperature and shock waves from the explosion were beyond his capacity to absorb. In the face of such an explosion, not even a small mountain could withstand the force. Boom! 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 A series of impacts echoed as Sun Wukong's four robust tails fell limp to the ground. The massive range of ninjutsu and the tailed beast ball had depleted nearly all of his chakra reserves. However, he was relieved that his foe had been vanquished. Just as Sun Wukong savored the feeling of surviving a near-death experience, a dark fissure slowly appeared behind him. Chapter 87. The Four Tails Bows Down. Naka's decision, ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating one of the nine-tailed beasts, the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, earning 8 million experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for leveling up. Level 355. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating one of the nine-tailed beasts, the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, earning 800,000 merit points. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for defeating one of the nine-tailed beasts, the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, earning 1 million Ryo. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing for achieving his first victory over one of the nine-tailed beasts, the Four Tails, Sun Wukong. This event will be recorded in the annals of history in the Naruto world, remembered for eternity. Once again at the border of the land of Earth, the once massive Four Tails, Sun Wukong, had vanished, leaving behind the unconscious figure of Ōtsutsuki Old Purple. Old Purple was impaled by black iron rods, the overwhelming power of the six paths sealing away his chakra, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Ye Qing stood quietly before Old Purple, catching his breath. The encounter with the tailed beast ball was the closest Ye Qing had come to death since logging into the game. He had not anticipated that the tailed beast ball launched by Sun Wukong would not strike him directly, but rather explode mid-flight. The intention had been to annihilate him through the heat and force generated by the explosion, had he not sensed the wild power contained within the tailed beast ball. There was a significant chance he could have perished in its wake. A first kill. Regrettably, Sun Wukong's cunning plan was thwarted by Ye Qing's perception, just as the tailed beast ball was on the verge of detonation. Ye Qing opened a spatial rift and entered an alternate dimension within a heartbeat. And no matter how ferocious the explosion in the sky, it could not harm him in that other realm. While Sun Wukong believed he had triumphed, Ye Qing emerged effortlessly from behind him, swiftly subduing and sealing him. With the Four Tails in hand, chaos would surely ensue in the land of Earth. All that remained was to wait. As Ye Qing spoke, another dark spatial rift appeared beside him. With a mere gesture, the body of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, was drawn toward him as if ensnared by an invisible thread, vanishing into the rift without a trace. Just a mere 10 minutes after Ye Qing had departed with Old Purple, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the distant sky, racing swiftly toward this direction. In no time, the dot approached the border of the land of Earth and began to descend. With hair as white as snow, a Mediterranean hairstyle, a bulbous red nose, a diminutive stature, and clad in a green cloak, the figure was none other than the third Ōtsutsuki, Noki, observing the chaotic border, where mud mingled with floodwaters to form a murky sludge. Noki lamented the devastation. Given the arid climate of the land of Earth, the waters would evaporate swiftly. Alongside the floods, numerous dark boulders littered the area, remnants of the magma that had been both scorched and submerged, presenting a scene of utter disarray. Regrettably, this was precisely the scenario Noki had dreaded. Such powerful chakra signatures. Alas, too late. Old Purple had already been captured. A veteran of many battles, Noki quickly deduced the nature of the conflict that had transpired. It seemed that the battle between Old Purple and his adversary had concluded in mere minutes. Remarkably, the Four Tails, viewed as a war machine by the rock-hidden village, had been overpowered and captured within a brief span of time. This was undeniably bad news for the village. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, who are you truly? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Noki pondered this, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from behind him. A towering figure, over 2 meters in height, sprinted toward him at an incredible speed, raising a cloud of dust and mist that augmented his momentum. That you've arrived, Noki thought, recognizing the approach of the formidable figure without needing to turn. The man, clad in the bulky attire of a rock-hidden village ninja, wielded an umbrella atop his head and wore a brown mask. Surrounded by a dense vapor, it was the Five Tails Ye Qing. The other Jinchuriki from the rock-hidden village, Lord Ōtsutsuki, how is Old Purple? I hope nothing unfortunate has befallen him. A voice, heavy and laden with pressure, emanated from Han, the Jinchuriki of the five tails, among the nine-tailed beasts. If one were to rank based on physical prowess, while Kurama, the nine tails, and Gyuki, the eight tails, possess formidable strength, they are not particularly renowned for their physical combat skills. In contrast, the four tails, Son Goku, and the five tails, Mu, are entirely different. These two-tailed beasts excel in physical combat, utilizing their unique chakra to launch devastating physical attacks. This signifies that both Son Goku and Mu are indeed physical combat specialists, possessing remarkable strength. Old Purple has been captured. Noki let out a bitter laugh, slowly shaking his head. What? How dare someone audacious enough to wreak havoc in my Iwagakure and seize Old Purple? The temperament of the Earth Country's inhabitants is notoriously irritable, especially when it comes to Jinchuriki renowned for their physical prowess. Han could hardly contain his fury and nearly succumbed to the transformation into his tailed beast form. It is crucial to note that a Jinchuriki in a state of rage poses a significant danger. Lord Ōtsutsuki, Han! Lord Ōtsutsuki, Han! Lord Ōtsutsuki, Han! Several voices rang out as squads of Iwagakure ninjas arrived, respectfully addressing Noki and Han. The incident concerning Old Purple's abduction by a mysterious individual must remain confidential within Iwagakure. Do you understand? Noki instructed, his back turned to the gathered ninjas. Yes, Lord Ōtsutsuki. Dispatch reconnaissance ninjas to other nations to gather detailed information regarding an entity known as Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Furthermore, continue to relay instructions to the wandering ninjas and that individual from Amigakure. Regardless of their agreement to this alliance, we must take decisive action. Yes, Lord Ōtsutsuki. Naka's diminutive form suddenly rose, surveying the chaotic ground, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. What is the purpose of this youth? Who roams the land, capturing tailed beasts? Chapter 88. The Battle of Earth and Fire. The mysterious individual headed to Konoha. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has triumphed over one of the nine-tailed beasts. The four tails, Son Goku, for the first time, earning a series of rewards. This event will be recorded in the annals of the Naruto world history, to be remembered for eternity. World announcement. World announcement. Player Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has triumphed over one of the nine-tailed beasts. The four tails, Son Goku. The world announcement reverberated once more in the ears of all players, yet they remained impervious to its implications. Once again, it is Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, tailed beasts, and world announcements that in just over a month. The world announcements prompted by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing have occurred nearly 10 times, surpassing the combined total of all other players. The four tails, Son Goku, which hidden village has fallen victim this time. The great Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing has risen to a level beyond my own. Why are the leaders of the major powers silent now? The A-rank Hokage order and the S-rank Kazekage order seem to have been forgotten. Damn it! Who would dare to intervene, while A-rank and S-rank rewards are precious? One must be alive to claim them. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing alone has the power to overshadow all nations and major factions. What a formidable presence! Breaking news! Breaking news! All members of the Black Dragon Society collectively logged off a few hours ago and have yet to return. Authentic news! Authentic news! All members of the Black Dragon Society perished a few hours ago. What? This cannot be true. That was a colossal city. Indeed, it is verified. Chaos has erupted in the real world, and countless individuals are heading toward Misen City. The Black Dragon Society has been annihilated by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. I wonder how the inhabitants of the other major cities are reacting. It seems Konoha is making significant moves. The center of the village appears to have been completely cleared out. New intelligence. New intelligence. Iwagakure has dispatched a substantial number of ninjas to the border of the Fire Country. War is imminent. Countless discussions erupted across the World Channel, predominantly focused on the monumental event of Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's destruction of the Black Dragon Society. His capture of the Four Tails, Son Goku, garnered little attention, as players had grown accustomed to the sight of tailed beasts falling into his grasp. However, some players turned their gaze toward the actions of Iwagakure. After all, we are still amidst the Third Shinobi World War, and the conflict between the Wind and Fire countries had only recently concluded. It would not end so swiftly. The upcoming clash should be between Konoha and Ōtsutsuki. As anticipated, when all players logged in the following day, vibrant crimson letters and a cold, mechanical voice appear before them. World announcement. World announcement. The second battle of the Third Shinobi World War officially commences. Combatants: Konoha, Fire Country, versus Ōtsutsuki, Earth Country. All players must choose a faction and may not withdraw. Numerous battle instances, ambush instances, and surprise attack instances will emerge during the conflict, offering abundant rewards that we encourage all players to participate vigorously. World announcement. World announcement. The second battle of the Third Shinobi World War officially commences. Combatants: Konoha, Fire Country, versus Ōtsutsuki, Earth Country. The announcement of the Third Shinobi World War echoed thrice, igniting excitement among the freshly logged-in players, who hurried toward their respective factions. Finally, the second battle has arrived. This time, I shall unleash my full might. Wait, why is it Konoha versus Ōtsutsuki? What about the Shinobi people? Who knows? Regardless, this time, Konoha is destined for victory. I pray that neither Konoha nor Ōtsutsuki deploy their tailed beasts in battle. Otherwise, it would summon Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing. Oh my! Is it true that wherever there are tailed beasts, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing will surely appear? Dear heavens, I hope no tailed beasts make an appearance. Hurry and select a faction. I am choosing Konoha. Of course, Konoha. The intelligence from those major powers has long revealed Konoha to be the strongest. Do not be deceived by Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's arrogance. Once Konoha rises, he will surely meet his demise. Indeed, the Senju clans would release Kekkei Genkai, the Uchiha clan Sharingan Kekkei Genkai, and the Hyuga clans Bikugen. Konoha harbors immense power. Let us not forget the legendary Sannin. As of now, only Orochimaru remains. Once the other two emerge, they will surely command respect across the ninja world, and the formidable Hans of the Salamander, who conferred the title of Sannin upon them, undoubtedly possessed great strength, though he is now deceased. Indeed, it is a pity the strongest ninja, Hans of the Salamander, has perished, leaving Ōtsutsuki a mere shadow of its former self. Discussions surrounding the impending conflict between the Earth and Fire countries swiftly became the focal point among players worldwide. While Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing's capture of tailed beasts was relegated to mere background chatter amidst the fervent discourse, meanwhile, within the heart of Konoha, a group of stealthy individuals finally arrived at the Hokage's office. At this moment, the ruling figure of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaited their arrival with anticipation. I never imagined that the envoy from Shinobi would be graced by the presence of the fourth Kazekage himself. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, the leader of the group removed the hood of his cloak, revealing his true identity. With rough skin, short brown hair, and deeply set eyes, there was no doubt about it. The middle-aged man standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen was none other than Raza, the fourth Kazekage of Shinobi, who had just concluded a battle with Konoha. Third Hokage, you have yet to abdicate. I wonder how long you can retain this Hokage position. As the two leaders exchanged words, the atmosphere shifted subtly, tension permeating the air. Chapter 89. The Wind and Fire Alliance? A trap for Ye Qing. Enough. Everyone withdraw. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh and waved his hand casually. The elite Jonin stationed in the Hokage's office responded in unison and exited. At this moment, Konoha village was in a state of instability due to the departures of two of the legendary three, Jiraiya and Tsunade, as well as the tragic suicide of Tsukumo Hitaki, who abandoned his mission to rescue his comrades in this world. The intervention of the Heavenly Tao online game had allowed billions of players to log into the Naruto universe, causing a significant surge in the number of ninjas across various hidden villages. However, the vast majority of these newly emerged native ninjas were merely ordinary jonin, with hardly any achieving the elite status of figures like Tsukumo Hitaki or Kakashi Hitaki. Presently, the elite ninjas protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen were primarily from Konoha's Umbu and the distinguished clans of the village. Among them, the strongest and most renowned was the commoner-born Minato Namikaze. Only thus could Konoha's might be reflected, gaining an advantage in negotiations. Raza, what brings you to Konoha personally this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Taking a deep drag from his pipe before speaking to Dai, the wind shadow of Shinobi, wish to propose an alliance with Konoha. What say you? Raza, a man of immense ambition, wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. Among the 5 great hidden villages, Sunagakure had been enduring the harshest conditions. Not only was his nation impoverished, but the daimyo, following Sunagakure's defeat, had entrusted certain affairs to Konoha, resulting in a continuous reduction of the village's funding. As the 4th Kazekage, Raza even resorted to utilizing his secretaries and the magnet release bloodline limit to collect gold sand from the desert to support the village's expenses. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Raza never ceased plotting against Konoha or other ninja villages for personal gain. In fact, years after the original storyline, he even allied with Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 from Konoha, intending to orchestrate the downfall of Konoha during the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, his grand ambitions were ultimately thwarted by the collaboration of Orochimaru and Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. An alliance? Shouldn't that imply a desire for peace? After all, your Sunagakure suffered complete defeat in the recent war. While Konoha emerged victorious, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Haha, my Hokage, does it matter to discuss such things now?" Raza interrupted with a light chuckle, responding coolly, "Indeed, Sunagakure lost the Battle of Kaiki Mountain. However, to claim total annihilation would be misleading. It seems neither side gained any advantage, does it not? Because of the appearance of that boy, the battle had no clear victor." As Raza's words echoed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. During alliances or peace negotiations, hidden villages often exaggerated their achievements to intimidate the other side. However, Raza's straightforward admission of the battle's outcome caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. Thus, Sunagakure approaches you with genuine intent to ally, even to jointly eliminate that boy. Your one-tailed Shikaku was indeed captured by that boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not address Raza's proposal for an alliance, but instead shifted the conversation to the topic of tailed beasts, leaning back on the sofa. Raza replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Not only was my one tail captured, but I have intelligence suggesting that even the 3 tails Isabu from the land of waters Kirigakure has fallen into his hands." "What? The 3 tails Isabu?" This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed in surprise. "The 1 tail, the 3 tails, and the 7 tails. 3-tailed beasts have fallen into his grasp. Regardless of his intentions, this is dire news for us. Those are tailed beasts. Should they all be gathered together, the resulting power could devastate the entire ninja world." As Raza grew increasingly agitated, he slammed his fists on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, urgently declaring, "Currently, that boy poses a threat that other hidden villages have yet to perceive. He will undoubtedly continue to seek out the remaining tailed beasts in the ensuing conflict. Even your 9 tails..." "What? The 9 tails?" Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Minato Namikaze, who had been silently guarding behind him, could no longer contain himself and spoke gravely. It was well known that the 9 tails Jinchuriki was Kushina Uzumaki, Minato's partner. There was even a hint of budding romance between them. If that boy, named Ōtsutsuki, indeed sought the 9-tailed beasts, it was only a matter of time before he targeted Kushina. Such a situation must be nipped in the bud. "Hokage-sama," Minato's expression turned serious as he said, "That boy is indeed a grave danger. The 9-tailed beasts must not be concentrated in one individual's possession." "I understand." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly, a spark of determination ignited in his murky eyes as he inquired, "Raza, while Konoha and Sunagakure may ally, what are your plans regarding this boy?" With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Raza replied, "It is quite simple. The Iwagakure is advancing towards your Fire Country's borders. After our alliance, you shall launch a vigorous offensive against Iwagakure, compelling them to release either the 4 tails Jinchuriki or the 5 tails Jinchuriki. At that moment, our elite ninjas from Sunagakure will lie in ambush at the battlefield's periphery, ready to strike if either Jinchuriki appears, ensuring we eliminate that boy once and for all." Crash! Before Raza could finish, the door to the Hokage's office burst open, and a group of individuals entered. Leading them was Danzo Shimura, the head of the Umbu Root organization, followed closely by the elders Mito Kazan and Tien Koha. "Once that boy is dead, Konoha will require the 7 tails as well as his remains." "Deal!" Chapter 90. The Great War of Earth and Fire. The emergence of wood release techniques. As the world announcement resonated in the ears of all players, Ye Qing, concealed in a hidden location, became aware of the news. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. Beside him, the Four-Tails Old Purple was slowly floating in midair, torrents of crimson chakra pouring from his body, being absorbed by Ye Qing's Rinnegan. With his power increasing, the speed of tailed beast absorption also quickened. To date, he had absorbed 4 tailed beasts: the one-tailed Shikaku, the 3-tails Isabu, the 4-tailed Son Goku, and the 7-tailed Mei. Moreover, the 2-tails Nibi, the 5-tails Mu, the 6-tails Rokuro, the 8-tails Juai Ki, and the 9-tails Kurama remained in other villages. These tailed beasts were either protected by their respective villages or possessed formidable strength, making them far less accessible than the others. The Third Great Ninja War, the battle between Ōtsutsuki and Konoha, the war god of the 2 hidden villages at Kanabi Bridge and Uchiha Madara. Ye Qing's eyes sparkled with intensity. His current objective was entirely focused on Uchiha Madara, hidden beneath Kanabi Bridge. There lay not only the shell of the 10-tails Jinchuriki, but also the secrets concealed by the Senju and Uchiha clans. In the original plot, a fierce battle unfolds between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, culminating in the latter's demise at the hands of Hashirama. However, just before his death, he employs the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, utilizing his Anaji to alter reality and survive. Additionally, he activates the Rinnegan by using Hashirama's cells in his final moments. Not only does he summon the Outer Path Golem, but he also creates a multitude of white Zetsu, born from the infinite Tsukuyomi of his previous life, as descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The emergence of the Rinnegan from their combined bloodlines has always been a mystery that Ye Qing yearns to uncover. Furthermore, aside from the Senju and Uchiha clans, there exist other bloodlines descended from the Sage of Six Paths, including the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools and the Kagaya clan of the Hidden Mist Village. It is even said that the brothers Kin and Jin from the Hidden Cloud Village are also descendants of the Sage. The thought of merging these bloodlines ignites a thrill within Ye Qing. What follows is the battle at the Kimui Bridge, as he feels the dwindling chakra within the Four-Tails Son Wukong. Ye Qing's eyes slowly close. Kill! 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 Annihilate the people of Konoha. Within the dense forest, countless players clad in brown or green ninja attire divide into 2 factions, fiercely engaged in combat. Numerous ninjutsu collide, reducing the forest to ruins. At almost every moment, players vanish into thin air, transformed into fleeting white lights. Additionally, on either side of the player factions, a multitude of native ninjas from Ōtsutsuki and Konoha utilize their respective advantages to engage in fierce confrontations. Unlike the player faction, these native ninjas do not employ grandiose ninjutsu. Instead, they rely on their ninja tools and physical prowess for their skirmishes. Their killings may lack the flamboyance of ninjutsu, yet they are perilously lethal, with each strike executed with utmost intent, each move a lethal technique. A simple shuriken or a kunai could spell death for their opponents. Wood release. Wooden thousand arms technique. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a chilling voice suddenly pierces the air. Senju Ratian leaps into action. And with a mere flick of his hand, dozens of sharp wooden kunai, each measuring over 10 centimeters, materialize and shoot towards the ground at lightning speed. There, amidst the throng of Ōtsutsuki players, thud, 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 the sound of dozens of kunai slicing through the air erupts. As they swiftly pierce through the Ōtsutsuki players, reducing several to mere fragments of white light. Damn, it's Senju Ratian. He is actually participating in this battle. Retreat, retreat. Reports indicate that Senju Ratian has mastered the true teachings of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and can wield wood release ninjutsu. Senju Ratian has arrived. He single-handedly slaughtered native CH9 players before. Retreat, retreat. At this point, perhaps only Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing can take down Senju Ratian. How formidable among the players. These two might be the strongest. A chorus of gasps rises from the surrounding players, as many from Ōtsutsuki begin to withdraw. Yet there are also brave souls among them who charge towards Senju Ratian, intent on slaying him. Alas, what awaits them are dozens of resilient vines that rush toward them at blinding speed, ensnaring them with ease, rendering them immobile. Die. Senju Ratian merely extends his right hand, and with a fierce twist, the vines violently thrash, obliterating the players into a gory spectacle. Blood splatters, severed limbs litter the ground, and the battlefield becomes a gruesome tableau of carnage. Humph! A bunch of worthless fools, Senju Ratian, the sovereign of these audacious players, remarks coolly that in an instant, a glint of murderous intent flashes in his eyes as he lunges forward. Humph! Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, to kill you, I have willingly become a test subject for Orochimaru. Thankfully, that experiment was a success within me. I have inherited the wood-release bloodline of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This is the wood-release bloodline. According to our intelligence, the most potent bloodline in the world of Naruto is indeed the wood-release of the first Hokage. Alas, my wood-release has only just awakened. I am still far from the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. But, with wood-release in my grasp, I shall eventually slay you, Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, because I have not only awakened wood-release through experimentation, but I have also become a disciple of Orochimaru. Ōtsutsuki Ye Qing, your life will inevitably be mine. Chapter 91. The Return of Minato's Team. Faithful Brothers. Kill. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. On the tumultuous battlefield, an array of ninjutsu continuously emerges, bombarding the enemy, in an instant. The forest is engulfed in flames, lightning, and boulders wreaking havoc, the cries of battle echoing as countless players perish with each passing moment. Amidst the most intense fighting, a figure clad in Konoha ninja attire, adorned with a clan emblem resembling a fan in red and blue, stands protected by several native ninjas, ruthlessly slaughtering the players of Ōtsutsuki. Uchiha Qinsheng, the lord of Wushuang City in the world of the Naruto online game. As one of the mere 10 players of the Uchiha clan, he has exhausted the resources of the entire Wushuang society to become one of the most exceptional descendants of the Uchiha clan. Not only has he awakened the Sharingan, but he has also elevated it to the level of 3 Tomo, transforming his abilities drastically. Otherwise, how could the Uchiha clan dispatch over a dozen native Uchiha ninjas to ensure his safety in this conflict? However, all players perceive only the glory of his status as an outstanding Uchiha descendant, shielded by clan members and equipped with abundant ninjutsu for his learning. Yet, they remain oblivious to the agonies Uchiha Qinsheng endured to awaken his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Kill! A dense aura of killing intent surges forth, as Uchiha Qinsheng disregards the counsel of the surrounding protective ninjas and plunges into the throng of Ōtsutsuki players, commencing yet another round of slaughter. In this battle, Konoha's foundational strength and the player's prowess far surpass that of Ōtsutsuki. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, victory shall belong to Konoha. Meanwhile, as the fierce battle rages within the dense forest, hidden 11 kilometers away, several figures convene to discuss matters of significance. Among them stands a striking young man with long golden hair, his eyes closed, seemingly listening intently through a helmet-like ninja tool. This tool, reliant on chakra and communication principles, allows for the transmission of messages from hundreds of kilometers away. Surrounding the handsome youth are 2 distinct groups, one led by Namake's Minato and the other by Uchiha Fugaku, of course. Minato's group consists of only 3 members, the future 6th Hokage, Kageyama Gokai, Uchiha Bito, a key figure in the 4th Great Ninja War, and Noera Rin, who shares an immeasurably deep bond with the 2. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku commands a contingent of over 30 ninjas. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's foremost clan, his numbers and quality of ninjas far exceed those of the commoner origin Minato. After several minutes of focused observation of the battlefield between the land of earth and fire, Uchiha Fugaku finally speaks. "Hi, what news has reached us from the Hokage?" The young man addressed as Hai by Uchiha Fugaku is none other than Yamanaka Ino's father, Yamanaka Hai. Upon hearing Fugaku's inquiry, Hai adjusts the ninja tool upon his head and replies, "The reconnaissance ninjas have not detected any intentions from Ōtsutsuki to utilize tailed beasts, and within a 30-kilometer radius, there are no signs of the white-eyed youth. None at all. Uchiha Fugaku falls into contemplation. In truth, they're already aware of the objective behind this conflict with by using the two-tailed beasts as bait. They aim to lure the white-eyed youth here. Then concentrate the forces of Konoha, Sunagakure, and even Iwagakure to jointly eliminate him. Yet until now, there has been no trace of that white-eyed youth. The Hokage has news. Suddenly, at that moment, Yamashita Kai let out a startled cry. Capturing the attention of Uchiha Fugaku and Namake's Minato, the Hokage has issued a decree. Namake's Minato is to lead a team to launch a surprise attack on the Kamakiri Bridge, severing the supply line of Iwagakure and increasing the pressure on their front lines, thereby forcing them to deploy their Jinchuriki. As Yamashita Kai conveyed this message, the expressions of those around him immediately turned grave. Upon hearing that the Hokage intended for him to cut off Iwagakure's supply line at Kamakiri Bridge, Namake's Minato subtly nodded and replied, "Understood." Furthermore, Lord Uchiha Fugaku, the Hokage hopes you will lead the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan to infiltrate the rear lines of Iwagakure and assassinate their frontline commander. Understood. Uchiha Fugaku's response was succinct. After receiving the orders, he led the clan's elite without a backward glance, lightly nodding in Minato's direction as they surged toward Iwagakure's encampment. The head of the Uchiha clan. The largest family in Konohagakure, he bore the weighty responsibility of revitalizing his lineage. Regrettably, the discord between the village and the clan was challenging to reconcile, compounded by the machinations of dans in the shadows, which exacerbated the tensions between the two factions. Had it not been for the objective of this war being to draw out Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki, the Uchiha clan would have been loath to leave the village and engage in external conflicts. "Let us also depart," Minato remarked to his subordinates after Uchiha Fugaku had taken his leave. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Bido, and Rin, all merely 11 or 12 years of age, had already distinguished themselves among the genin of Konohagakure.